Chapter 1. Transcendence. A strikingly handsome young man, standing at 185 centimeters tall, was presently undertaking the most pivotal examination of his life, the college entrance examination. As he gazed at the examination paper, his mind was a blank slate, as if he had just been ensnared by a spell, with the knowledge he had painstakingly acquired slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. It's over. It's over. It's over. I am destined to be forever estranged from the university. His heart raced with anxiety as he stared at the intricately woven questions, lamenting inwardly. All the time spent revising this semester has squandered my youth. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his vision began to blur. At the moment he thought he would faint, a sudden and powerful force pulled him into an abyss of darkness. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying on a patch of grass, surrounded by towering mountains and lush forests, the air infused with a simple fragrance and a refreshing breeze. He abruptly sat up, a sense of unease washing over him. Where am I? Why does it feel like I have entered a fantastical realm? As he surveyed his surroundings, an unusual memory flooded into his mind. He saw a child clad in blue attire, adorned with a fluffy tail, sporting a silly grin. The child's memories merged with his own. Who is this? How'd I know his story? His heart began to race. Wait, this child is son Wukong. He suddenly realized that he had transcended into the world of Dragon Ball, embodying a 12-year-old son Wukong. At that moment, his heart erupted with excitement, nearly propelling him to leap into the air. Oh my goodness, I have become Wukong. This is the protagonist with boundless potential. He could hardly contain his exhilaration. I can finally experience unrivaled combat prowess and endless adventures. He began to test his limbs, attempting to acclimate to his new form. Stretching out his arms, he discovered that his body brimmed with strength, even more so than his previous self. This is absolutely fantastic. He realized he needed to adapt to this new physique. If I am son Wukong, then I must practice diligently to become even stronger. Wukong approached a sturdy tree, recalling the combat scenes he had witnessed in Dragon Ball, igniting a fire within him. He performed a few warm-up exercises before beginning to mimic the fighting techniques from the original work. With a powerful punch, a gust of wind whooshed past as the tree toppled with a resounding crash. Wow, that was astonishingly easy, Wukong exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Who would have thought I possessed such strength? This is far simpler than the physical education classes back at school. Elated, Wukong did not pause, his thoughts turning to another endeavor, jumping. Images of soaring through the skies in Dragon Ball flashed through his mind, igniting a fervor within him as he sought an open space to test his abilities. Taking a deep breath, he lowered himself, legs coiled like springs, and leaped into the air. In an instant, Wukong felt the exhilarating sensation of defying gravity, shooting upward like an arrow. The scenery around him blurred as he ascended rapidly. Wow, this is incredible, Wukong thought, exhilarated as he executed a midair flip. Gazing down at the mountains and forests below, a wave of joy washing over him. When he landed, he pushed off lightly, stabilizing himself on the ground. If I were to compete in the Olympics, I could effortlessly shatter world records, Wukong mused, envisioning himself on the podium, holding a gold medal, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Having acclimated to the power in his fists and feet, his gaze fell upon the Rui Bang strapped to his back, a thrill coursing through him. He slowly unfastened the Rui Bang, chuckling to himself, since I have inherited Wukong's body, I must also master his signature treasure. Wukong called out, Rui Bang, extend. No sooner had the words left his lips than the golden staff shot upward, seemingly endowed with a will of its own. Before he could react, he was whisked into the air, the trees below diminishing rapidly, the wind roaring in his ears. Oh, this feeling is absolutely exhilarating. Wukong couldn't help but shout. He maneuvered the Rui Bang with deftness, attempting to acclimate to the aerial movements, thoroughly enjoying himself. The staff's flexibility allowed Wukong to ascend and descend with ease, delighting like a child as he frolicked amidst the treetops. In this forest, Wukong lost track of time, completely immersed in the joy of adapting to his new body. He practiced jumping, punching, and rolling, occasionally sweeping the Rui Bang around him, feeling the surge of power as the birds and small creatures fled in fright, while he merely laughed joyfully, oblivious to the chaos. Throughout the day, Wukong explored various techniques, discovering the limitless possibilities bestowed upon him by this new body. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the forest, Wukong looked up at the orange-tinted sky, realizing it was time to return home. "My stomach is growling with hunger," he said, rubbing his belly as he resolved to stow away the Rui Bang and make his way back along the familiar path. As he walked home, he spotted several plump fish by the riverbank, and upon closer inspection, one of them was enormous, measuring a full 2 meters, its scales shimmering like silver in the setting sun. "Haha, this big fellow will make for a splendid feast tonight." Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stripped off his clothes and leaped into the river, creating a splash. The massive fish sensed the disturbance and flicked its tail, darting away swiftly. Wukong, quick on the uptake, charged after it, undeterred by the resistance of the water. Though the current was strong, he easily caught up to the fish, reaching out with a vigorous grab. The fish twisted agilely, evading his grasp and sending a flurry of bubbles into the air. Wukong, momentarily stunned by the fish's quick reflexes, soon burst into laughter. "You're quite the challenge, but I will catch you today." Narrowing his eyes, he observed the fish's movements. Seizing the right moment, he no longer hesitated, delivering a powerful punch toward the fish's head. His fist created a surge of water as it struck the fish, which became dazed and ceased its struggle, floating motionless in the water. "Haha, finally got you," Wukong exclaimed, seizing the fish's tail and dragging it out of the water. With the unconscious fish in tow, Wukong excitedly made his way back home. The setting sun painted the mountains and forests in hues of red, while his stomach growled insistently. Thinking of the feast awaiting him, he quickened his pace. "I need to grill this fish quickly. It's going to be a delightful meal." Wukong pondered, suppressing the urge to break into a run, his speed increasing as the wind whistled past his ears. As he dashed along, he suddenly realized that his speed had far surpassed his previous efforts during school sports days. In the past, he could never outrun the athletic champions in his class, finishing each race breathless and exhausted. Now, however, he was gliding through the forest with merely a third of his effort, like a gust of wind. "This speed is positively extraordinary," Wukong thought excitedly, his steps becoming lighter as he effortlessly leaped over fallen tree trunks, and even giant boulders became targets for his jumps. Dragging the sizable fish along, he felt no burden whatsoever. Wukong couldn't help but reminisce about his previous live school sports day, where as an ordinary student, he could never come in first, always gasping for breath after running 400 meters, no matter how hard he tried. His results were merely mediocre. In comparison to his current speed, the difference was night and day. "If I had possessed this speed back then, I would have dominated the sports day." Wukong chuckled to himself. He couldn't help but fantasize about returning to that time, showcasing his prowess at the school sports meet, imagining the stir it would create. Chapter 2. An Encounter with Bulma. Wukong sped along the mountain path, dragging the large fish behind him, his mind occupied with an enchanting vision. If he could return to his previous life, with the strength and speed of this body, not only could he easily become the champion of the sports meet, but perhaps he could also win the heart of the school beauty. As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but daydream, a smile creeping onto his lips. Just as he was lost in his reverie, a sudden bang jolted him as he collided with a solid object, propelling him and the fish into the air. "Ouch, that hurts!" Wukong rubbed his sore head, looking up to find a toppled motorcycle before him, beside which lay a girl with an irritated expression. He was momentarily stunned, for the girl before him was breathtakingly beautiful. With her striking blue hair, exquisite features, and captivating large eyes, she was utterly mesmerizing. He gasped inwardly, "Isn't this Bulma? She looks even more stunning than the school beauty I knew." Suppressing his excitement, he feigned ignorance, standing up and cautiously brushing the dust off his clothes. He spoke, I'm sorry, I was running a bit fast and didn't see you. Bulma frowned, crossing her arms, and replied, slightly displeased, are you trying to get yourself knocked down by running so fast? She glanced at the fallen fish, then scrutinized Wukong's appearance, seemingly assessing him. Wukong scratched his head, a shy smile creeping onto his face. I just caught a big fish and was on my way home. Hello, I'm Wukong. He extended his hand, tentatively introducing himself. Bulma offered a faint smile, seemingly intrigued by him. She extended her hand politely and shook his, saying, I am Bulma, hailing from a distant land. Goku, your speed just now was astonishing, almost as if propelled by some extraordinary strength. Goku suppressed a chuckle within, maintaining an outward pretense of modesty. Perhaps it's just that I was born with great strength. Bulma smiled mysteriously, lowering her gaze slightly as she spoke. I have come here in search of something. Have you ever heard of the Dragon Balls? Goku's heart raced at her words, realizing that the tale from the book was indeed unfolding before him. Yet, feigning surprise, he replied, Dragon Balls? What are those? Are they some sort of precious treasure? Seeing that he appeared completely oblivious, Bulma enthusiastically elaborated, yes. Legend has it that there are 7 Dragon Balls in the world. If one gathers them all, one can summon the eternal dragon and have any wish granted. I am here to find the Dragon Balls, and this is my Dragon Ball radar. As she spoke, she produced a peculiar, round device from her pocket, adorned with blinking red dots. Goku feigned astonishment, exclaiming, is it really that magical? If we gather the Dragon Balls, can I also have my wish fulfilled? Bulma shrugged with a smile, of course. However, collecting the Dragon Balls is no simple task. She regarded Goku closely, seemingly pondering something, before suggesting, you have such great energy, would you care to join me in the search for the Dragon Balls? You might be able to assist me. Goku's heart leaped with joy. This was the opportunity he had longed for. Yet, he outwardly maintained an expression of uncertainty, saying, do you truly need me? I'm not sure if I can be of any help. Bulma smiled gently, exuding confidence as she replied, absolutely. After all, it's always good to have assistance, especially from someone as strong as you. Goku nodded. All right then, I shall accompany you on this quest. Internally, he reveled in delight, thinking, embarking on a journey to find the Dragon Balls with Bulma is far more exhilarating than conquering the school beauty. Goku had long been aware that a 4-star Dragon Ball resided in his humble cottage. As he observed the direction indicated by Bulma's Dragon Ball radar, he chuckled to himself. Isn't it fate that this girl seeking the Dragon Balls has found her way to my home? Bulma beckoned Goku to hop on her motorcycle. With one hand clutching a large fish and the other carefully wrapped around Bulma's waist, Goku thought, I can't believe I'm holding such a beautiful girl. Unaware of Goku's inner musings, Bulma revved the motorcycle, and the two sped along the mountain path. The wind whistled past their ears, and Goku, exhilarated, muttered, this feeling is simply delightful. Before long, they arrived at Goku's quaint wooden cottage. Goku feigned surprise. Hey, Bulma, is your radar malfunctioning? This is my home. Bulma's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Your home? What a coincidence that the Dragon Ball is right here. Goku nodded, secretly amused. Indeed, the plot seems to revolve around my house. He opened the door to the cottage and led Bulma inside. Bulma surveyed her surroundings, clutching the Dragon Ball radar as she slowly tracked the signal. Approaching a wooden table, her expression brightened as she pointed to a wooden box resting atop it, exclaiming, the signal is emanating from this box. Goku felt a surge of pride, but maintained a thoughtful facade, stroking his chin as he remarked, this wooden box was left here by my grandfather. I hadn't paid much attention to what was inside. With eager anticipation, Bulma gently opened the box. Inside lay a 4-star Dragon Ball, glowing softly. Elated, Bulma lifted the Dragon Ball and excitedly declared to Goku, this is fantastic. We found it at last. Goku feigned astonishment, echoing, wow. So this is the Dragon Ball you were searching for. Bulma, holding the Dragon Ball with gleaming eyes, turned to Goku, saying, Goku, it seems we are truly fated to meet. Would you join me in seeking the remaining Dragon Balls? With your help, we can find them more swiftly. Goku scratched his head, is that so? Well, hearing you say that, I find it quite appealing. All right then, I shall join you. Bulma's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile crescent-shaped as she carefully stowed the Dragon Ball away. Wonderful. With you, my mighty warrior, by my side, my quest for the Dragon Balls becomes all the more promising. Just as Goku and Bulma stepped out of the cottage, Goku's stomach let out a loud growl. He patted his belly and chuckled. Catching such a large fish was certainly worth the effort. I can roast it for a meal. Bulma, taken aback by his exaggerated appetite, laughed in surprise. It seems you truly are a little foodie. How do you plan to prepare it? Do you need any seasoning? Of course. Goku scratched his head. But there's nothing in these mountains. Do you have any seasoning? With a triumphant flourish, Bulma produced a capsule from her waist pouch. Pressing the button on top, a loud bang echoed as a complete set of seasoning bottles materialized before them. Goku's eyes widened in awe, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "This thing is truly amazing." Dalit, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, though formidable in strength, are ultimately mere mortals, unencumbered by excessive concerns. However, he is the Supreme Kai, even in his seemingly deceased state. He must refrain from overstepping boundaries, yet he remains a deity. The very existence of the universe depends upon his vigilance. Since the old Supreme Kai has already been informed, there is no need for further elaboration. Indeed, we have reached an understanding, and now I wish to hear your thoughts, old Supreme Kai. With a respectful gaze upon the old Supreme Kai, Dalit spoke. It is prudent to begin with kind words. For he is not a villainous figure who acts without regard for others, having resided in this world for decades and involved himself in its narrative for so long. He understands that obstinacy without heeding counsel could have led to his demise long ago, as Dalit articulated his thoughts. The old Supreme Kai had yet to respond when the nearby Jebbet stepped forward. "Mr. Dalit, your intentions are indeed perilous. We conveyed this very warning when you consulted us recently. Even we are unaware of the world beyond, and we hope to dissuade you from such reckless endeavors. Yet now, it appears all efforts to deter you are futile. Both Wukong and Vegeta have been swayed by your words." With a heavy sigh, Jebbet could not contain his dismay. Despite appearing as the highest deity in the universe, he possessed little true power. Since the days of Majin Buu, had it not been for Dalit and his companions, this world would have long since perished. Resigned to his impotence, Jebbet's lamentations were merely reflections of his frustration. The old Supreme Kai cast a reproachful glance at Jebbet, his expression one of disappointment, before addressing Dalit. "Enough, enough. Further words are superfluous. Talking will yield no benefit. The Kai realm may be lent to you, but remember, should this world face annihilation, the responsibility lies with you." With that, the old Supreme Kai turned to Jebbet. "Let us depart, you insolent child. Our presence here serves only as an encumbrance. Rather than linger, we should hasten to prepare on Namek." "I understand, revered ancestor," Jebbet nodded, though a trace of reluctance lingered in his demeanor. Ultimately, after wishing them good fortune, he departed the Kai realm alongside the old Supreme Kai and the duo of Sandal and Sandal's son. Watching their departure, Dalit remained silent for an extended period. The unspoken warnings from Jebbet and the old Supreme Kai illuminated the inherent dangers of their undertaking. It was Sun Wukong who finally shattered the silence, suggesting, "Should we reconsider our course? I have never seen the old Supreme Kai and Jebbet display such helpless expressions. They wish to prevent us." At that moment, Wukong fully grasped the gravity of the situation. His concerns now outweighed his desire to confront the warriors of other realms. "Humph, I knew you would voice such sentiments. Yet, if that is the case, why did you come here so eager for battle? Now that the time has come, you hesitate? This is not the Kakarot I know." Vegeta's icy demeanor remained unchanged. These matters had long been contemplated. Yet, he chose to place his faith in Dalit. The crux of the issue lies in his own yearning for a breakthrough. The prince's heart, thoughts, and intellect have always been extraordinary, merely stifled by Dalit's overshadowing presence. Lagging just a step behind. "Do not speak so, Vegeta. Have we not yet begun?" Goku revealed a hint of hesitation. Observing his demeanor, Dalit offered a wry smile. "To be candid, even if we refrain from action, it is likely that others will rise in the future. We are merely pioneers. Moreover, have you considered, Kakarot, if foes from other realms were to appear before us at this very moment, even if the three of us unleashed our full might, we would still find ourselves unable to prevail, and this world would face annihilation. Thus, I firmly believe that even if the three of us were to jointly shatter that barrier, the world would not be doomed. If destruction were so easily wrought, would it not imply that we could no longer engage in combat henceforth? His words evoked a profound sense of foreboding within Goku and Vegeta. Dalit assertion held merit. If the world could be so readily destroyed, how could the three of them ever hope to unite for battle in the future? What a jest! Moreover, as Dalit noted, if they did not take action, and should other worlds indeed exist, there might be unknown individuals who would seize the opportunity to grow stronger first, leaving them akin to caged birds. Let us act. If not now, when shall we? Vegeta declared with icy resolve. Simultaneously, Goku, who had been wavering, found his conviction renewed. He had not considered such distant implications, and thus remained oblivious to these concerns. At this moment, recalling the prior conduct of the old Kai and Jebet, their desire to intervene without articulating anything of particular significance perhaps stemmed from similar considerations. Chapter 4. The Three Super Saiyans Erupt, Part 1. Having finally made a resolute decision, Goku instinctively clenched his fists. So, Vegeta, you have pondered all this as well? I understand now, Dalit. Let us proceed. Stimulated by the moment, Goku's gaze hardened. With his conviction solidified, he hesitated not. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes as the energy reservoir, long dormant, was summoned forth. Goku's transformation elicited a simultaneous change in expression from Dalit and Vegeta. Let us commence. I am eager to witness the progress you both have made over this past year, Dalit remarked with a slight smirk. Concurrently, the energy reservoir within him began to surge, an invisible pressure gradually radiating outward. It seemed as if nothing had transpired. Yet this formidable aura would undoubtedly pin an ordinary person to the ground, rendering them immobile. Humph. Underestimating Kakarot is permissible, but do not underestimate me. I have never ceased my training this past year. Vegeta, too, summoned his inner strength, preparing for a singular, explosive release. A year prior, both he and Kakarot had found themselves inferior to Dalit. Notably, at that time, Dalit had already attained the state of a Super Saiyan 4th level with red hair, while he and Kakarot had merely stabilized at the Super Saiyan 4th level with black hair. Each encounter had seen Dalit advance ahead, which irked Vegeta. Not only was he vexed, but Goku felt similarly. You allow Dalit to underestimate you, thus implying that you underestimate me as well. Goku's face bore a smile, seemingly earnest, as he projected his own aura towards Vegeta. Sensing the shift, Vegeta let out a soft huff and elevated his own pressure to clash with Goku's force. It is not that I underestimate you. Rather, in this past year, have you truly dedicated yourself to training? Even if you wish to, would Chi-Chi permit it? Vegeta's knack for sarcasm remained unparalleled. The verbal exchange between these lively characters left Dalit in a state of bemused laughter. It has always been this way for many years. Unchanged. Enough of the trivialities. I shall begin, and then it will be your turn. With words spoken, in an instant, a thunderous roar erupted from Dalit's lips. His combat prowess surged explosively, an inexhaustible aura ascending towards the heavens, momentarily shaking the entire realm of the King of Worlds. Such a level of power has reached a point where one can effortlessly annihilate an entire galaxy with a mere gesture. This power has yet to transform into the state of a Super Saiyan, and it is not even at full strength. In numerical terms, at this moment, Dalit's combat power has surged beyond the realm of the Gai unit, crossing the vast expanse of Gu, Shi, Bai, Qian, Wan, Yi, Zhao, Jing, Gai, Ji, Rang, Go, Jian, and Ji. Moreover, Dalit's strength continues to escalate at a frenzied pace. Vegeta and Son Goku furrow their brows, their expressions grave. While resisting Dalit's overwhelming aura, they relentlessly elevate their own energy to avoid being overpowered. According to Dalit, they must wait. They must bide their time until the pivotal moment of Dalit's transformation. Then unleash their full power in a single, decisive strike. To breach that invisible barrier, they cannot afford to give it a moment's reaction. Just as in confronting an adversary, the most effective solution is always a swift, lethal blow. A cry of release emanates from Dalit's lips. The earth quakes incessantly, and the air, atmosphere, and even space tremble in response to Dalit's rapidly multiplying power. The golden aura supplants the pallid energy surrounding Dalit. At this moment, his combat power has completely transcended the Gai unit, reaching the Ji unit, and is even pressing toward higher realms, the Rang unit. In its normal state, it reaches an astounding 100 Rang units. This is the true extent of Dalit's power. This is a value known solely to him, as he once made a wish to the Divine Dragon and acquired the ability to perceive the combat power index. With the enhancement of his own strength, he is able to discern the combat power values of all living beings that do not exceed his own elevated level. Is this truly the extent of your current abilities? You are indeed a most infuriating individual. Time and again, You have managed to overshadow me. Clenching his fists, Vegeta roared within, grappling with his tumultuous emotions. A year ago, the disparity in our strengths was vast. Now, a year later, he had anticipated a significant reduction in that gap, yet it remained as pronounced as ever. However, he felt a burgeoning confidence, for Darlot was not invincible. Throughout this past year, as long as Darlot did not transcend the 4th level of Super Saiyan with red hair, Vegeta believed he could catch up, or even surpass him. Meanwhile, witnessing Darlot unleash his full power, Son Goku gasped in astonishment. Unlike Vegeta, Goku's emotional turmoil was filled solely with admiration for Darlot. Over the years, had it not been for Darlot's relentless growth and guidance, they would likely have remained stagnant in the era of the Majin Buu. A golden aura enveloped Darlot entirely, transforming him into a being of pure gold. Suddenly, the golden light erupted, stabilizing his power at full capacity in the first stage of Super Saiyan. In an instant, Darlot's combat strength surged nearly 80-fold, reaching an astonishing 8,000 units. The first stage of Super Saiyan encompasses 4 forms. The initial form amplifies regular strength by 50 times, the second form by 60 times, the third form by 70 times, and ultimately, at full power, it reaches 80 times. Then came the second stage of Super Saiyan. I am truly commencing now, henceforth. I shall unleash my full potential without hesitation. With a grave expression, Darlot let out a muffled roar. His energy exploded instantaneously, and in a heartbeat. His appearance in the first stage of Super Saiyan at full power underwent a transformation. Lightning crackled around him. Super Saiyan's second stage. 3 phases. The initial phase amplifies strength by 100 times, the mid-phase by 150 times, and the final phase by 200 times. Darlot's power expanded to an astonishing 2 units. The very fabric of space seemed to shift under the weight of his transformation. Yet, this metamorphosis was merely the beginning. As the colors of heaven and earth began to change, Darlot slowly levitated into the sky. The ground could no longer contain the force of his eruption. Floating amidst the heavens, he radiated like a miniature sun, glowing brilliantly against the dim backdrop of the world. The third stage of Super Saiyan took shape at this moment. Super Saiyan 3. Once hailed as the pinnacle of Super Saiyan, it too has 3 phases. The initial transformation amplifies strength by 400 times. Mastery elevates it to 500 times, and at its zenith, it reaches 600 times, with a 600-fold increase over his base form. Darlot's power erupted to the extreme limits of Super Saiyan 3, surpassing 6 units, although still measured in units. It merely differed by 4 units from the peak of Super Saiyan 2, yet the two were incomparable. The purity of energy alone was entirely distinct. Chapter 5. The 3 Great Super Saiyans Erupt, Part 2. At this very moment, in a distant corner of the universe, on the newly formed Namek, the Elder Kai and the father-son duo, Shigeru and Little Shigeru, arrived here via the instant transmission of Jebet God and quickly convened with the Grand Elder of the Namekians. Upon relaying the situation, the Grand Elder, possessing a keen sense of the larger picture, swiftly gathered the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek, prepared to summon Parangath, readying for any eventuality. Countless Namekians surrounded the area, observing intently the crystal ball placed before them. This is the divine artifact of the old kaioshin, capable of revealing the current state of the kaioshin realm. Under ordinary circumstances, they would not be able to perceive the terrifying aura of the kaioshin realm so swiftly. However, the crystal ball serves as a conduit between the 2 realms, allowing the explosive power of Darlot to be transmitted directly. It is truly astonishing. No matter how many times I witness it, I remain utterly astounded. It is a pity that this young man, Darlot, refuses to become a kaioshin, otherwise, it would be perfect. The old kaioshin murmured, expressing his admiration for Darlot's formidable strength. Yet, his way of expressing such sentiments was peculiar, preferring to speak in circles. Beside him, Jebet felt awkward, his face flushed. Clearly, he understood his ancestor's implication, that he, as the kaioshin, was rather inept, especially since he was a newly born kaioshin through fusion. Ancestor, if this continues, will there truly be no repercussions? Jebet fretted. Darlot's power alone is already overwhelming. Even the kaioshin realm struggles to bear it. What if Goku and Vegeta were to join forces? This statement elicited a roll of the eyes from the old Kai. Was it necessary to say this? It would be strange if nothing went wrong. However, should it truly succeed, it would be a fortuitous outcome. Who knows if otherworldly beings are engaging in similar endeavors? Although Darlot, at times, acts recklessly and without regard for consequences, he can also exhibit considerable intellect. Perhaps the malevolent dragon incident that transpired a year ago compelled him to take such actions. As he spoke, the old Kai reminisced about the upheaval that occurred a year prior. The emergence of the malevolent dragon was not in itself a cataclysmic event. The real issue lay in the fact that this otherwise insignificant dragon ultimately acquired a power that was alien to this world, leading to its corruption. This rendered the battle exceedingly difficult to control, ultimately teetering on the brink of defeat. Were it not for this, the old kaioshin would have certainly intervened. For the fate of this world was at stake. In light of the old kaioshin's words, Jebit did not utter another syllable. The Namekians beside him gazed intently. Aware that as mere mortals, they were insignificant in the presence of the kaioshin and dared not interject. Within the crystal ball, the image stabilized, revealing Dalit in his Super Saiyan third stage, his power surging once more. In the realm of the kaioshin, Dalit soared through the sky, now advancing towards the Super Saiyan fourth stage. A scarlet aura replaced the former golden glow, emanating from within him. In an instant, his robust physique resonated with deep rumbles as his bones and joints creaked audibly. His body seemed to inflate, becoming more formidable and fearsome, exuding an aura of sheer menace. The garments adorning his upper body vanished without a trace, as deep crimson fur enveloped him, cascading forth with the overflow of energy and the breakthrough of his limits. His once golden hair underwent a transformation, altering its style entirely, eventually reverting from gold to its original black. Super Saiyan fourth stage, the black-haired form. This represents the most fundamental level of the fourth stage of Super Saiyan, where power escalates to 8 times that of the initial stage of Super Saiyan 3. With a normal state enhancement surging to an astonishing 3,200 times. In an instant, combat strength accumulates, breaking through boundaries once more, reaching a staggering 32 dimensions. The surge in power is monumental, and the momentum accelerates at an unparalleled rate. In a single breath, it completely transcends this domain belonging to the upper realms, forcefully impacting the lower realm universe. Is that all? No. This represents merely the ordinary prowess of Super Saiyan 4th level with black hair. The apex of the Super Saiyan 4th level, often referred to as the Super Saiyan transcending its own limits, signifies the ultimate evolution and metamorphosis of life, as well as the sublime elevation of one's lineage. It surpasses a staggering 3,200 times the normal amplification, culminating in a staggering enhancement of 5,000 times. In a single breath, Darit's combat power surged to a terrifying 50 units. The heavens dimmed, and the atmosphere crackled with thunder, rendering the King Kai's realm akin to an apocalyptic scene. Such a horrifying tableau elicited an involuntary gasp from both Vegeta and Goku, who found themselves present in that very moment. Have we truly reached such levels of power? That detestable individual. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta could not help but utter a curse in frustration. His own limits seemed to pale in comparison to such heights. The fact that Darat, merely a black-haired Super Saiyan transcending limits, surpassed his red-haired form was infuriating. Even after a year, despite having had time to recuperate, they were still left in his wake. Goku shared a similar sentiment, equally dissatisfied. The gravity of their expressions was palpable. Yet, even amidst this overwhelming strength, the invisible barrier showed no signs of yielding. It appeared that even reaching such extraordinary power could not shatter the confines of this world. Suspended in the sky, Darat inhaled deeply. With his battle power soaring to 50 units, he was mentally prepared. 50 units. According to his calculations, he had even surpassed the Goku from the canonical Dragon Ball series, who had reached the pinnacle of Ultra Instinct during the Power Tournament. Yet, despite being immensely stronger, he still fell short of breaching the world barrier. Alone, I am still woefully inadequate. His gaze sharpened, a silent acknowledgement resonating within. Not enough. The power of the black-haired Super Saiyan 4th level, while terrifying, was still insufficient to touch the world barrier. The red-haired Super Saiyan 4th level. It embodies the ultimate expression of power, transcending the limits of the black-haired form and representing a complete elevation of the bloodline. At this very moment, far away on Earth in the North Galaxy solar system, the Z warriors, returning to their mundane lives, simultaneously sensed the nearly otherworldly aura of Darat, casting bewildered glances skyward. They remained oblivious to the intentions of Darat, Goku, and Vegeta, left entirely in the dark. The only thought that crossed their minds was whether some monumental event had transpired in the universe, compelling Darat to unleash such terrifying power in response. Chapter 6, The 3 Super Saiyans Erupt, Part 2, What on Earth is happening? Darat, what kind of adversary warrants such a display of power? In the Earth's Heaven Temple, Piccolo could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Previously engaged in meditation, he was taken aback. Now, he concentrated all his energy to discern the situation. Beside him, King Din and Popo gazed at Piccolo with wide eyes, utterly bewildered. They awaited his explanation. Are there two more powerful auras? Is Goku and Vegeta also present? Could it be that they are in the King Kai's realm? With this realization, Piccolo could not restrain his voice any longer. On Earth, in the Capsule Corp, Gohan was engrossed in his latest academic research, accompanied by his wife Videl. While his daughter Pan played with the robotic companion Jiru. Suddenly, the explosive aura disrupted their tranquility, especially for Pan, who promptly exclaimed, "Daddy, is that the aura of Uncle Darat?" Gohan, upon hearing this, wore a grave expression and replied earnestly, "Yes, and also the energies of Daddy and Uncle Vegeta." They were just at Capsule Corporation. In that moment, Gohan felt a wave of despair wash over him. His mother had instructed him to keep a close eye on his father to prevent him from wandering off. Yet he had become so engrossed in his research that he inadvertently allowed his father to slip away. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. The current situation left him utterly unprepared. If nothing were to transpire, he would indeed find it hard to believe. His understanding of Delote reveals that he is a person who would never act recklessly unless faced with an unforeseen circumstance. What exactly is going on? Is it possible that after just a year of tranquility, another calamity is on the horizon? At this moment, Son Gohan can only pray silently within his heart. To be candid, this version of the world is equally disappointing. Since the arrival of Xiaofeng, he has ceased to diligently train, resulting in the unfortunate reality that he may not even be able to defeat his younger brother, Son Goten. The evil dragon incident occurred a year ago, and prior to that, numerous other events unfolded. This was, in essence, a warning for him. However, after the situation concluded, he resolutely cast aside all his concerns, naturally believing that with the end of the disaster and the restoration of peace on Earth, he could lower his guard. To put it simply, Son Gohan has long fallen below even the level of his former self, relying on his father, Vegeta, and Delote, a dependence that has become second nature to him. This notion of completely entrusting the Earth to future generations is a realization that has long lingered in Sun Wukong's mind, originating during the era of Majin Buu. However, it is only now that he has resolutely made this decision. Meanwhile, on Korin Tower, Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha from the Wolf Fang Fist, and Tien Shinhan along with Kaiatsu, hidden within the dense forests of the eastern mountains, all possessing a modicum of strength since the occurrence of this upheaval. Yet, being on Earth, they remained oblivious to the particulars of the situation, harboring only silent concerns and hoping that no catastrophic events would unfold. In the realm of the kaioshin, Darat, having achieved the transformation into the fourth level of Super Saiyan with black hair, began to ascend toward even greater heights. Nearly reaching the pinnacle of the black-haired Super Saiyan fourth level was insufficient to breach the boundary of this world. The barriers of this realm proved to be even more elusive than anticipated. So, what of my full power? With a thunderous roar, Darat unleashed an even greater release of energy. The energy reservoir of the fourth level Super Saiyan in its red-haired peak state was entirely activated. An immense torrent of energy surged forth like an unrelenting cosmic storm, dispersing with astonishing speed to every corner of the universe. The tremors within the kaioshin realm intensified, resembling an imminent cataclysm. The neighboring planets surrounding the kaioshin world experienced catastrophic phenomena due to the overwhelming shockwave. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed. Countless tornadoes manifested above the kaioshin star, relentlessly tearing at the fabric of this supreme celestial body. Golden arcs of electricity danced around Darat, marking the culmination of his metamorphosis. A deep crimson energy column erupted towards the sky, stirring the very fabric of space, as if to recreate the cosmos itself. The fourth-level Super Saiyan in its red-haired form achieved a staggering enhancement of 6,400 times, elevating his combat power to an astonishing 64 units. Although this represented only a 14-unit increase compared to the black-haired limit, such an increment was terrifying in its magnitude. In the context of another primary realm, this power could be likened to that of a god of destruction. By rank, it was already considered to be at the 10th dimension. I refuse to believe that you are truly this difficult to conquer. With a brilliant golden gleam in his eyes, Darat's aura underwent a profound transformation. The deep crimson energy column expanded outward, soaring skyward and tumultuously distorting the space above. The current momentum is starkly different from before. He has officially unleashed the full combat prowess of the Super Saiyan 4th level, adorned with crimson locks. With an increase in his normal combat power by a staggering 10,000-fold, he has transcended into the realm of the 100-fold power. Yet even so, he has merely grazed the barrier of the world. He is still unable to fully breach it, let alone create a gap that would allow him to traverse between worlds. As I anticipated, at this moment, I must rely on them. With determination in his heart, Darat took a deep breath, stabilizing the eruption of his power as he gazed down at Son Goku and Vegeta. What infuriated him was that Son Goku and Vegeta seemed to have forgotten the method they had previously agreed upon. His overwhelming strength had left the two Saiyan youths in a state of introspection. How much longer must you two wait? At this juncture, if you do not take action, then when will you? With a furious roar directed at the two below, his aura surged uncontrollably. The resounding voice, coupled with an overwhelming force, jolted the second young master of the Saiyans back to reality. He instantly comprehended that his excessive contemplation had nearly caused him to miss the optimal moment. My apologies, I was taken aback by your power. I had anticipated that a year's respite would significantly narrow the gap between us, yet I find that the chasm has only widened. As his words faded, Sun Wukong unleashed his fury and charged towards Dalit. Simultaneously, the energy reservoir within him surged to life, pulsating wildly. With a mighty roar from Sun Wukong, a thunderous boom echoed. A deep crimson energy beam erupted from within him. In comparison to Dalit's aura, though slightly inferior, it was still remarkably formidable. Chapter 7. Breaking through the world barrier amidst the radiance, Sun Wukong underwent a continuous transformation. He exerted his power to its utmost limit. The hair that flowed down to his waist shifted from black to deep crimson, and his pupils transformed from black to a mesmerizing blend of gold and green. This form was akin to Dalit's Super Saiyan 4th stage with red hair. However, unlike Dalit's pinnacle state, Sun Wukong merely stabilized his Super Saiyan 4th stage with red hair, not yet achieving the ultimate breakthrough. Nevertheless, it was commendable. At the very least, he had stabilized his form, and his strength had increased significantly compared to when he had defeated the corrupted Super One-Star Dragon. This clearly demonstrated that Sun Wukong had not squandered his time over the past year. With Sun Wukong's energy enhancement, the towering crimson beam appeared even more ferocious and surging, its might considerably amplified from before. Yet, even so, it barely grazed the elusive world barrier, failing to create even the slightest crack, merely causing the disturbed space to manifest a boundary reminiscent of transparent glass. Vegeta, sensing the shift, Dalit grew serious and called out to Vegeta. The combined powers of him and Sun Wukong had reached their zenith. Now, they required Vegeta's strength. I've been prepared for this. Even after a year, you still surpass me by so much. It's truly infuriating. But I'm not weak. With those words, a thunderous roar escaped Vegeta as he surged forward. In the blink of an eye, an equally terrifying aura erupted from within him, matching the intensity of Sun Wukong's recent energy release, perhaps even overshadowing it. This wild and fearsome power swept across the expanse like a tempest, overwhelming the Kaioshin realm, which struggled to bear the weight of such an extraordinary force. The entire universe quivered under the impact of this explosive energy. In the same Super Saiyan 4th stage with red hair, Vegeta joined the other two, contributing his own share of power. As the three of them gathered their strength, a triad of intertwined energies surged skyward. Boom! The three monumental energy beams shot into the heavens, accompanied by an endless cascade of golden arcs, their overwhelming pressure causing the space above the Kaioshin realm to tremble and swirl. Such a scene, if not witnessed with one's own eyes, is truly difficult to conceive. In the sky, at the convergence point of three energies, it began to whirl incessantly, akin to a pond disturbed by a wooden stick, ultimately forming an enormous vortex of energy. The King Kai's realm, revered as the most resilient and highest-grade planet in the universe, began to crumble under the overwhelming pressure unleashed by the trio. Phenomena such as landslides and howling winds continuously expanded. The world's barrier was breached, and, propelled by their combined might, a ferocious tempest of time and space surged forth. Yet, it was insufficient. We must exert ourselves further. Noticing the vortex in the sky spinning at an ever-increasing velocity, a premonition blossomed within Dalit's heart. Success was within reach. However, mere effort alone would not suffice. The trio's strength had reached that pivotal point. If they persisted in their endeavor, they would undoubtedly open the temporal passage he envisioned. With a commanding shout, Dalit not only amplified his own power, but also drew forth the energies of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Did you hear that, Vegeta? Put in more effort. Your current strength scarcely exceeds mine. Or is this the culmination of your year of arduous training? With a teasing tone, Sun Wukong seemed to provoke Vegeta, and then surged forward, his deep crimson energy beam intensifying. The threefold energies intertwined, colliding against the ever-churning vortex above. Spare me your orders, rather than advising me. Perhaps you should focus on yourself, Kakarot. Vegeta, brimming with indignation, retaliated with a fierce outburst, surpassing his limits. He could endure defeat at Dalet's hands. But losing to Kakarot was utterly unacceptable. At this stage, how could they possibly relent? As both exerted themselves with such fervor, Dalet, the orchestrator, felt a sharpness at the corner of his mouth. He unleashed the full force of his Super Saiyan 4th level peak, the energy of which surged forth in 3 resplendent crimson beams, magnified by their collective release. An unceasing flow of energy surged towards the vortex above. Crack! A sound akin to shattering glass resonated. The barrier of the world, where their energies converged and collided, began to display delicate fissures. This scene was witnessed by Dalet, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. The trio felt an intensified excitement, for it affirmed that their actions were indeed justified. Beyond the realm of the world, there surely existed higher domains. Dalet proclaimed, "The shackles of my body have been completely shattered. All my power is unleashed. I transcend my limits. Tenfold explosive power." Sun Wukong responded, "In that case, I shall join in. Tenfold King Kai Fist." Vegeta scoffed, "Humph. You two imbeciles, during this past year, I have also cultivated pure explosive techniques. 100,000 horsepower, tenfold explosive power, tenfold King Kai Fist, and 100,000 horsepower." The energy of the 3 surged tenfold, merging their formidable might into a terrifying force. Their continuous release of energy caused more and more cracks to appear in the world barrier above, resembling a spider's web, a sight both mesmerizing and alarming. The fissures continued to spread, growing ever larger. Simultaneously, the realm of the King Kai began to disintegrate rapidly under the overwhelming aura of the 3. Teetering on the brink of complete collapse, their combined energy permeated the entire universe, palpable regardless of the vast distances that separated them. On Namek, the old kaioshin, Jebet, and the duo of Sha Wulong and Sha Wulong gasped in horror. Surrounding them, dozens, if not hundreds, of Namekians trembled in fear. Their hearts raced. For the 3 strongest Saiyans of the universe had reached a level of terror beyond comprehension. "Oh, great ancestor, if this continues, the realm of the King Kai will be utterly destroyed," Jebet lamented, understanding that the situation had escalated beyond salvation. At this moment, the only hope lay in using the Dragon Balls to summon Purunga and make a wish, akin to the events during the era of Majin Buu. However, his present concern was not solely that. Should the realm of the King Kai explode, Dalet, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta would be in grave danger. Chapter 8. The Cataclysm and the Final Choice. In response to Jebet's words and anxiety, the old Kaioshin merely shot him a glance, unsure how to reprimand him. At this juncture, failure was not an option. "Fool, this is the critical moment. The existence of our world hinges on their success. If they fail, it will not only mean the destruction of the entire realm of the King Kai, but such immense power, if unleashed uncontrollably, could lead to the total annihilation of our universe." The old Kaioshin exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Even if they were to stop now and save the realm of the King Kai, the trio's power would still remain. This is akin to suddenly attaching a fuse to a super bomb, thereby igniting this formidable power. The words resonated, leaving Jebet speechless. Others could merely observe. The thoughts of all were concentrated on the 3 individuals within the King of Worlds realm. At this moment, it could be said that the fate of this world hung in the balance, threatening to shatter the barriers of existence. Ultimately, it stemmed from an initial underestimation of the consequences. Who could have predicted it would escalate to such terrifying heights? In the King of Worlds realm, the 3 Super Saiyans had reached the pinnacle of their limits. Logically, the energy they had unleashed was sufficient to annihilate this world multiple times over. However, it had not yet reached the threshold necessary to completely breach the world's barriers. After a prolonged stalemate lasting a full minute, their strength was rapidly depleting due to the exertion. Should they fail to achieve success shortly, they would find themselves at a critical juncture. Dalet, Son Goku, and Vegeta gritted their teeth in unison, beads of cold sweat cascading down their foreheads. This is already a struggle, a steadfast adherence to belief, a determination to endure against all odds. Suddenly, the ground below erupted in a cacophony of thunderous cracks, shattering completely as the immense power of the 3 overwhelmed it, leading to the utter destruction of the King of Worlds. It could truly be described as a cataclysmic upheaval. Damn it, that entity is far too resilient. Even with our current efforts, we cannot break through. We must amplify our energy output. Feeling the weight of immense pressure, Dalet understood that to take this step, he had to surpass his own limits once more, transcend to the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan 4th level, where boundaries are shattered. Otherwise, the outcome would inevitably be failure. No. If I forcefully increase the multiplier of the King's fist any further, I will certainly falter. Even maintaining the current state is already exceedingly strenuous. Faced with such a scenario, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, straining to hold on. How infuriating. Are we truly destined to halt here? In another realm, there exist even stronger warriors awaiting us. As Saiyans, how could we possibly concede defeat? Vegeta, filled with indignation and reluctance, found himself in a dire predicament. Even worse than Sun Wukong's, his power had reached its zenith. It was not just the two of them. Dalit too had reached the limit of his output. Above them, the colossal vortex spun, the world barrier riddled with cracks, yet it had yet to reach the point of collapse. The combined might of the three Super Saiyan 4th-level warriors was still insufficient. No, perhaps Sun Wukong and Vegeta could attain the peak of the red-haired transformation, breaking through their limits as well. Yet, they were still a fraction short. If only they had fused into Gogeta from the outset. No, to ponder such matters now is utterly futile. Regardless, we must persevere. Victory or defeat hinges on this decisive moment. This is our final gamble. Believe in yourselves. Once more, transcend your limits. Dalit was acutely aware that he could not halt now, nor could Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Should they fail, all would be in vain. Even if the world does not crumble due to their reckless endeavors this time, the next opportunity would not be so forgiving. The world continues to evolve. As they grow stronger, the world adapts alongside them. Raising his gaze, he noticed that a corner of the world barrier was on the verge of breaking. Thus, even at the cost of his life, he must succeed. This world is merely his starting point. Breaking through the limits of this realm to traverse into another temporal dimension is his true beginning. The energy of the three remains concentrated at a singular point. Having reached its zenith, unable to ascend further, yet they have not succeeded in breaching even a fragment of this world to forge a passage adjacent to another realm. If they cannot amplify their energy output in a single breath within a short span, transcending the current juncture will become futile. In this moment of desperation, a flash of inspiration suddenly illuminated Sun Wukong's mind, as if he had conceived the optimal solution. There is no other way, Vegeta. Let us transfer all our strength to Darlot. Sun Wukong's declaration left Vegeta in utter shock while also rendering Darlot momentarily speechless. In times of crisis, this fellow always manages to exhibit unexpected cleverness. Kakarot, do you comprehend the implications of this action? Even if we succeed, our efforts may provoke Vegeta's concerns, causing him to become infuriated. After all, relinquishing the strength we have painstakingly cultivated to another is a bitter pill to swallow, a circumstance that has transpired in the past. Yet, to do so once more is unacceptable to him. At this juncture, however, we find ourselves devoid of alternatives. Only by transferring all of our Saiyan energy to Dalit can we hope to breach a fragment of this world's barrier. Should we continue to stagnate, the three of us shall inevitably succumb to exhaustion and fail. Ultimately, we risk being consumed by the very power we struggle to control, leading to a far more disastrous outcome. In that moment, Son Goku appeared transformed as he addressed Vegeta. Under normal circumstances, he would not possess such clarity of thought. You must weigh this decision carefully. Should we proceed, it signifies that even if we succeed, Dalit would venture into that world alone. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, yet he remained burdened by trepidation. His reluctance to bestow energy upon Dalit stemmed not from a lack of willingness, but from the perilous unknown that lay ahead. Should they accompany him, the specter of death loomed large. What fate awaits Dalit if he embarks on this journey alone? The answer eludes them all. Moreover, he harbored a desire to explore that realm himself. Was this not a predicament? Among the three of us, Dalit is the strongest. If you were the strongest, I would gladly lend you my power. Son Goku's words were both nuanced and forthright. Chapter 9, Shattering the Balance. The world passage, though I too yearn to explore that uncharted territory, let this opportunity be granted to Dalit. Let him venture forth first. One day, we shall grow stronger and utilize our own powers to journey there. Would that not be preferable? Gazing intently at Vegeta, Son Goku reiterated his thoughts. For him, the situation had reached a critical point. This was their final chance. Any further hesitation could render them immobile due to energy depletion. In the end, all three would suffer fatal repercussions, especially considering their inability to manage such overwhelming power. In response to Son Goku's words, Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. Compelled to take a leap of faith, as Son Goku suggested, since they could not venture into the unknown world at this moment, they would allow Dalit to scout it out first, assessing its strengths and weaknesses. Someday, they would once again harness their powers and return. at which point they would discern who among them is truly formidable, themselves or Dalit. Clenching his fists, Vegeta resolved to embrace this course of action. Very well. I shall bestow all my power upon you, Dalit. Do not let this go to your head, as I send you into that world to take the lead. Do not disappoint us. Soon enough, Kakarot and I will surely catch up to you. As he spoke, Vegeta began to channel all of his energy. The terrifying force of his Super Saiyan 4th level, with its crimson aura, surged forth as a golden essence toward Dalit. Vegeta felt the power emanating from him, and Dalit had yet to fully grasp the situation. At that moment, their selfless act instilled a sense of guilt within him, as they had originally agreed to shatter the world barrier and explore new realms together. Now, all hope rested upon his shoulders. You must not fail. I entrust everything from both me and Vegeta to you. Son Goku's words resonated beside him, prompting Dalit to turn his gaze in his direction. At this moment, Son Goku had also begun to gather his energy, transmitting it to him. The continuous influx of Saiyan energy, though lesser in magnitude compared to his own, not only replenished his waning stamina but significantly augmented his strength. I understand your intentions. This kindness shall not go unappreciated. Clenching his fist slowly, Dalit inhaled deeply, remaining resolute in silence. As one who naturally occupies a position of leadership, he was determined to forge ahead, undaunted by any challenges that lay ahead. Even if it meant traversing treacherous paths fraught with peril. Let go of everything and take action. Show me how powerful you can become with the energies of both me and Vegeta. As his strength waned, Son Goku swiftly withdrew, his words echoing in Dalit's ears. You better succeed. Otherwise, I shall not show you any mercy. Once you successfully enter that world, do not allow yourself to be bested. Otherwise, I shall look down upon you. Vegeta, alongside Son Goku, retreated, his expression remaining stern and serious. Despite his harsh words, an undercurrent of concern permeated his tone. A reminder to Dalit. Rest assured, I am not so fragile. I will not fail. Dalit was not the type to be sentimental. As he absorbed the energies of the two Super Saiyan 4th levels, a rich crimson glow enveloped his form. The convergence of these three powers catalyzed a transformative evolution within his bloodline, propelling him toward an unknown advancement. Dalit could feel the purity of the energy within him undergoing a rapid metamorphosis. As the seconds ticked by, his transformation fully unfolded. His once blood-red hair became shrouded in a delicate pink aura, growing ever more vibrant. His body hair gradually shifted to a pink hue, reflecting the unique energy of his evolution. The essence of his being underwent a fundamental change, elevating the power of his bloodline. He transcended the limitations of the Super Saiyan 4th level with a resounding cry, unleashing the emotions that had long been buried within. In an instant, he shattered the barrier that had obstructed his progress. Dalit's power surged, culminating in a comprehensive breakthrough. By absorbing the formidable energies of both Super Saiyan 4th levels, particularly the extreme forces of Son Goku and Vegeta, he achieved an entirely new state, elevating his combat prowess from 100 to an astounding 1,000. This is the power devoid of any amplifying techniques. Accompanied by a furious roar, a tempest of energy surged forth, striking the barriers of the world with a tremendous impact. With his head thrown back in a cry of rage, Dalit unleashed a tenfold surge of explosive force. In an instant, his strength transcended the confines of a mere unit, ascending into the realm of the Gorge. The Gorge's unit signifies a leap beyond the 10th dimension, attaining the formidable power of the 11th dimension. The previously fissured barriers of the world shattered instantaneously under the onslaught of this newfound energy. A void emerged, shrouded in profound darkness, exuding an air of terror. From this abyss, an exceedingly fearsome black-purple lightning manifested. A storm of darkness erupted, its might seemingly capable of devouring and annihilating all in its path. At long last, taking a deep breath, Dalit's gaze grew grave. The black hole undoubtedly serves as a gateway to other realms of time and space. His gaze gradually shifted downwards, surveying the scene below. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta struggled to maintain their physical forms. They had witnessed the birth of a new legend and the triumph of Dalit. The three exchanged glances, nodding in mutual understanding of each other's thoughts. Thank you both. This time, allow me to take the lead. He proclaimed softly, his words only audible to himself. Yet, he believed that the essence of his intent was conveyed through his gaze to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. With that, Dalit took a deep breath once more, unleashing the full force of his being as he charged toward the missing corner of the shattered cosmic barrier. The fractured chasm, who knows when it shall be mended? If one does not depart at this moment, All efforts may prove futile once it is restored. Under the watchful gaze of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Dalit entered the void of the world's barrier. In truth, rather than Dalit choosing to enter, it would be more accurate to say he was forcefully drawn in at the moment of proximity. At this very instant, the two exhausted observers, witnessing Dalit's departure, felt a sense of relief as the black hole swiftly began to mend itself due to an unknown force, yet their hearts were laden with concern. They had succeeded. But what fate awaits Dalit? No one could tell. Chapter 10, Exile, for the world possesses consciousness. Planet Namek. In light of Dalit's triumph, both Jebet and the Elder Kai stood up in exhilaration. They had succeeded. Truly succeeded. Oh, revered ancestor. Dalit has genuinely managed to breach this realm and traverse to other worlds. Unable to contain the tumult within, Jebet exclaimed. The venerable old Kai could not help but retort. My old eyes are not so dim as to require your reminders. I never anticipated that young Dalit would truly succeed. Faced with this reprimand, Jebet could only acquiesce. For his rank was too low to contest. Moreover, he had long grown accustomed to being chastised by his esteemed ancestors. Yes, esteemed ancestor. It is time for us to summon the eternal dragon and restore the kaioshin realm. With matters seemingly settled, Jebet was the first to contemplate the ravaged and unsightly state of the kaioshin realm. Success was indeed theirs, yet their divine domain needed restoration. There was no need to rush. Goku and Vegeta had yet to arrive. They had not taken the opportunity to depart alongside Dalit, so they would wait for their arrival before proceeding. The astute old Kai did not permit Jebet to summon the eternal dragon without further thought. Was it truly to conclude in this manner? To be frank, he felt somewhat unprepared, especially since the once fearsome energy had vanished with Dalit's departure, which struck him as peculiar. Surely, there ought to be some trace left behind. Unbeknownst to him, his apprehensions were on the verge of realization. Beneath the veneer of calm lay a surging tide of terror. The devastated kaioshin realm, with its formidable power, had been utterly reduced to nothingness with the disappearance of the black hole. It was indeed strange, yet this situation boded well for Goku and Vegeta. At the very least, there was no need to worry about drastic upheavals in this world. Even if the kaioshin realm lay in ruins, it had not extended its devastation to a broader expanse. It is truly regrettable that this time, one could not accompany Dalit to other worlds. However, since Dalit has succeeded, it stands to reason that they too shall find success in the future, as long as they attain the ultimate realm that Dalit has manifested. Next, it is our turn. Take my hand. Let us first journey to planet Namek, Son Goku declared, bringing Vegeta back to the present. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta, who had been lost in thought, regained his composure and retorted, Who wants to hold your hand? After this brief rebuttal, Vegeta moved closer to Goku, preparing to place his hand on Goku's shoulder. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. Crack. Boom. The space surrounding them shattered abruptly, unleashing a merciless storm that enveloped them with an insatiable pull. Damn it. What is happening? Vegeta shouted in fury, his body betraying him. He instinctively attempted to unleash his remaining power to resist, but he found his strength nearly depleted, leaving him unable to withstand the consuming force. In mere moments, he was engulfed by the disintegrating space. On the other side, Son Goku, gritting his teeth and letting out a cry, found no time to concern himself with Vegeta's fate as he too was consumed by the fractured space. The two vanished without a trace. Subsequently, the shattered space rapidly began to mend, returning to its previous state. They, like Dalit, had departed from this temporal realm. If Dalit were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be incredulous, for his own departure had siphoned away all the energy, making it impossible for the space to fracture again, even after he had forcefully breached the world barrier and disrupted the balance. On planet Namek, the sudden turn of events prompted the old Supreme Kai and Jebet God to exclaim in shock. The father-son duo of Sabo and Garo anxiously shouted Goku's name towards the crystal ball. What is going on? Jebet God stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. The old Supreme Kai wore a grave expression, a foreboding sensation taking root within him. Could it be that Goku and Vegeta have also ventured to other worlds? Wait, wasn't the breach that had been opened repaired? How could it so easily shatter again? The old Supreme Kai pondered. We should summon the eternal dragon Purunga to make a wish. If an accident has occurred, Jebet God hesitated to finish his thought. They had reached a critical juncture, and he felt utterly powerless, uncertain how to explain the situation. He feared that if they had not merely entered other worlds but had instead fallen into some alternate dimension, Goku and Vegeta might never return. With a serious gaze fixed upon the old Supreme Kai, Jebet God awaited a response. The old Supreme Kai, exasperated, rolled his eyes. "What are you staring at me for? Hurry and summon the dragon, you foolish boy." His reprimand echoed his frustration. It was no longer a matter of timing. Urgent circumstances had arisen, and Jebet God, despite being a Supreme Kai, seemed utterly oblivious. "I understand, old Supreme Kai." Though feeling unjustly scolded, Jebet God nodded obediently. He then turned to the elder Namekian, who had already begun preparations upon hearing their conversation. When the eternal dragon Purunga appeared, the awe-inspiring sight stirred a tempest within the hearts of all present. After a series of inquiries, everyone learned about Goku and Vegeta's predicament through Purunga. Although the dragon lacked the ability to traverse that realm or retrieve Goku and Vegeta, he elucidated the nature of the phenomenon. The disruption of balance had caused the world's primordial consciousness to perceive Goku and Vegeta, the architects of chaos, as a threat. Thus, after Dalit forcibly transcended this world, Goku and Vegeta became perceived as such threats. This is akin to the world being a unique organism. When this organism becomes aware of a mutation in a certain part that reaches an uncontrollable state, it will instinctively discard that part. Sun Wukong and Vegeta have been deemed threatening foreign entities by the world and, as such, have been forcibly expelled from it, despite their intrinsic belonging to this realm. Chapter 11 embodies both fortune and misfortune. "Oh, esteemed ancestor, what shall we do now?" Even the eternal dragon Purunga cannot retrieve Wukong and Vegeta. In the wake of Purunga's revelation, the god Jebet was thrown into a state of panic. He evidently failed to grasp whether this situation was beneficial or detrimental for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Although they have been branded with a dark mark by this world, it was, from the outset, Darat, Wukong, and Vegeta who voluntarily sought to explore other realms, yearning to transcend this existence. What are you so concerned about? As the Supreme Kai, you have not grown from the events of these past few years. The inability to return to this world is indeed a matter pertaining to Wukong and Vegeta, but does this not also align with their desires? Darat has departed from this world, and inevitably, they too will follow suit. Their unexpected journey to other worlds is not a misfortune. Rather, it is a blessing. The old Supreme Kai, with hands clasped behind his back, embarked on yet another round of admonitions. His wisdom, honed through the passage of time, allows him to perceive matters with unparalleled clarity. Typically, he remains reticent, avoiding conflict, yet his mind is as clear as a polished mirror. Upon hearing the old Supreme Kai's words, Jebet finally came to his senses. Just as he was about to speak, the old Supreme Kai interjected, "Enough. Our immediate task is to restore the Supreme Kai realm, and you must make a trip to Earth." "To Earth?" Jebet was taken aback. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, Darat, Wukong, and Vegeta all departed this world from the Supreme Kai realm, and they did not inform their families before leaving. Now that they have gone, it falls upon you, as the Supreme Kai, to undertake this arduous journey. As he spoke, the old Supreme Kai's gaze drifted vacantly towards the heavens. This matter comes to a pause. No, he harbors profound concerns within. Whether it be Dalit, Sun Wukong, or Vegeta, they can all be regarded as the guardians of this world. Their presence is what sustains the existence and tranquility of this universe. Now that they have departed, it is as though the very cornerstone of stability has vanished. At this moment, should a significant calamity unexpectedly occur, it would indeed spell disaster. As for the warriors on Earth, I find little reason for optimism. Whether it is the initially presumed strongest, Son Gohan, the reincarnation of Majin Buu, or Vegeta's son, Trunks, none inspire much hope. One can only wish for enduring tranquility. If you could return sooner, perhaps our world could sustain its peace. With this thought lingering in his mind, the old kaioshin snapped back to reality. Once again, he turned his gaze towards Jebet, noticing his inaction, which ignited a fresh wave of frustration within him. "What are you waiting for, you rascal? Are you simply going to waste time and forego making a wish?" he exclaimed, nearly wishing to deliver a sharp slap. Provoked by this remark, Jebet managed an awkward smile and hastily directed his attention towards the Grand Elder of Namek. The process of making a wish was about to commence. In truth, his hesitation stemmed not from uncertainty about the wish itself, but rather from the old Kaioshin's insistence that he must report to Earth. This is certainly not an enviable task. In essence, he must elucidate the situation to everyone on Earth. Moreover, he is required to confront the formidable wives of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. At this very moment, the Z-Fighters have gathered in the sacred realm due to an unforeseen crisis. Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, Little Pan, Oob, Piccolo, Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Krillin are all present. Not only has the presence of Dalit vanished, But the auras of Goku and Vegeta seemed to have dissipated as well, suddenly disappearing. Piccolo gravely remarked, "He is the most perceptive among them. As a seasoned Z fighter and the most composed and mature strategist amongst them, in the absence of Dalit, Goku, and Vegeta, he assumes the role of the leader. Uncle Piccolo, what on earth is happening? Why have Dad and the others gone to the kaioshin realm? And why did they suddenly unleash such a terrifying aura, only for it to seemingly vanish now?" Son Gohan inquired. He was bewildered and perplexed. In truth, who truly understands? I do not know. All I am aware of is that Dalit returned to Earth yesterday, and I expected he would come to the sacred realm, yet he did not. Piccolo began to ponder. He suspected this matter was connected to Dalit, but the specifics eluded him. Dad's aura has completely vanished, as if it never existed at all. Trunks' words trailed off, leaving an air of uncertainty. This sense of unease made him quite uncomfortable. Ever since the malevolent dragon incident a year ago, he had not experienced such a profound feeling of insecurity. Now, gathered here, they could only wait. I firmly believe that neither Dalit, nor Wukong, nor Vegeta will come to any harm, Krillin interjected. Beside him, Yamcha nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Tianjin Han then spoke. At the very least, it can be ascertained that, apart from the auras of Dalit, Wukong, and Vegeta, there are no other presences in the kaioshin realm, nor have any unexpectedly appeared. Thus, perhaps the situation is not as we initially imagined, with new adversaries emerging. Perhaps, this matter is indeed of great significance, and all we can do now is wait. Piccolo remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. The group fell into silence. No one spoke further, yet each person's mind was consumed with thoughts of what might be happening. Until, suddenly, Dandy received some information, his face lighting up with the promise of good news. Everyone, please remain calm. The Lord Kaioshin is currently on Namek, summoning Purunga to grant wishes. The elder instructed me to tell you to wait here for the Lord Kaioshin to come and explain, he conveyed. The words left everyone astounded. Dandy, are you saying that the Kaioshin is using the Dragon Balls on Namek? Piccolo asked in astonishment. Upon seeing Dandy nod, a sense of unease began to creep into Piccolo's heart. It had been a year since the last use of the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls had long since vanished from Earth, and now the Kaioshin's recourse to Purunga indicated the gravity of the situation. Since it is the Lord Kaioshin who has said so, then we shall wait here, Krillin suggested. At this juncture, they had no alternative but to remain obediently in place, not venturing anywhere, especially given the involvement of Dalit, Son Wukong, and Vegeta. Chapter 12. One of the main worlds, beyond the time-space of GT. Traversing the barrier between worlds, Dalit strolled through the dark passageway. Here, it appears that neither time nor any rules impose limitations. Since his entry, Dalit himself has lost track of how long has truly passed. Darkness envelopes the surroundings, occasionally pierced by fleeting glimpses of chaotic light streaming by. Were it not for an inexplicable sensation guiding him, he would remain oblivious to whether he has succeeded or failed. This transpires in a world nestled within the myriad parallel universes of the Dragon Ball realm, within one of the primary dimensions of the space-time continuum. The current year is 779 of the Ether Era, 779 A.E. on Earth. Some time has elapsed since the conclusion of the martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes. Amidst the monotony of daily life, a momentous event suddenly transpired. Poised to stir the once tranquil Earth anew, Trunks, hailing from the future realm, has arrived in what he perceives as the past to seek assistance. Through the use of a time machine, Trunks successfully traversed to this world. However, due to his grievous injuries, he has succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. No one in this world knows what trials Trunks has endured, or what significant events have transpired in the future that have left him in such a dire state. If Dallo had been present, he would undoubtedly comprehend, for he is intimately familiar with the intricate timeline of the original narrative. Even after the passage of many years, such memories cannot simply fade away. The sudden appearance of future Trunks under these circumstances only heightens the mystery. Without hesitation, Bulma utilized Whis' communication method to reach out to the God of Destruction. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, who were training in the realm of the God of Destruction, were taken aback by Whis' message. They had no time to ponder or request Whis to transport them back to Earth. Goku immediately grasped Vegeta's hand. And before Vegeta could protest, he also included Whis and Beerus, teleporting them all back to Earth in an instant. After numerous attempts, Son Wukong discovered the method that allowed him to traverse swiftly between Earth and the realm of the gods of destruction. Initially, such a feat was beyond his capabilities. Yet it was also a testament to his enhanced prowess. Upon returning to Earth, he encountered the unconscious and severely injured future Trunks. After a thoughtful exchange, Sun Wukong set off to Karen Tower in search of the magical beans to heal future Trunks. Meanwhile, Vegeta was engulfed in deep contemplation, his countenance betraying his concern. Although he appeared as cold and unfeeling as ever, he pondered the grave events that had transpired in the future world, events that could reduce Trunks to such a state. Beside him, Beerus and Whis found themselves in a state of disarray. One was the supreme god of destruction, while the other maintained the order and balance of the universe as an angel. They both quickly discerned that the unconscious young man before them did not belong to their world. The gravity of the situation dawned upon them. Yet they refrained from voicing their thoughts. The unexpected turn of events had taken even them by surprise. Whis, as an angel, should have anticipated the circumstances. This young man hailed from a future timeline, and it seemed he had visited their world before. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Whis, silently communicating his thoughts. Whis, standing beside Beerus, was privy to certain information, but he could not speak openly. He conveyed through mental communication, "Lord Beerus, please remain calm. Let us wait until he awakens to inquire about the reasons behind this." "Humph. You better provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Such a significant matter is no trivial joke." Beerus replied, narrowing his eyes with the innate intimidation of a god of destruction. After all, the incident occurred within his jurisdiction, and any uncontrollable situation would reflect poorly on him. "Ah, Lord Beerus," Whis responded, his expression tinged with awkwardness. As an angel, he was expected to support the god of destruction, yet he felt he had fallen short. There were certain peculiar occurrences he had previously deemed inconsequential and thus had not relayed them to Beerus upon his awakening. The two beings, standing at the pinnacle of the universe, remained there, awaiting Sun Wukong's return with the magical beans to heal future Trunks. To be candid, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were in a flurry of concern, as Whis possessed the capability to restore future Trunks in an instant. Eventually, Sun Wukong hurried back, bringing the magical beans with him. With Vegeta's assistance, he administered the beans into future Trunks' mouth. During this process, certain Z fighters on Earth seemed to have a premonition and hurriedly gathered from various regions. Notably, Piccolo and Gohan, upon sensing the presence of future Trunks, swiftly made their way here. It was indeed a fortuitous timing. Thanks to the magical beans, Trunks' injuries were healed, and his consciousness soon followed suit, awakening thereafter. In the past, he would have instinctively reviewed the moments leading up to his unconsciousness or sought to comprehend his current situation and location. However, this time was different. Upon awakening and beholding the visage of Goku, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the dark figure, he was instantly struck with alarm and, in a state of panic, instinctively unleashed a powerful punch. This also startled Sun Wukong, but fortunately his strength was adequate, allowing him to intercept Trunks' fist at the critical moment. Bewilderment was inevitable, as the assault came so unexpectedly. Moreover, why would Trunks from the future choose to attack him? This is unacceptable. Gazing into Trunks' eyes, Sun Wukong had reached a level of insight that allowed him to perceive the boundless fury and murderous intent simmering within future Trunks. Beside him, Vegeta was equally astonished. It was not just him. Everyone present was utterly bewildered by future Trunks' sudden transformation. "Hey, Trunks, what is the matter with you? Why are you attacking Kakarot? What catastrophic event has transpired in the future?" Vegeta furrowed his brow, prioritizing his inquiry about future Trunks over Sun Wukong's condition. However, he was unprepared for the fact that the current Trunks was impervious to his words. He was ensnared by inner demons and profoundly influenced by the darkness of his future world, unable to regain his composure. Chapter 13. The Era Beyond Super Saiyan Forms. Cursed. 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 Dark beings, I shall slay you. Future Trunks unleashed an overwhelming aura as his rationality was consumed. His eyes glowed crimson, leaving all those present in disbelief. What could have transformed future Trunks in such a manner? And who were these dark beings? What had they done to invoke such wrath in future Trunks? Trunks, what is happening to you? Do you not recognize me? It is I, Sun Wukong. As he stared at future Trunks, Sun Wukong found himself entirely on the defensive, as if he had committed some unspeakable atrocity, though he remained utterly confused as to the cause. "Please awaken, Trunks. It is safe now. You are home, and we are all here with you." Witnessing future Trunks ensnared in his own torment, Bulma, his mother, seemed to sense his anguish and immediately grasped his arm. Despite Trunks belonging to a future timeline, to her, he was still her son. This call caused a momentary pause in future Trunks' consciousness, compelling him to turn towards his mother. The familiar visage before him triggered a reorganization of his chaotic memories, leading him to clutch his head in agony and wail in despair. Such a scene is truly heart-wrenching. It is universally understood that a person would never descend into such despair unless they were burdened by immense pressure or profound trauma. Moreover, he is not an ordinary individual. He is Trunks. After a considerable time, under Bulma's comforting presence, future Trunks gradually liberated himself from that agonizing state and became fully aware once more. The murderous intent and fury in his eyes dissipated, transforming into a profound fear that morphed into an urge to express his feelings. Yet he found no outlet for his emotions. Am I back? Mother, father, and Uncle Goku, along with everyone else, tears welled in Trunks' eyes. The rapid oscillation between highs and lows left him momentarily disoriented. He recalled his desperate journey back to the past via the time machine at the critical moment. Had it not been for the harrowing sight of his mother being slain by the dark entity during the time leap, he would not have succumbed to such madness. As tranquility enveloped him and consciousness returned, those around him finally exhaled in relief, particularly Son Goku. Phew, he exclaimed, wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow, and inquired. You truly startled me, Trunks. What on earth happened to bring you to this state? Bewildered by the unfolding circumstances, Son Goku could only pose questions. Meanwhile, Vegeta, as future Trunks' father, was even more concerned. However, his inherently cold and stern demeanor masked any visible signs of worry, and he sternly rebuked, What was that earlier display? Trunks, what transpired in the future, and why have you sustained such grievous injuries? Furthermore, who is this dark entity you mentioned as you lost consciousness? Though his tone was harsh and arrogant, future Trunks found it painfully familiar. It had been many years since he had heard such inquiries directed at him. Instead of feeling any resentment, he felt grateful to once again encounter his father. The shackles binding his heart were released, and emotions that had long been suppressed surged forth at that moment. Father, mother, I am so sorry. Just now, I almost committed an irreparable act, he lamented, tears streaming down his face. It was not his tears of sorrow, but rather the overwhelming emotion of reuniting with his loved ones that brought him to weep. Thus, 30 minutes elapsed in the course of explanation. The future Trunks elucidated the matters ahead with clarity, and his emotions eventually stabilized. In essence, a formidable adversary, strikingly resembling Sun Wukong, emerged in the future, whose strength was insurmountable. In a desperate situation, he had no choice but to return to the present to seek assistance. The crux of the matter remains the ruthless death of future Bulma at the hands of the Dark Beings. This not only plunged future Trunks into profound guilt, but also ignited a furious wrath within Vegeta, nearly causing an explosive outburst. Even though it pertains to a future timeline, she is still his wife. Such an occurrence is beyond his tolerance. The prince's fury erupted, a tempest of wrath that one can scarcely imagine. Fortunately, in the current circumstances, the collective persuasion of his comrades ultimately quelled his anger. Yet, this incident sowed the seeds of vengeance within Vegeta, compelling him to devise a means to confront the so-called dark entity. Thus, you chose to attack me at once? Did you mistake me for that dark figure? Sun Wukong comprehended the situation and readily forgave future Trunks. It was merely a misunderstanding. If left unresolved, it would leave an unpleasant residue in everyone's hearts. I apologize, Uncle Wukong, for my impulsive behavior earlier. My journey to this past era was solely to confer with everyone. It can be seen as a plea for assistance. For I firmly believe that the individuals of this time are undoubtedly stronger than those who faced Cell in the past. Future Trunks expressed. In the years to come, his strength had been steadily increasing, yet even he found himself unable to contend with the dark entity, which is why he chose to return 10 years after the Cell incident. In this manner, at least the past individuals will become stronger. I see. This piques my curiosity. How formidable is that dark figure? Trunks, you must have grown quite powerful by now, haven't you? Observing the future Trunks closely, Goku chuckled and spoke. He had distinctly felt the might of the future Trunks through that recent punch, and he sensed that Trunks' strength had indeed increased significantly. However, it remained uncertain what level of Super Saiyan Trunks had attained. Indeed, Uncle Goku, as of now, I should be even stronger than the Gohan of yore. Having reached the same realm he did, future Trunks candidly disclosed his power level in response to Goku's inquiry. Yet, this information alone was insufficient for a comprehensive understanding. Goku took the initiative to suggest a demonstration of Trunks' abilities, leading to a playful skirmish between them. Ultimately, this contest served as Goku's method to gauge Trunks' strength while simultaneously gaining insight into the dark figure's capabilities. The outcome, predictably, was evident. Upon Goku transforming into Super Saiyan 3, future Trunks was left astounded. He had never attempted to break through the second stage of Super Saiyan, believing that surpassing Super Saiyan itself was the pinnacle. Unbeknownst to him, the era of Super Saiyan levels 1, 2, and 3 was long past. Chapter 14. The prohibition of time travel must not be violated. After a spirited bout, they had garnered an understanding of their strengths. The group then began deliberating on how to address the impending situation, given that it pertained to the future and the uncertain identity of the dark figure in this timeline. The matter became exceedingly complex. It was Bulma who proposed that since it was a future dilemma, they should simply traverse into the future to resolve it. This is a commendable approach. However, it has been thwarted by the formidable god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. The concept of traversing through time and space is indeed intriguing, yet to do so indiscriminately is a grave transgression. Not only are they forbidden, but even the gods themselves are bound by this rule. Only the Supreme Kai, who wields the time ring, is permitted such liberties. Since the Supreme Kai oversees creation, it is imperative to navigate through time to ascertain the significance of the beings and events that have been brought into existence. Beerus's opposition is resolute and uncompromising this time. His declarations make it clear that matters cannot be approached with simplicity. Consequently, the others must seek alternative solutions. In truth, they seem to have overlooked the circumstances surrounding future Trunks. Beerus has shown a modicum of leniency, and Whis has remained silent. Under normal circumstances, the arrival of entities from other timelines would necessitate immediate expulsion by the god of destruction and the angel. Should such an entity refuse to depart or be forcibly removed, annihilation is the only recourse. Well then, your exchange should have reached its conclusion. Do not claim that I have denied you respect, nor can you argue that I have not afforded you time to reminisce. Now that matters have been addressed, it is time to return to the crux of the issue. As he spoke, Beerus clasped his hands behind his back and approached Future Trunks. He scrutinized Future Trunks intently for a moment before speaking. You, young man. Since you are aware of the Supreme Kai and my existence in this future timeline, you should understand that traversing time and space at will is improper. Your presence has already caused this timeline to deviate, leading to the emergence of an alternate future. I care not who you are nor what transpires in the future. In any case, you have endangered this temporal reality, so I must insist that you leave immediately. At this point, Beerus's demeanor had grown exceedingly grave, even invoking the power of a god of destruction. This also caused the foremost Tenanks to gasp in astonishment, until breathing became a challenge. This time, I have come to seek assistance out of necessity. Indeed, it is a violation. He is well aware of this. Otherwise, he would have traversed through various eras without restraint. In his past, the ruler of his time and space had informed him that mortals cannot whimsically navigate the timelines. Otherwise, it would lead to the annihilation of worlds. I sincerely apologize. It is because of me that an unknown and novel future has emerged. However, I was compelled to return. For the future world has been ravaged beyond recognition by the dark beings. If this continues, both Earth and the universe are bound to fall victim to their destruction. That fiend claims he will eradicate all mortals. Future Trunks clenched his fist as he uttered these words, hoping to evoke sympathy from Beerus with his earnestness. As the future is indeed in dire straits. Alas, Beerus was wholly unimpressed. Humph. Even so, what of it? The matters of the future timeline are the concerns of the future. If the trajectory of this world's rules is set thus, then it must be accepted. Do not speak of the slaughter of all mortals. Even if we gods were to be exterminated, the rules must remain intact. Beerus's uncompromising stance not only thwarted Future Trunks but also left all present in awe. They had never witnessed Beerus in such a manner before. My Lord Beerus, could you not show a bit of leniency? Future Trunks has visited our era without any calamities arising, and in fact, he even saved the world. Goku, ever the good-natured soul, interjected in plea. He remained oblivious to the implications of his words. At this moment, only the astute, such as Vegeta and Piccolo, grasped the significance of this situation. Silence, Kakarot. Vegeta chided Goku, unable to contain his irritation. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at Future Trunks with a mix of anger and helplessness. He wished to assist, yet Beerus's words surely carried weight. To intervene forcefully would disrupt this time-space continuum. In the past, he never cared much. How could he ignore his son being harmed like this? Yet now he was concerned, for he had not only a wife and child but also another one on the way with Bulma. His considerations had expanded beyond what they once were. Vegeta cast a reproachful glance at Goku, who felt a twinge of irritation. He pondered how Vegeta, being Trunks' father, could choose to side with Beerus at this critical juncture. Isn't this a disregard for the future Trunks? Goku, in truth, there is no room for reconciliation in this matter. Indeed, the arrival of Future Trunks has altered the past, and he has saved this world, even his own. However, Have you considered that if he had not arrived, our world would not be as it is now? Thus, our world has already begun its journey into the unknown. Last time, I may have overlooked it, but this time, we cannot afford to act recklessly, Whis interjected. This statement elucidates all the underlying reasons clearly. Meanwhile, Beerus interjects, posing a thought-provoking question. If one could traverse time and space at will to alter the future, what do you suppose this world would become? With this single remark, he rendered Sun Wukong speechless, leaving all present in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, this is a profound truth. Yet knowing it does not permit them to simply stand by and watch. Haven't we already arrived? Even if we were to return now. Trunks has already altered our timeline, has he not? Perhaps we could allow Trunks a brief respite in our timeline before he departs? Lord Beerus. How about you, and Whis proceed to the back to savor the delicacies I have prepared for you. I anticipated your arrival, so I summoned renowned chefs from around the globe, along with numerous culinary delights you have yet to experience. In contrast to the mindless request of the Z-Warriors, Bulma exhibits far greater intelligence. This abruptly shattered Beerus's serious demeanor. Only upon realizing his lapse in composure did Beerus feign solemnity, clearing his throat a few times. Ahem. In that case, let us linger for a brief moment. However, once we have savored the delicacies, we must take our leave. With that, Beerus and Whis swiftly headed in the direction indicated by Bulma. This situation rendered the others present momentarily speechless, as they found dealing with Beerus to be rather straightforward. Chapter 15. The Anomaly, the Arrival of Dalit. Truly remarkable. You possess a remarkable ability. Bulma, Sun Wukong praised enthusiastically, unaware that this was merely a temporary measure. Enough. Spare me your flattery. We need to discuss matters urgently. If Beerus and Whis finish their meal without a resolution, we will have no opportunity for reprieve. Bulma glared at Sun Wukong, her frustration palpable. Frankly, this brainless individual, who had been a source of irritation since childhood, continued to vex her. So, is there any solution at hand? Our time is running short. Sun Gohan suddenly spoke, surveying the others around him. Although many years have passed, the bonds forged in the past have not been forgotten. Upon the utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. It was not until Piccolo contemplated a notion that he spoke up, suggesting, why not enter the hyperbolic time chamber? Since we are unable to assist Trunks directly, we can aid him in enhancing his strength. In doing so, we shall better equip ourselves to confront the impending darkness of the future. As these words were uttered, a glimmer of realization sparked in the eyes of the crowd. Yet, Vegeta shook his head, declaring, your thoughts are overly simplistic. Even if we had the time to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, considering the speed at which Beerus and Whis consumed their meals, we would only have a maximum of half an hour, even if we could remain in the chamber for 10 days or even half a month. Do you truly believe he could significantly enhance his strength in such a brief period? With a grave demeanor, Vegeta continued, our prowess has been meticulously cultivated, step by step. Not even a month, or several months, would yield substantial breakthroughs. Moreover, Beerus is not easily deceived, though he has granted us a moment of respite. Should we overstep our bounds, the consequences could be dire. What shall we do then? We cannot simply watch as Trunks returns to face certain death, Krillin interjected. The situation was dire, yet they felt utterly helpless. Future Trunks lowered his head, revealing a sorrowful expression. He had once believed he had successfully returned to the past, seizing the opportunity for vengeance, but the current outcome rendered his journey futile. He comprehended the greater truths but refused to accept his fate. Enough. You need not worry about me any longer. I should not have returned. All that has transpired should be borne solely by me. Lord Beerus and Lord Whis are correct. If my presence further jeopardizes the future of this world, I would be the greatest sinner. Having the chance to see you all again is already a profound satisfaction. At this juncture, future Trunks could only find solace in resignation. After all, death was merely a finality. For him, with his future mother lost and my having perished while protecting him, his existence had become devoid of meaning. Seeing future Trunks in such despair, the others fell silent, merely gazing at him, lost in thought. Humph, is that truly giving up? If so, do not dare claim to be my son. Vegeta's sharp exclamation jolted future Trunks from his melancholic reverie. Indeed, no solution appeared readily available. However, if one were to accept defeat, he would cease to be Vegeta's son. Vegeta himself had always been a being who defied fate and resisted all forms of submission. From the days of merely surviving under Frisia's tyranny to becoming one of the universe's mightiest warriors, had he surrendered back then, he would not exist today. Father remained speechless, uncertain of how to respond. His temperament was too gentle, to the point that one could describe him as timid in the face of adversity. This is also related to the experiences that future Trunks has been undergoing during this period. Were it any other individual subjected to such merciless oppression, with no means of escape, it would be all too easy to stray from the right path. Yet, ultimately, future Trunks has indeed become excessively reliant on others. If he were to set a goal, exert more effort, and strive to become stronger, he could confront the so-called harbingers of darkness without fear. What does it matter if he stands alone? If he were sufficiently powerful, he could overcome all adversaries, rendering the future he faces impossible. Vegeta, having witnessed the strength of future Trunks, perceives this truth and harbors a sense of disappointment akin to that of a mentor lamenting a wayward pupil. Frankly speaking, after all these years, he has made little progress. He has not attained the level of Super Saiyan God. And it appears he has not even mastered the second tier of Super Saiyan, let alone the third. Admittedly, he himself has not reached the third level. But it is not due to an inability. Rather, he has not pursued that path of cultivation, despite having already attained the form of Super Saiyan God in its blue variant. The atmosphere grows increasingly tense. At this juncture, not only are there no solutions to be found, but even words seem to lack direction. How can one offer comfort when there is no clear way to provide solace? Only Son Goku, at this moment, continues to ponder deeply, striving to uncover a solution, while also seeking to prolong future Trunks' stay in this world for as long as possible. He refuses to believe that there are truly no options left. In the final moments, he even arrives at a pivotal realization. Indeed, the supreme deity of the universe is the Omni King. His decisions are absolute, impervious even to the intervention of angels. However, there exist entities of even higher caliber within this realm. Yet, he remains at a loss as to how to locate the Omni King. Ultimately, at this juncture, Sun Wukong and the Omni King are merely acquaintances, having crossed paths only once after the conclusion of the tournament between the 7th and 6th universes, when the Omni King graced the arena with his presence. The situation had not escalated to the point where the Omni King specifically summoned Sun Wukong and bestowed upon him a summoning device. The original narrative's sudden shift during the confrontation with Black Goku serves as a foreshadowing of impending peril in the future world, apart from relying on the Omni King. There is no alternative. Thus, the bestowal of the summoning device to Sun Wukong by the Omni King may be perceived as a serendipitous twist of fate or as a preordained arrangement. At this moment of desperation, an unforeseen event transpired, an immense rift tore open in the heavens above, resembling a colossal chasm, akin to a flower blooming in the sky. Subsequently, a swirling black hole began to coalesce, emanating an aura of unfathomable terror and profundity. The chasm, reminiscent of a dark abyss, immediately captivated the attention of all present. Such an extraordinary phenomenon was not to be taken lightly. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed as the atmosphere grew tumultuous, rendering the heavens and earth dim in comparison. Vegeta exclaimed, "What is happening?" Goku responded, "Such a terrifying presence." Amidst their astonishment, multiple bolts of lightning erupted from the dark vortex, and at that moment, a faint silhouette began to solidify, accompanied by an overwhelmingly potent and fierce aura. Chapter 16. The overwhelming presence that shakes the soul. Is this aura genuine? How can such a formidable force exist in this world? The fierce energy, entwined with the darkness, swept across the earth. Among the gathered crowd, Krillin, the weakest in terms of power, could not help but change countenance, exclaiming in awe. Piccolo and Gohan shared a similar sentiment. Like Krillin, their abilities had long been rendered obsolete by the passage of time. Despite their residual strength, they paled in comparison to Goku and Vegeta. Even Gohan, in this timeline, had become nearly powerless, surpassing even Piccolo's capabilities. It is inconceivable that this aura could be so overwhelmingly powerful, even more so than that of Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo inhaled deeply, striving to maintain composure amidst the turmoil within. This overwhelming and oppressive aura is not something a mere mortal can possess. The level of shock it induces is beyond imagination, even surpassing the ascension to divinity of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Their expressions changed dramatically, as beads of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. This is an unprecedented sense of oppression, an experience never before encountered. No past adversary has ever instilled such a suffocating feeling. What could possibly be the cause? This ominous presence arrived so abruptly, could it be? Gazing at the figure shrouded in darkness above, Son Gohan's immediate thought was that this incoming foe must be the Dark One. Since the incident with Majin Buu, his strength has been in decline. Even though he has recently faced the God of Destruction, the resurrection of Frieza, and the battles across 2 universes, He has only managed to regain a fleeting sense of his former prowess and yearns to train and grow stronger once more. Yet, in this semi-retired state, his fundamental skills have considerably waned. At this moment, he may even be inferior to future Trunks. As the dark vortex continues to expand, the formidable sense of oppression intensifies, enveloping the hearts and minds of all present. Meanwhile, future Trunks wears a grave expression. Though he has yet to see the source, he recognizes this aura as eerily familiar, imbued with the same darkness as the Dark One. Humph! What trickery is this? With a sharp exclamation, Vegeta furrows his brow. This surge of energy is indeed overwhelmingly immense. Yet, to him, it merely reflects the intensity of the aura, which holds no significance for one who has long ascended to divinity. It merely serves as a source of astonishment. Caution is warranted, Vegeta. This energy is formidable to the point of being almost unbearable. In contrast, Goku's demeanor is markedly more serious. The events have unfolded with such unexpected abruptness, and the strength of this aura is rather absurd. In all his years of experience, he has never encountered such an alarming sense of oppression. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta noticeably heightened his vigilance, though his expression remained unchanged. Ultimately, we find ourselves in an era where failure to attain divinity equates to being deemed worthless, a notion he personally subscribes to. At this very moment, on the other side, the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, are both taken aback by this indescribable energy as they indulge in their meal, casting curious glances towards the heavens. Whis, this fractured space is no trivial matter. Beerus remarks to Whis beside him. Whis, in response, casually nods, indeed, Lord Beerus. Moreover, it seems that the approaching entity is rather remarkable. As he speaks, Whis takes another bite of the fried delicacies in his hand. Is this the very culprit responsible for the calamity that befell that boy's future timeline? Humph. It possesses a modicum of capability, Beerus states, revealing a look of disdain. Indeed, it is strong and impressive. Yet it falls vastly short of the standards expected by a god of destruction. Ho ho ho. Perhaps, Lord Beerus, this is not the dark entity that obliterated the future world. At least, I cannot discern which temporal realm lies beyond this rift in reality. Whis counters Beerus's assertion. These words astonished Beerus. So, it comes from another dimension? If even you are unaware, it seems our world has encountered yet another anomaly. With his eyes narrowed, Beerus wore a somewhat sardonic expression, tinged with a hint of destructive energy. The recurrence of such events could spiral into uncontrollable chaos. If this persists, significant upheavals await our dimensional realm. Throughout the billions of years he has existed, he had never encountered a situation quite like this. Patience, Lord Beerus. Let us observe for the time being. What do you think? If they are foes, it will serve as a fine test for Goku and Vegeta's prowess. They have indeed made considerable advancements in their training, Whis interjected. This remark effectively halted Beerus's intent to strike. Very well, let us observe for now. Beerus nodded solemnly, refraining from further words. At this moment, a formidable and oppressive aura of terror once again surged forth. The ominous dark vortex in the sky had also solidified considerably, evoking an even greater sense of the extraordinary. Trunks, it appears that the one who annihilated your future world has pursued you. Given the intensity of this presence, your defeat is indeed not undeserved, Vegeta remarked, crossing his arms and stepping closer to the future Trunks. At this moment, there was no other explanation. Who else could it be? Future Trunks displayed a grave expression, wanting to articulate something yet finding himself at a loss for words. The dark figure? While we pondered on solutions, he came on his own accord. Nonetheless, if we can resolve him, then the calamity of the future timeline will naturally find resolution. A hint of a smile graced Sun Wukong's face as he felt a surge of excitement. Battling against an immensely powerful foe was his ultimate pursuit. Rather than aiding future Trunks, Sun Wukong's selfish desires predominantly influenced his intentions. Compared to Sun Wukong from the GT timeline, the transcended version of him lacked a certain sense of responsibility. Father, it's best to exercise caution. This overwhelming aura is quite alarming. As the son of Sun Wukong, Gohan understood his father's tendencies, hence he cautioned him. Having witnessed too many instances where his father was defeated due to underestimating opponents, he wished to prevent any missteps this time, especially since this situation was indeed no trivial matter. Chapter 17. The formal arrival amidst the dark vortex. Time had become an enigma, and he was uncertain of how long he had been engulfed, or even where he had arrived. It was only upon catching sight of a light ahead that Dalit began to move toward it. Finally, he reached the edge of the light. Unlike the impenetrable darkness within, the outside world remained obscured, yet one could see the world beyond from within. Indeed, it was a success. Upon shattering the barrier and traversing the lengthy, dark dimension, he had reached other worlds. His thoughts were validated. Despite the considerable passage of time, every moment had been worthwhile. He had finally liberated himself from the confines of his world, crossing from the GT parallel universe into other realms. As he strolled forward, stepping into the void. The moment he fully escaped the clutches of the dark vortex, he was once again bathed in sunlight. The refreshing air met him, reminding him of his vitality. A subtle smile crept upon his lips, revealing a blend of pride and coldness. To him, this was a moment of triumph. A cause for joy as he looked forward to the future. However, to others, his smile appeared somewhat sinister. As he emerged, the dark vortex rapidly shrank, ultimately dissolving under an unseen force, as if it had never existed. How peculiar. The very same opening that had once threatened to consume him now felt entirely different. He muttered to himself, pondering the strange nature of the dark vortex. Prior to his entry, he had experienced an undeniable force pulling him in. Yet now that he had exited, that force had dissipated, replaced by an odd energy propelling him forward, expelling him from its grasp. Suspended in midair, Dalit took a moment to regain his composure. Now was not the time for contemplation. He needed to ascertain his whereabouts and determine if this world still belonged to the Dragon Ball universe. Perhaps after traversing, it was no longer the Dragon Ball realm. For everything remained shrouded in uncertainty. Only through personal experience would he uncover the truth. Taking a deep breath, he gradually surveyed his surroundings. The azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds greeted him. Looking down, he discerned the clear surface below, close enough to observe the buildings and even the people on the ground. For a moment, Dalit stood transfixed, as this environment was both familiar and slightly unfamiliar, drawing him into his memories. His senses heightened involuntarily, confirming at once that he was indeed on Earth. The auras of several old acquaintances were unmistakable. He murmured the names of these familiar figures: Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Bulma, Trunks, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, until finally, he detected his long-sought target, the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. His expression grew serious. As a traveler, Dalit instantly comprehended the nature of the world he had entered. Unsurprisingly, it was still the Dragon Ball universe. However, this particular realm was undoubtedly one of the principal narrative timelines. After all, the existence of a god of destruction and an angel would not be possible otherwise. The main Dragon Ball timeline was the most complete of all large worlds. It stood in stark contrast to the GT timeline he had previously inhabited. In his initial musings, he considered the GT timeline to be merely a minor offshoot. Hence the universe was singular and incomplete, devoid of the Omni King, Grand Priest, angels, and gods of destruction. Ultimately, with only one universe, how could it ever be whole? It seemed evident that this was indeed a transcendent timeline. How fortunate it was that his first journey through the dimensional barrier brought him to the primary parallel world he had sought. The look of confusion faded from Dalit's face, replaced by a renewed smile. His mood was indescribable. The joy swelling within him made his body tremble with excitement. After several moments, Dalit managed to temper his exhilaration. He began to calculate the timeline of this universe. If Trunks had grown to such an age, then the timeline of this primary parallel world must align with that of the GT timeline? Wait, if it were indeed the same, then Bulma shouldn't he appear so youthful while gazing down at the crowd? Dalit remained still, his keen gaze immediately fixating on Bulma's abdomen, where a noticeable slight bulge indicated her pregnancy. So young, and yet already expecting. Vegeta and Bulma cannot possibly have a third child. Thus, it appears that in this primary parallel universe, Bulma has not yet been born. If that is the case, then this Trunks is not the Trunks of the primary timeline, but rather Trunks from the future of the original narrative. I see now. This period must be after the martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes in the primary timeline, during the chaotic time when Zamasu disrupted the future. In this future, Trunks traverses the fabric of time to seek assistance. He constantly weighs his options and makes conjectures. Ultimately, he arrives at a definitive conclusion. How shall I put this? Although there is a disparity compared to his expectations, this timeline is neither too early nor too late. Just barely, it feels fitting. Intriguingly, he is eager to assess the prowess of Kakarot and Vegeta in this primary timeline. The legendary Super Saiyan God, A playful expression graces his face. The Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, what might their true strength entail? Having traversed the GT timeline for decades, he has always been curious. It is not for lack of trying. Success has simply eluded him. Below, disregarding others, the future Trunks is momentarily taken aback. For he has witnessed the emergence of a figure from the dark vortex, and it is decidedly not a being of darkness. Who is this person? What on earth is happening? He finds himself trapped in a labyrinth of consciousness. Logically, such an anomaly should not occur within this world. Thus he attributes the source of the aberration to himself. It is his very arrival that has precipitated a tangible transformation in this realm. He has forgotten to explain, and has also neglected to convey to his companions that this is not the work of the dark entities. This led the Z-warriors of this space-time world to swiftly conclude that Darat was the primary culprit threatening the future of Trunks. Chapter 18. Goku takes the initiative. Darat's intentions. Excellent. I was just lamenting my inability to find a way to deal with this, and now he has come to me. In that case, let me see just how formidable your strength truly is. Is it as exaggerated as the facade suggests? As these words escaped his lips, a wicked smile crept upon Vegeta's face. What was once a seemingly insurmountable problem now required no intricate solutions. It could be resolved simply by vanquishing the opponent. Just as he prepared to unleash his own might and charge forward, Vegeta found himself a moment too late, as Goku outpaced him yet again. As is customary, Goku seized the opportunity. My apologies, Vegeta, but allow me to be the first to gauge our adversary's power. Heh. With a playful chuckle, Goku utilized his instant transmission to soar into the heavens. Faced with such a formidable foe, Goku could no longer suppress his eagerness to engage in battle. Such opportunities are rare and precious. He had been contemplating how to confront his adversary in the future, and now that the moment has arrived, it aligns perfectly with the intentions of Beerus and Whis. It could not be more fortuitous. Infuriated by Goku's words and actions, Vegeta's face burned with rage. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to express it, resorting only to bitter curses. Damn it. Bring back Kakarot. This is my affair, and it is not your place to intervene. Trunks, regardless of the circumstances, is my son, not yours. However, despite his protests, Vegeta could only allow Goku to take the lead. Over the years, habits have long since been established. He received nothing but a smile in response from Sun Wukong. It was inevitable to feel a tinge of displeasure. However, given Vegeta's customary demeanor at such moments, he genuinely did not mind Sun Wukong taking the lead. Recently, in every situation encountered, it has invariably been Sun Wukong who ventured forth first, leaving Vegeta to follow behind. With Sun Wukong testing the waters, Vegeta felt more assured in his ability to vanquish their foes. Wait, Uncle Wukong, he is not a being of darkness. At that moment, Trunks, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. It was only due to the proactive actions of Sun Wukong and Vegeta that Trunks realized the need to clarify. However, by now, it was far too late for explanations. What? Trunks, do you even comprehend what you were saying? Why are you only now stating that this individual is not the harbinger of doom for the future world? In shock, Vegeta found himself momentarily at a loss. If he is not of darkness, does that not imply that their previous assumptions were erroneous? Furthermore, if he is not, then who is this entity? What accounts for such formidable power? From whence does he hail? Vegeta, intent on discerning the truth, held back his impulse to act. If the other party approached with good intentions, it would not be prudent to strike preemptively. Yet, his sudden appearance in their world surely bore significance. He trusted that Sun Wukong would not act recklessly. Thus, it was wiser to observe the unfolding events. He remained still. And so did the others. Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin all heard the words spoken by future Trunks. Yet, even if he were not a being of darkness, the abruptness of the situation necessitated a clear understanding of who this individual was. In the air, under the cold gaze of Darlot, a figure soared from the ground, gradually revealing itself to be Sun Wukong, drawing ever closer. At that moment, witnessing this version of Sun Wukong from another time and space, not only was he youthful, but his vigor was palpable. Darlot could instantly discern the level of combat prowess possessed by Sun Wukong. In his normal state, it was merely a fraction of his potential. Perhaps this was not his full strength, yet it was not far from it. To be honest, the expectations had been set too high, leading to a sense of disappointment. During this period, was Sun Wukong merely a unit of Shi? It seems that even if he were to transform into a Super Saiyan God, he could at most reach the unit of Rang. Dalit silently pondered this. He had previously been quite curious about the comparison between Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4th level. Even in the absence of a tangible comparison, Dalit had already drawn conclusions based on the information provided in the original work and data from various parallel worlds. The conclusion drawn is that the power enhancement of Super Saiyan 4th level and Super Saiyan God is remarkably similar. Whether it is the ascension of Super Saiyan 4 or the elevation of Super Saiyan God, there exists negligible disparity. They remain transformations of the same caliber. Certainly, the red-haired Super Saiyan God can only be equated to the black-haired Super Saiyan 4th level, thus the increase in combat power would, at most, hover around 5,000 times the normal state. As for the blue-haired Super Saiyan God, it represents a transformation that can be compared to the red-haired Super Saiyan, signifying a breakthrough beyond the existing realm. It cannot be definitively stated which transformation is superior, yet the difference will undoubtedly not be vast. Previously, this was merely speculation. Now, Darot can practically engage in this and ascertain through Goku how Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue truly compare. Without uttering a word, Darot observed Goku with an intense gaze as he approached. Goku, with a serious demeanor, focused intently on Darot, silently scrutinizing him in an attempt to discern something. Unfortunately, the disparity in their power levels was considerable. Even in his base form, Darot's combat prowess utterly overshadowed Goku's, rendering any insight into Darot's true capabilities impossible. The units of Ji and the units of Rang represent two distinct dimensional levels of power, transcending an entire dimension. Indeed, despite the proximity of their observation, the depths of Darot's strength remained undetectable. He was undoubtedly far beyond mere appearances. No wonder Trunks was no match for him. Goku pondered inwardly, still unaware that the figure before him was not a dark being, but Darot from another temporal realm. Noticing Goku's prolonged silence and his dazed stare, Darot finally succumbed to the urge to jest. "Kakarot, you appear remarkably youthful at this moment." The words caused Goku to pause, astonished as he looked at Darot. "You know me?" The surprise was palpable, for Goku did not recognize this person who bore a striking resemblance to himself. In response, Darot smiled nonchalantly, replying, "Not only do I know you, but in my world, I have bested you more than once. Upon arriving in this realm, I had not anticipated that my first encounter would be with you. I wonder if this version of you can offer me any surprises." With that, Darot began to stretch his arms. Lost in the pitch-black vortex for an indeterminate time, his body had returned to its normal state, albeit with a certain rigidity. Startled by this scene, Goku instinctively took a step back, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, while internally reflecting, that was close. With such a natural retreat while remaining vigilant, Dalit was momentarily taken aback. Could he instinctively sense my slight inclination to attack? That is quite impressive. I must admit, just a moment ago, I did have an urge to strike you. As he spoke, Dalit broke into a mysterious smile. Chapter 19. Is there a need to evade such an attack? Provoked by Dalit's words, Sun Wukong heightened his alertness. He was now certain that this individual before him harbored ill intentions. Nevertheless, he was a rather straightforward person. Otherwise, he would have acted immediately. In that fleeting moment of potential confrontation, Sun Wukong realized he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the assault. "Indeed, you have underestimated me. Although I remain unaware of your identity, you, the architect of the destruction of the future world of Tenankis, dare to enter our time and space. I shall not remain passive." Sun Wukong let out a wry laugh, and as his words concluded, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Upon hearing these words, Dalit felt a slight surprise within his heart. In this emotional turmoil, he was mistaken by Sun Wukong for the Dark Man Zamas. It is indeed perplexing, as others are oblivious to the identity and appearance of the Dark Man. However, the future Trunks surely possesses that knowledge. Sun Wukong's error in judgment can only lead to one conclusion. He did not wait for the future Trunks to elucidate the situation, but rather charged ahead impulsively. This behavior aligns perfectly with the persona you embody. Given such circumstances, further discussion is futile. As a warrior race, the Saiyans, allow me to assess your capabilities. With a teasing remark, Darot beckoned to Sun Wukong with a finger, exhibiting a composed demeanor while disregarding Sun Wukong's reaction. This only served to further provoke Sun Wukong, igniting a fierce ire within him. However, he was not like Vegeta, easily riled. He could not simply charge in for an attack. In his eyes, a veil of mist enveloped Dalit, rendering him utterly perplexed as to how to proceed. Moreover, an intangible aura of resilience hovered around him, forming an impregnable defense. Such a barrier could not be breached by ordinary means. Thus, this adversary proved to be quite formidable. This encapsulates all that Sun Wukong currently perceives. Very well, let me witness your prowess. With a resounding roar to bolster his courage, he takes a deep breath and channels his strength. Since the situation is inscrutable and the approach unclear, he decides to strike with unbridled force. Resolute in his decision, Sun Wukong maintains his current stance. His hands pressed together in unison. This signifies the summoning of power. The energy within him rapidly coalesced and expanded linearly. Ultimately, his combat power index soared to an astonishing 600 quintillion units. This realization made Dalit aware that Sun Wukong's full power in his normal state was indeed limited. A brilliant azure glow coalesced between Sun Wukong's palms, and with a thunderous roar, a Kamehameha wave, measuring several meters in diameter, shot forth in a straight line from his hands. The vast energy radiated outward, resembling a colossal dragon in flight. In the face of such a formidable assault, Dalit merely smiled with indifference. Such an attack posed no necessity for evasion. As he spoke, Dalit puffed out his chest. With a resounding thud, the formidable Kamehameha wave, unparalleled in its might, was halted just as it was about to make contact with Dalit's body by an invisible barrier of energy. This scene left Sun Wukong utterly astonished. The energy of the Kamehameha surged fiercely, yet it could not touch his opponent in the slightest. As the pressure mounted, Sun Wukong involuntarily gasped in disbelief. Watching as the Kamehameha dissipated into countless energy particles scattered across the space, leaving him emotionally unsettled. The Z warriors on the ground stood agape, bewildered. Was Sun Wukong's Kamehameha so effortlessly neutralized? The opponent hadn't even flinched. Krillin, unable to contain his shock, voiced his astonishment. To him, it seemed that Sun Wukong's attack had indeed struck true. Logically, the opponent should have at least made some effort to defend against it. Yet, the adversary remained utterly unperturbed, not even furrowing a brow. It was simply unbelievable. The residual energy merely coalesced around the surface, forming an impenetrable barrier. Remarkably, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha could not even breach this enigmatic foe's defensive aura, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Beside them, Piccolo scrutinized the situation and quickly discerned the truth. The Kamehameha had indeed made contact, but it had only struck the opponent's energy shield. Gohan, standing near Piccolo, wore a worried expression. His father had been too complacent. He should have transformed into Super Saiyan God from the outset. This opponent was unlike any he had faced before. His earlier warnings had proven futile, as his father had not heeded his counsel. Now, no amount of words could change the situation. All he could do was hope that this enemy would grant his father enough time to react. Vegeta, arms crossed, stood to one side. With his extensive battle experience, he immediately recognized the terrifying strength of Dalit. Not only had he effortlessly blocked Kakarot's Kamehameha with sheer energy, but he did so with an air of ease. This aura was no mere bluff. A Super Saiyan's first to third transformations were utterly inadequate to confront him. Only the powers of Super Saiyan God or even Super Saiyan Blue could hope to defeat him. As he assessed the situation, Vegeta's expression turned grave. His right index finger twitching from the intense unease brought on by Dalit. Unknowingly or otherwise, something pivotal caught his eye. Suddenly, he froze, shock and disbelief washing over him. That was the mark of a Saiyan. The tail. No wonder he found this aura somewhat familiar. After decades, only a handful of Saiyans remained alive, leading him to inadvertently forget what his comrades' energies felt like. This individual was also a Saiyan. His astonished words immediately captured the attention of the others. What a joke. This enigmatic being has traversed time and space, and astonishingly, they are also a Saiyan. Father, you must be mistaken, right? Future Trunks, standing nearby, inquired with a hint of disbelief. This is inevitable, for the known Saiyans are but a few. Humph. Do you think I am capable of misperception? Moreover, while you cannot see it, I can. That individual possesses a tail. This is a distinctive feature exclusive to us Saiyans. Casting a sidelong glance at Future Trunks, Vegeta maintained his icy demeanor and declared, he is undoubtedly a Saiyan. However, the true identity remains shrouded in mystery. Even as a prince, the destruction of planet Vegeta has long since erased those buried memories. In contemplating this now, where could one possibly seek the target? At the very least, he could ascertain that this Saiyan does not exist in his recollections. Chapter 20. Darat. This is merely the extent of it. In midair, Darat effortlessly neutralized Goku's Kamehameha wave solely through the exertion of his own energy. It was only after Goku's technique had concluded that Darat raised his hand to dust off his garments. This action, without a doubt, belittles Sun Wukong and simultaneously provokes him. A cold smirk played at the corners of Dalit's mouth, his mocking gaze incessantly scrutinizing Sun Wukong. The implication was unmistakable. Is this all you are capable of? If this is the extent of your power in this temporal realm, I would be gravely disappointed. As he spoke, Dalit's eyes narrowed slightly, entirely disregarding any possibility of Sun Wukong launching a fierce counterattack. The vast disparity in strength afforded Dalit the audacity to ignore any assault from Sun Wukong at this moment. The difference between 600 G and 100 Yang is colossal. Moreover, Dalit had absorbed the strength of Sun Wukong and Vegeta from that temporal realm due to the shattered world barrier, resulting in yet another transformation. His base combat power had long surpassed the 100-yang threshold. In response to Dalit's taunts, beads of sweat trickled down Sun Wukong's face. The pressure he felt was more overwhelming than ever before. Enough of this arrogance. That was merely the beginning. Even my full-powered Kamehameha cannot breach your energy barrier. Yet, my strength is far from limited. Since you're familiar with me, you must know that I can transform into a Super Saiyan. As he uttered these words, a thunderous roar erupted, and an explosive surge of energy enveloped him. Golden energy flames spiraled upwards from beneath his feet, encasing him like a vortex. The Saiyan energy surged forth rapidly, accompanied by the crackle of blue-white arcs of electricity. Sun Wukong's hair stood erect, transforming from black to gold, while his pupils shifted to a vibrant green. In tandem with this metamorphosis, his combat power underwent a dramatic transformation. In the pure, full-power state of a Super Saiyan, his combat power surged to an astonishing 80-fold increase, elevating his strength to the Yang level. For Yang, 8,000 G. So this is the full power of a first-level Super Saiyan? A slight smile flickered across Dalit's lips. Entering the Yang realm does indeed present a noteworthy spectacle. However, it still falls significantly short. Such strength only slightly roused his spirits. Humph. Underestimating me will come at a cost. With a single command, Sun Wukong's aura erupted once more. What are you hesitating for? Attack. Dalit provoked him again. With such blatant words, Sun Wukong's gaze shifted abruptly. The Super Saiyan form inherently magnified the arrogance deep within. And Sun Wukong was no exception. Do not underestimate me. A cry of defiance erupted from Sun Wukong's lips, and in the next moment, he transformed into a streak of light, darting forward. Clenching his fists tightly, he charged towards Dalit with a force of destruction and delivered a powerful blow. Bang! The devastating punch struck Dalit's forehead with a resounding thud, sending shockwaves through the air, causing the very space to tremble. The barrier of energy was shattered. Making contact with Dalit, no, he was still just a fraction short. An invisible force halted his fist a mere centimeter from Dalit, while others remained oblivious. Both Sun Wukong and Dalit understood the gravity of the situation. Nanny. In disbelief, Sun Wukong gasped. He knew the strength of his punch. It was far beyond the previous Kamehameha wave. Yet, it was still thwarted by a layer of robust energy. Has he lost confidence? This is only the beginning. So press on. Noticing the panic on Sun Wukong's face, Dalit taunted him. Provoked once more, despite the fear creeping in. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and unleashed 100% of his battle power in his first stage of Super Saiyan form, charging at Dalit with all his might. A relentless barrage of strikes descended like a tempest, mercilessly hammering down upon Dalit's form. Each punch possessed the power to topple mountains and obliterate worlds. The sound of explosive impacts rang out continuously, akin to thunderclaps, deafening to the ears. Sun Wukong's assault intensified, his strength gradually escalating, yet even so, he could not breach Dalit's energy barrier. At that moment, this spectacle astonished everyone on the ground. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, were taken aback. Transformed into Super Saiyans, their powers had multiplied severalfold, yet the situation remained unchanged. Sun Wukong's attacks seemed to bear no effect, entirely intercepted by that fellow's aura. Clearly, he was a formidable opponent. Humph. If that kid doesn't show some true prowess soon, he might face dire consequences, Beerus remarked while savoring his delicacies. While others could not see through, as the god of destruction, he had discerned Dalit's true strength. No matter how strong he appeared, at most, it was only slightly superior to Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan third stage. Once Sun Wukong tapped into divine power, the disparity would diminish in an instant, perhaps even reversing to suppress his opponent. The situation may not be as simple as you think, Lord Beerus. This individual is quite extraordinary, Whis noted, narrowing his eyes after observing a particular trait on Dalit's body. That characteristic is exclusive to Saiyans. Nanny, do you truly believe that after Sun Wukong employs divine power, he could still lose to that fellow? Beerus gasped in surprise at Whis's words. He was well aware of Sun Wukong's strength, having watched him grow under Whis's tutelage. Although he wasn't yet immensely powerful, who else in the universe could contend with him, aside from Vegeta? Lord Beerus, do take note of what is coiled around that person's waist, Whis smiled, reminding Beerus. This prompted Beerus to scrutinize the situation seriously, and soon, his gaze fell upon a tail resembling that of a rope. If one did not look closely, it would indeed be difficult to discern. So it is. This enigmatic being is also a Saiyan. This revelation made sense to Beerus. He finally grasped Whis' implication. If this individual is a Saiyan, it could pose a significant problem. With such formidable power, transformation is inevitable. He was acutely aware that with each transformation, a Saiyan's combat prowess experienced a remarkable enhancement. This individual, even without transformation, can effortlessly disregard the attacks of Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan form. If he were to transform, the implications are profoundly unsettling. The more Beerus contemplates, the more apprehensive he becomes. It remains to be seen whether, after Wukong transforms into Super Saiyan God, he will be able to fully gauge the strength of his adversary. Whis then spoke again. This statement also captured Beerus' attention. He observed the situation closely. If Goku were to be defeated by someone not of this world, he would have no choice but to eliminate him. Beerus' expression had become grave. After all, this Saiyan was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 21. The arrival of Black Goku. Son Goku erupts again in the sky. Son Goku, in his first state of Super Saiyan at full power, poured every ounce of his strength into a fierce assault against Darlot. Up to this moment, he had unleashed hundreds of punches and kicks, yet still failed to breach the invisible barrier. In a state of desperation, Goku gritted his teeth and decisively distanced himself from Darlot. At this moment, his fists were enveloped in scalding white smoke, and beads of cold sweat continuously trickled down from his forehead to his cheeks. The disparity in strength was clear to him. Under the current circumstances, continuing this battle was utterly futile. He had never encountered such a formidable adversary before. The attacks of a first-stage Super Saiyan were proving ineffective. Goku was shaken, growing ever more wary of Darlot. This individual, it is no wonder that the future world's Trunks cannot contend with him. Even when faced with him, it proves to be exceedingly arduous. Clearly, Sun Wukong still perceives Dalit as a dark entity. Little does he realize that, at this moment, the true dark entity has already traversed into this temporal realm during the earlier confrontation and is now concealed within the shadows, masking his presence. The delay in revealing himself does not stem from Black Wukong's trepidation. Rather, the peculiar circumstances here perplex him, particularly the one engaged in battle with Sun Wukong, whom he not only does not recognize but whose formidable strength instills a sense of apprehension even in him. This world of the past is somewhat different from what I envisioned. Who exactly is that person? A mere human yet possessing such formidable prowess, Black Wukong muses softly. Dalit's existence has upended his understanding. As a being of divine nature, his instincts inform him that this human poses a significant threat, a feeling that intensifies with every moment. At present, even the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong is remarkably powerful, unable to budge his opponent. Were he to face Sun Wukong's onslaught, could he remain as steadfast and unmoving? Clearly, that would be implausible. Despite the shock, he feels a sense of joy. For arriving in this bygone era holds profound significance for him, as it provides an opportunity to engage in a contest with the original Sun Wukong. This serves to truly refine his divine form. In the future world, there exists but one Trunks, and he has long grown weary of that. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. However, it is not the present moment, but rather when the battle reaches a critical juncture that shall be his time to emerge. Allow me to observe how the mightiest warrior of the warrior race prevails against such a creature. With arms crossed, Black Wukong completely conceals his aura, assuming a posture reminiscent of a spectator watching a fierce struggle unfold. In his divine demeanor, he gazes down upon the conflict of mortals. In the aerial battlefield, faced with Sun Wukong's assault, Dalit stands resolute, unmoving, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he scrutinizes Sun Wukong with a mocking gaze. What is the matter? If the first stage of Super Saiyan at full power is insufficient, do you intend to refrain from elevating your level? Dalit scoffs derisively. The provocative words echo once again in Sun Wukong's ears, prompting the already unwilling warrior to tighten his fist and amplify the energy within. As you wish. A guttural roar erupts, accompanied by golden arcs of electricity surging chaotically around him, blue and white arcs enveloping his form, with a lock of hair falling over his forehead. The golden aura around him erupts like a relentless volcano, encircling him with its fiery embrace. The speed of the blue and white arcs accelerates, creating a ripple effect in the surrounding space. In terms of power, he has witnessed a considerable enhancement from before. This is the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan. How is it? A stern expression overtakes Sun Wukong as he reveals his Super Saiyan second stage to Dalit. Confidence in one's strength is commendable, yet blind arrogance may lead one into an irretrievable abyss. Currently, Sun Wukong remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Simultaneously, Dalit observes Sun Wukong's battle data. The Super Saiyan second stage has achieved a remarkable 200-fold enhancement in combat prowess, elevating Sun Wukong's strength to an astonishing 12 quintillion. Alas, such a minor increment bears no significance to Dalit. Is there any difference? In the face of the overwhelming might at the 100 quintillion level, he remains utterly fragile. To me, there is no change at all. Dalit's expression remains taunting, nonchalantly delivering his words. The sensation of being belittled floods Sun Wukong's mind, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration, yet he finds himself powerless. That profound and terrifying aura is indeed formidable, even in his Super Saiyan second stage. His presence falls drastically short compared to Dalit. If you perceive no change, then experience it firsthand. With a fierce shout, Sun Wukong charges forth once more, closing the distance to Dalit with astonishing speed. Upon reaching Dalit's front, he feigns a feint and instantaneously shifts behind him, delivering a surprise attack. Whirling at high velocity, he channels all his power into his legs and strikes with a ferocious kick aimed at Dalit's neck. A thunderous bang resonates as the terrifying impact reverberates through the very fabric of space itself. Sun Wukong's full-force kick lands squarely on Dalit's neck. Were this a contest among equals, such an assault would undoubtedly determine the victor. However, Sun Wukong remains acutely aware that his adversary cannot be easily vanquished. Success. A surge of joy washes over him, and his gaze shifts. With keen perception, he is convinced he has breached an invisible barrier. Even noting that his attack has caused Dalit's neck to shift slightly, the strength of the Super Saiyan second stage has finally reached a level capable of unsettling Dalit. Yet, even so, the disparity in power remains staggering. Concluding his probing strike, Sun Wukong performs a front flip, hovering 10 meters away from Dalit. He must guard against any sudden retaliation from Dalit, even though, thus far, Dalit shows no inclination to strike. Dalit, of course, recognizes this as Sun Wukong's tentative assault and endures it from start to finish. How was that? In that fleeting moment, did you not feel as though you disrupted the equilibrium? His expression, a blend of amusement and disdain, conveys a clear sense of superiority. The relaxed demeanor exuded by him seemed to convey to Sun Wukong, "Youngster, even if you disrupt the balance, such an attack merely tickles me." Humph. Indeed, you are formidable. The unfathomable aura you possess is something I have never encountered in my lifetime. No matter how fiercely I strike, I cannot breach your defenses. However, I do not believe you can perpetually disregard my assaults. Since the power of the Super Saiyan's second transformation proves ineffective against you, I shall engage you with an even higher transformation. As the words fell, Sun Wukong summoned the deeper reservoir of energy within him, unleashing the Super Saiyan's third transformation. A golden tempest surged, more ferocious than before. The sky transformed dramatically, with bolts of lightning descending, lashing the earth. Chapter 22. You are still too weak. The winds roared, and the world altered. The atmosphere churned, and fierce gales howled. The entire planet was engulfed in turmoil. Not only did the land tremble, but the seas also surged and rolled relentlessly. The might of the Super Saiyan's third transformation could already impact the ecological balance of this planet. In fact, one could argue that merely transforming into a Super Saiyan suffices. Even in his ordinary state, Sun Wukong could achieve this. It is only due to his meticulous control over his own power that he can avoid stirring such great upheaval. In his Super Saiyan forms 1 and 2, Sun Wukong maintained perfect control over himself, yet upon reaching the third transformation, he could no longer completely suppress the effects of his surging energy. The greater the spectacle created during transformation, which may appear terrifyingly powerful, is, in fact, indicative of a certain weakness. When one can fully command such power, effortlessly wielding it, that is the hallmark of a true champion. Ultimately, even Dalit cannot execute this with such perfection, yet he still surpasses Sun Wukong in many ways. Setting aside the Sun Wukong from the GT timeline, even this timeline's Sun Wukong pales in comparison. Of course, there exists another possibility, genuine eruption. This is entirely different from the present situation, as Sun Wukong has yet to reach his absolute limit. The vast and boundless aura permeated nearly half of the universe. At this moment, Sun Wukong's power surged once more, transcending his previous limits, reaching an even higher threshold. The golden radiance emanating from the third Super Saiyan transformation was dazzling. Yet it left Dalit feeling profoundly perplexed. This persistent flow remains unchanged. It is consistent across all realms and times. He perpetually fails to exert his full strength, even when faced with opponents who vastly surpass him. Ultimately, in his transformation into a Super Saiyan at the third level, Goku should be acutely aware of the considerable gap that still lies between them. The young man appears utterly oblivious. He should be acutely aware that, unless he manifests the divine form of Super Saiyan or the Super Saiyan Blue state, he stands no chance of victory whatsoever. A resounding boom reverberated through the fabric of space as Goku's transformation finally reached its culmination. His demeanor was cold and imposing, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. His brow furrowed deeply. His eyebrows vanished, and his golden locks cascaded down to his waist, surrounded by terrifying arcs of blue and white electricity. Every movement seemed to provoke subtle tremors in the space around him, revealing the immense power he had harnessed in this form. This is my Super Saiyan third grade. This time, I refuse to believe you can remain unmoved in the face of my onslaught. Transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Goku brimmed with confidence, his arrogance amplified exponentially. His icy, piercing gaze fixated on Dalit, scrutinizing his every action with an air of grave seriousness. In the ultimate state of Super Saiyan third grade, his power surged from 12 quintillion to an astonishing 36 quintillion, a staggering increase of 600 times. When measured against 100 quintillion, this was indeed perilously close to a third of Dalit's strength. While remaining utterly still was not feasible, defeating you would prove to be a trivial task. Allow me to conjure a fitting descriptor. In the past, I could have dispatched you with ease, but now it necessitates a serious gaze. Mocking words spilled forth, revealing Dalit's intent to toy with him. Since this fool remains oblivious, let him taste the essence of fear. In an instant, within the next 0.001 seconds after uttering those words, Dalit descended upon the Super Saiyan 3 Goku, his figure barely dissipated. Under such velocity, Sun Wukong scarcely had a moment to react, even his expression failing to shift. Sun Wukong. Confronted by the sudden appearance of Dalit, Wukong's pupils constricted sharply, and every cell in his body signaled imminent danger, instinctively compelling him to distance himself from Dalit, yet he was still too late. A resounding snap echoed, as a casual flick of Dalit's finger struck mercilessly against Wukong's forehead. In an instant, an overwhelming force, insurmountable to Wukong, radiated throughout his body, sending him careening backward like a cannonball. He shot out of the West capital, hurtling straight into the desolate plains. Only here did Wukong barely manage to stabilize himself with his rage, yet the searing pain emanating from his forehead made him grimace, and a thin line of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Such swiftness! Even in my Super Saiyan third stage, I am utterly outmatched. A wave of astonishment surged through Super Saiyan Wukong, mingled with an unwilling frustration. He had believed that Super Saiyan third stage would enable him to hold his own against Dalit, yet he was met with nothing but a merciless humiliation. The disparity between them remained vast. Where are you looking? Dalit's voice suddenly resonated in Wukong's ears, startling him once again. In an instant, his battle instincts pinpointed Dalit's location. And without hesitation, Wukong pivoted and unleashed a powerful punch. A tremendous explosion ensued. However, Dalit effortlessly countered with a single finger, neutralizing both the aftershock and Wukong's force. These with which his attack was thwarted left Super Saiyan Wukong in awe of Dalit's terrifying strength. How pathetic. Frankly, you are far too weak. If Super Saiyan third stage is all you possess, then I need not waste any more time on you. With that, Dalit exerted force through his finger, unleashing a shockwave that overwhelmed Wukong, leaving him unable to resist. As Wukong was sent flying, a sickening thud echoed as Dalit's casual knee strike landed squarely in his abdomen, halting his backward trajectory and forcing him to collapse onto Dalit's knee. Blood erupted from Wukong's mouth, and his entire body trembled. I must admit, at this moment, I am dreadfully weak. Had it been the Wukong from the GT timeline, how formidable would Super Saiyan third stage have been? Enduring Dalit's relentless onslaught, Wukong gritted his teeth, yearning to retaliate, to resist, yet he found himself utterly devoid of strength. With a single strike, he had struck at his Achilles heel, rendering him momentarily powerless despite any further strength he might summon. In a state of helplessness, Sun Wukong finally sensed the looming specter of death. Thus, he began to mobilize the divine power within him. Noticing this, Darit's expression shifted slightly. Narrowing his eyes, he reached out and seized Sun Wukong's visage, forcefully hurling him away. A thunderous crash resounded, as thick smoke billowed forth and the earth trembled. Sun Wukong was violently cast down by Darit's ferocious blow, his formidable force embedding him into the very surface of the ground. At this moment, it appeared that the battle had reached its conclusion. Darit, without needing to transform, had overpowered the Super Saiyan third grade Sun Wukong, driving him deep into the earth. Chapter 23, The Prelude to the True Drama. The god of Super Saiyans maintaining his icy demeanor, Darit stood resolute in place. Had Sun Wukong truly been defeated by himself? The thought seemed implausible. Even if this version of Sun Wukong in this temporal realm were inferior, he had yet to truly unleash his full potential. That fleeting moment when he sensed the surge of that unique power within him had provoked a sudden assault, casting Sun Wukong back to the ground. Gazing into the heart of the smoke, Darrett's expression remained stern as he gracefully descended from the sky, employing his aerial technique to reach the periphery of the billowing haze. As the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the pit where Sun Wukong lay, he found the latter struggling in agony, writhing on the ground. The relentless pain in his forehead and abdomen rendering him nearly incapacitated. Darrett's assault had been merciless, nearly stripping him of his Super Saiyan third-grade form. In that moment, Sun Wukong truly grasped the depths of his own powerlessness. Even with greater strength, he could not wield it, rendered as vulnerable as a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. Finally regaining his composure, he managed to rise, setting his gaze upon Darrot ahead of him, inhaling deeply. His heart reflected on the formidable adversary that had emerged in Trunks' future world. It was no wonder Trunks sought their assistance. How could one rely solely on Trunks' strength to withstand such a foe? The very thought seemed overwhelming. Little did he know, his concerns were unwarranted. The purely malevolent Black Goku Zamasu was incapable of such prowess. At least in this moment, Black Goku Zamasu was still rather feeble. At last, was it time for earnestness? This was where the true excitement lay. With a resolute thought, Darrot descended from the heavens, formally setting foot upon this land, denying Sun Wukong the chance to speak. Darrot initiated his mocking mode, eager for Sun Wukong to unleash a more formidable power. While you may resemble the version of yourself from my temporal realm, I must say, this iteration of you is notably less astute. When confronted with a formidable enemy, failing to unleash your full strength at the outset, and instead relying on probing for conclusions before making decisions, it is akin to courting death. This habit is your most fatal flaw. Had I desired to end your life moments ago, you would now be irrevocably deceased. With that, Darrot crossed his arms, adopting an arrogant posture before Sun Wukong, leaving him gasping for breath. Though I would like to dispute this, the truth seems undeniable. At present, I am unable to summon any power. If you wish to slay me, it would be effortless. Yet, I find it curious, having obliterated Trunks' future, why do you not seize the opportunity to eliminate me, the threat? You should be aware that I possess even greater strength yet to be revealed. Enduring the excruciating pain, Sun Wukong trembled, cold sweat pouring from his brow, forcing a grimace that resembled a smile more akin to weeping. Although he had stabilized his body enough not to collapse, the indescribable agony still rendered him incapable of exerting power. Hearing this self-deprecating and skeptical discourse, Darrot scoffed. A threat? You seem to overestimate your own significance. This disdain is not merely directed at the present-day Sun Wukong, but also at the Dark Wukong, Zamasu. To him, such beings are nothing but insignificant insects. Even if they attain immortality, what does it matter? They remain mere ants. Feeling the contempt that Darrot harbors for him, Sun Wukong's inner resentment stirs once more. As a Saiyan, possessing immense power yet unexpressed, how could he endure such derision? Even Sun Wukong finds this intolerable. You, my friend, are indeed brimming with confidence. Are you so certain that you can triumph over my full strength? Sun Wukong gazes intently at Darrot, striving to steady his injuries and emotions through deep breaths. Do not employ such base tactics to buy yourself time. To me, granting you a moment is of no consequence. Furthermore, should this battle conclude prematurely, it would be dreadfully mundane. I shall wait for you until you unleash your full power, and then, without mercy, allow you to taste despair. Sun Wukong's elementary maneuvers elicited laughter from Darrot, prompting an immediate retort. If I truly wished to obliterate you, I could have done so in an instant, without such complications. What I seek to witness is the power of the Super Saiyan God. Should I fail to behold it, I would lose the very significance of battling this incarnation of Sun Wukong from a different dimension. With a sardonic chuckle, he continued. In the next moment, Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. However, let us not speak too boldly. Do not regret your words later. From this point onward, I shall no longer test, nor show mercy. If you wish to witness my full strength, then behold, the long-sealed reservoir of energy within Sun Wukong was awakened, and the divine power within him, having received a moment's reprieve, surged forth with great intensity. As he closed his eyes, he transcended the third level of Super Saiyan. And at that moment, Saiyan energy was supplanted by divine energy. With each passing second, a deep crimson aura materialized, enveloping Sun Wukong like a blazing flame. This is not merely an external transformation, but rather a metamorphosis that emanates from within. The process of transformation is not as exaggerated as the previous ascension to Super Saiyan third level, although he has not cultivated the so-called divine power with Daluo's prowess. He can distinctly perceive that Sun Wukong's aura is shifting towards a remarkably subtle and unpredictable direction. Is this the power of the Super Saiyan God? Or is it merely the essence of divine strength? In comparison to human capabilities, there exists an unmistakable disparity. At least the intensity of this aura is undeniably formidable. Deep within, Dalit has likely discerned the difference in their respective levels of power. Through his perception, it becomes evident that Goku's combat prowess is ascending at an astonishing rate. As Goku's hair transitions from black to a brilliant red, his aura fully enters a realm that oscillates between presence and absence. How fascinating! Is this truly your ultimate strength? Indeed, it presents a more captivating spectacle than before. In an effort to provoke Goku further, Dalit adopts a tone of sarcasm. Yet, this alone is insufficient. Therefore, let the energy surge forth. Grow stronger, unleash greater power. Ideally, transform into the Super Saiyan God Blue in one swift motion. In this current era, only the Super Saiyan Blue form can compel Dalit to take matters somewhat seriously. Chapter 24, Divine Power? Is it truly formidable? With the complete release of divine energy, Goku's transformation finally reaches its conclusion. In response to Dalit's provocations, he remains steadfast in his resolve. This is also due to the influence of divine power, which prevents him from becoming easily enraged like a typical Super Saiyan. The divine energy, resembling flames solidified into substance, envelopes his entire being, burning fiercely from within. This is the Super Saiyan God. At this very moment, Son Goku's combat powers surge dramatically, ultimately stabilizing at an astonishing 300 yadas. 300 yadas. If measured against the strength Goku possessed before Dalit shattered the world barrier, would be twice his ordinary capacity. However, this may no longer hold true. As Dalit has absorbed the entirety of the energy from Goku and Vegeta from the GT timeline, and his current state has transcended all limitations. Yet, the exact magnitude of this power remains untested by Dalit himself. This point need not be a source of contention, even at the unit of 100 quintillion. Dalit possesses the confidence to contend with the formidable combat prowess of Sun Wukong at 300 quintillion. The crux of the matter lies in Dalit's newfound understanding of the extent to which the Super Saiyan God amplifies combat strength. It is akin to the pinnacle of the 4th-level Super Saiyan with black hair. As he had surmised, there is no disparity. It is intriguing indeed. This is the state of the Super Saiyan God, which, while exhibiting certain advantages over the Super Saiyan 4 with black hair, also reveals its shortcomings. Gazing at Sun Wukong, Dalit's heart was filled with a profound sense of reflection. This is indeed good news for him. Since the power amplification of Super Saiyan God is equivalent to that of the 4th stage of Super Saiyan with black hair, one can deduce that the Super Saiyan God in its blue form, surpassing the red-haired variant, belongs to the same tier as the Super Saiyan in its 4th stage. Once the transformation concluded, Sun Wukong opened his eyes and gazed intently at Dalit. The might of Super Saiyan God transcends that of the 3rd stage Super Saiyan. What do you think? With this newfound power, will it stir your emotions? After transforming into Super Saiyan God, Sun Wukong was once again filled with confidence. This situation has arisen consecutively 2 or 3 times, and one must say, it appears he has not yet endured sufficient hardship. The transformation into Super Saiyan God indeed elevates one's power to an extent far beyond that of a Super Saiyan at its 3rd stage. At the very least, the enhancement in strength surpasses that of his previous self by more than tenfold. However, he still remains oblivious to the circumstances. Thus far, Dalit has not taken things seriously. Super Saiyan God, you say? Humph. It certainly has its flair, but it is rather mediocre, if one is to be honest. Maintaining a posture with his arms crossed, Dalit's mocking demeanor remains unchanged. Relying solely on his base power may indeed render him inadequate against Goku in his Super Saiyan God state. Yet, with a slight adjustment to harness the energy of Super Saiyans, this disparity could be significantly diminished. In fact, with substantial mobilization, surpassing Goku in his Super Saiyan God form would be effortlessly achievable. Nevertheless, he refrains from transforming. After all, this gap is not overwhelmingly vast. If he were to transform directly into a Super Saiyan, there would be no need for this battle to proceed. It is crucial to understand that once he transforms, his combat power would ascend to at least a dimensional level. In his pure base state, upon transforming into Super Saiyan at full power, he could elevate to a staggering 8,000 units. TCH, even now he still boasts such bravado. Merely mediocre, you say? Let us see about that. Faced with Dalit's unchanging rhetoric, Goku let out a fierce roar and, disregarding any martial ethics, launched a direct assault. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan God, not only does his speed amplify, but all aspects of his abilities receive a significant boost, particularly his mobility. With a sudden and unexpected punch, he aimed directly at Dalit's face. This is Sun Wukong reclaiming his honor. Meanwhile, as a warm-up exercise, Dalit casually raised his hand and effortlessly intercepted the punch. A thunderous explosion reverberated, sending shockwaves rippling through the air, instilling terror in all. The ground beneath them suddenly caved in due to the sheer force, creating a massive crater. However, within a 5-meter radius around Dalit, the effects were negligible. Utilizing skill to diffuse the force, Dalit easily neutralized Sun Wukong's assault. Smoke billowed and debris flew. As the attack was once again thwarted, Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, his expression grave. Can he truly withstand this? Bring it on. In the next instant, in his Super Saiyan God form, Sun Wukong accelerated his offensive. The Turtle School's combat technique, which balances offense and defense, was executed to its fullest potential. Speed, reflexes, strength, and bodily coordination underwent a qualitative transformation, yet even so, he could not land a single blow on Dalit. The disparity between them appeared unchanged from the very beginning, completely different realms of power. The battle intensified, although it was still a one-sided assault from Sun Wukong. It felt markedly different from the onset. Meanwhile, in West City, though they could not pursue, the Z warriors sensed the energy emanating from the battle. Merely from the fluctuations and movements of energy, they could gauge the situation. Particularly, Whis had inexplicably projected a visual of the battlefield. This individual was able to engage Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan God state without transforming himself, and he was holding his ground effortlessly. Krillin was taken aback, astonished by Dalit's extraordinary power. It was well known that Sun Wukong in his normal state was already formidable. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan God, he could even contend with the mightiest deity in existence, Lord Beerus. Yet, Dalit was able to match Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan God form, which was utterly bewildering. This was far beyond merely holding his ground. He had yet to reveal his true capabilities. All along, it was Sun Wukong who was the aggressor. Piccolo, possessing greater strength, discerned the underlying truth. His fists clenched in astonishment as he suppressed his voice to shout. A closer inspection revealed that Dalit was not even taking the fight seriously. He was merely toying with Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan God form. Moreover, he could effortlessly neutralize attacks of such caliber. Nearby, Gohan gripped his fists tightly, overwhelmed with anxiety. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, a testament to his deep concern. Under the current circumstances, Dalit was still a Saiyan. If he chose to transform, the gap would be insurmountable. Not transforming? This is merely an unfounded aspiration. One cannot help but wonder how such formidable power could exist without the mastery of transformation. Chapter 25, Invincible, The Bewildered Sun Wukong. That fool Kakarot. From the very beginning, he was deceived. Gazing at the storm wrought by the battle displayed in the projection, Vegeta could no longer contain himself and yearned to rush into the fray immediately. At this moment, he is no longer the person he once was. The power of Daluot is so formidable that it instills a sense of trepidation within him. In his ordinary state, he can contend with the likes of Super Saiyan gods, but what would transpire if he were to transform into a Super Saiyan? It is easy to surmise the outcome. Vegeta is acutely aware that Daluot is probing Son Goku's capabilities, seeking to ascertain the limits of their strength in this temporal realm. Should Daluot truly uncover their potential, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Moreover, if Son Goku were to be utterly defeated, then even if Vegeta's own power were to surpass that of Goku, it would be insufficient to turn the tide. Vegeta is burdened with heavy thoughts. What of future Trunks? Who stands beside him? At this moment, he was utterly astounded. For him, this was not merely a scion of the dark. The level of strength exhibited far surpassed his wildest imaginings. Even the dark beings could not attain such heights. What shocked him even more was that Uncle Goku's transformed state, which should have been more powerful, still failed to make a significant impact in the presence of this individual. It could not alter the course of the battle. Who, precisely? Is this Scion? Is it truly due to my influence that his emergence has come to pass? Is it all my fault? The words of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and Lord Whis, the angel, ring true. As I gaze at the images projected before me, future Trunks is filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, the angel Whis and the god of destruction Beerus continue their repast, unfazed by the battle that has escalated to this point. They remain inactive. For the conflict has not yet concluded. In fact, it has only just begun. The previous transformations Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, and even Super Saiyan 3 were merely preliminary tests. Now, with the Super Saiyan God making its entrance, the true spectacle is set to unfold. Alas, Even the formidable Super Saiyan God Goku finds himself at a loss against his adversary. This also piqued Beerus's curiosity. What is the true strength of Dalit? For the god of destruction, the predominant emotion was no longer shock, but rather intrigue. After countless years, he had not encountered such a formidable presence, one seemingly worthy of being his adversary. On the battlefield, the Super Saiyan God Goku and Dalit traversed the expanse of space, their velocities far surpassing any prior comparisons. Engaging in combat from the ground to the sky and back again, they intertwined in a relentless dance of clashes. Of course, this was not a genuine confrontation. Throughout, Goku was on the offensive while Dalit focused on defense and evasion. To the naked eye, it appeared as two streaks of light colliding and separating, then repeating the spectacle. Such a scene was nothing short of magnificent, truly awe-inspiring. As the battle progressed, Super Saiyan Goku once more felt the weight of the pressure that had lingered from earlier. Dalit's power seemed to amplify with every attack, as if there were no limits. Each time Goku approached what he believed to be Dalit's threshold, it was inexplicably pushed further. Initially, his Super Saiyan form was capable of keeping pace, yet now the situation had deteriorated rather than improved. How infuriating. Just how much power does this guy still conceal? Even as a Super Saiyan god, I find myself unable to match him in pure assault, overwhelmed in this form. As Goku inhaled deeply, his mind raced with speculation. At this juncture, there seemed no alternative. It is essential to note that he was currently in the most stable and potent state of Super Saiyan. Perhaps the Super Saiyan form lacks the explosive power and strength of the Super Saiyan Blue, but when it comes to endurance and sustained combat capability, it far surpasses what Super Saiyan Blue can offer. Is this what you call a Super Saiyan god? Such is the so-called power of the divine. Nothing more than this. Moreover, do not lose focus, Kakarot. Sensing Goku's hesitation and vulnerabilities during his offensive, Dalit had grown weary of merely countering his moves. In a mere 0.0001 seconds, he launched a powerful punch toward Goku. Realizing the imminent danger, Goku instinctively utilized instant transmission to evade Dalit's sudden onslaught, reappearing behind him. This is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Super Saiyan Goku poured all his strength into a right punch enveloped in crimson flames, aimed at the nape of Dalit's neck. No matter how powerful one may be, there will always be a weakness. If this punch were to land successfully, even if it did not incapacitate Dalit, it would certainly cause him considerable discomfort for a while. Faced with such a sneak attack from Sun Wukong, a sinister smile crept onto Darit's lips. Fool, he uttered, a scornful insult reflecting his disdain. In an instant, the tail at Darit's waist was unleashed. Under Sun Wukong's astonished gaze, it struck his face with tremendous force. The resounding smack echoed through the air. The power of the tail should not be underestimated. With just one blow, it sent the Super Saiyan god Sun Wukong hurtling backwards for dozens of meters, inflicting indelible damage upon him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Was that a tail? Stung by the sudden lash, the Super Saiyan god Sun Wukong clutched his reddened face, tears welling up from the pain. As he steadied himself, his gaze fell once more upon Dalit, particularly drawn to the playful, swaying tail behind him, leaving Sun Wukong momentarily frozen in place, his expression blank. While memories surged within his mind, this is undoubtedly the tale of a Saiyan. You are also? Sun Wukong incredulously raised his hand to point at Dalit, unable to believe the identity of the other. Only now did he realize that he must commend his own lack of intelligence. Did you just notice this? Truly, no matter which world you hail from, you remain the same. No, compared to the version of you in my world, this world's you is even more foolish, Dalit could not help but retort. The influx of information struck Sun Wukong's mind, leaving him bewildered. After much contemplation, he finally grasped that the other was, like him, also a Saiyan. Furthermore, as a fellow Saiyan, the other's strength was astonishingly exaggerated, even without transformation. A heavy mood settled within him, as that sense of unwillingness was once more provoked, leaving him with an indescribable feeling. If the other were not a Saiyan, he might have been able to accept it somewhat. But now, sharing the same identity, he felt drastically weaker. No wonder the other had been mocking him throughout. They possessed the means to do so. Chapter 26, The Final Ultra Blue, The Final Stubbornness. You've been astonished for quite some time, Kakarot. I know you have yet to unleash your full power. So, is it time to reveal all your strength? I must admit, I have grown somewhat weary of this game. As the words escaped his lips, a subtle change enveloped Dalit's aura. Previously calm and collected, it now became terrifying and chilling, an invisible pressure laden with murderous intent, forming a silent storm that descended upon Sun Wukong. Suspended in the air, Sun Wukong had yet to fully regain his senses when he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from his opponent. This sensation also reminded him of the gravity-constraining suits that Weiss had crafted for their training a few days prior. The oppressive aura emanating from Dalit was far more stifling than the discomfort brought about by those constraining bands. He recognized that even this immense pressure might merely represent a fraction of Dalit's true power. To describe it most directly, this tension was akin to the feeling he had only ever experienced when facing the god of destruction, Beerus. Forced by the circumstances, he could no longer afford to act recklessly. He understood clearly that if he continued to conceal his strength, the consequences would be beyond his ability to endure. Such a terrifying presence, had he not felt it firsthand, he would have never believed that in resisting Dalit's oppressive aura, Goku was trembling uncontrollably. With gritted teeth, he decisively summoned the last remnants of his hidden energy at that moment. A desperate scream erupted from him. Ha! In that instant, Goku's power underwent a transformation once more. His previously deep crimson Super Saiyan aura shifted to a brilliant blue. In a flash, an overwhelming surge of blue light erupted from within him, causing the purity and intensity of his divine power to soar. In the sky, the suddenly blossoming blue radiance shone forth like a star, illuminating the darkness with its brilliance. This scene caused Dalit to narrow his eyes, prompting him to truly regard Sun Wukong. At long last, this young man is poised to showcase his true abilities. Although I have already formed a tentative estimation of his prowess, witnessing it firsthand is a different matter entirely. At this very moment, in the capital city, the projected imagery reveals that Sun Wukong has finally cast aside his concealment, prompting all spectators to take a deep breath and regard the scene with solemn attention. Everyone is acutely aware that this battle will be exceedingly arduous, and victory appears elusive. Nonetheless, the confrontation must unfold, and they are compelled to witness it. Vegeta has lowered his arms, and his expression betrays the gravity of the situation. It is undeniable that the impact brought forth by Darod is monumental. At this juncture, even Sun Wukong, transformed into the divine Super Saiyan Blue, may not stand a chance against Darod. It is worth noting that Darod has yet to assume any transformation. Even if he remains untransformed, his strength is far beyond what they can hope to match. There is a palpable sense of discontent, that much is certain. In recent days, after engaging in a fierce confrontation with the formidable warriors of the 6th universe, Vegeta has firmly concluded that the strongest fighters in the 7th universe are none other than himself and Kakarot. Particularly when the Saiyans from the two universes clash, their overwhelming prowess is unmistakably evident. Now, confronted with such a powerful Saiyan, how can they possibly swallow their pride? They are excessively arrogant, completely disregarding the notion that there are always greater forces beyond their comprehension. Beyond their world lies an expanse filled with countless formidable beings. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, who have been observing the unfolding events, realize that this will indeed be the ultimate showdown between Son Goku and Darod. Has Goku finally transformed into the Super Saiyan God Blue? If so, this unknown Saiyan will not be easily dispatched. Beerus, with a grave expression, continues to savor his delicacies while making his assessments. From his perspective, this battle is unlikely to conclude swiftly. Although even the Super Saiyan God Blue Goku may struggle to overcome Darod, it is clear that for Darod to claim victory, he must reveal his true capabilities. This confrontation has already tipped in favor of Goku's defeat. Despite Goku's current strength as Super Saiyan God Blue, he would find it arduous to best this opponent. Should a confrontation ensue, it may be necessary for him to unleash the King Kai Fist, a technique he previously exhibited during the tournament. Yet even with this technique, it seems unlikely that he could contend against Darod, especially given Whis' unprecedentedly serious expression. The former has already summoned all of his strength, while the latter has yet to display his full potential. As an angel, Whis has never encountered such a powerful mortal, particularly a Saiyan. The intensity of Darod's aura is not at all inferior to that of a god of destruction. In fact, it is potent enough to suppress divine energy with mortal might. TCH, just as I anticipated. Let him fight for now. In the end, I will have to intervene personally. Beerus has begun to contemplate taking action himself, indicating his considerable regard for Darod and his serious demeanor. Whis, understanding, nods in agreement and refrains from further comment. His gaze inadvertently drifts toward a certain direction, seemingly sensing something, or perhaps merely casting a casual glance. In the shadows, the dark Goku, concealed within the darkness, wears a triumphant smile. Here it comes. The appearance of a warrior of mortal descent donning the essence of divinity. Such immense power, even the gods have never possessed. This extraordinary divine strength manifesting in Son Goku. This confirms my decision to exchange bodies was indeed correct. I too shall master this power. and I will undoubtedly wield it with greater finesse than you. The expression of Dark Goku reveals a hint of madness. Yet, at this moment, he is far more concerned with another individual, one who is even stronger than Son Goku. This individual is indeed an exaggeratedly powerful Saiyan, capable of contending with Goku's Super Saiyan God form in his ordinary state. Who could he possibly be? Sensing the immense and terrifying power emanating from Dalit, Black Goku's expression turned grave. Unexpectedly, he found himself unfamiliar with this being. Even if he hailed from the future, he did not recognize all Saiyans. Now is not the time for worry or fear. As long as I can continuously engage in battle and acclimate to this body, I shall undoubtedly become stronger than any existence. The more I fight, the more adept I will become at mastering this body, unleashing greater potential within. He firmly believed that, in due course, his power would surpass all others. Just then, an overwhelming force of attraction suddenly enveloped his being. Noticing the anomaly, Black Goku turned to face the source of the pull. To his astonishment, a black vortex manifested before him, and this world began to recognize the intruder, prompting the power of the rules to act upon him, attempting to expel him. Chapter 27. Dalit, as you wish. Curse it. At this critical juncture, the distortion of time and space began to actively repair itself. Gritting his teeth, Black Goku displayed a look of reluctance. Being a deity, he understood the situation. A being from the future had merely utilized the time ring to carve a tunnel into the past. Now, the time had elapsed. Damn it. At least let me witness this magnificent battle before I depart. Clenching his fists tightly, Black Goku forcefully stabilized his body, employing his ki to counteract the pull of the black hole. Simultaneously, he relied on the authority granted by the kaioshin identity bestowed by the time ring to subtly garner the world's permission regarding the rules. This approach indeed yields results. However, he remains unable to linger for long. This is primarily because his arrival was a mere stroke of luck, unlike that of Dalit, who achieved his breakthrough through sheer determination. Ultimately, his presence in this world is a testament to its recognition. On the battlefield, enveloped in azure radiance, Sun Wukong's aura eventually stabilized at a singular point. As the blue light dissipated, he stood before Dalit in a completely transformed state, his Super Saiyan hairstyle now adorned in a divine shade of blue. This is the Super Saiyan that transcends the Super Saiyan God, abbreviated as Super Saiyan God Blue, or simply Ultra Blue. Upon attaining this realm, Son Goku's combat prowess has reached an astonishing limit of 480 yadas. Ultra Blue, in comparison to Ultra Red, has merely augmented by 180 yadas. It appears that Kakarot in this timeline has yet to fully master the potential of Ultra Blue. Moreover, the narrative of the Dark Ones is just beginning. And it is indeed remarkable that he can achieve an enhancement of 8,000 times his normal state, which is sufficient to rival the latter stages of Super Saiyan 4th level with red hair. However, in comparison to the limit break, he still falls short by 2,000 times. Perhaps only upon reaching full power can he be compared to the limit break. Dalit pondered quietly to himself. At this moment, he had gained the most accurate understanding of Super Saiyan God Blue. Unfortunately, Dalit felt a sense of disappointment. He had initially thought that Son Goku from this timeline would possess at least 1,000 yada level of power. Yet, he had not even reached 500 yadas. Indeed, he is significantly stronger than his normal state now, and Dalit could no longer contend with him in his usual form. However, if he were to transform, this battle would come to an abrupt end. This is my full power, Super Saiyan Blue, Son Goku declared solemnly to Dalit. In this posture, it seems he has once again rediscovered his confidence. It is indeed quite pitiable that he remains oblivious to the fact that he is being toyed with by Darlot. Do not conceal yourself any longer. Transform swiftly. As a Saiyan, you must have mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan, have you not? My Ultra Blue is certainly beyond your current capabilities. Without awaiting Darlot's response, Sun Wukong proclaimed. His gaze scrutinized Darlot, intent on reclaiming his dignity, compelling Darlot to transform. Are you certain? Darlot retorted in a tone laden with skepticism. Only upon witnessing Sun Wukong's resolute nod did Darlot shake his head, regarding him with the expression of one who views a fool. Very well then, as you wish, Kakarot. No sooner had the words left his lips than Darlot unhesitatingly began to stimulate the S cells within him. An unceasing surge of energy flowed from his cells, coursing toward the spine along his back. There was no cataclysmic upheaval, nor any tremors of the earth. The transformation into the first stage of a Super Saiyan was effortlessly controlled to perfection. His black hair danced in the wind, intermittently shimmering with golden light. It was only then that Sun Wukong, standing closest to Darlot, realized he had made an utterly erroneous decision. He had indeed overestimated his own prowess. In West City, the Z warriors gathered at the Capsule Corporation were utterly astonished by the overwhelming aura emanating from Darlot. Is this truly an aura that a mere human can possess? It can even be enhanced further. How terrifying. Krillin's mouth fell agape, his complexion as pale as parchment, fear surging within him. It felt as though an invisible claw was gripping his heart, rendering it difficult to beat. The weakest among them, Krillin, was utterly petrified. The other Z warriors were hardly in better shape. Even Vegeta wore an expression akin to that of one who had encountered the end of the world, utterly ghastly. This was the first time they experienced such an overwhelming terror. Even when the god of destruction, Beerus, had descended upon them, they had not felt this level of fear. At that time, their lack of strength prevented them from sensing divine power. Now, however, the presence of Dalit was a palpable force. They could clearly perceive the sheer magnitude of this power, feeling as insignificant as ants before it. If one were to liken Beerus's oppressive aura to a terror that pierced the very soul, then the pressure emanating from Dalit now could only be described as a calamity of apocalyptic proportions. Meanwhile, Beerus's expression grew grave, and he ceased his previous actions of eating. This overwhelming aura has reached a level that even astounds him. The angel, Weiss, narrowed his eyes slightly. On the battlefield, a golden blaze surged, accompanied by a radiant golden light. At this moment, Darot stood majestically between heaven and earth, reminiscent of a war deity descended upon the realm. His hair transformed from black to gold, and his pupil shifted from black to emerald green. He had achieved the first tier of Super Saiyan in full power. His combat power skyrocketed from 100 quintillion to 80 trillion. Without actively seeking to explore the potential for further enhancement, Darot's strength remained stable at this level. Yet, he could breach his limits at any moment, even touching the threshold of the 10th dimension. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon Son Goku, causing the expression of this god of Super Saiyans to dramatically change. What do you think, Kakarot? Do you believe you stand a chance against me now? Your previous demeanor was quite different. Like an invincible war god, Darot's mere words carried a formidable weight, causing Son Goku to grit his teeth and break into a cold sweat. The intensity of this aura is truly astonishing. Can it really emanate from this individual? This is merely the first transformation of a Super Saiyan. Yet the overwhelming power of Super Saiyan Blue Goku leaves him feeling utterly powerless. For the first time in his life, he has experienced the profound sense of a gap that cannot be bridged, regardless of one's efforts. In recent years, it seems as though I have lived within the confines of a dog's belly. Dalit is extraordinarily formidable. The intensity of his aura surpasses the terrifying limits I can fathom. Even with divine powers at his disposal, he pales in comparison. If this is the case for Super Saiyan 1, what then of Super Saiyan 2? And Super Saiyan 3? Where does the limit of this Saiyan race truly lie? He remains utterly oblivious. Chapter 28, Son Goku, Super Saiyan 4th level? What is the matter? Come at me quickly. I am eager to witness the extent of your blue-haired state and the amusement it might bring me. How vastly different is it from the Super Saiyan 4th level? With a playful flick of his finger, Dalit provocatively spoke. Super Saiyan 4th level? Upon hearing this novel designation, Son Goku was momentarily taken aback. After reaching Super Saiyan 3rd level, one would assume that the pinnacle had been attained. They ventured down the path of divine power cultivation, pursuing the Super Saiyan God for this very reason. The notion of a Super Saiyan 4th level was entirely unprecedented to him. Hearing it now caused him to gasp in astonishment, immediately realizing that the individual before him, Dalit, had reached this extraordinary realm. In response to Son Goku's shock, a smirk crept across Dalit's lips. This was a deliberate slip of the tongue on his part. He wanted to witness the moment when Sun Wukong faced adversity. What? You are unaware? It appears that in this world, you have indeed traversed an extraordinary path. Come now, do not squander any more time. I have little patience to spare. To annihilate you, I must also obliterate this world. As he spoke, Dalit revealed a cruel expression, aiming to provoke Sun Wukong and determine the limits of his strength. By uttering such words, he threatened Sun Wukong with the destruction of this world to incite his growth. Stung by the provocation, Sun Wukong experienced the chilling sensation of death for the first time. He had to temporarily set aside his doubts about reaching the 4th level of Super Saiyan and glared at Dalit with gritted teeth. Even knowing he was outmatched, he had to charge forward regardless. I will not allow you to ruin my world. Do not underestimate me. In a flash, Sun Wukong stepped into the void, rushing towards Dalit with terrifying speed. Blue energy surged and coalesced at his fist, and with a devastating punch, he unleashed a destructive blow aimed at Dalit's face. To others, Sun Wukong's speed appeared as swift as lightning, nearly impossible to perceive. Yet in Dalit's eyes, Sun Wukong and the surrounding world were moving in slow motion. His speed seemed as sluggish as a tortoise, and his attack lacked any force, feeling utterly feeble. Raising his hand, he merely tapped with his index finger. Boom. A muffled sound resonated. The might of a divine punch, infused with immense power, was effortlessly countered by Dalit's single finger, perfectly negating the overwhelming force. Stunned, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. His full-powered attack had been dismissed with such ease. The chasm between their realms was insurmountable. However, he did not concede defeat. Just as he prepared to strike again, Dalit's voice rang out once more. What is it? Kakarot, do not stop. Continue your assault. With a sinister grin, Dalit taunted him. Sun Wukong remained silent, his gaze filled with icy fury as he glared at Dalit. With both fists and legs in unison, he unleashed a relentless onslaught akin to a tempest, executing a seamless barrage of attacks from every angle. Within a mere second, hundreds, even thousands of lethal strikes rained down upon Dalit. Such an onslaught, even for Vegeta, who has mastered the formidable power of Super Saiyan Blue, is exceedingly difficult to withstand. Yet, before Daluot, it is utterly inconsequential. With merely a single finger, he effortlessly nullifies the attacks, standing firm as if anchored in the void. In an instant, he seizes the fleeting opportunity. Under the astonished gaze of Son Goku, he transitions from defense to offense, flicking his finger. A resounding bang echoes forth. What appears to be an innocuous strike sends Super Saiyan Blue's Son Goku hurtling backward like a severed kite, tumbling uncontrollably. After gliding nearly 1,000 meters through the air, he barely manages to regain his balance. With his right hand pressed against his painfully throbbing forehead, tears well in the corners of his eyes as his brow reddens and swells. It is but a mere flick of a finger that can repel him. The overwhelming disparity in power was evident to anyone. Sun Wukong felt a sense of dread. Saiyans are creatures that grow braver with each battle, yet at this moment, he was on the verge of losing his courage. Noticing Sun Wukong's cessation of attacks, Darot casually placed his hands behind his back, his smile unwavering, as he suspended himself in the void, locking eyes with Sun Wukong. As the pain in his forehead subsided, Sun Wukong gradually regained his composure. This was futile. In close combat, defeating him was beyond my reach. This individual, merely standing there, rendered me unable to act recklessly. He appeared riddled with flaws, yet in truth, he was impeccable. The power of Super Saiyan Blue fell woefully short in comparison. Could it be that I must resort to that technique? Gazing at the formidable Darot before him, Sun Wukong found no better alternative. For the first time, he perceived the strength of Super Saiyan Blue as minuscule and fragile. Though both were Saiyans, their battle prowess was not of the same caliber. He had exerted all his might, while his opponent had yet to reveal his true capabilities. This sense of powerlessness was genuinely disheartening. Most crucially, Darot had confidently mentioned the fourth transformation of Super Saiyan. He could transform. If the first level of Super Saiyan possessed this strength, then what might the fourth level entail? Perhaps it surpassed even that of the god of destruction, Beerus. In the shadows, Black Wukong, witnessing this extraordinary battle, was left dumbfounded. Was it truly possible to repel the divine form of Sun Wukong with just a single finger? This power could be wielded by mere mortals. How infuriating. Stimulated by Darot's overwhelming combat prowess, Black Wukong felt a surge of urgency. Though he was arrogant and narcissistic, he remained clear-headed. The Saiyan before him was no ordinary opponent, evoking a deep-seated fear. Merely observing from the shadows, this scene instilled trepidation within him. Since acquiring this body, he had grown increasingly combative, yearning to contend with formidable beings. The stronger the opponent, the greater the power he gained upon victory. Yet now, he felt none of that exhilaration. The terrifying strength of Darot loomed before him, and Super Saiyan God Blue Sun Wukong was not necessarily his match. Such a terrifying existence, should he confront him, would likely lead to his demise in an instant. In the world of the future, this individual does not exist. Were he to exist, my plans would surely fail under his obstruction. Black Goku mused to himself. He felt a sense of relief that in the future world, there was no presence of Dalit. Such a formidable being would demand an exorbitant cost to contend with. The execution of the Human Zero plan must not allow for the slightest error. Chapter 29. Has Beerus become the savior? With a single strike, the city of West City was shattered. Through the projection of the Angel Whist's staff, everyone gasped in disbelief. At this juncture, Son Goku had transformed into the Super Saiyan God Blue, yet he was effortlessly subdued by Dalit. Particularly, Dalit's Super Saiyan form was overwhelmingly powerful, instilling a sense of despair. Even in his super blue state, Goku found it difficult to inflict any harm upon his opponent, who remained merely a regular Super Saiyan. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. The disparity was indeed monumental. The realms of my father and that individual are not even in the same dimension. That fellow is far ahead. Son Gohan gritted his teeth, feeling a tumult of frustration and sorrow within him. He was angered by his own inadequacy and disheartened by the realization that he had been rendered obsolete by the passage of time. In his prime, he had been among the elite fighters. Now, the gap had widened, and his father and Vegeta were incomparably stronger than he. With such a terrifying adversary descending upon this world, even they were at a loss. He yearned to assist, yet he knew all too well that should he charge into battle, it would merely be a path to his own demise. This sense of helplessness deepened his despair, weighing heavily upon him, as he struggled to breathe under the immense pressure. Suddenly, Piccolo's voice broke through the silence, momentarily rousing the group from their stupor. No, the battle is not yet over. Even the formidable Goku is not a match for this adversary. Yet Goku still conceals the kaioshin technique. Let us not forget that during the recent martial arts tournament, it was this very move that enabled Goku to turn the tide and achieve a stalemate against that formidable foe. Hit. As he spoke, Piccolo was also engaged in calculations, adding, if Goku employs the kaioshin, he might indeed alter the course of this battle. His words, although a glimmer of hope, served as a reminder to everyone present. Having hope is certainly better than despair. However, Prince Vegeta vehemently disagreed. Though reluctant to concede, he asserted that even with the kaioshin, Kakarot remains no match for this opponent. Vegeta critiqued. The kaioshin may amplify one's strength, yet thus far, the enemy has merely transformed into a Super Saiyan at the first level. Given that he, too, possesses the ability to transform, Vegeta could not believe that his rival would limit himself to this initial form. While the kaioshin can indeed close the gap, it only enhances one's power within the same realm. Should the opponent transcend to Super Saiyan level 2 or 3, any distance gained would be swiftly negated. Piccolo's words instilled hope, while Vegeta's remarks plunged the group into despair. What are we to do? If this continues, Goku will surely be defeated, perhaps even killed. Krillin inhaled deeply, his expression betraying increasing alarm. His thoughts mirrored those of the others. What shall we do? You ask me? Who should I inquire? Frankly, had I not witnessed this with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe such a being could exist. Vegeta ground his teeth in frustration. This is merely the first stage, yet it renders their Super Saiyan Blue incapable of contending with it. Unless they transcend their existing boundaries and surpass the Super Blue, they cannot hope to resist. If all else fails, perhaps I should beseech Lord Beerus? It seems that Lord Beerus is rather concerned about this unknown adversary. Bulma's unexpected interjection revealed a newfound direction for everyone. Indeed, they had been consumed by worry, but was there not a formidable ally by their side? The god of destruction, Beerus, the most exalted deity of this universe. Others have placed Beerus at the forefront of their thoughts. This also elicited a chuckle from Beerus, who found it amusing that he had suddenly transformed from a destroyer into a savior. However, he remained indifferent, as he cared little for the opinions of others. Only Vegeta clung steadfastly to his convictions. That fool Kakarot. He should have unleashed his full strength from the very beginning. Such an approach would have caught the opponent off guard. Now that the baseline of their opponent's strength has been discerned, if this fellow truly harbors ill intentions, we are all doomed. Vegeta mentally chastised Goku. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a flicker of relief. Initially, it was he who was meant to take the stage, only to be preempted by Goku. Were it not for Goku, it would have been him facing this overwhelming sense of helplessness. On the battlefield, after experiencing the disparity in power, Super Saiyan Blue Goku swallowed hard and remained silent for an extended period. Observing this, Dalit grew increasingly impatient. Ultimately, there was little value in prolonging a tedious battle. If this version of Goku lacked greater strength, Dalit found himself growing weary. Have you formulated a strategy? Or are you prepared to concede? I have been waiting for quite some time, he remarked, stifling a yawn. Such a contemptuous demeanor incited a bitter rage within the ultra-blue Sun Wukong, yet he refrained from acting recklessly. In the presence of such a formidable creature, every cell in his body trembled with apprehension. I refuse to believe. You cannot possibly withstand the full force of my Kamehameha wave. Upon uttering these words, Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, unleashing a tempest of energy that surged under his mental command. With his hands pressed together in a lotus formation, divine power rapidly coalesced and took shape. Azure particles converged towards his palms, transforming into a deep blue orb of light. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong compressed his own energy to amplify its potency. Wang. Brilliant blue light radiated outward, causing ripples in the fabric of space. The sheer spectacle revealed the extraordinary might of the energy he had amassed. This is my ultimate Kamehameha wave. As the energy reached its zenith, accompanied by Sun Wukong's fervent shout, a beam of azure energy erupted from his palm. In an instant, the energy, akin to a raging dragon, surged forth with apocalyptic force. Racing towards Dalit. Has it reached this level? A slight smirk graced Dalit's lips. In the face of Sun Wukong's all-out assault, even with such overwhelming power, it merely piqued his interest. Unfazed and unflinching, he raised his right hand, and in an instant, a terrifying pressure accompanied a swift motion, erupting in a straight line. Boom. The sound of a deafening explosion echoed. Just as the Kamehameha wave's energy seemed poised to strike, it was effortlessly shattered by Dalit's palm at the last possible moment. The energy dissipated, transforming into a cascade of azure and white particles that drifted through the air. This scene left Sun Wukong utterly astonished and profoundly devastated. The ancestral Kamehameha, powered by his entire being, was effortlessly dispelled by a single palm strike. Chapter 30. A single fatal blow. Vegeta takes the relay. It seems you are merely this much. Kakarot. Vegeta declared. Well, I have now grasped the extent of your capabilities, and I must admit, it is quite disappointing. Nevertheless, I have witnessed what is referred to as the divine form. Compared to your counterpart in my world, the version of you in this realm pales significantly. His face was a portrait of disappointment, unmistakably evident. Even the mightiest strike delivered in full force seemed to be nothing more than a futile gesture, merely stirring up dust. Continuing down this path appeared to serve no purpose. As he assessed the situation, Darlot began to advance slowly, treading the void, and in the next instant, his body vanished like a specter. In less than 0.0001 seconds, he reappeared before Sun Wukong. Simultaneously, under the horrified gaze of his opponent, he executed another instantaneous movement to position himself behind him. Not good. A sense of foreboding washed over Sun Wukong's battle instincts. He wished to evade or mount a defense, but it was far too late. A golden aura enveloped Darlot's hand as he casually slashed downward. The blow landed heavily upon Sun Wukong's neck. An indescribable force radiated throughout Sun Wukong's entire being, affecting every nerve and neuron within his mind. He suddenly felt the world spin around him, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. The state of Super Saiyan God Blue dissipated, and with it, his divine power shattered instantaneously. His pupils dilated, his breath faltered, and in an instant, his body seemed to lose all weight, plummeting toward the ground. A single strike, a guaranteed demise. The Super Saiyan God Blue state of Sun Wukong was effortlessly vanquished by Darlot's casual blow. At that very moment, as Sun Wukong descended, a brilliant azure light surged from the distance. Not only did it catch the unconscious Sun Wukong, but it also prevented him from suffering further harm upon impact. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Vegeta who had arrived. Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan God Blue form, was poised and ready. Has the reliever arrived? Excellent. I shall give this version of you a proper thrashing, Vegeta, Darlot remarked with a mocking grin. To be frank, the power of the Super Saiyan God had left Darlot somewhat underwhelmed. After all, this transformation was the legitimate Super Saiyan evolution from the primary timeline, augmented with divine power. Yet it amounted to this. Suspended in midair, Darlot watched as Vegeta gently placed Sun Wukong on the ground. He made no move to pursue. Vegeta's expression was serious. He had initially intended to join forces with Sun Wukong to confront Darlot. However, he had arrived too late. Even so, he could not afford to back down. For the true intentions of their opponent remained shrouded in mystery. Damn it. You rest here for a while. I'll handle that guy for the time being. But don't sleep too long. If I falter, then our chances of victory will vanish entirely. With a grave expression, Vegeta declared before slowly ascending into the sky. He lifted his gaze to lock eyes with Darlot. With just the clash of their gazes, he could sense the immense pressure contained within. This oppressive force surged toward him, fully descending upon him. His heart raced, and his breath grew labored. Unbeknownst to him, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. Moments ago, Kakarot had endured this very weight while confronting this enigmatic Saiyan. Clenching his fists involuntarily, Vegeta summoned his inner strength. This individual exhibits an overwhelming strength that is decidedly beyond the ordinary. The aura he emanates is of an entirely different caliber compared to what I perceived as a mere observer before. With his teeth clenched, Vegeta took a deep breath and firmly established his stance before Dalit. His gaze, fixed intently on Dalit, carried a hint of inquiry. Who are you, truly? As a fellow Saiyan, reveal your name. With these words spoken, Vegeta finally felt a sense of relief. At least he had articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing Vegeta's question, Dalit narrowed his eyes slightly, meeting him with a mocking stare. Finally, a sensible individual has appeared, unlike Kakarot, who lacks discernment. And akin to the version of you from my own dimension, Vegeta. Moreover, this version of you appears significantly more youthful than the one from my reality. With these words, he refrained from disclosing his name, opting instead to exert psychological dominance. Upon uttering these words, Vegeta was acutely aware that this unknown Saiyan undoubtedly hailed from a future world, albeit one distinct from Trunks' timeline. After all, how could one claim to be youthful otherwise? Thus, you are a Saiyan from the future. Gazing intently at Darlot, Vegeta posed the question once more. In response, Darlot expressed admiration for Vegeta's intellect. It was undeniable that he possessed a sharp mind, especially when compared to Son Goku. There was simply no contest. A mere casual remark had struck at the very essence of the matter. With a smile gracing his lips, Darlot continued, "You have not come here to engage me in battle, have you? Kakarot has already been defeated by me. With your rationality, you should recognize that you cannot possibly stand as my opponent." His mocking words were delivered with unvarnished directness. Vegeta clenched his fists in response. Humph. So what if you have bested Kakarot? I am not the same as him, so do not underestimate me. Suppressing his rising anger, Vegeta retorted. Is that so? Darlot's eyes glinted with a hint of interest. Your courage is commendable. Truly, you are the prince of our warrior race. However, the gap between us is far too vast. If you are unafraid of death, then come and test your strength. With these words, Darlot had already assessed Vegeta's capabilities. The difference in power compared to Son Goku was not insurmountable. Though a disparity of 400 units existed, it was negligible when juxtaposed with Goku's prowess. Hence, one could deduce that Vegeta's base battle power was approximately 500 trillion units. While somewhat inferior to Goku, he possessed strengths of his own. His ferocious energy was beyond what Goku could muster. This dynamic bore similarities to the distinctions observed between Goku and Vegeta in the GT timeline. According to Darlot's insights, this aligned well with the circumstances of the original storyline set in the time-space continuum. During the arc of Black Goku, Vegeta initially proved to be weaker than Goku, but after voluntarily entering the hyperbolic time chamber for training, he eventually surpassed Goku's strength. Regrettably, despite temporarily eclipsing Goku, he was ultimately overtaken during the Tournament of Power, even though he had attained the profound evolution of Super Saiyan Blue. It paled in comparison to Goku's mastery of Ultra Instinct. Chapter 31, The Rodent in the Shadows, the Dark Ones. Despite being belittled by Darlot, Vegeta found himself surprisingly devoid of anger. Undoubtedly, the enemy was exceedingly formidable, possessing the right to make such claims. Were their positions reversed, Vegeta would have made even more outrageous statements. Though your mere presence is infuriating, before we engage in battle, I must extend an apology on behalf of that fool from earlier. In the absence of knowledge regarding my foes, I mistook you for a Dark One, which led to this confrontation. The unexpected apology from Vegeta left Darlot somewhat perplexed, unsure of the prince's intentions. Without a hint of hesitation, Vegeta continued. However, now that circumstances have unfolded in this manner, regardless of the reasons behind your arrival in our world, I must engage you in combat. This is not solely for the sake of my world, but as the Prince of the Saiyans, it is a duty I must fulfill. With these words, Vegeta laid bare his innermost thoughts. This revelation astonished Dalit. One must concede that this individual possesses remarkable intellect. Furthermore, he demonstrates a keen understanding of both advance and retreat. Fully aware of the cause for which he fights, he battles for his own dignity, representing the Saiyans of this world. He is determined not to be outdone by the Saiyans of other realms, just as Dalit refuses to concede to the denizens of alternate worlds, especially to the Saiyans. As fellow kin, they can only imagine the provocation of encountering an individual endowed with unfathomable power seemingly out of nowhere. You indeed surprise me. It appears that in this era, you have attained the awareness befitting a king. While this sense of dignity is commendable, your presumption in challenging me may merely lead to your own suffering. I shall not refuse your challenge. Yet I must caution you that the realms we inhabit are not of the same dimension. As he spoke, Dalit conveyed both admiration for him and an acknowledgement of their disparity in strength. Should he persist in his desire to battle, there would be no grounds for refusal. Moreover, engaging in combat with the Vegeta of this world holds its own merit. This does not require your reminder. To be candid, the pressure is indeed immense, and I possess little confidence in my ability to triumph over you. However, the outcome remains uncertain until we engage in combat. Clenching his fist and raising it aloft. This symbolizes the pride and confidence of a prince. Even in the face of inevitable defeat, he shall not retreat. This performance indeed deserves serious consideration from Dalit. In comparison, the two incarnations of Sun Wukong from different worlds, the two versions of Vegeta are strikingly identical. Perhaps there are subtle differences, yet such discrepancies are of little consequence. Indeed, at the very least, you in this world have earned my recognition. However, before I accept your challenge, there is a matter that must be addressed. Such as the Dark Man. Dalit's words caused Vegeta to suddenly tense up. The Dark Man? You are aware of that individual? The astonished inquiry revealed Vegeta's furrowed brow. Concerning the Dark Man, they found themselves powerless, unable to devise a solution. Yet, this future Saiyan before him has uttered such words. What does this signify? Perhaps others possess more knowledge. Do not misconstrue. I am not acquainted with him, nor do I recognize him. However, a lurking observer, a mouse in the shadows, has been piquing my interest. Previously, it was Kakarot, and now it is you, both alluding to the existence of this dark entity. Let me surmise, could this mouse possibly be the so-called dark figure? As he spoke, Dalit's gaze shifted towards a distant cliff. At this very moment, on that cliff, a transformation was unfolding. Initially, Dalit dismissed it, but with the emergence of the temporal vortex, it became imperative to investigate. Vegeta followed the direction of Dalit's gaze, and there, upon the cliff, stood a figure clad in a dark martial arts uniform. Upon closer inspection, this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku, with an aura of malevolence radiating intensely. Without Dalit's warning, Vegeta had remained oblivious to this presence. Once again, he felt the crushing weight of inferiority, a simmering frustration boiling within him, yet unable to be released. That fellow, Kakarot? How could this be possible? Vegeta was incredulous. At that moment, as he beheld the expanding black vortex, memories of Dalit's arrival flooded back to him. An explanation surged forth in his mind, if not a dark entity. Then who could it be? After observing for so long, how long do you intend to linger? The temporal vortex behind you seems to be working against you. Dalit's commanding and oppressive voice resonated across the space, reaching Black Goku's ears. Vegeta, overhearing this, felt an even greater sense of disbelief. He was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, upon hearing Dalit's words, Black Goku's expression momentarily faltered, then transformed into a sinister and malevolent smile. Humanity is indeed a despicable race, particularly you barbaric Saiyans, who deserve to be eradicated. As a mortal, how dare you look down upon me, a deity? Black Goku's eyes reflected disdain. Simultaneously, in an instant, due to Black Goku's appearance, the image projected by Whis in West City shifted to align with the focus of Dalit and Vegeta. The existence of Black Goku was now vividly apparent. For others, the immediate reaction was shock, followed by the realization of how strikingly similar this individual was to Son Goku. In contrast, upon witnessing Black Goku's visage, future Trunks could no longer contain himself. It is him, that wretched dark entity. Fury surged within him, and fueled by overwhelming emotion, he transformed into a Super Saiyan second stage. With the murder of his future mother and the death of Mai, this dark entity became the singular target he must obliterate in his lifetime. He was willing to sacrifice everything and would not let this opportunity slip. Enraged, he desired to rush onto the battlefield for vengeance, only to be promptly restrained by Gohan. Calm down, Trunks, rushing in now would be futile. The dark entity's arrival has gone unnoticed. Our inability to detect his presence is a testament to his superior power. Gohan, with a serious expression, continued, rest assured. This dark entity is now exposed. I believe that unknown Saiyan and the dark entity are unfamiliar with one another. Otherwise, we would not witness this scene. And Uncle Vegeta is still present. As his words sank in, Gohan's reasoning helped to temper future Trunks' fury. Chapter 32. Black Goku's recklessness, can it be endured? It is hard to believe this dark entity truly bears an identical appearance to Goku. However, the essence of his aura is fundamentally different. Krillin remarked with a sense of wonder. Indeed, his presence emanates a profound malevolence, steeped in darkness. What could his origin possibly be? Piccolo's eyes narrowed. Articulating his own sentiments, memories from over a decade ago resurfaced in his mind. Back then, A Saiyan identical to Son Goku invaded Earth and planted a tree of might to annihilate the planet. This individual was named Dales, and during that era, he was immensely powerful, even capable of contending with Frieza before his transformation. Yet, in the current context, he would be akin to an insect, easily eradicated with a flick of a finger. Piccolo was uncertain. His sole hypothesis was that this dark entity might be Dales, who had survived in the future world and had consumed an abundance of spirit fruits, thus gaining such formidable strength. Little did he know, this individual was far from being Dales. This is Sun Wukong. However, while the body belongs to Sun Wukong, the soul is that of Zamasu from a future world. Unlike them, the Z fighters remain oblivious to the peculiarities. The angel Whis and the god of destruction Beerus have already sensed something amiss. Lord Beerus, please observe that individual's left hand, was noted, alerting Beerus to the dark figure's left hand. With a shift of his gaze, Beerus too discerned that the dark figure was adorned with a distinctive silver ring on his left index finger. This ring appears strikingly familiar. Is it the time ring? With a slight furrow of his brow, Beerus immediately recognized that the ring adorning the left hand of the dark figure was indeed the time ring. It is an artifact exclusively possessed and wielded by the Supreme Kai, and its use is strictly forbidden unless absolutely necessary, as it is a product of transgression. With this object, one can traverse into the future, yet returning to the past remains impossible. Could this dark figure be a Supreme Kai from the future? However, that would not be accurate. The time ring should not allow him to return to the present from the past. Beerus spoke with a grave expression. This dialogue is directed both at oneself and at Whis. As far as the known universe is concerned, there exists no other deity resembling Goku. This individual is certainly not Goku. Whis promptly dismissed Beerus's assertion, adding, perhaps it is due to the unknown Saiyan traversing through time that a unique conduit has formed between Trunks' future and our current world. However, one thing is unequivocally clear. It is indeed the time ring that has guided the dark being into our realm. This is intriguing. The ability to wield the Kaioshin's time ring, coupled with a visage akin to that of young Goku, suggests that many unforeseen events have transpired in the future, which now intertwine with our reality. Beerus stated with a grave tone, feeling an unsettling premonition deep within. The dark entity undoubtedly hailed from the future, a fact he could discern at once. Yet the crux of the matter remains, from whence did Dalit originate? This peculiar phenomenon occurring repeatedly in their timeline necessitates careful consideration, especially since it unfolds within his domain. On the battlefield, Black Goku exerted his own power, temporarily freeing himself from the vortex of time through the time ring's abilities, and materialized before Dalit and Vegeta. A tense standoff ensued, with the dynamics shifting dramatically. You are the dark entity from Trunks' future? Excellent. I thought I had missed my chance, but your appearance is tantamount to seeking death. With fists clenched, Vegeta's focus and fury converged entirely upon Black Goku. He had long harbored a profound anger, yearning for an outlet. The figure before him, identical to Kakarot, was the very one who had turned Trunks' future upside down, grievously injuring his son and slaying Bulma in that timeline. Should he not avenge this wrong, he would no longer be called Vegeta. Is that not Vegeta, the Saiyan perpetually overshadowed by Goku? Upon encountering Vegeta, Black Goku displayed no concern. Instead, he adopted a mocking demeanor, deliberately provoking Vegeta. Ordinarily, such taunts would have ignited Vegeta's fury, compelling him to act. Yet, surprisingly, he remained calm, aware that the current situation did not permit recklessness. Furthermore, the extent of Dalit's potential threat remained uncertain. Vegeta was neither a fool nor a mere reflection of Goku. He possessed sound judgment. Understanding that Black Goku could so brazenly appear within the aura enveloping him and Dalit, yet remained unfazed, was indicative of the dark being's formidable strength. You possess remarkable audacity, drawing so near without a hint of concern for your own safety. Are you not afraid that I might take your life in an instant? Dalit's eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized Black Goku, feeling an enduring vexation towards this character. From his previous life, he had held a deep disdain for this figure. After all, who could admire someone who carried an air of superiority while being nothing more than an insignificant insect? Ultimately, if Zamasu did not embody Goku's form, he would merely be a worthless wretch. In response to Dalit's derision, Black Goku appeared unfazed. If you believe you can achieve that, feel free to give it a try. Such provocation, is it not akin to courting disaster? The atmosphere around Dalit has undergone a subtle transformation. If he could endure this, he would not be Dalo. With a combat power of 1500, it is evident that in his normal state, Black Goku is indeed 3 times stronger than the nearby Vegeta. However, when compared to him, Vegeta is but an insignificant insect. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that such formidable combat power is undeniably impressive. It is no surprise that, in the original narrative, he was able to overpower 2 Super Saiyan Blues. Yet, at this moment, Black Goku is merely at this level. He has yet to master his transformation. In the original tale, it was only after his battle with Son Goku that he returned to the future and gradually learned to transform, ultimately achieving the so-called Super Saiyan Rose form. It seems I have been too lenient, allowing even a rat like you, who hides in the shadows, to presume superiority in my presence. With a sudden change in his gaze, Dalo's aura underwent a significant transformation. A surge of killing intent followed, astonishing Vegeta who stood beside him. Chapter 33, Quarreling with an Insect? The atmosphere shifted dramatically with the change in energy. Such terrifying killing intent. Even with the countless humans I have slain, my own aura pales in comparison to yours. My curiosity is piqued. Just who are you? Without a hint of fear or hesitation, Black Goku's demeanor momentarily surprised Dalo. The astonishment does not stem from his exceptional prowess or his commendable mindset, but rather from his utter inability to discern the fundamental situation. He mistakenly believes himself to be formidable, thus adopting an arrogant demeanor that belittles everyone around him. If one is not well versed in the original plot, Darot might indeed need to contemplate whether this individual possesses some sort of guaranteed advantage. However, Darot is acutely aware of the circumstances, and thus views Black Goku's demeanor as nothing short of hubristic arrogance. How intriguing, indeed. It is quite amusing that he harbors no fear of my silence, and possesses the audacity to engage me in combat. I must admit, your fearless courage is comparable to that of Kakarot. As he uttered these mocking words, Darot chuckled. To him, Black Goku is nothing more than an easy target to obliterate. Ultimately, the present moment is indeed the most opportune time to eliminate him, for he is not invulnerable at this juncture. Once he returns to the future and merges with the immortal Zamasu, he will become far more formidable. After all, the immortality bestowed by the Super Dragon is not of the ordinary kind. Even the erasure by the Omni King might leave behind remnants. The situation took a turn, with Vegeta becoming a marginal presence. Caught in the middle, he was uncertain how to navigate his position. On one hand, the fury directed towards the dark entity incited a desire to demonstrate his superiority and vent his frustrations. On the other hand, the conflict between the dark being and the enigmatic Saiyan, Darot, seemed advantageous. As the saying goes, battles between two enemies can often be the greatest advantage for oneself. Yet, as a prince, Vegeta's pride thwarted him from accepting such a benefit. He perceived his current situation as a testament to his incompetence, leading to his blatant disregard. What a farce. Here I stand as a Super Saiyan Blue. Clenching his fist once more, Vegeta's face contorted with suppressed rage, revealing his deep frustration. In response to Darot's derision, Black Goku appeared unfazed. Indeed, Darot is a threat, yet not one that instills genuine fear. As a mortal wielding power surpassing even that of gods, he is certainly worthy of pride. However, at the end of the day, you remain merely a mortal. Goku and Vegeta may quail in your presence, but I shall not. I am eternally above you, a being of the highest order, born to be sovereign. His audacious arrogance unveiled Black Goku's deepest ambitions. With a cold smirk, Darot dismissed him with disdain. His gaze sharpened, and an invisible aura of terror surged forth, enveloping Black Goku's body in an overwhelming pressure. This time, there is no intention to show mercy. Since you were so confident, let us savor the taste of death. The overwhelming pressure of a Super Saiyan at full power inundates Black Goku like a tidal wave. Even at such a close range, Vegeta finds himself affected, nearly losing his balance. As he endures this overwhelming force, Black Goku's heart tightens, instinctively sensing an immense crisis looming. In a split second, he channels all of his divine energy to resist. As his strength escalates, Black Goku's power elicits laughter from Dalit. To dare speak so boldly with such trifling strength is truly a path to self-destruction, not even reaching the level of a peach blossom. One should remain hidden like a maggot in the shadows. Is this truly all you possess? Your pitiful and laughable divine power pales in comparison not only to mine but also to Kakarot's. With mocking words, Dalit rolls up his sleeves, his wicked grin growing ever more pronounced. Such an expression instantly alerted Black Goku to the grave situation at hand. Oh no, realizing that his body was ensnared, rendering him incapable of even the slightest movement, panic ensued. As a deity, he was loath to relinquish his dignity, which compelled him to confront the situation directly and issue fierce threats. In that moment, he felt akin to a powerless puppet, devoid of resistance. A sudden explosion resonated through the air. Blood erupted in an instant, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Black Goku's nose was shattered by a swift punch from Dalit, and the intense pain rendered his vision hazy, as if he had been knocked unconscious by that single blow. How extraordinarily fast! Just one strike leaves me utterly defenseless, cursed mortal. Clenching his teeth, the dignity of a god forced him to stabilize his consciousness while striving to maintain control over his body. Is this it? Is this the so-called power you arrogantly believe elevates you above others? Ridiculous. I have already discerned your true nature. You do not belong to this realm. Your body may be that of Kakarot, but your soul, your essence, is not. You proclaim yourself a deity while usurping Kakarot's form. Is this how it is? Insect. Dalit taunted Black Goku with a mocking laugh, intensifying his provocation. This statement startled Black Wukong, while nearby, Vegeta suddenly made a realization. Without Dalit's words, he would have remained oblivious to it even now. This body indeed belongs to Kakarot, yet this individual is not Kakarot. How intriguing. I wondered how such a striking resemblance could exist. Vegeta roared in fury, his temper flaring. Dalit has unraveled the greatest enigma in his heart. It is merely a trivial human, basking in a fleeting advantage. He ought to refrain from such hubris. The self-proclaimed superior entity, the Black Goku, could not tolerate such provocation. His blood-stained hand swung violently, crimson droplets scattering through the air. His eyes were bloodshot, rage evident upon his visage. With a furious bellow, he summoned an orange-yellow energy sphere in one hand and hurled it towards Dalit. The energy blast, compressed to its utmost limit, was sent careening away as it approached Dalit. Repelled by an intangible aura of dread emanating from him, ultimately crashing into a rocky mountain 1,000 meters distant, resulting in a deafening explosion. With his initial assault thwarted, Black Goku swiftly closed the distance, appearing before Dalit in an instant, his fist clenched tightly as he aimed a devastating strike at Dalit's visage. The earlier energy blast was merely a diversion. The true formidable assault lay in his close-range attack. Chapter 34. Ants remain ants. With each strike, fists and feet combined, the tremendous destructive power contained within each blow was enough to obliterate mountains. This terrifying assault compelled even the Super Saiyan Blue forms of Goku and Vegeta to retreat. It is evident that despite a lack of raw power, Black Goku's true strength, augmented by divine energy, reached an astonishing level. Confronted with such a cataclysmic onslaught, Dorotis stood resolute, refusing to flinch or budge from her position. Her aura coalesced at the surface of her body, forming an invisible and indomitable barrier. No matter how fiercely Black Goku attacked, he could not breach this unyielding defense. Such disdainful words revealed Dorotis's increasingly direct provocation. Impossible. My attacks are having not the slightest effect. Who on earth are you? Black Goku was left utterly astonished. This was the first time he felt such helplessness since acquiring the body of Sun Wukong. Dorotis's strength was astonishingly overwhelming. Now, he was even more powerful than when he first traversed into this realm, having perfectly replicated the combat experiences of Sun Wukong. As a result, not only had his strength increased, but his control had also significantly improved. In his mind, no matter how formidable Darat was, this outcome should not have been the case. It was only at this juncture that he began to realize the gravity of the situation. So, have you had enough? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and in a mere breath, Darat effortlessly grasped the attacking fist of Black Wukong with one hand, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Black Wukong. A lethal sense of crisis surged through every cell in his body, leaving him, as a deity, utterly unprepared. This is an unprecedented sensation. Black Goku's visage was as pale as parchment, and his body's instinctive reactions were more immediate than the divine awareness he possessed. He realized that he was no match for the unknown Saiyan before him. He would perish. Helplessly, he watched as Dalit raised his right fist slowly, preparing to deliver an uppercut. The pressure of energy locked onto him, leaving Black Goku no opportunity to evade. His body was entirely immobilized, unable to move. A thunderous explosion erupted with a resounding bang. Black Goku's jaw was shattered by Dalit's punch, with teeth and blood scattering through the air as he was propelled skyward like a cannonball, only to be violently hurled away. Humph! Such arrogance, boasting so brazenly before me, when even the original Kakarot is no match for my might. You, an insignificant insect who has usurped Kakarot's body and yet lacks mastery over transformation. How could you possibly stand against me? Hubris demands a price. Dalit's contemptuous words left even Vegeta, the observer, in stunned silence. This is utterly exaggerated. Although the strength of the Dark Man isn't particularly formidable, it is at least enough to trouble even the Super Blue. Yet, Dalit effortlessly dispatched him with a single strike. With his mouth agape, he realized. Upon witnessing such a scene up close, the vast chasm that lay between him and Dalit. Dalit had previously articulated this disparity, and though he acknowledged it, the extent of this gap was now painfully clear to him. Fighting Dalit for the sake of the Saiyan prince's dignity may have sounded impressive, and Vegeta took pride in himself, but it now appeared to be a futile endeavor, inviting nothing but suffering. Every word Dalit had uttered was genuine, a true warning rather than a display of superiority. The truth was, Dalit possessed formidable strength. Under Vegeta's watchful gaze, in the next moment, Dalit's figure vanished, transforming into an afterimage. Without hesitation, he launched a direct attack, seizing the advantage. Dalit reappeared behind the retreating Black Goku, raising his hand and pointing his finger at the nape of Black Goku's neck. With a resounding thud, a surge of terrifying power swiftly coursed through Black Goku's body. The sound of shattering bones rang sharply in the air, accompanied by a wretched cry escaping Black Goku's lips. This strike not only inflicted physical harm, but also directly wounded the very essence of the soul. In an instant, Black Wukong lost consciousness, his power dissipating entirely. His body plummeted at a terrifying speed, hurtling towards a rocky mountain. In a fleeting moment, Dalit teleported closer, seizing his neck with one hand, as if lifting refuse, and hoisted him up. The barely conscious Black Wukong had lost all capacity for combat. Ultimately, I overestimated you, believing your grandiose claims reflected significant prowess. This is where your journey ends. Had you mastered the power of transformation, you might have danced before me a little longer. Fixing his disdainful gaze upon the feeble Black Wukong in his grasp, Dalit scoffed contemptuously, just as he prepared to cast him to the ground. An enigmatic force suddenly drew near. This also caused Dalit to halt his actions, raising his gaze. Before him, he beheld the black vortex on the cliff, previously concealed by the dark Wukong, gradually expanding. The space-time vortex has lost its original equilibrium, for the power of the dark Wukong is insufficient to sustain his presence in this realm. Consequently, the vortex intends to consume him, returning him to his original temporal world. Is that the world of the future? Intriguing. Very well, I shall grant you this reprieve and witness the extent of your growth. Should you perish here, it would indeed be most mundane. However, your insolent words cannot permit you to depart unscathed. A peculiar smile graces my lips. In the next moment, the energy within Dalit surged, an invisible force wildly compressing within his palm. After a rigorous compression, this energy was reduced to the size of nanoparticles, imperceptible to the untrained eye. Before you return, I shall leave a trace within your being, enabling me to locate you more effectively in the future. With that, Dalit directed the energy in his palm to penetrate the dark Wukong's body, embedding it within him. The seed has been sown. It remains to be seen if it will bear fruit. In the next instant, with a nonchalant wave of his hand, the barely conscious dark Wukong was swept away like refuse, drawn into the vortex of time and space by the allure of the future world. As the dark Wukong vanished, the connection between the future time and this world was severed. The once expanding black hole vortex disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. The dark Wukong was consumed by the black vortex, and Dalit, unfazed, shifted his gaze back to Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta had yet to comprehend the situation. However, upon meeting Dalit's penetrating gaze, he instinctively gasped and furrowed his brow. Why? You clearly possessed the power to eliminate that fiend, yet you chose to let him go? Chapter 35, Vegeta's Dilemma. Vegeta's inquiry reflects his bewilderment. Given Dalit's strength, he could have effortlessly obliterated the dark Wukong. Yet, at the critical juncture, Dalit opted not to eradicate him, allowing him to escape instead. In this instance, Vegeta found himself perplexed. Had he been in the same situation, he would never have allowed such a threat to escape, particularly when that threat had audaciously spoken disrespectfully to him. In response to such inquiries, Dalit remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, maintaining his usual demeanor. Do you believe a human would concern themselves with the fate of an ant? Vegeta's casual remark reverberated heavily in his mind. Indeed, who would care about the life or death of an ant? What significance would there be in its demise? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Vegeta suddenly regained his focus, his expression turning more somber. You are attempting to shift the focus. I do not perceive that dark being as merely an ant. No matter how powerful you are, there must be a limit. Are you not afraid that the dark being may return even stronger? If he too can transform, his existence would pose a considerable threat. Vegeta's intelligence shone through, and this subtle reaction earned him another appreciative glance from Dalit. Indeed, your reasoning aligns perfectly with my own. However, what purpose does it serve to deal with such a feeble adversary? Would it not be more advantageous to wait until he grows stronger before defeating him? Dalit articulated his thoughts plainly, revealing his intentions to Vegeta without hesitation. This rendered Vegeta momentarily speechless. After all, how one chooses to act is ultimately their own prerogative. And what could he possibly do? Moreover, the strength of his adversary far surpassed his own. At this very moment, in West City, the unfolding events on screen left everyone in a state of astonishment, accompanied by a tinge of regret that the dark figure had not been vanquished. Indeed, had this unknown Saiyan named Darlot succeeded in eliminating the dark entity, it would have meant the salvation of Trunks' future world. Yet, the outcome was nothing short of astonishing. Despite having the opportunity to easily dispatch the foe, he chose to spare the very architect of the future's destruction. It was a tragic miscalculation. What could have possibly been going through the mind of this Saiyan? Krillin couldn't help but exclaim. Upon uttering those words, one could discern the undertone of grievance in his speech. It appeared as though he held the other party accountable for the failure to vanquish the dark entity. Such an assertion is misguided, Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan, understanding the nuances of the situation, promptly interjected to rectify Krillin's misconception. After all, the adversary does not belong to our circle, even if they have not come to our world to perpetrate malevolence. There exists no obligation for them to assist us in resolving our predicaments. Vegeta's remarks were even more forthright, elucidating the matter with clarity. After speaking, he turned to the furious and conflicted future Trunks. Although it is regrettable that the dark entity was inadvertently allowed to escape, having endured this experience, its return will not be a simple endeavor. At least for you, Trunks, this is a silver lining. With these words, future Trunks' expression darkened. He bore an unspoken anguish. Initially, the dark entity posed little threat, and in each early confrontation, he had been confident of his ability to defeat or even slay it. However, due to his merciful nature, the dark entity grew increasingly powerful after each defeat, ultimately reaching a level of strength that he could no longer withstand. This has ultimately led the future world into such a predicament. He bears responsibility for the future's transformation. Had the Dark One been eliminated at the outset, such a situation would not have arisen. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis continued to savor the freshly prepared barbecue on the table. As they dined, their conversation flowed. Hey Whis, what do you think that Scion's intentions were? It's quite peculiar that he thoroughly defeated his opponent yet chose to spare him at the last moment, Beerus inquired. His voice hushed with suspicion. Whis, equally perplexed, could only concur. If even Lord Beerus cannot discern it, I find myself equally baffled. Perhaps he was merely seeking amusement, devoid of any intent to kill. Oh, are you certain he harbored no such plans? The murderous intent that Scion unleashed just a moment ago was quite formidable, Beerus remarked, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. This matter, how could Whis possibly remain unaware? Nevertheless, he indeed does not comprehend the intentions of this Scion. The true motives of this individual can only be discerned after you take action yourself. With that, Whis adopted a more serious demeanor. After all, Goku has already been defeated, and Vegeta will not stand as a worthy opponent against this Scion. At most, he could only delay the inevitable for a short while. The conversation returned to Beerus's mind. This is indeed the case. On the battlefield, due to Dallow's words, Vegeta grew even more solemn. He found it perplexing to fathom the nature of this unknown Scion from the future. Upon reflection, it seemed that since their arrival, they had not engaged in any notable actions. Rather, it was they who sought him out. Thus, are you still prepared to engage in battle with me? After witnessing that insignificant creature, you should have a clearer understanding of the disparity in our strengths. Gazing intently at Vegeta, Dallo casually brushed off the dust from his attire and smiled as he spoke. Upon uttering these words, Dallet once again scrutinized Vegeta with utmost seriousness. Should his response be to continue the battle, Dallet would treat it with the gravity it deserved. For Dallet, it was merely a question of fighting or not fighting. However, for Vegeta, it posed a formidable dilemma. To fight, for his dignity, for the honor of the Scions in this world. To refrain from battle, that would signify his tacit admission that the Scions of this realm are utterly inconsequential, rendered as insignificant as mere refuse before others. Damn it! Have I even begun to entertain thoughts of retreat? Just how powerful is this Scion from the future? How has he attained such formidable strength? Vegeta roared in desperation within his mind. The depth of Dallet's might weighed heavily on Vegeta, leaving him feeling powerless. If he were to withdraw, what would be the outcome? What would this enigmatic Saiyan choose to do next? He could not avert his gaze from the unfolding events. As the last bastion of defense, Vegeta could not afford to flee. His mind raced with strategies and plans. Confrontation in a straightforward manner would surely lead to defeat. Cunning in the face of absolute power rendered all subterfuge futile. This individual, at first glance, appears utterly flawless, devoid of any weaknesses. Chapter 36, Vegeta's Tenacity. What is it? No response, Vegeta. Just a moment ago, you seemed brimming with confidence, at least possessing the demeanor of a king. Yet now, I perceive a flicker of hesitation in your gaze. Have you succumbed to fear? Are you contemplating surrender without a fight? Darot intentionally provoked Vegeta with his words. As a proud prince, Vegeta found it impossible to maintain his composure. In earlier times, he would have been seething with rage, charging forth to engage the enemy in an epic clash. Even a feudal battle would have been preferable. However, the circumstances have changed. Darot stands apart from any adversary he has faced before. This fellow, a kindred spirit from another realm, is exponentially more powerful than he could ever fathom. To lose one's rationality now would only lead to an irretrievable downfall. That detestable individual. I concede that you are indeed formidable and exude an air of invincibility. But do you truly believe you can assuredly annihilate me as you did Kakarot and the Dark Ones? I am Vegeta. If you possess the capability, then withstand my ultimate move and see for yourself. Left with no alternatives, Vegeta ultimately made a choice, a desperate gambit, the provocation tactic. This was his last resort. Beyond this, there were no means left to achieve a fortuitous victory. If he could not defeat Dalit even under such circumstances, then his fate would be sealed. Initially, he had hoped to join forces with Kakarot, believing they might stand a chance. However, he now realized the futility of such a notion. Even united, they would utterly fail to best Dalit, unless they fused. But the very thought of fusion was one he would rather die than attempt again. Humph. Do you expect me to stand idle and receive your blows? How intriguing. Let us see if you can inflict even the slightest injury upon me should you succeed. Consider it a victory. With narrowed eyes, Dalit recognized this as Vegeta's provocation. Yet, what of it? In the face of absolute power, all struggles are in vain. At this moment, Vegeta's strength could barely reach a tenth of his Super Saiyan form's first stage. Even the most formidable techniques would be incapable of overcoming him. To put it plainly, even if you were granted the use of one hand, you would hardly stir up any significant turmoil, while his scheme had been unraveled. Vegeta nonetheless bore a smile. He understood that such provocations often proved effective against those of great power. If Dalit accepted the challenge, it would grant him a glimmer of a chance for victory. Even the mightiest beings may expose fatal flaws due to their arrogance. Whether he could defeat Dalit hinged upon this pivotal moment. For Vegeta, it was a matter of succeed or perish. I hope you are not intimidated by my power, and I trust your resolve is as steadfast as your words. With that, Vegeta surged into the sky, ascending to a height of 100 meters above Dalit. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the divine energy within him, directing it to surge and whirl with fervor. In the next instant, his arms spread wide, his gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming force akin to an unending flow of molten lava erupted forth. Huh! The frantic cry reverberated through the heavens, unleashing a torrent of energy that transformed the very fabric of the world. The winds howled, the seas boiled, and the mountains trembled. In the sky, the atmosphere swirled chaotically, dark clouds gathering and shadows encroaching under Vegeta's formidable might. The earth quaked violently, causing the planet to sway incessantly beneath this divine force. No, it was not merely the earth. This terrifying power had begun to affect the entire solar system, even extending outward. Suspended in midair, Dalit, upon observing Vegeta, felt a twinge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Vegeta's full outburst would surpass even the full force of Super Blue Goku's Kamehameha wave. The destructive force that this power can unleash has reached an astonishing magnitude exceeding 1,000 quintillion units. With a countenance twisted in fury, resembling that of a malevolent specter, Vegeta's muscles bulge, veins protrude prominently from his skin, and gritting his teeth, he exerts every ounce of his strength to harness this energy. This scene strikingly resembles the moment in the original work when he exerted every ounce of his strength to unleash the ultimate flash. Although the outcome was far from favorable, Vegeta's immense power was etched into the hearts of all who witnessed that move. One cannot help but marvel at such astonishing energy, surpassing the very limits of one's own endurance. Should this technique be perfected to its zenith, even defeating foes of a higher caliber would be effortlessly achievable. Dalit, with a hint of a smile, remarked, "If I were to endure this attack in my usual state, I would emerge gravely injured, if not dead. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Faced with Vegeta's ultimate technique, he remained utterly unperturbed. At this moment, he was in a state of full Super Saiyan power, capable of withstanding the might of the attack. Meanwhile, on the west side, the battle had escalated, and everyone bore witness to Vegeta's formidable stance, causing the Z fighters to break into a cold sweat. If that guy Vegeta fires his ultimate technique from that angle, even the slightest miscalculation could obliterate the entire Earth. Krillin shouted in a panic. He was terrified, fearing that the residual energy from Vegeta's battle could spell doom for the planet, leading it to inevitable destruction. Beside him, Piccolo cast a scornful glance. Vegeta certainly has his own intentions. Since he has chosen to unleash his ultimate move from that perspective, he must have a plan. Piccolo's fists clenched slightly as he ceased to regard the images projected by Whis, instead focusing on the energy coalescing within Vegeta high above. Though invisible, that power felt palpable. With tension mounting, the strongest among them, Son Goku, had already been defeated, leaving all hope resting on Vegeta's shoulders. That guy Vegeta is truly impressive. Capable of gathering such incredible energy, yet he remains completely still, seemingly unfazed by Vegeta's assault. Piccolo mused internally. At this moment, he could only lament his own weakness, relegated to merely spectating while being powerless to intervene. The chasm that now exists is beyond the reach of those of their caliber. The only recourse left is to silently pray for Vegeta's success in one's heart. Observing this from the sidelines, Gohan gritted his teeth, engulfed by a profound sense of despair. He felt a twinge of regret. Had he mastered the power of Super Saiyan God, his father and Uncle Vegeta would not have to fight alone, and he could have been of assistance. A decade ago, he was the youngest among them, yet possessed the greatest strength. With training and the fire of anger, his power was unmatched. Now, such notions are mere empty rhetoric. There was once a splendid opportunity laid before him, and he ascended to the throne of the foremost warrior, yet he regrettably failed to seize that chance. Now, it is too late for remorse. Chapter 37, A Full Force Strike. Goku Awakens. Unlike the Z fighters, the two deities not far away, though their expressions were somewhat grave, did not exhibit any exaggerated reactions. Vegeta's ability to condense energy to such an extent genuinely astonished me. However, for that fellow, it remains inconsequential. Beerus has made it clear that even if this technique were to strike, the outcome would not be favorable. Ultimately, it comes down to a disparity of dimensions. Beerus himself exists as a being of the 10th dimension and above, capable of completely disregarding Vegeta's assault. The dimensional gap cannot be bridged merely by an enhancement of power. Although it may be ineffective, Vegeta's energy has indeed surpassed his own limits, representing a desperate gamble, pouring all hope into this one attack. As Whis spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the unconcerned and relaxed figure of Derelite. As an angel, even viewing Derelite through a projection felt akin to having his true form before him. He had likely discerned the limits of Derelite's strength and at what level it resided. By his analysis, even the average destroyer god pales in comparison. Currently, among the 12 destroyer gods of the 12 universes, half of them cannot even measure up to Derelite. It appears, Lord Beerus, that you must be prepared. After this attack, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will be time for you to intervene. Whis returned his gaze to Beerus and spoke again. This remark elicited a disgruntled hum from Beerus, who responded, I am aware. On the battlefield, the earth trembled incessantly, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Suddenly, the unconscious Goku stirred slightly, his consciousness gradually returning. In a daze, he slowly opened his eyes and instinctively sprang up, raising his gaze towards the sky. A shocking sight met his eyes, jolting him awake. Was that Vegeta? Witnessing Vegeta gathering immense power high above, Goku was taken aback in astonishment. The divine power at this level, this magnitude of strength, has surpassed him. Remarkable. Vegeta, is this truly your utmost effort? Clenching his fists involuntarily, he now completely disregards the injuries still plaguing his body. He can sense that Vegeta is unleashing everything in a desperate assault. This reckless accumulation of energy that transcends limits is evidently destined to be a final, lethal strike. In the haze of unconsciousness, he cannot fathom how many events transpired in between. Goku can only reminisce about his battle with Dalit, the outcome being a dismal defeat, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. The opponent, merely a Super Saiyan at full power, easily rendered him into a profound state of unconsciousness, stripping him of all combat ability. Racked with dissatisfaction over his own failure, he begins to worry for Vegeta. From the essence he perceives, It is clear that the energy Vegeta has amassed is indeed terrifying, even beyond what he could withstand. It could annihilate an entire star system in an instant. Yet, even in the face of such astonishing energy, there stands an immovable figure. What realm does this being inhabit? Is the disparity truly of such magnitude? Gazing at Dalit suspended in the air, Goku can distinctly see that Dalit's expression remains utterly unchanged, further deepening Goku's feelings of discouragement and resentment. The aura of death emanating from Vegeta's strike is overwhelmingly intense, yet Dalit appears unaffected, as though it were of no consequence. Vegeta will lose. Goku takes a deep breath. He no longer hesitates. Even if his body may crumble as a consequence, he is determined to execute that move. He stakes his very life, for it pertains to the peace of this world and the future beyond. Until now, he has been oblivious to the situation. An inevitable circumstance, given his prior state of unconsciousness, unaware that the dark beings had already emerged and were being ravaged by Dalit. Above, on Vegeta's side, the energy has reached its utmost limit, his body in a state of overexertion, muscles swelling to an extraordinary degree, as the terrifying divine energy surges wildly within him. Should this maneuver fail, it would signify his defeat in battle. However, should I unleash this strike, the explosive force possesses the capacity to obliterate this entire galaxy. If you possess the audacity, then attempt to thwart it. Gathering his ultimate technique, Vegeta forcibly contorted his visage into a grimace more ghastly than tears, challenging Dalit. Ah, so confident are we? Then let it commence. I have been eagerly anticipating your lethal assault. Raising his hand, he beckoned with his right index finger. As Dalit's provocative demeanor continued to resonate deeply within one's soul, this compelled Vegeta to lose his composure. The humiliation of his pride ignited a tempest of fury within him, which he unleashed in a spectacular display of his ultimate technique. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Witness my ultimate flash. With a frenzied roar, an immense and resplendent golden energy beam erupted from the palm of Vegeta's hand. It surged forth like a world-destroying dragon, carrying with it the force to obliterate all in its path, aimed squarely at Dalit. The moment the energy was released, fierce winds howled, the very fabric of space trembled, and thunder rumbled with unfathomable power. This was Vegeta's ultimate flash, a true embodiment of ultimate power. Unstoppable, it flickered with electric brilliance, transforming into a colossal dragon with a gaping maw, capable of devouring everything in its vicinity. Its overwhelming might seemed poised to engulf Dalit entirely, to tear him asunder. Indeed, it was a terrifyingly potent attack. Even one of my caliber would face severe injury, or even death, should I falter. However, while effective against others, it holds no significance for me. Upon uttering these words, Dalit nonchalantly raised his right hand, preparing to catch Vegeta's ultimate flash with a single hand. After all, he had faced such an attack before. In the GT timeline, Vegeta had used this very technique against him. If it were the Gamma Burst Flash, it would demand his utmost seriousness, for that truly represented Vegeta's ultimate prowess. Yet, at this juncture in the main timeline, Vegeta had yet to master this technique. It was only during the power tournament in the original storyline that Vegeta first unleashed it against Jiren, ultimately failing to defeat him. With a cataclysmic roar, the terrifying energy of the ultimate flash collided with Dalit's palm. The space quaked, and shock waves rippled outward, stirring up fierce winds and waves across hundreds of miles, as if the world were on the brink of annihilation. The sheer force was astonishing, evoking profound terror. Sensing an invisible barrier obstructing him, Vegeta gritted his teeth. His expression twisted in rage. He could not see it, but he knew his attack had been thwarted. No, impossible. Break through, he bellowed in fury. Pushing his limits beyond the extreme, Vegeta ignited his very essence to bolster his attack. Yet, despite his fierce efforts, he could not advance even an inch. Eventually, when his energy was entirely depleted, Vegeta struggled to remain aloft, gasping for breath. In disbelief, he beheld a sight that left him breathless, nearly causing him to faint. His utmost ultimate flash, which he had unleashed with all his might, was now reduced to a mere orb, casually manipulated within Dalit's palm. Despair engulfed his mind, rendering him speechless and powerless to salvage the situation. Dalit wore a smile, his unremarkable demeanor further underscoring his invincibility. Even if struck, it seemed impossible to rattle Dalit in the slightest. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, his mouth agape as cold sweat streamed down his forehead. "Cursed monster," he exclaimed, overwhelmed by the realization of his own strength. He understood the potency of his technique. Overcoming challenges beyond his level was entirely within his capabilities. Yet, not only had Dalit withstood it without a scratch, but he toyed with Vegeta's ultimate strike as if it were a plaything. Dalit's absolute power shattered Vegeta's worldview, obliterating his previously held beliefs. All he had assumed to be strong was rendered meaningless in the face of true strength. In the eyes of a genuine warrior, they were but insects. Even the concept of a god was reduced to a mere jest. Still suspended in the sky, Vegeta remained. While Dalit made no move to engage him, he simply clenched his hand, and the once mighty energy dissipated like a balloon bursting. Strangely, the massive energy did not explode, but rather vanished into the void, becoming intangible. This was indeed impressive, Vegeta, Dalit remarked casually, but your limits end here. The power you boast of is utterly trivial before me. The words reached Vegeta's ears, utterly draining him of motivation. The side effects of the energy release began to intensify at this moment. Vegeta's stamina had been severely depleted, and his aura diminished drastically, retaining only a fraction of the Super Saiyan Blue form. Despite still embodying this state, he found himself unable to harness even a tenth of its power. Exhausting every ounce of energy merely to maintain his form was already beyond his limits. In the blink of an eye, Darloft made his move. His body transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from sight, and then, like a streak of aurora, he tore through space, hurtling towards Vegeta. In less than 0.01 seconds, he teleported directly in front of him. This scene rendered Vegeta breathless. He witnessed Dalit's movement yet found himself incapable of any response, helplessly watching as a devastating punch approached. The resounding bang echoed as Dalit's fist sank into Vegeta's abdomen, a blow powerful enough to shatter the strength within him, rippling outward through his entire being. The shockwave stirred a tempest in the space behind Vegeta. Struck by the force of the blow, his gaze turned vacant, and before he could react, he coughed up blood. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, as the agony enveloped him completely, his final defenses crumbled. Viscous crimson blood flowed relentlessly from his lips, and after struggling to utter a few words, his Super Saiyan Blue form faltered, reverting to his base state. His pupils faded, and consciousness blurred. Vegeta felt weightless, akin to a lifeless body. Had it not been for Dalit's fists serving as a support, he would have surely plummeted. I have already experienced the might of the Super Saiyan God, and frankly, I am quite disappointed. Both Kakarot and you are woefully inadequate in my timeline. Kakarot and Vegeta would easily have dealt with your Super Saiyan God Blue form using merely the first level of Super Saiyan. After expressing his final sentiments towards Vegeta, Dalit could not conceal his disappointment. It must be noted that this main timeline is the authentic continuation of the original storyline. The GT timeline is merely a branch. Yet, those from the branch far surpass their counterparts in the main timeline. Withdrawing his fist from Vegeta's abdomen, the loss of support prompted another agonizing scream from Vegeta. As he began to descend towards the ground, simultaneously, a familiar scene unfolded once more. Previously, it was Goku who fell, only to be rescued by Vegeta. As Vegeta plummeted halfway, Goku's figure teleported in an instant, skillfully catching the gravely injured Vegeta. Following the recent upheaval, Goku regained consciousness. Frankly, this surprised Darlot. He did not expect Goku to recover so swiftly. Huh, you're awake already, Goku? Darlot remarked nonchalantly, provoking Goku to clench his teeth in frustration. Even Vegeta succumbed to your astonishing energy, effortlessly dispelled by you. I can't fathom how you have trained to become so formidable. Locking eyes with Darlot once more, Goku loathed his own helplessness and could only manage a bitter smile. Before the first stage Super Saiyan Darlot, Goku felt a sense of despair akin to facing the wrath of the god of destruction, Beerus. The feeling of hopelessness was overwhelming, no matter how strong he became. It felt futile to contend. No need for excessive chatter. I'm weary of such sentiments. It appears you are still eager to challenge me. Noticing the flicker of fighting spirit in Goku's gaze, Darlot curiously inquired. Despite the vast disparity in their power levels, Goku's willingness to stand firm indicated his fearless attitude towards death. One must admit, he is indeed a martial arts fanatic. Compared to the Goku of his own timeline, he was lacking in many aspects, yet his resolve in battle remained unwavering. Taking a deep breath, Goku steadied himself with Vegeta until he ensured Vegeta was safe before facing Darlot with graver determination. Kakarot, Vegeta struggled to speak, seemingly aware of Goku's intentions, but choosing not to elaborate. Having lost his fighting capability, he could only rely on Goku now. Chapter 39. The Final Hope, Kaiokenhuff. I know you are truly powerful, so much so that both Vegeta and I find ourselves utterly helpless. In fact, your strength might even surpass that of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Yet, even so, you are not invincible. I have my own methods to counter you. Furthermore, I now understand how to battle against you and emerge victorious. Goku's serious words revealed the weight of his resolve, devoid of any deceit. His assertive declarations indeed astonished Darlot momentarily. At this juncture, to utter such words could only be deemed foolishness, yet it seemed Goku was genuinely contemplating a strategy. Surpassing the Super Saiyan god, Blue? Darlot's mind suddenly recalled something, and a smirk appeared on his lips. Having fought to this extent, he was rather unbothered by the prospect of further exertion. After all, it would not drain much of his energy. Interesting. You are so confident in your ability to defeat me? It seems you have not yet learned your lesson. Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. Let me see what hidden techniques you possess. Gazing at Goku, Darlot resumed his imposing posture with arms crossed, exuding an air of dominance. Goku's overflowing confidence was remarkable. Few could maintain such resolve after multiple encounters. Darlot deemed it necessary to once again impress upon him the chasm that lay between them. He intended to make it abundantly clear what it meant to be a weakling. Rest assured, this time, I will certainly leave you satisfied. However, before we engage in battle, I must first ensure Vegeta's safety. You wouldn't mind, would you? Goku stated, his expression grave. This also serves to provoke Dalit, who fears that at this moment, Dalit might take the opportunity to strike at Vegeta, potentially leading him to his demise. In his view, Dalit remains a creature of darkness. The future world was obliterated because of Dalit, and thus, if he were to vanquish them, he would undoubtedly seek to eradicate them completely. It is quite pitiful. Up to this point, Vegeta has grasped the truth and the identity of Dalit, yet he remains blissfully unaware. Even though Vegeta is still lucid at this moment, he does not immediately think to clarify this matter. Humph, have you ever seen a human strike at an ant? Not to mention, Vegeta is akin to a half-paralyzed ant. Dalit remarked with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Vegeta, infuriated, nearly fainted. Goku, on the other hand, clenched his fists in frustration, although the statement was harsh. It was indeed a brutal and bloody reality. In Dalit's eyes, they are merely ants. Soon you shall understand that even the smallest creatures can possess the power to shake you. With a fierce declaration, Goku swiftly utilized instant transmission, whisking Vegeta away from the battlefield. Dalit had already seen through Goku's thoughts. Kakarot, do you truly believe that the Kaioken technique is flawless? In the face of such a vast disparity in power, do you think that the Kaioken can bridge the gap between us? How naive. Shaking his head involuntarily, Dalit gently closed his eyes. Just wait. Goku will not flee. He will undoubtedly return. Meanwhile, in West City, Goku returned through instant transmission, still holding on to the nearly lifeless Vegeta. Bulma exclaimed, Vegeta. Trunks called out, Dad. Bulma and little Trunks approached, their eyes filled with concern. Witnessing the worried expressions of his family, Vegeta's cold facade nearly faltered, but as a prince, he managed to maintain his composure. The sentiment was genuine, yet he would never display his vulnerable side. Don't look at me like that. I'm not dead yet, he retorted, turning his head away in his own way of reassuring them that he was fine and they need not worry. Admittedly, it was quite embarrassing, but the opponent was simply too formidable. Goku, observing this, felt unfazed. His gaze grew serious as he looked into the distance, as if sensing that Dalit was just ahead. If I were to lose this battle once again, Bulma, and everyone else, you should leave Earth aboard the spaceship. Since that guy has arrived in this timeline, he will certainly not spare you, Goku stated. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was left in a state of shock, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. It was the future Trunks who regained his composure first, realizing that Uncle Goku was still unaware of the situation. He began to explain, Uncle Goku, are you not aware? This unknown Saiyan is not the dark figure who destroyed the future world. While you were unconscious, that malevolent entity appeared and was decisively defeated by him. What? Upon hearing this, Goku was taken aback, his mouth agape, momentarily bewildered. What on earth is this? Was he merely indulging in his own sentiments from the very beginning? That being said, old Son is not entirely wrong. Although this unknown Saiyan has not committed any heinous acts, what exactly are his intentions? None of us can say for certain, Piccolo remarked. After these words, Piccolo spoke once more. To be honest, son, do you have confidence in defeating him? In my view, the disparity is truly vast. With Piccolo's remark, the atmosphere once again turned somber. After a considerable pause, Sun Wukong finally gathered his thoughts and responded, to speak candidly. It caught me off guard. It turns out he's not merely a dark entity, but there have been so many developments. Nonetheless, It is evident that this individual is formidable. Even if I make bold declarations, I remain uncertain about my ability to triumph in a confrontation with him. We have not faced him directly, yet I believe everyone has sensed his overwhelming presence. His strength is extraordinarily beyond our realm. My intention is to go all out, unleashing a power tenfold, or even greater, through the King's fist. If he refrains from transforming further, I am confident that I can at least secure a draw. With these words, Sun Wukong expressed his resolve. This is his sole and final hope. Beyond this, what other means exist to bolster our strength? Perhaps we could directly seek the counsel of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Calmly, Piccolo proposed yet another solution. This was precisely what they had all been contemplating moments ago. Even Sun Wukong himself candidly acknowledged that even with the formidable kaioshin multiplied tenfold, he might still be unable to contend with Dalit, rendering such an endeavor seemingly futile. In Chapter 40, titled as a Saiyan, Battle, upon hearing Piccolo's suggestion, Sun Wukong maintained a serene demeanor, failing to evoke any significant reaction. Beside him, Vegeta cast a glance at Sun Wukong but chose not to engage in conversation. However, his expression spoke volumes. The current situation was far from ordinary. Even if they found themselves outmatched, retreat was not an option. No, Piccolo. Although even with the kaioshin at my disposal, I cannot guarantee victory over our opponent, this remains a matter intrinsic to us Saiyans. Therefore, I believe we need not trouble Lord Beerus, Sun Wukong mused thoughtfully. He glanced briefly at the location of Beerus and Whis, then turned back to observe Vegeta. Like Sun Wukong, Vegeta shared this sentiment. By now, they had begun to decipher each other's strategies. Their interactions were merely tests of each other's limits. Thus, while the enigmatic Saiyan exuded an ominous presence, he had yet to commit any heinous acts. Otherwise, they would have long since perished. Therefore, continuing the fight boiled down to a matter of pride. Dad, do you intend to? As Sun Wukong's son, Gohan immediately discerned something upon witnessing his father's expression. Over the years, he has come to understand his father profoundly. Even if there were better solutions at hand, he would never concede defeat easily. Regardless of the odds, he would face challenges with unwavering determination. Thus, he realizes that his father is prepared to fight with all his might. This battle is truly a matter of life and death. Fear not, Gohan. I genuinely yearn to discover the limits of my capabilities. Even if victory seems unattainable, I wish to face him once more, not as a mere earthling, but as a Saiyan. With a gentle smile directed at his son, Sun Wukong expressed his innermost thoughts. As a fellow Saiyan, regardless of the vast disparity in strength, he felt compelled to engage in combat. It is only through battle that he can progress further and uncover opportunities for breakthrough. Likewise, it is this very conviction that drives Vegeta to confront his opponent without hesitation. You wish to fight him as a Saiyan, rather than as an earthling or a martial artist, Krillin remarked, amused yet perplexed by the deeper meaning behind Sun Wukong's words. As the years have passed, he believed that Goku had undergone significant changes. In truth, this individual remained unchanged. For the sake of battle, he was willing to cast aside everything. Indeed, Krillin. From this point onward, you need only to observe. Once that fellow decides to take action, I am certain that Lord Beerus and Whis would not stand idly by. With these words, Goku laughed one last time and raised his hand to his forehead. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, employing his instant transmission technique. To be honest, he had initially forgotten about Beerus and Whis, but now that it was brought up, he felt reassured about the safety of Earth. At the very least, he believed that Lord Beerus and Whis would not remain indifferent if they were aware of the impending destruction of Earth. His words reached the ears of the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, not far away. Goku, that rascal, truly has not changed at all. Claiming that he would confront that mysterious Saiyan as an ally of the Saiyans, merely an act of self-flagellation, sighed Beerus with disdain. To be frank, he found Goku's foolishness perplexing, yet if he were to truly comprehend Goku's reasoning, he would suspect something was amiss with his own mind. Ultimately, he understood that if Goku did not behave this way, he would not be the Goku he knew. While this battle seemed devoid of suspense, Goku often surprised us with the unexpected, did he not? Lord Beerus, Whis appeared to foresee something intriguing, filled with anticipation for the forthcoming battle. He then turned to Beerus and remarked, in truth, Goku's decision to challenge now is advantageous for you, Lord Beerus. At the very least, it affords you more time to rest. Should Goku uncover the depths of his opponent's strength, Lord Beerus would be forewarned. Upon hearing this, Beerus rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting, Do you think I need to concern myself with such matters? Do I? Do I not? Do I? Beerus felt it unnecessary. Nevertheless, since Goku intended to engage, he would let him fight. Moreover, Whis, you still maintain this composed demeanor. Do you genuinely believe that this Saiyan from another world poses no threat to ours? Before Beerus could finish his thought, Whis interjected. This remains to be seen. As it stands, this unknown Saiyan seems to harbor no immediate intentions of harm. His current actions are merely to gauge the strength of Goku and Vegeta. Whis' words astonished Beerus, causing him to turn in disbelief. Furthermore, Goku might very well attain a new level of understanding through this battle. A new level? Recently, Goku's performance at the martial arts tournament between two universes had left him astounded. Now, another transformation was about to emerge? If this were indeed true, it would be enough to instill a sense of trepidation in the god of destruction regarding the Saiyan race. He was well aware of the prowess of Super Saiyan Blue. The prospect of an even higher transformation was formidable. Particularly, the strength of a Saiyan increases significantly post-transformation. Are you certain? Can that rascal Goku, who has mastered Super Saiyan Blue, achieve another transformation? Beerus inquired with a serious expression. Indeed, it is a challenging endeavor. However, perhaps it could truly be accomplished. Whis replied with a cheerful smile. This left Beerus momentarily speechless. Vez always spoke in such a manner. After contemplating for a brief moment, he reclined in his chair and observed the battlefield through the projection of Vez's staff. On the battlefield, Son Goku had returned. Dalit and Son Goku locked eyes, and the atmosphere became exceedingly tense. Are you all prepared? If so, then hasten to reveal your concealed power. I hope you do not disappoint me. Dalit remarked with an unfazed smile. Rest assured, I will certainly not let you down, came the confident reply. With those words, Son Goku summoned the full extent of his divine energy, transcending all previous transformations to directly enter the state of Super Saiyan Blue. His battle power remained at an astonishing 480 quintillion, a stark contrast to that of Dalit. Chapter 41, the 15-fold kaioshin, a shift in fortune. Is this truly your technique? A transformation indistinguishable from before, is this still the Super Saiyan God in its blue form? Dalit couldn't help but mock disdainfully upon witnessing this. However, he was fully aware of Son Goku's intentions, and this was merely a provocation to elicit a higher multiplier of the kaioshin. In this manner, the intrigue truly unfolds. The astonishing revelations lie ahead, so do not rush. This is merely the beginning. The moment the words fell, Sun Wukon's expression transformed into one of fierce intensity. In an instant, his muscles tensed, and his physique began to swell. Enveloped within the azure aura of divine energy was a rich layer of deep crimson essence. This scene directly validated Darit's suspicions. Indeed, it was the King's Kaifist that he relied upon. Although already aware of this, Darat feigned surprise. The performance was arduous, and he felt compelled to respond. Subsequently, a mocking expression crossed Darit's face. In a state that was already Super Saiyan God Blue, he unleashed the King's Kaifist, which could instantaneously amplify one's power. Setting aside the question of whether your body can endure it, how long can you maintain it? Even if you were to amplify your strength tenfold, you would still be no match for me. His arrogant and self-assured words struck deep within Son Goku's heart. Of course I know. Thus, I never intended to engage you with merely tenfold power from the outset. I must admit, as a fellow Saiyan, I am acutely aware of your terrifying capabilities. Merely in the first stage of Super Saiyan at full power, I can contend against your Super Saiyan Blue. I also recognize that the first stage of Super Saiyan at full power is not your limit. Otherwise, you would not have mentioned the fourth stage of Super Saiyan. Frankly, I can hardly believe there exists a fourth stage beyond the third. I am also quite curious about what it entails. However, clearly, my current strength does not qualify me to witness it. Nevertheless, I shall give my all to battle you. Even if it only forces you to transform into the second stage of Super Saiyan, that would still be a victory for me. A lengthy monologue poured forth from Son Goku, followed by a desperate scream that erupted from his lips. In an instant, a crimson energy aura fully blossomed within him, rising dramatically into the sky, towering several dozen meters high. The sky darkened ominously as the previously bright day transformed into an abyss of shadows. Thunder rumbled ominously. The environment transformed by this overwhelming divine power, altering the atmospheric pressure within a 1,000-mile radius. The ground beneath them began to crack under the rapid surge of Son Goku's energy, fissures spreading relentlessly. Debris was crushed by the turbulent air, suspended in midair, only to be shattered into fragments by the suddenly intensified pressure. Sensing this pressure, Darat's expression grew increasingly serious. His eyes narrowed, a chilling gleam flashing momentarily. Son Goku's divine power was expanding at an astonishing rate. The crimson light intensified, and Son Goku grew increasingly formidable. In the blink of an eye, he had already entered the thousandfold level, continuously escalating. As the intensity of his aura surged, so too did the expansion of his physique. His muscles swelled considerably. Veins resembling coiling dragons surfaced upon his skin, a sight both startling and awe-inspiring. So this was his final gamble, risking his very life? A slight smirk played at the corners of Darat's mouth. He felt a flicker of intrigue. The energy had nearly reached the full power of his Super Saiyan form at its first stage, and it continued to rise. Were threefold, fivefold, sevenfold, and tenfold enhancements still in progress? It seemed he was preparing to unleash a 20-fold increase. Dalit discerned that Son Goku was on the verge of transcending his limits, exerting his energy beyond capacity. A frenzied roar echoed through the heavens. A crimson aura erupted, enveloping everything within 100 miles in a matter of moments. Scarlet electricity crackled, sizzling in the air. In Dalit's eyes, Son Goku's combat power exploded instantaneously, stabilizing at a remarkably astonishing level, 7,200 Zhong. 15 times. The 15-fold kaioshin. With a thunderous shout, Son Goku transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards Dalit. In less than 0.001 seconds, he closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Dalit's face. Forewarned, Dalit easily dodged and countered with a devastating strike. Unlike the previous Son Goku, he adeptly intercepted Dalit's blow, perfectly negating all the impact. It was not a 20-fold increase, merely a 15-fold kaioshin. Yet executed in the state of a Super Saiyan that surpassed limits, it placed immense strain on his body. A moment's carelessness could cost him his life. Even assuming he succeeded now, how long could he maintain such a state with his current physique? When the attack was thwarted, Dalit did not react with anger but rather with amusement, mocking Son Goku. Unperturbed by Dalit's taunts, Son Goku resolved to fight to the end in his own way. Regardless of the duration, am I still the insignificant ant you can trample upon at will? A smile graced Son Goku's face. The situation no longer appeared as dire as before, and his expression shifted. His left hand firmly grasped Dalit's fist, the gap between them indeed narrowing. You are truly something. Give you a little color, and you open a dye shop. As the words fell, Dalit showed no mercy, swiftly retracting his fist and delivering an uppercut. In this increasingly close contest, Son Goku's reaction speed was astonishing. He skillfully evaded the strike with a backflip. The moment he created distance, he propelled himself forward once more. Unleashing his fury, a fierce melee ensued. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of fists and feet colliding resonated like muffled thunder, marking the commencement of the clash between Dalit and Son Goku. Their speed and strength escalated, pushing their bodies to the limit as they countered each other's techniques. From afar, one could see a swirling mass of golden light colliding with a blue-red amalgamation, with the latter seemingly overpowering the former. The very earth trembled and the seas roiled. Visible ripples of shockwaves spread through the air. Within mere seconds, Son Goku and Dalit had exchanged hundreds of blows. The combat prowess exhibited by Son Goku, whose power was now closely aligned with Dalit's Super Saiyan first stage, astonishingly suppressed Dalit. Chapter 42. Intense Battle. Another defeat. Bang. Boom. Two more thunderous explosions erupted. The pursuing Son Goku landed two heavy hits on Dalit's arms. The terrifying impact propelled Dalit like a cannonball, soaring into the skies, stabilizing his backward flight. The piercing pain in his arms made Dalit involuntarily gasp. Upon closer inspection, his arms were emitting smoke. For a Super Saiyan at full power, to be sent flying by Son Goku was a testament to the terrifying nature of the 15-fold kaioshin executed in the blue Super Saiyan state. As the gap in combat power closed, Son Goku's battle experience allowed him to gain a temporary advantage. The strength of divine power indeed surpassed that of Ki. At least in terms of energy purity, the full power of Super Saiyan 1 could not compare to that of Super Saiyan Blue. Previously, Dalit had easily dominated them due to sheer quantity. Only after reaching the fourth stage of Super Saiyan, when the bloodline transcended, could the energy rival divine power. The kaioshin was undoubtedly a formidable technique. If one could withstand its effects, it could significantly enhance combat power. However, the sole drawback was that it consumed the user's potential and lifespan, particularly in a state that exceeded limits. With his arms lowered, Dalit gazed down from his elevated position. Through the sensing of energy, he quickly locked onto the rapidly moving Son Goku. While you can still endure, Do your best to entertain me, Dalit declared, gathering strength in his legs and propelling himself towards Son Goku's position. At the very least, Son Goku currently warranted Dalit's full power. However, what Dalit did not anticipate was that just as he prepared to engage seriously, Son Goku encountered an unexpected setback. As he geared up to press his advantage, Son Goku suddenly found himself unable to control his body, halting his assault. Pain surged through his arm as if it were on the verge of breaking. The muscles in his right arm twisted, and dark red electricity swirled around him, pulsating incessantly. Witnessing this, Son Goku forcibly summoned divine power to heal his injuries, while simultaneously suppressing the collapse of his body. The 15-fold Kaioken had proven too much. Even though his physical strength had improved since the martial arts tournament, it was still insufficient to be sustained for long. He needed a swift resolution. Taking a deep breath and focusing his intent, Son Goku unleashed his ultra-fast movement once more, colliding with Dalit at an astonishing speed. This moment brought a fleeting joy to Dalit, for at least he could still engage in battle, enough to stretch his limbs. Boom! The two forces of destruction collided once more, sending tremors through the atmosphere, as brilliant white light erupted. Far away in the western capital, no one glanced at the projected images. Instead, they turned their gaze skyward. The sky was ablaze with an intense blue radiance that compelled one to shield their eyes instinctively. As the brilliance faded, Dalit and Sun Wukong's speed only intensified. Dalit, employing a strategy of retreat to advance, shot forth dozens of energy orbs from his palm while moving backward, aiming to confuse Sun Wukong's vision. In the high altitude, Sun Wukong weaved through the barrage of energy orbs, skillfully evading each attack. However, his evasive maneuvers revealed a significant opening. Seizing the moment, Dalit abruptly altered his mode of assault, darting towards Sun Wukong with astonishing speed, his right fist clenched, and swung with immense force. What? The sudden appearance of Dalit tightened Sun Wukong's senses. He instinctively raised his hand to defend, but it was too late. With a resounding crash, Dalit's fist connected solidly with Sun Wukong's face. The terrifying impact contorted his facial muscles. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose, scattering through the air. In the next instant, his body spiraled out of control, akin to a super projectile, soaring away at supersonic velocity. As the attack proved effective, Dalit, with a mere thought, continued his onslaught. Utilizing instant transmission to arrive directly above Sun Wukong, he executed a swift flip, delivering a fierce kick to Sun Wukong's neck, altering his trajectory and sending him plummeting towards the ground at high speed. Again employing rapid movement, Dalit instantaneously appeared at the position where Sun Wukong was about to descend, delivering a knee strike that landed squarely in Sun Wukong's abdomen. Boom! The air rippled with waves of energy as this devastating knee strike impacted. Pooh! A spurt of dark blood erupted, and Sun Wukong was sent flying hundreds of meters away, his body uncontrolled as it scraped and collided with the ground, rolling numerous times before finally stabilizing. The aura of the King's fist dissipated, yet he remained in his Super Saiyan blue form, sprawled on the ground. The battle had shifted from its initial momentum to a new phase, and it seemed as though it had reached its conclusion. Kakarot, is this truly the extent of your limits? It is rather disappointing. I had hoped that your preparedness would bring me some amusement, but alas, I have overestimated you. The disappointment in Dalit's eyes was palpable as he feigned a sigh. Such taunting and mocking words were deliberately intended to provoke Sun Wukong. Severely injured and having endured 3 successive blows, upon hearing Dalit's derisive remarks, Sun Wukong's body stirred slightly, yet he remained unable to rise. This subtle movement caught Dalit's attention. I should quickly eliminate you and then explore other parts of this world, for the version of you here is utterly uninteresting. With that, Dalit raised his hand. Energy gathering in his palm, continuously compressed. As the energy slowly coalesced, the fallen Sun Wukong finally reacted, struggling to rise on his already exhausted body. Each movement felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at him. An excruciating pain stemming not only from the side effects of the Kaioken technique, but also from Dalit's 3 deadly strikes. Not yet at my limit. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong, battered and bruised, managed to stand, trembling. He lifted his gaze to meet Dalit's, the determination in his eyes unwavering. Not at your limit. Take a good look at your current state. How pitiful you are, Kakarot. With this body on the brink of collapse, can you still harness the Kaioken to amplify your energy as before? Even if you could, the outcome would remain unchanged, a mere desperate struggle. You should surrender. I might show mercy and leave you with a complete corpse, then let this planet disintegrate into cosmic dust as your funeral. Dalit's words struck deeply at Sun Wukong's nerves. This battle is between us, It has nothing to do with Earth. Thus, there is no need for you to utter such words. Hearing Dalit threaten to destroy Earth, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and shouted, his expression darkening. Is it necessary? Does it matter? That is not for you to decide. From beginning to end. The power lies in my hands, Kakarot. Unwilling to concede, Sun Wukong's retort was insignificant in Dalit's eyes, especially since his naivety was truly baffling. How could he be certain he wouldn't resort to anything drastic? Of course, Dalit had no intention of destroying Earth, but he would not reveal this. By deliberately striking at Sun Wukong and uttering such words, he sought to provoke a greater potential within him, hoping the pressure would lead him to comprehend the Ultra Instinct. In the original timeline, Whis had been subtly imparting the secrets of Ultra Instinct to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It was precisely this that allowed Sun Wukong to break his limits during the Tournament of Power and reach that state. Faced with Dalit's ruthless demeanor, Sun Wukong involuntarily clenched his jaw and angrily exclaimed, "You may not be a dark being, but you are just as heartless. I initially believed you were merely a formidable opponent seeking a challenge, but now it appears you are indeed a cold and ruthless individual. To speak of planetary destruction so nonchalantly, treating the lives on this planet as insignificant. A creature like you shall never succeed, even if it costs me my life. I shall never bow down to you. Earth is my home, my everything." Dalit's words and actions utterly enraged Sun Wukong. He was unprecedentedly furious. The exhausted divine power surged once more within him, a vast blue radiance shooting towards the heavens, albeit slightly weaker than during his peak. Sun Wukong was transcending his limits, climbing towards a higher pinnacle. The provocation proved effective. Dalit, momentarily surprised, revealed a hint of mockery in his gaze. Not enough? Then let us fan the flames further. What of destruction? What of preservation? This planet is your entirety, your home, yet it holds no value to me. With your battered form, how much power can you truly wield? You Na'vi fool, do you think you can affect me? Don't be absurd. Even if you were to unleash the kaioshin at 15 times, what could you possibly change? His merciless words dripped with derision. Dalit's tone incited a deep-seated loathing, and his contempt further fueled Sun Wukong's rage. To be frank, Dalit himself detested such tactics. However, when it came to provoking an opponent, this method often proved the most effective and direct. Bastard! Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong could only mutter this curse under his breath. The energy within him seemed to find a breakthrough, surging forth like a fountain, the crimson energy cloak once again enveloping the blue divine power. So, it's still the 15 times kaioshin? Knowing it was futile, merely a self-inflicted endeavor, I shall demonstrate to you the absolute disparity in power. This is not about breaking limits, but rather employing the kaioshin once more, Dalit sighed. At this moment, all interest had dissipated. Sun Wukong had not truly transcended. Continuing the fight felt pointless. The 15 times kaioshin would not alter the tide. Even the 20 times kaioshin held little promise of expectation. The energy within him roiled as the Saiyan power within Dalit was continuously refined, climbing towards a higher threshold, subtly approaching the first stage of Super Saiyan, full power. Not enough. The power is still far from sufficient. The 15 times kaioshin cannot secure victory. To defeat him, I must unleash an even higher multiplier of kaioshin. Even if it means risking my body's explosion, I must succeed. Desperately screaming within, Sun Wukong sought every possible means to transcend his limits. In such circumstances, only boundless despair awaited him. Dalit was too powerful, and he could not flee. To defeat this man was the only path to ensure Earth and his companions were safe. Even with the destroyer Beerus and the angel Whis on Earth, he wished to rely solely on his strength to protect them. Memories flooded his mind, moments shared with friends, and the beautiful life with his family, now replaying like a projection before his eyes. It was these experiences that solidified his resolve. Kakarot, Gohan, Goten, Bulma, Vegeta, and everyone, your hopes rest upon my shoulders. How could I possibly fall here? As the power of belief surged within him, Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. The chaotic and uncontrolled energy surrounding him seemed to be restrained at this moment, gradually stabilizing before retracting into his body. The once tumultuous energy suddenly calmed, creating an eerie atmosphere. This revelation left Dalit momentarily astonished, halting the ascent of his own power. Is this a breakthrough? With a glimmer of interest, Dalit squinted his eyes and murmured softly. In an instant, the resounding cry of Sun Wukong erupted from his lips. In a flash, a cerulean light and a crimson tempest radiated from Sun Wukong's being. Crackle! The atmosphere was suddenly filled with thunderous roars. and an overwhelming aura of pressure descended upon all directions. The scene grew increasingly terrifying. Feeling the extraordinary surge of energy and the process of transformation, Dalet's eyelids flickered, and a smile graced his face. At this moment, Sun Wukong's combat power had soared beyond his own realm. 1 go at 800 rang. Remarkably, he had transcended the unit of rang, breaking into the realm of Gua in a single breath. As I anticipated, it seems you have succeeded, Kakarot. Is this your Ultra Blue full power? Murmuring to himself, an amused smile appeared on Dalet's face. Ultra Blue full power. A strength surpassing even the pinnacle of Ultra Blue, and even in its initial stable transformation, it amplified to 9,000 times its normal state. This propelled his combat power to an astonishing 540 rang. Moreover, beyond the Ultra Blue full power, an additional 20 times kaioshin was unleashed. Thus, his combat power transcended the unit of rang, reaching the realm of Gua. This marks the achievement of the 10th dimensional power. The 10th dimensional level. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, it is precisely the realm proclaimed by the god of destruction, Beerus. Chapter 44, Breaking Boundaries, Normal State 150 quintillion. This is all that I possess. The kaioshin multiplied by 20. With a desperate scream, Son Goku's visage transformed into a visage of unparalleled ferocity and horror. Clenching his teeth tightly, his eyes were filled with fury. His aura continued to amplify, swirling with relentless intensity. At this juncture, we have reached a critical limit within this realm, causing the very fabric of space to tremble incessantly. Have we truly arrived at such a moment? Humph. Not only have you transcended your limits to achieve a higher transformation, but you have also unleashed the 20-fold kaioshin. In such a brief span, you have obtained power that surpasses my own. Indeed, remarkable. Yet, how long can your body endure this strain? At your current state, I dare say you may struggle to last even half a minute. Should you force yourself to maintain this chaotic, tempestuous aura, it will ultimately consume your body entirely. In exchange for this power, you stand to lose so much more. The scathing words reveal, while Dalet maintains his initial demeanor, even though Son Goku has undeniably grown stronger. Achieving the extraordinary feat of surpassing limits and executing the 20-fold kaioshin, it remains futile if his body cannot withstand the strain. I am well aware of my own condition. There is no need for your interjection. Even if my body crumbles, I will stand resolutely before you. Now is the moment for me to overcome you. With that, Son Goku inhaled deeply, his form radiating the full power of the super blue state under the 20-fold kaioshin, while he fervently began to concentrate energy. His arms coiled tightly around his waist, azure essence and crimson flames converging fiercely in his palms. Is this a desperate gamble? Launching the most formidable strike? Aware that he cannot sustain this for long, you intend to settle this with a single blow. Very well, let me witness the extent of your capabilities. I shall accept your challenge. Sensing the concentrated energy posing a threat, Dalet narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. The force of this strike is indeed formidable. Even a being of the 10th dimensional level must approach it with utmost seriousness. A moment's carelessness could lead to significant injury. Indeed, it would be best. If you were to evade this attack, I would hold you in contempt. At this moment, Sun Wukong has learned the art of provocation from Vegeta. A teasing smile dances upon his lips, intentionally goading Dalet. Should Dalet truly dodge this blow, all of his efforts would be rendered futile. A tedious charade. I have declared that I shall endure. I will await you. Kakarot, come forth. Let me witness whether your all-or-nothing assault can truly shake me. Dalet remains composed, standing firm as a mountain. Simultaneously, the golden aura enveloping him begins to surge noticeably. From the time before his journey to now, having absorbed the powers of Sun Wukong and Vegeta from the GT timeline, it is now time to unleash that energy. His standard form, once at 100 quintillion, is shattered in an instant. While others may remain unaware, only Dalet comprehends that he has now reached a staggering 150 quintillion in his current state. A remarkable enhancement of 50 quintillion. In a heartbeat, the boundaries of his power are transcended, merely in the state of full Super Saiyan. His combat prowess has now soared to an astounding 1 quintillion 2000 quintillion. This is the former Darot, an unattainable pinnacle reached only through immense effort. Now, a complete breakthrough has been achieved. Across from him, Sun Wukong, having confirmed that Darot would neither evade nor retreat, wore a triumphant smile. With the opponent's clear declaration of unwavering resolve, there was no need for him to hold back. The speed of energy accumulation surged once more. With a thunderous roar, a crimson energy blaze erupted from the ground, and Sun Wukong's aura became increasingly exaggerated and terrifying. The blue energy sphere brewing in his palm radiated an intensely blinding and intimidating light. As a result of this unrestrained energy fluctuation, various anomalies began to manifest across the earth. Gale force winds howled, and dark clouds gathered ominously. The sky rumbled intermittently, unleashing bolts of lightning. The atmospheric pressure became exceedingly unstable. The earth beneath cracked, and loose stones floated momentarily in the air before being instantly crushed into dust. After several seconds of energy accumulation, Sun Wukong's ultimate move had finally reached its zenith. "Behold my 20-fold kaioshin, Kamehameha wave." His booming voice echoed across the heavens as a torrent of raw energy surged forth from his palm. The terrifying energy roared like a howling dragon, carrying the devastating might of annihilation towards Darrot's face. Yet, Darrot remained steadfast as a mountain, arms crossed and motionless, his smile unwavering. The relentless approach of the Kamehameha wave was dismissed by him as inconsequential, completely overlooked. Boom. The energy mercilessly engulfed Darrot's form, obliterating all surrounding matter and surging into the cosmos at an astonishing velocity. The deafening explosion erupted in the vastness of space. The shockwave radiated outward, and a brilliant luminescence blossomed around the earth, lingering for an extended period before gradually dissipating. Meanwhile, Son Goku, exerting all his might to unleash the Kamehameha energy, had reached a critical juncture. Even with the slightest vestige of strength remaining, he could only stave off impending collapse. He continued to exhale heavily, his arms numb and his body rigid, cold sweat trickling down from his forehead to his cheek, dropping away. The aura of the kaioshin faded. The Super Saiyan blue state at full power was relinquished, returning to his normal state. Goku's breathing grew increasingly rapid, as a sense of exhaustion relentlessly consumed his body and mind. Now, he appeared utterly depleted, immobilized in place, his arms hanging limply, his stamina significantly drained, nearly leading him to lose consciousness. Had it not been for the years of rigorous training that fortified his resilience, such an intense release of energy would have surely rendered him unconscious long ago. He was now entirely relying on sheer willpower to sustain himself, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the billowing smoke ahead. As the smoke gradually cleared, a familiar silhouette emerged, faint yet discernible within the haze. A golden aura slowly pierced through the mist, revealing Darrot, unscathed and intact, coming into Goku's line of sight. Upon witnessing this scene, Goku's previously solemn expression transformed into one of astonishment and dread. The Kamehameha wave, unleashed at 20 times the power of kaioshin, had not only been flawlessly absorbed by Darrot, but he remained utterly unscathed. Goku's technique had failed to breach even Darrot's defensive aura. The formidable strength is self-evidently terrifying. Chapter 45. Bulma's subtle intentions. Is Beerus making his move? How is it possible to emerge unscathed? A chilling aura continuously invades his body through his mouth and nostrils. Sun Wukong gaped in astonishment, his pupils contracting to their utmost limit. Such a situation caused him to hesitate, taking a step back in disbelief. This is an instinctive action, one that is beyond one's control. It was precisely because of this movement, however slight, that excruciating pain surged through him. The overexertion of the 20-fold kaioshin had left him in a precarious state, while remaining still had been manageable. Any motion now caused his injuries to erupt violently. His muscles twisted in agony, as if his very being were shattered into countless pieces, the accumulated internal damage bursting forth. With a sudden puff, a jet of dark blood was expelled from Sun Wukong's mouth. In the next moment, he staggered backwards several paces, struggling to regain his composure and stabilize his body. He had reached a perilous brink, teetering on the edge of losing consciousness or even worse, death itself. Having exhausted all his strength and drained his potential, his very lifespan was consumed by the kaioshin. Amidst the thickening smoke, Darrot wore a faintly sinister smile, having immediately discerned Sun Wukong's dire condition. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "The 20-fold kaioshin's Kamehameha indeed possesses considerable power, yet to me, it merely stirs up dust." Kakarot. "This is where your journey ends." With that, Darrot strode forward, stepping through the void, surrounded by crackling blue and white electric arcs. This is no longer the full power stance of a Super Saiyan at its first level. It is the second level of Super Saiyan. His hair stands tall, with a lock falling over his forehead. He embodies the essence of a Super Saiyan at its second level, and moreover, he has reached the pinnacle of that form. While confronting the full power of the kaioshin multiplied 20-fold, even Darrot, unleashing all his strength, finds it exceedingly difficult to withstand without injury. In a moment of desperation, he chooses to transcend his limits. His combat power, normally at 200 times, surges instantaneously from a mere 1,200 to a staggering 3,000. Although the apparent gap seems minimal, the levels of power are distinctly disparate. Who would have thought that my attacks could be completely thwarted by you? The disparity in our strengths is insurmountable, Goku laments, his expression more wretched than one who has tasted the bitterest defeat. Yet, his mind remains alert. And a flicker of pride wells within him, for at this moment, Darrot is no longer the same as before. However, I too have succeeded. At the very least, I have compelled you to reveal your Super Saiyan second level, proving that even though we may not exist in the same dimension, the chasm between us is indeed narrowing. He chuckles, yet the laughter brings forth a wave of pain throughout his body. The grim reality is that Goku finds himself utterly helpless. He has lost. The gap between realms and dimensions cannot merely be bridged by further amplifying the kaioshin. Even multiplying it 30 or 40 times would yield the same outcome. Have you resigned yourself to this fate? You, who only upon attempting to overcome your limits, truly understand the futility of your efforts. Kakarot, in your current state, it is merely a matter of time before you fall, even without my intervention. However, since you have summoned that fervor to defeat me, I must respond accordingly. Whether you survive now rests solely upon you. Ignoring Goku's words, Darrot's cold proclamation leaves Goku in a state of despair, utterly helpless. Such is the nature of combat. His attacks were repelled, and now it is only natural for his opponent to counterattack. With Goku stripped of his ability to resist, he poses no threat. Observing Goku's faltering form, Darrot clenches his right hand into a fist and strikes out with a swift motion. A blast of energy collides with Goku's chest, leaving an unmistakable and colossal imprint upon him. The force of the blow mercilessly penetrates Goku's already battered body, delivering yet another devastating strike. At this moment, regardless of his indomitable will, Goku's body reaches its limits of collapse. I have lost, he utters with a sense of unwillingness, drawing upon his last vestiges of strength to articulate these words. Darkness encroaches upon his vision, and his consciousness gradually fades. He slips once more into unconsciousness. Simultaneously, in West City, through Whis' angelic staff, the real-time events of the battlefield are laid bare for all to witness. Goku has been defeated, even in his ultimate form. Unleashing a 20-fold kaioshin, he was effortlessly vanquished by Darrot. This fellow is truly a monster. How could such a being exist in this world if Goku, wielding the 20-fold kaioshin, could not overcome him? Krillin exclaims, his face pale and filled with trepidation. The enormity of Darrot's strength etches itself deeply into the hearts of all present. Beside him, Piccolo cannot help but remark, indeed, he is not of this world. This revelation jolted everyone into awareness. Indeed, Dalot does not exist in this realm. Damn, I knew it would come to this. Kakarot has staked his very life on forcibly employing the King's punch that transcends limits, and now he finds himself under assault from that fiend. If he does not receive prompt medical attention, he may very well perish. Clenching his fists, Vegeta was the first to react. Kakarot teeters on the brink of death. Yet, given the current predicament, none of them possess the right to intervene. Presently, the strongest among them is he, yet he has already been vanquished by Dalot. Shifting his gaze, Vegeta looked aside. At this moment, the only being capable of matching him was the still and silent god of destruction, Beerus, along with the angel, Whis. As Vegeta's words and focus redirected, the attention of all gathered turned towards Beerus. Humph, are you speaking to me, Vegeta? Weren't you also confident at the beginning? You claimed this was a matter for the Saiyans alone, and now you wish for me, a god of destruction, to assist you. Beerus spoke with the petulance of a sulking child, his disdain palpable. Lord Beerus, I have already instructed my servants to prepare dinner. This meal will be quite sumptuous, featuring an array of dishes that you have yet to savor. That Saiyan just mentioned that if Goku loses, he would destroy the Earth. You wouldn't want the culinary delights of Earth to vanish along with it, would you? Such a loss would be too regrettable, don't you think? At this juncture, it was Bulma who interjected, deftly alleviating the tension for Vegeta. This feigned calmness, coupled with an indirect request, was a masterful consideration of Beerus's status, gracefully providing him with an avenue for retreat. Oh, there are still many delicacies I have yet to savor? Is that truly the case? The mere mention of gourmet cuisine instantly piqued Beerus's interest. During his time on Earth, he had been enchanted by an endless array of culinary delights, each dish boasting its own unique flavor that never ceased to captivate him. Today, to his astonishment, Bulma had prepared yet another sumptuous feast, awakening the glutton within him. Of course, all the chefs in the kitchen were diligently at work, and by dinner time, a splendid array of dishes would be presented. Sensing the excitement, Bulma nodded enthusiastically in agreement. This also ignited Beerus's enthusiasm. In that case, I shall reluctantly take action, but if the subsequent food fails to satisfy me, you are aware of the consequences. Beerus's transformation was somewhat abrupt. Chapter 46, The World of Future Timelines. His words conveyed a sense of entitlement, as if it were only under Bulma's initiative that he was willing to intervene. Such a display is indeed somewhat contrived. However, while others remain oblivious to Beerus's inner thoughts, Whis is well aware. Observing Beerus's demeanor, Whis could not suppress a chuckle. In truth, Beerus should have intervened long ago. As the god of destruction, he bears the responsibility of maintaining the balance of this universe. The arrival of beings from other realms poses a threat to both this world and the cosmos at large. Initially, their intent was merely to assess the current prowess of Son Goku and Vegeta and to ascertain the extent of their capabilities. Frankly, Beerus himself is a rather combative deity. The terrifying power exhibited by Dalit has ignited a restless yearning within him to stretch his limbs. Especially after such a prolonged period of tranquility, coupled with the earlier martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, had he not lacked the opportunity or suitable adversaries, he would have long since succumbed to his impulses. Having resolved to take action, Beerus rose and approached the Z-fighters, casting wary glances at the visibly anxious individuals before him. At this juncture, the god of destruction was finally poised to act, should he delay any further. Their anxiety would surely escalate. Let us proceed, Whis. This time, let us witness the true measure of that Saiyan from another world. With that, Beerus gradually levitated into the sky, while Whis stood respectfully by his side, eyes narrowed in anticipation. Simultaneously, in the world of future Trunks, after enduring yet another brutal assault from Dalit, the gravely injured Black Goku tumbled out of the time-space tunnel, his breath faint and his fate uncertain. In such a scenario, it is hardly superior to the torment endured by Son Wukong at the hands of Darod in the realm of time and space. Concurrently, amidst the majestic mountains spanning 3,000 miles in the northern region of West Capital in the future world, a brand new edifice stands proudly atop a mountain peak. This is indeed the stronghold of the Dark Ones. Within its confines, two figures remain. One is Zamasu from this native timeline, while the other is a masked individual. The Zamasu of this timeline is quietly preparing tea, casting a glance at the masked man who stands at the edge of the courtyard, gazing toward the distant mountains. The presence of another version of myself and Tenanks has vanished for some time. Is this truly of no concern? Zamasu could not restrain himself from inquiring. Fear not. This is his opportunity. The temporal energy left behind by Tenanks' time machine will forge a tunnel leading back to the past. He should be engaged in battle with Son Wukong in that realm. Upon his return, he will fully master the entirety of that body's power. The masked man replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of absolute confidence as if everything is well within his grasp. At that moment, Zamasu had finished brewing the tea and took a solitary sip, savoring it briefly before a sinister smile crept upon his lips. When the powers of the Super Saiyan God merge with divine energy, it will manifest into the form you previously exhibited, correct? Zamasu inquired. Indeed. We are essentially one and the same. The transformation will reflect no differences. When he returns, he will wield the same power that I do. The masked man affirmed with a nod, responding with casual ease. Receiving a satisfactory answer, a manic grin gradually illuminated Zamasu's face. The convergence of his various selves from divergent parallel timelines, coupled with the power of immortality and the might of the Super Saiyan God, alongside the terrifying strength developed to its pinnacle through Son Wukong's body, would render their triumvirate unstoppable in the execution of the Human Zero plan. A pristine new world, an unblemished utopia, would soon unveil itself. Zamasu erupted into raucous laughter. Indeed, this masked figure is another Zamasu, having seized Son Wukong's body and traversed through history and time, defeating numerous versions of Son Wukong, ultimately achieving mastery over this body's full combat capabilities. He embodies the character known as the Roast Black Goku from the Dragon Ball Heroes narrative, having fully unlocked the potential of this formidable Saiyan physique. Even if the Son Wukong from the past were to confront him, there would be no escape. In Zamasu's eyes, their plan is flawless. Precisely. To eradicate all pests from this world, we must unite. Upon the return of our other selves, who will wield the power of the Super Saiyan God, our combined might will render us unmatched. The masked Black Goku proclaimed, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. However, Whether his true intentions and plans involve the execution of the Human Zero plan in this world remains uncertain. Just as the two were poised to continue their discourse, an ominous energy signature caught their senses. Black Goku had returned. Yet something was amiss. Why does his energy feel diminished? Upon sensing Black Goku's near-lifeless aura, the masked Black Goku froze momentarily. Judging by the fluctuation of his energy, it seemed barely present, as though he were on the brink of death. This differs quite significantly from his understanding. What on earth is happening? Could it be that Sun Wukong initially unleashed the power of a Super Saiyan God to confront him? How infuriating. How could history deviate so? This should not be the case. The masked Black Goku furrowed his brow in disbelief. Everything was supposed to unfold according to his plan, yet now an error has emerged. This seems rather inconsistent with what you have described. While it is true that another version of myself has returned, he is on the brink of death. Sensing the precarious situation of Black Goku, Zamasu uttered a resolute remark and swiftly activated instant transmission to reach Black Goku's location. Only the masked Black Goku remained, deep in contemplation. Ultimately, he was the last to arrive, and for Zamasu, who belonged to this timeline, Black Goku was his original ally. It appears that the historical trajectory of this timeline diverges slightly from what I had understood. However, the discrepancy should not be significant. At least, this fellow has returned. Heh. Once you master the power of Sun Wukong's body, I can harness your strength to attain even greater power. At that moment, the gods will become mere insects before me. The Zero plan for humanity can then be executed with utmost perfection. The masked Black Goku chuckled ominously. In the next moment, he activated instant transmission, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he vanished, racing towards the location of Black Goku, who had returned from the past. Now, Black Goku represents his opportunity for growth. He simply cannot afford to perish. Chapter 47. Confronting the God of Destruction in the world of future Trunks, subtle changes were unfolding. At this very moment, in the realm of the past and the time-space continuum, after having utterly defeated Sun Wukong, Darat remained poised in the air. For him, these two were the heavyweight entities of this universe, and since they had both been soundly defeated, it was clear who he would face next. An outsider to this world, he had recklessly ventured into this realm, standing before the God of Destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. Previously, due to the connection between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, they might have refrained from direct intervention, but now that the two had fallen, Beerus and Whis would undoubtedly not dismiss the situation as if nothing had occurred. Their eyes narrowed, quietly awaiting the impending storm. Ultimately, in the seventh universe of the time-space continuum, the only entities worthy of his attention were Beerus and Whis. One, the supreme deity of the universe; the other, an angel standing at the pinnacle of existence, assisting in the management of the cosmos. Let me witness the true strength of the God of Destruction from the main timeline. I sincerely hope I'm not disappointed. With this thought, Darat showed no concern for Sun Wukong's fate. Frankly speaking, it matters little if he dies. After all, the Dragon Balls can resurrect him. Even if the Earth-S Dragon cannot accomplish this, Porunga certainly can, and the angels possess the ability to revive a person as well. Following the Tournament of Power in the original narrative, Whis' intervention directly granted Frieza a new lease on life, highlighting the angel's formidable nature. It was from this moment that the angel officially unveiled the terrifying veil of power, equivalent to omnipotence. They have arrived, Darat murmured, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, as his gaze shifted towards the direction of West City. In an instant, the God of Destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, traversed the 100-mile distance between West City and his current location, materializing upon the battlefield. This speed is not exaggerated. Previously, both Vegeta and Goku could achieve it. However, the suddenness of this arrival is indeed astonishing. The God of Destruction, Beerus, looms over Darat with an air of superiority. His expression is indifferent, as if coated in a layer of frost, exuding an indescribable pressure. For the first time, he stands face to face with the God of Destruction. No, there is also an angel. Yet, Darat gazes back without a hint of fear. After all, in his GT universe, he is regarded as the invincible strongest being. That GT world knows nothing of gods of destruction, angels, or any higher beings. In a sense, he is the supreme existence. His aura is entirely restrained. Yet the oppressive feeling it imparts is more terrifying and profound than before. The sky darkens. Shadows encroaching as the atmosphere within a radius of thousands of miles transforms into a realm of darkness due to the overwhelming presence of both beings. A mere exchange of glances has wrought such significant impact. This underscores the sheer terror of their mere spiritual confrontation. Both sides, with just a single glance, have roughly assessed each other's strength. This Saiyan is far more formidable than I had anticipated. Observing him from close range has provided a clarity that surpasses my previous perceptions. As the thought crossed his mind, Beerus began to grasp the extent of Darlot's strength. He then nonchalantly descended from the heavens, approaching the barely conscious Goku. "My dear fellow, it would be quite a pity if you were to perish," he remarked, casting a glance at the unconscious Goku. Although Beerus wore a disdainful expression, it was undeniable that he held Goku in a certain regard. Moreover, Goku's recent display had indeed exceeded his expectations, hinting at a trace of admiration in his tone. It was evident that Goku's moment of surpassing his limits had earned Beerus's acknowledgement. Beerus was also convinced that, given sufficient time, this young warrior might one day truly catch up to him. "Hey, Whis, please send this lad back to West City. Having a burden here hampers my ability to showcase my true prowess," he called out to Whis, who stood behind him. With that, Beerus gently ascended to a height comparable to that of Darlot. Whis, responding with a cheerful nod, lightly struck the ground with his angelic staff, summoning a beam of light that enveloped Goku. In an instant, the two vanished from the battlefield. This method is utterly astonishing, even beyond the imagination of Darlot. It appears as though two realms are intertwined, enabling a direct transposition of positions, yet the simplicity of it belies its complexity. The power of angels is indeed formidable. Even in my current state, I find it challenging to pierce the veil of this domain, leading Darlot to treat it as though nothing has transpired. Ultimately, he too sought to transcend to such heights, unhesitatingly departing from the GT space-time continuum, in pursuit of greater strength and the quest for opportunity. Stagnation will only stifle one's growth. It is through relentless innovation and the courage to challenge new possibilities that one can continually grow stronger. Step by step, with unwavering resolve, you, without a doubt, must be the most powerful deity in this space-time realm, with the power you wield. You barely reach a level that allows me to regard you with due recognition. Gazing at Beerus, Darlot refrained from explicitly revealing the other's identity, casually initiating conversation. After all, he does not belong to this world, nor does Beerus exist in his realm, thus maintaining the faade is necessary. Nevertheless, Darlot can keenly perceive Beerus's strength, which, at present, has already reached the 5th level, the 10th dimensional tier. This information is also provided in the original text. Yet now Darlot is even more convinced that his speculations regarding the dimensional levels are indeed correct. Beerus is, at the very least, a being of unit-level strength, and if he were to unleash his full power, he could reach the level of a ravine, the strongest god of destruction. Your bravado is quite remarkable. Do you think that having defeated Son Goku and Vegeta grants you the audacity to boast before me? Scions from other worlds, you still have a chance. Return to your realm immediately, and I shall consider your arrival as if it never occurred. Upon hearing Darlot's words, Beerus's expression subtly shifted, and he emanated his god of destruction aura as he spoke. A god of destruction is indeed formidable. Mere words and the force of his presence are sufficient to convey this directly. I fear I cannot grant you your wish. In response to Beerus's dismissal, Darlot replied with a smile. He had shattered the barriers of worlds precisely to arrive in this alternate realm, descending from the GT timeline into this primary timeline. Now that his purpose has been fulfilled, how could he be intimidated into retreating back to the GT timeline by mere words? Moreover, the tunnel for traversing worlds has vanished. Even if he wished to return, it would not be a simple matter. Chapter 48. Krillin, surely Lord Beerus hasn't he been defeated? Upon hearing Darlot's remarks, Beerus clearly did not grasp their meaning. His expression darkened, and the intangible pressure of his god of destruction aura surged toward Darlot like a tidal wave. Having spoken all the pleasantries, there was no need for further idle chatter. He interpreted Darlot's reluctance to leave as a lack of awareness. As a god of destruction, his authority must not be disrespected or taken lightly. Suddenly, a weight pressed down on him, and a sense of imminent danger flooded Darlot's heart. This feeling compelled him to smile even more brightly. What he yearned for most was precisely this intense sense of crisis, especially as it was a sensation he had not experienced in many years. This sensation of tension, this feeling of oppression, this impression that one misstep could lead to demise, is palpable. In his GT timeline, he possesses an invincible stretch of time, far too extensive. In that realm, only when Goku and Vegeta fuse into Vegeto does Darlot truly engage, experiencing that exhilarating thrill. No other being can achieve such a feat remarkable. This power is the most formidable I have ever encountered among the divine. It stands in stark contrast to the earlier Goku and Vegeta in comparison to them. Your strength is vastly superior. These words reflect Darlot's commendation towards Beerus as he continued. Let me venture a guess. The Goku and Vegeta of this timeline have learned the so-called divine power from you, transforming into the Super Saiyan God form, have they not? The Saiyan blood coursing through him began to boil, and as Darlot spoke, his fervent battle spirit surged forth from his eyes, directed squarely at Beerus. You're quite astute. Unlike those two simple-minded fellows, Goku and Vegeta, who fail to perceive my strength, your insight is indeed surprising. However, given your power and your ability to traverse worlds, how is it that you do not recognize me? Sensing Darlot's fighting spirit, Beerus stood with his arms crossed behind his back, exuding an air of supreme authority. Must I truly know you? He retorted dramatically, it would be prudent to disclose your name, so I might understand with whom I am engaging. Gazing intently at Beerus, Darlot countered, fully aware that it was indeed their first encounter. This revelation made Beerus aware that the Saiyan from another realm truly did not recognize him. Did his counterpart in that world not exist at all? Or perhaps, the version of himself in that universe was still in slumber, rendering him unrecognizable? With a flurry of thoughts swirling in his mind, Beerus did not hesitate any longer and spoke with an authoritative tone. I am the supreme deity of the cosmos, the god of destruction. You may address me as Lord Beerus. As he spoke, a cold intensity returned to Beerus's expression, for he sensed the power within Darlot steadily coalescing. This is a plan that is always ready to be executed. Humph. Even the Saiyans from other worlds are equally mad for battle. It is indeed commendable to have the courage to challenge a deity such as myself. However, you shall soon realize the vast chasm that separates mortals from gods. No matter how formidable a mortal may be in the presence of a divine being, they can only taste despair. Your fighting spirit, before the god of destruction, is utterly meaningless. With this, Beerus's destructive energy began to rise and boil. Although he muttered to himself that the highest-ranked god of destruction could not be swayed by a mere mortal, the strength of Darlot compelled him to confront the reality. The oppressive aura of the god of destruction descended upon the scene. The heavens and earth changed color once more, as Beerus was enveloped in a radiant purple energy, exuding a magnificent sense of divine power. Standing closest to Beerus, Darlot personally experienced the terror of this oppressive force and deeply understood the might of the god of destruction. So this is the power you possess, he mused. The supreme deity of the universe is indeed far superior to the kaioshin of my world. It has been an eternity since I felt such a sensation. I should be elated, for my body trembles slightly in response to your overwhelming strength. Clenching his fist, Darlot, maintaining his Super Saiyan second stage, fully activated the combat cells within him. Beerus was indeed terrifying, and this power was far from his full potential. Like him, this was merely a fraction of power he could unleash at will. Trembling with excitement, Darlot's body could no longer contain its joy, reacting instinctively. The kaioshin? Humph. Are you jesting with me? How could such a being compare to me? Upon hearing Darlot's words, Beerus chuckled, reminiscing about the lackluster kaioshin of his own universe. What a pitiful entity. Were it not for the shared existence of gods of destruction and kaioshin, he would hardly regard them. Darlot resonated with Beerus's sentiment, but could not fully express it. Indeed, the kaioshin pales in comparison to you, the god of destruction. Alas, such a being does not exist in my world. Otherwise, I would not have endured these years of monotony without worthy opponents. With that, Darlot summoned the Saiyan energy within him to contend against Beerus's destructive might. In West City, Whis returned with Goku to the private estate of the Capsule Corporation, aiding Goku in regaining consciousness. However, he did not heal Goku completely, seemingly wishing for him to recover through his own strength, thereby pushing his limits further. Each time a Saiyan rises from the brink of death, their power increases. Thus, this was also Goku's opportunity, much like Vegeta's experience. Healing them was merely a trivial feat for Whis, but to gain more, one must endure suffering. It is finally about to commence. The confrontation between Lord Beerus and this Saiyan from another world, Whis remarked, as the projected image displayed Beerus and Darlot standing in opposition, poised to strike at any moment. At this moment, even in the absence of projection, everyone could feel the immense pressure permeating the atmosphere, not only from Beerus but also from Darlot. Even before Beerus, Darlot did not falter. That fellow, he won't actually defeat Lord Beerus, will he? Krillin interjected, unable to contain himself. Everyone had approached the situation with seriousness, but his words conjured images of Beerus being vanquished. While unlikely, this Saiyan from another world was indeed formidable. If Lord Beerus hears what you just said, do you think he might just obliterate you? Wish chuckled, not answering directly, but subtly guiding Krillin away from such thoughts. The god of destruction is forever the mightiest being in the universe. Yet, facing a Saiyan from another world, the outcome remains uncertain even for Whis. Chapter 49. The Upper Realm. Attention from the Grand Minister. Here lies a realm still belonging to this temporal world. Yet this extraordinary space no longer resides within the confines of the 12 universes of the lower realm. It transcends the cosmos, standing atop the true pinnacle of existence. A palace, uniquely shaped like the character for all, stands majestically at the center of this space, radiating an aura of sanctity and brilliance. Undoubtedly, this is the Temple of the Omni King, the abode of the most powerful entity in the Dragon Ball universe, the Omni King himself. At this very moment, at the entrance of the palace, a supreme deity clad in blue divine attire, adorned with a sacred halo, stands with hands clasped behind his back. He is not the Omni King, yet he undeniably occupies a position at the zenith of existence, the Grand Priest, the Chief of the Angels, and the servant of the Omni King. Before him, a projection formed by an enigmatic force reveals the current scene unfolding in the 7th universe of the lower realm, specifically on Earth. This display transcends spatial distances and vanquishes the numerous barriers of space, a feat achievable only by extraordinary beings. Even angels pale in comparison to such prowess. Highlighting the terrifying capabilities of the Grand Priest. The entirety of the world lies within his observance, with but a single thought. He can behold all that he wishes to see. At this moment, the imagery projected unmistakably captures the confrontation between the god of destruction, Beerus, and the formidable Dalit. The Grand Priest has been attentively monitoring this event from its inception, intrigued by the emergence of a Saiyan from a divergent world, one that scarcely possesses a future. The sheer strength of this exceptional life form, now even capturing Beerus's attention, is truly unexpected. The Grand Priest muses, his curiosity about Dalit intensifying. While the means by which Dalit traversed the dimensional rift into his governed complete world system remain unknown, it is evident through the Grand Priest's discerning gaze that Dalit is indeed something extraordinary. This peculiar situation eludes his understanding, particularly with the arrival of Dalit, who has not been rejected by this world but has rather been embraced by it. Logically, a threat from beyond, particularly one powerful enough to transcend the 9th dimension, would typically be repelled by the very fabric of existence, much like the previous expulsion of the Dark Ones. Yet, the consciousness of the world has not taken such action against Dalit, signifying an acknowledgement of his being and a tacit permission for him to remain within this realm. It appears that he may usher in significant transformations for the future of this primary world, which explains his acceptance. The multitude of branch worlds is staggering. Among countless such realms, it is rare for one to emerge with a semblance of completeness, and within these slightly more cohesive worlds, the probability of a supreme being born is exceedingly low. Lost in thought, the Grand Priest raised his hand and with a mere gesture, the projection of that enigmatic power swiftly morphed into a violet mist, dissipating into the ether as if it had never existed. He gradually closed his eyes, beginning to connect telepathically with the angel Vuis on Earth in the 7th universe. Dalit is extraordinary. He yearns to delve deeper into understanding him. On Earth, in West City, Vuis observed the battlefield through the angel staff, his demeanor grave, for he recognized that this confrontation could spiral out of control. However, as an angel, he must maintain neutrality and refrain from intervening, lest he risk vanishing for violating the world's established rules. He discerned that Dalit is not malign nor a harbinger of destruction. Rather, he is akin to Goku and Vegeta, merely desiring to engage in combat with formidable opponents. Otherwise, Goku and Vegeta would have long since fallen to him. It is impossible for him to be unconcerned. While others may not grasp the extent of Beerus's power, he possesses a thorough understanding. At present, he cannot ascertain just how formidable Dalit's Super Saiyan 4th stage truly is. Should it significantly surpass that of Super Saiyan Blue with the power Dalit currently wields, he might very well eclipse Beerus himself. If even Beerus cannot vanquish him, it could spell trouble. At that moment, an abrupt and intangible shift occurred. The familiar voice of the Grand Priest resonated within Vuis's mind. Vuis, the serious yet familiar tone echoed in his consciousness. Upon hearing this voice, Vuis's heart raced, and his pupils contracted in surprise. The voice was all too familiar. It belonged to his father, the Grand Priest. With a sense of reverence, Whis established a mental connection with the Grand Priest. There is no need to be so tense, Whis. After all, you are my son, in private. We may still refer to each other as father and son. The words resonated again, easing Whis's serious demeanor somewhat. Yes, father, he nodded in response. Simultaneously, he inquired through thought, It seems you are already aware of the events occurring on Earth in the seventh universe. What instructions do you have for me? I am indeed aware of the situation in the seventh universe. Regarding the Saiyan from another dimension, I would like you to bring him to the Zen's palace after his battle with Beerus concludes, so that I may meet him. The Grand Priest's voice echoed in Whis' mind, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. It was astonishing that his father, the Grand Priest, would take an interest in this unknown Saiyan. Since the dawn of existence, his father had never shown such curiosity. I understand, father. Despite his confusion, Whis promptly conveyed his compliance through their mental link. Once the connection was severed, he took a deep breath. His expression turned unusually grave as he gazed toward the epicenter of the unleashed energy, where the god of destruction, Beerus, and Dalit were locked in combat. The arrival of this visitor from another world had caused the situation to spiral increasingly out of control. He silently hoped that nothing catastrophic would occur. This world had enjoyed tranquility for so many years. It had developed to its current state, and if it were to be destroyed, everything would have to begin anew. On the battlefield, chaos reigned. The release of destructive energy emanating from Beerus exuded an overwhelming, terrifying pressure, rendering the atmosphere intensely oppressive. It felt as though an invisible claw had grasped at one's heart, instilling a sense of imminent peril. Dalit, positioned closest to Beerus, experienced firsthand the sheer magnitude of the god of destruction's terrifying power. It was utterly outrageous and formidable. As he stood at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan's second stage, he felt the weight of pressure while facing this divine being. Chapter 50, The Battle Commences. So, is this the power you possess as a god of destruction? Such a heavy pressure. I have never encountered anything like it in my life. Truly, you are the strongest entity within this universe. With those words, a gleeful smile spread across Dalit's face. In an instant, he gathered energy with one hand, forming a compressed energy sphere that erupted from his palm, aimed squarely at Beerus's face. Without hesitation, he broke the prevailing atmosphere, engaging Beerus directly. As Dalit unleashed his energy attack, Beerus's gaze shifted slightly. He showed no intention of dodging, with destructive energy manifesting around him. A resounding thud echoed. In an instant, Dalit's compressed energy sphere disintegrated upon contact with Beerus, as if it had been reduced to mere particles, scattering into the void. In this moment, Dalit's expression stiffened. He was well acquainted with the means of the god of destruction. However, he had not anticipated that Beerus would wield such power right from the outset. The destructive force. It possesses the capacity to annihilate all forms of energy and even the very essence of material existence. Upon contact, it would be disassembled, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. This formidable power, particularly during the original Works Time-Space Power Conference, was wielded by the 11th Universe's candidate destroyer, Topo. After relinquishing everything, he manifested the powers of a destroyer, ascending to that status. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that the situation is analogous. As the energy dissipated, Beerus's eyes narrowed, and an invisible force surged towards Dalit's face. In the next moment, Beerus stepped into the void, unleashing a speed that transcended limits, arriving before Dalit in less than 0.001 seconds, delivering a punch. Feeling immense pressure, Dalit perceived a fleeting shadow before Beerus had already teleported in front of him. His instinct for battle prompted him to deftly evade Beerus's heavy blow, simultaneously executing a whip kick aimed at Beerus's nape. A resounding bang erupted as powerful waves surged through the space. Dalit's full-force kick was effortlessly blocked by Beerus with a single hand. Quite impressive indeed. A sly grin appeared on Beerus's face as he tightened his grip, seizing Dalit's right leg with terrifying strength. Under the immense force, Dalit's expression shifted. He immediately harnessed his rage to stabilize his body, refusing to be subdued by Beerus any longer, as the Saiyan energy within him surged wildly. Is this the extent of your power? If this is all there is, I shall be sorely disappointed. Sensing the mounting pressure, Beerus's expression grew more mocking. In the next instant, he violently hurled Dalit away, and under the dual forces, Dalit was momentarily disoriented, his body hurtling backward at supersonic speeds. After soaring over 100 meters, Dalit finally managed to stabilize himself, but before he could react, several orbs of purple destructive energy were hurtling towards him. With little time to think, he instinctively surged upward. Yet, these energy spheres seemed to possess a mind of their own, relentlessly pursuing him no matter how far he fled. So, these things are equipped with tracking capabilities, are they? Humph. With the destructive energy closing in, Dalit abandoned the notion of evasion. Since I cannot shake them off, I shall obliterate the threat entirely. Gathering energy in one hand, golden light surged forth. Ha! With a fierce roar, An astonishing energy annihilation cannon erupted from Dalet's palm, engulfing the pursuing spheres of destructive energy. Boom. 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 Amid the luminous explosions, the sound of detonations echoed. All the destructive energy was extinguished and obliterated under Dalet's energy barrage. In the midst of the fiery explosion, Beerus charged forth, his smile widening, fist clenched. Aimed at Dalet's face. In a critical moment, Dalet raised both hands to shield his chest, but Beerus's fist struck directly between his arms. An unimaginable force coursed through Dalet's body, and in an instant, he lost control, once again propelled backward like a cannonball. However, this time, he was sent soaring into the sky. Stabilizing himself once more, Dalet found himself at an altitude of 10,000 meters, his body ablaze with heat. The blood within him surging uncontrollably, on the verge of eruption. The warrior spirit of the Saiyan race ignited, driving him to fight. The fervor in his eyes intensified as his battle intent grew ever stronger. This sensation had not been experienced for many years, even in the GT timeline. The formidable duo of Goku and Vegeta, who ranked just below him, had never exerted such pressure upon him. Not even the malevolent Super I Ching Long from a year ago in the GT universe could reach this level. The figure before him, Beerus, truly exemplified the essence of a god of destruction. Stabilizing his body, Dalet let out a primal roar. A sound reminiscent of a golden great ape's bellow echoing through the heavens. The atmosphere surged with ferocity, golden light enveloping the surroundings. Dalet fully unleashed the energy reservoir of Super Saiyan's second stage, his combat prowess at its zenith, ablaze with intensity. Come forth, god of destruction. With a powerful shout, Dalet initiated his assault, his golden aura blazing like an inferno. He dove from the sky, delivering a concentrated punch aimed squarely at Beerus's face. Was it truly such strength? A flicker of surprise crossed Beerus's lips as he felt the surge of Dalet's escalating aura and battle intent. With fists clenched tightly, he retaliated with a formidable blow. Boom. The earth-shattering sound erupted, a circular shockwave radiating outward. A blinding white light burst forth, as dazzling as the sun itself. The surroundings trembled, the very fabric of space quaking under the force of their clash. The entire planet quivered in response to the overwhelming might of that punch. Beerus and Dalet locked eyes, each sporting a faint smile. Beerus, with his hands clasped behind his back, appeared utterly relaxed, as if the preceding battle had never occurred. However, there was a shift in his gaze, a fleeting glimmer of a desire for combat flashing within his eyes. As for Dalet, his fighting spirit was equally high. Yet unlike Beerus, he bore the brunt of some recoil damage. The residual force from his previous exchange with Beerus left his arm tingling. From just one punch, he had grasped the terrifying power of a god of destruction. It was important to note that his physical strength had already reached extraordinary heights. Even in the state of Super Saiyan 2, he was immensely formidable. Chapter 51. Are humans inferior to gods? Indeed. Relying solely on Super Saiyan's second stage was insufficient to compare with Beerus, the god of destruction. After all, he was a being of over 100 billion years of existence. However, this suited Dalet perfectly. With his fighting spirit fully released, he flexed his wrists, scrutinizing Beerus. If Beerus were not so mighty, Dalet would have felt genuine disappointment. In their first round of sparring, they could consider it a draw for now. Although Beerus had the upper hand, the disparity was not insurmountable. That recent punch had vividly demonstrated Beerus's strength, and thus, Dalet resolved to take the challenge seriously from here on. Fixing his gaze on Beerus, he expressed his admiration. In response to such praise, Beerus smirked dismissively. While it seemed like commendation, was Dalet not implying that he was stronger than him? The tone with which the superior addresses the subordinate is akin to that of Beerus speaking to others, rather than in response to what others say to him. Humph. As a Saiyan, your ability to contend with me, the god of destruction, without succumbing to disadvantage is indeed remarkable. However, you have yet to grasp the chasm that separates us. Do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity earlier. Should you feel regret from this moment forth, it will be too late. With narrowed eyes, Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Dalet, his expression a blend of amusement and malice. In my lexicon, the term regret does not exist. God of destruction, Beerus, you may be overestimating yourself. Perhaps in this realm, you are indeed a formidable force, yet in my eyes, the true measure of our strengths can only be ascertained through direct comparison. Unfazed by Beerus's words, Dalet articulated his resolve and began to awaken the deeper reserves of energy within him. A golden aura, akin to flames, enveloped Dalet's form, blazing fiercely. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted, stirring the winds and clouds, as Dalet's physique underwent a dramatic transformation. His golden hair elongated to his waist, the brow lowered, and eyebrows vanished. while the intensity and purity of his energy escalated rapidly compared to before. With eyes as cold as ice, he gazed at Beerus, his entire being encased in blue-white lightnings, the corners of his mouth subtly rising in what resembled the cruel smile of death. This is the ultimate state of Super Saiyan 3rd grade. The enhancement of 600 times his normal state instantaneously elevated Dalit's combat power to 9 million. Super Saiyan 3rd grade, you say? Compared to earlier, the appearance may seem more ferocious, yet the essence remains largely unchanged. Do you believe that this alone can contend with me, the god of destruction? Before the divine, mortals shall forever remain mortals. Should you possess the power of a god, perhaps I might take you seriously, but alas, no matter how strong you become, your essence remains that of a mortal, and the gulf between gods and mortals is insurmountable. Beerus feigned a sigh. To him, Dalit's combat prowess was indeed astonishing, even surpassing the bounds of imagination. Having lived for billions of years, he had witnessed the birth and growth of life. Yet he had never encountered a human possessing such pure and formidable strength. If such individuals of humanity could be properly nurtured and harness the power of the divine, they would undoubtedly experience a remarkable elevation and transformation in their strength. Alas, such beings do not belong to this world. They are visitors from other realms. Were he a native of this universe, Beerus would indeed be reluctant to bring about his destruction, for his existence would significantly elevate the overall standard of the cosmos he oversees. According to your perspective, is humanity fated to be inferior to the divine? How curious. Who, I wonder, has established such a decree? Mortals, inferior to deities. Darat has never accepted this notion. Since you gods harbor biases against the power of humanity, I shall today shatter your entrenched beliefs. If mortals possess sufficient strength, they too can surpass the divine. The gods are merely those who have taken a step forward before others. Darat declared confidently, his fist clenched in determination. After traversing into the Dragon Ball world and becoming a Saiyan, this question has lingered in his mind. Though oblivious to the origins of this unwritten decree, Darat firmly believes that as long as humanity is powerful enough, transcending the divine, even slaying gods, is entirely achievable. Just as now, while Beerus is indeed formidable, Darat is confident he surpasses him. How laughable. Do you truly believe you can surpass divinity in a mortal form? Do you think you can alter this situation? You are merely a human who has yet to grasp divine power, bold enough to proclaim your intention to eclipse the gods. If you possess such lofty ambitions, then prove it to me. If you cannot even defeat me, your audacious beliefs are nothing but empty rhetoric. Beerus found himself amused by Darat's audacity. Should he mock ignorance? Or does Darat truly possess courage? For countless eons, his heart, cold and unwavering, now trembles at this moment. In Darat, he sees the reflection of his younger self. That indomitable spirit, vowing to surpass all. It is precisely because of Darat's impassioned declarations that Beerus begins to genuinely regard him. This mortal, this human, merits a modicum of respect. After all, he possesses formidable power and pursues his convictions. In bestowing respect upon him, one must summon the true might of a destroyer to engage in combat. So be it. Let us battle, Beerus. With a furious roar, Dalit fully unleashed the energy reservoir of Super Saiyan 3rd grade. The intense and soaring fighting spirit, along with the indomitable golden aura, erupted from Dalit's being, dazzling in its brilliance. In the blink of an eye, Dalit traversed the void, his form dissolving into ethereal shadows, darting through space with an unparalleled swiftness until he stood before Beerus. With all his might, he launched a devastating uppercut aimed squarely at Beerus's chin. Anticipating the assault, Beerus smiled lightly, deftly evading Dalit's ferocious strike, and retaliated with a precise knife-hand strike directed at Dalit's neck. The strike was utterly terrifying, seemingly honing in on Darlow's fatal weakness for a decisive breakthrough. A single blow meant to annihilate, forcing his body to respond. Darlow narrowly evaded Beerus's hand strike in this perilous battle where every fleeting moment demanded utmost caution. After dodging, his aura surged dramatically. He steadied himself against the void and, with a powerful thrust of his right leg, launched a ferocious kick aimed directly at Beerus's face. Caught off guard, Beerus was momentarily stunned, raising his hands defensively. Darlow's kick landed mercilessly between Beerus's arms. Chapter 52. A direct collision, no mercy. A deafening boom resonated through the air. The shockwave spread, distorting the space around them, as a terrifying force radiated from Beerus's arms throughout his entire being. This also left Beerus astounded, for the mere Super Saiyan 3rd grade, Dalit, was truly capable of shaking him at this moment. In an instant, his body transformed into a super projectile, soaring into the heavens. Although Beerus remained unharmed, His mind was undeniably affected. Witnessing the success of his attack, Dalit seized the moment, ascending with furious determination. With one hand raised high, a purple aura gathered in his palm, instantly locking onto the figure of the retreating Beerus. Tempestuous fury, he bellowed, as a brilliant burst of purple light erupted, and a dazzling energy sphere shot forth from Dalit's fingertips. A multitude of energy blasts surged forth, seemingly possessing a will of their own, homing in on Beerus's form. I can wield tracking techniques too, and rest assured, mine are equally formidable. A smirk appeared on Dalit's lips, a reflection of the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Beerus. However, as Beerus, mid-flight, heard Dalit's words, he effortlessly stabilized his form, a sly smile playing on his lips. If you have the ability, then let us see if you can keep up. In the next moment, his movements became bizarre and inscrutable. His body darted through the air like a fish in water, deftly evading all of Dalit's tracking attacks with remarkable precision. Interesting, Dalit thought, astonished. His seemingly instinctual movements, where even he does not know his next action, allow him to evade my tracking assaults flawlessly. This is indeed extraordinary. This display left Dalit in awe, for even he found it challenging to replicate such feats. The phenomenon reminded him of a legendary technique from the later stages of the original saga, the Freedom Extreme skill. This technique allowed every cell in the body to think autonomously, executing movements with uncanny precision in the blink of an eye, evading all attacks. Beerus's previous maneuvers bore a striking resemblance to this technique, but verification would require the continuation of their battle. Suddenly, a whoosh resounded behind Dalit. Instinctively sensing an overwhelming threat, a chilling wave spread from his feet to his entire being. The god of destruction, Beerus, had crossed the bounds of space and appeared behind him without warning. So fast, Dalit thought, turning around sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation. Only now do you realize? I told you, the Super Saiyan 3rd grade means nothing to me. As the words left his lips, Beerus clasped his hands together, forming a hammer, and brought it crashing down onto Dalit's back. The impact echoed with a thunderous roar, shaking the very fabric of space as ripples spread outwards. Struck with tremendous force, Dalit plummeted to the earth like a meteor. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his back, Dalit managed to stabilize himself and land gracefully. Yet, instinctively sensing another imminent threat, Dalit looked up to see Beerus diving towards him at an astonishing speed. Clenching his jaw, Dalit braced himself, arms crossed protectively in front of him. With a deafening crash, the ground fractured, and a massive pit formed in an instant. The sheer power of Beerus's punch reshaped the landscape, a testament to its overwhelming force. Dalit, who had forced himself to withstand Beerus's heavy blow, felt a dull ache in his arms, yet he summoned his strength to counterattack, propelling Beerus away. Unfazed, Beerus executed a backflip mid-air, landing gracefully with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of inscrutability. A brief silence enveloped the battlefield as both warriors maintained their distance. Their gazes locked in a silent exchange of power. The surrounding space warped under the weight of their formidable auras. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable. Even in the Super Saiyan 3rd grade form, Dalit felt woefully inadequate. How could it be otherwise? Beerus, the god of destruction from the main timeline, had traversed through the ages, and this was the first time Dalit truly felt such pressure. A serious expression crossed his face, but it was soon replaced by fervent battle intent. His senses heightened, the warrior's instincts within him stirred restlessly. Adopting a combat stance, Dalit began searching for a chink in Beerus's defenses. Are you not going to attack? Then I shall not hold back. With that thought, Beerus gathered his energy and shattered the ground beneath him, teleporting to Dalit's front in less than 0.0001 seconds, delivering a powerful punch. The devastating might of that powerful strike was once again intercepted single-handedly by Dalit, who launched a counterattack. The brawl commenced. The sound of fists striking flesh echoed relentlessly. Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! The fierce combat between Dalit and Beerus ignited, with both warriors pushing the limits of their lifelong martial prowess, alternating between offense and defense in a relentless exchange. In mere seconds, they had engaged in thousands of exchanges. Smoke billowed and dust swirled. The energies of both combatants clashed, unleashing waves of thunderous currents. The battle intensified. Meanwhile, in the West City, the conflict between Dalit and Beerus was projected in real time through the staff of the Angel Vados. The residual shockwaves from their skirmish created an immersive experience for all present. The Z-fighters stood agape, pallid and astonished, as if they had seen a ghost. This unknown Saiyan, merely a Super Saiyan of the 3rd grade, could actually confront Lord Beerus directly? Krillin gaped in shock and disbelief. In his understanding, Beerus was the most terrifying, most powerful entity in the universe, far surpassing even Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue forms. Yet, this Saiyan from another realm could match Beerus blow for blow, as he had previously expressed. He genuinely began to worry. If Beerus were to be defeated, what would that imply? This Saiyan from a different world was truly a monster, and he was merely a Super Saiyan of the 3rd grade. Piccolo's green visage appeared somewhat ashen, deeply shaken. First, there was the crisis from the future world, and now, it was a crisis in this world. Chapter 53. The intensity of battle. Super Saiyan 3 is truly invincible amidst the ferocity of the battle. Future Trunks experienced a whirlwind of emotions. For him, it was beyond imagination. He began to fantasize about possessing such formidable power. Then the future world would not have to face such dire threats. He yearned desperately for strength to exact revenge on the dark beings of the future. With nothing to his name but an ever-expanding hatred, he realized that if he truly wielded power rivaling Darot and the god of destruction Beerus, then what were those dark beings in comparison? His heart raced with excitement, intertwined with profound indignation and despair, while others failed to notice his transformation. One individual did, Son Gohan. Emotionally, Gohan and future Trunks were aligned. However, their thoughts diverged. Gohan pondered that if he possessed such extraordinary power, he too could intervene in this crisis. On the battlefield, the close-quarters combat concluded. Darot and Beerus interlocked their fingers, each unleashing every ounce of strength, pressing against one another. The purple aura symbolizing the power of the god of destruction surged from Beerus, while the golden aura representing Saiyan strength emanated from Darot. These two distinctly different forces collided, counterbalancing each other, creating a whirlwind that swept across the battlefield. The ground beneath them continued to sink, the impact expanding ever further. This is a pure contest of strength. Both parties grit their teeth and glare at each other fiercely. Dalit has fully unleashed the power of Super Saiyan 3rd stage. Yet he is utterly unable to contend with Beerus. This also made Dalit realize that Beerus was merely toying with him, although his power seemed formidable at first glance. It was, in essence, insignificant. Gazing at Beerus before him, it was evident that both parties were completely engrossed in this evenly matched contest of strength. Continuing in this manner would not bode well. In that fleeting moment, Dalit resolved to make a change. Utilizing the momentum, he leaned back, drawing Beerus closer. And with a surge of energy, he thrust his legs out with tremendous force. A deafening explosion resonated as Dalit's legs struck Beerus's abdomen, sending him soaring into the sky with an overwhelming force. An opportunity arose, and he pressed the advantage. A golden radiance enveloped his form as the vast Saiyan energy surged within him. The 3rd transformation of the Super Saiyan was fully unleashed. With his hands clasped together, he prepared to release energy, allowing his aura to swell and unleash a tempest that radiated in all directions. Energy converged from his arms into his palms, where it was frantically compressed. Let me witness the true extent of your power. With a fierce declaration, Dalit braced himself, amplifying the potency of his ultimate technique. In the high skies, Beerus effortlessly stabilized his form, casting a provocative glance downward, a broad and triumphant smile adorning his face. What astonishing energy! However, it's a pity that its purity is still lacking. Such a level of energy attack would pose no threat to a god of destruction like me. With a faint smile, Beerus raised his right hand high. His index finger bent, and in an instant, boundless divine energy surged forth, causing the world to tremble as if it were the end times. The limitless power of destruction, under his command, surged wildly, converging at his fingertip. A purplish-red sphere of energy formed, expanding from the size of a ping-pong ball to that of a basketball, and then continually increasing. It grew to a diameter of 5 meters, then 10, 20, 50, and finally exceeding 100 meters, all while still inflating. The energy sphere, infused with the power of destruction, seemed to possess no limits whatsoever. Such a formidable energy blast, imbued with unparalleled destructive power, can only be conjured by the likes of Beerus. At the very least, Dalit has never encountered anything of this magnitude. Come, allow me, the divine, to witness whether the strength you claim can withstand this strike. As the words left his lips, Beerus raised his hand, unleashing an incomprehensibly vast sphere of destructive energy that tore through the fabric of space, plummeting directly towards Dalit's position. Although it was a violet orb, it radiated a fiery crimson glow, illuminating the ground beneath it, akin to an asteroid hurtling towards Earth, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Humph! This is the essence of a god of destruction, unrestrained and merciless in battle. Such a fearsome energy seeks to obliterate both me and this planet into mere fragments? How intriguing. Then I shall shatter your expectations. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Dalet's gaze sharpened as he concentrated the energy in his palm to its utmost limit. Poised for release. Annihilation Shatter Cannon. With a fierce roar, a golden beam of energy surged forth from Dalet's palm, roaring like a raging dragon. Enveloped by countless blue-white lightning arcs, exuding a formidable presence and boundless might. The energy cannon, reminiscent of a ferocious dragon's roar, rent the air as it clashed head-on with Beerus's colossal destructive orb. Boom. The collision of energies unleashed a terrifying shockwave in its initial moments. The space trembled, and brilliant white light erupted. The power of the god of destruction and that of a mortal stood in fierce opposition. At the heart of the energy clash, two distinct sparks of energy erupted. The force of the Annihilation Shatter Cannon was gradually dismantled under the relentless assault of Beerus's power. Conversely, the god of destruction's energy was incrementally consumed by the might of the Annihilation Shatter Cannon. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate, each exerting their utmost to prevail. In the high heavens, momentarily surprised by his attack being countered, Beerus found himself taken aback. It is crucial to note that this was an attack infused with the essence of a god of destruction, in terms of purity and strength. It far surpassed the divine powers wielded by the likes of Goku and Vegeta. This Saiyan, astonishingly, managed to withstand his godly destructive power solely with the strength of a mere mortal. This is utterly astonishing. Beerus found himself increasingly intrigued by Dalet. Can even my destructive power be thwarted? I am eager to see just how long you can endure. A mocking smile graced Beerus's face as a purple glow emanated from his palm, coalescing into a crimson sphere of destructive energy. In the next moment, it was propelled forth, merging with his destructive might. Buzz. With the infusion of this godly power, a peculiar light radiated from the vicinity of Beerus's colossal sphere of destruction. In an instant, the entire energy orb underwent a remarkable transformation, expanding significantly and exceeding a diameter of over a kilometer. The tide of battle shifted abruptly. The equilibrium shattered in an instant, as Beerus's super-destructive energy sphere surged forward, overpowering Dalet's Annihilation Cannon. Chapter 54, Bloodline Evolution, Super Saiyan Level 4. The pressure on his hands intensified exponentially, causing Dalet to feel the weight of it bearing down on him, while his legs buckled under the sheer terror of this force. This is bad. Realizing that Beerus was unrelentingly maximizing his energy release, every hair on Dalet's body stood on end. This fellow intends to overwhelm him in one fell swoop, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate whatsoever. Such immense power is far beyond what he could withstand, even in the ultimate state of a Super Saiyan 3rd level. In just a fleeting moment, Dalet's energy was utterly extinguished, and that colossal destructive sphere descended like a comet, mercilessly engulfing his body in an instant. Such a scene is truly breathtaking. Anyone who witnesses it cannot help but gasp in astonishment. However, high above, Beerus merely allows the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly, revealing no significant change in his demeanor. To him, while Dalet possesses considerable strength, he ultimately falls short of expectations. Mortals are, after all, merely mortals. The chasm between gods and men is unfathomably vast. Beerus had hoped that Dalet would ignite a spark of fervor within him, providing a rare opportunity for amusement after eons of ennui, yet to his dismay, even a slight display of power was insufficient to withstand his might. Alas, it is over, Scion from another world. With a faint sigh, Beerus's destructive energy surged once more. As he redirected the energy blast, akin to a rebound, propelling himself skyward towards another direction on Earth. It seemed the battle had reached its conclusion, with Dalet unable to stir any further turbulence. However, at that moment, as the destructive energy blast was on the verge of breaching Earth's atmosphere, an immensely powerful force suddenly intervened, forcibly nullifying Beerus's control and stabilizing the destructive energy in its position, rendering it immobile. What? Unable to control the destructive energy, Beerus was taken aback. His gaze sharpened as he focused on the energy blast. In the center of this destructive energy, a circle of tiny vortices emerged, continuously expanding. In this moment, Beerus's pupils constricted. Is he still struggling desperately? How intriguing. The corners of his mouth curled up in excitement. Beerus did not amplify his god of destruction energy any further. Instead, he chose to remain suspended in the air, patiently awaiting Dalet's breakthrough from his assault's constraints. Frankly, the previous strikes were merely a warm-up. Within the realm of key perception, Dalet's energy was surging at an alarming rate, escalating uncontrollably. This scene brought a grave expression to the face of Beerus, the god of destruction. The Saiyans from this alternate realm are far more resilient than he had anticipated. Their mere aura is capable of such feats, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. After living for billions of years, he finds himself enlightened today, humanity, with its mortal form, can contend with the divine. Although this power still falls short in comparison to his own, it approaches a remarkable proximity when juxtaposed with the destroyers from other universes. Indeed, it has even reached a level that rivals the weakest among the destroyers. This is also the reason why Beerus is astonished. This young man does not merely utter words about surpassing the divine. He has genuinely substantiated his claims through action, proving that mortals can indeed rival the gods. The atmosphere became eerie as the destructive energy sphere, with a diameter of thousands of meters, astonishingly shrank at an incredible pace. It contracted from kilometers to hundreds of meters, then to mere tens of meters, ultimately disintegrating into a myriad of energy particles that scattered throughout the cosmos. At the epicenter of this energy, Dalit stood resolutely, embodying a new form. In that moment, he appeared less like a human and more akin to a formidable beast endowed with intellect. His previously golden hair, a hallmark of Super Saiyan transformation, had reverted to a common black hue. His long black locks cascaded to his waist, interspersed with deep crimson fur, and his muscles appeared more robust and imposing. The corners of his eyes were adorned with crimson accents, further enhancing his commanding presence. Golden energy flames enveloped Dalit's form, radiating an intensity rivaling that of the sun itself. With a slight curl of his lips, Dalit raised his head defiantly, locking eyes with Beerus, a smirk of confidence and allure gracing his face. At that moment, he became an entity that all mortals must revere. The ultimate manifestation of bloodline evolution, the epitome of absolute power, Super Saiyan 4th level. In the luxurious estate of Bulma's family in West City, the Z warriors stood in stunned silence, their faces ashen, as though they had encountered a specter. The Saiyan duo, Goku and Vegeta, appeared particularly flabbergasted, their expressions betraying their disbelief. Could such an aura truly emanate from a mere mortal? How could it be so terrifying? Gohan could not help but exclaim, still too shocked to articulate his thoughts. Unlike divine power, Dalit's energy was palpable, having reached a level capable of obliterating a person with ease. Such formidable combat prowess, was it within the realm of mortals? Who among them could possibly achieve this? Should he stand before Dalit now, he would be crushed merely by the weight of his presence, without the need for a single glance. Could this form also be classified as Super Saiyan? Piccolo uttered, his voice laced with horror and trepidation. They had all witnessed the transformations of Super Saiyans. Yet the changes from the first to the third level had been subtle, merely varying in hair length. The transformations Goku and Vegeta had trained for Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue had only altered hair color, without significant change in their states compared to ordinary Super Saiyans. Yet this crimson-haired figure before them profoundly challenged their understanding of Super Saiyan evolution. If this state were indeed another form of Super Saiyan, did that not imply that Saiyans, should they forsake divine power and continue their training in their own manner, would ultimately evolve into such beasts? The others stood aghast, and suddenly Goku snapped back to reality. Swallowing hard as he spoke, I understand now. That guy previously mentioned that Super Saiyan 4th level transcends the 3rd. Yet it represents a completely different evolution from Super Saiyan God. Nanny, Kakarot, are you certain this is Super Saiyan 4th level? Vegeta gasped in disbelief. If that were the case, had they strayed from the correct path? Chapter 55, Goku and Vegeta's Dilemma. Beerus's astonishment initially, I too found it hard to believe. But having witnessed it now, I am certain this state is indeed what that individual referred to as Super Saiyan 4th level. It is truly astonishing. The existence of such a transformation beyond the 3rd level is unfathomable. The very essence of his aura instills a deep-rooted fear within me, a terror that resonates with my soul. Gritting his teeth, Goku expressed his unwillingness to accept this reality. In this world, he was the first to attain the 3rd level. Yet he had never considered whether there could be a 4th level beyond it. Upon the arrival of the god of destruction, Beerus, he had unwittingly embarked on a different path, pursuing divine power and transforming into Super Saiyan God. Indeed, he succeeded. Vegeta followed suit, achieving the current form of Super Saiyan Blue. However, in light of Dalit's appearance, it was evident that this was the true evolution of a Saiyan, a pure embodiment of strength, the pinnacle of their bloodline evolution. Conversely, their Super Saiyan God forms appeared as mere offshoots, having relied on divine power to reach their current levels. How infuriating! To think there exists a Super Saiyan 4th level beyond the 3rd. Had I known of this transformation sooner, I would not have had to endure the frustration of learning the so-called Super Saiyan God. Vegeta clenched his fists, filled with indignation. The fourth level holds immense significance for him as the Prince of Saiyans. From a young age, his father had instilled in him the pride of his noble bloodline. Had he discovered the fourth level earlier, he would have had no need to pursue the frivolous notion of Super Saiyan God. As a member of the royal Saiyan lineage, the fourth level was the path he was destined to take, the most fitting evolution for him. Vegeta. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Meanwhile, the Angel Whis observed the emotional shifts among the gathered warriors. Frankly, he too was deeply astonished. Dalit's newfound visage captivated his attention. Though the paths of Super Saiyan 4th level and Super Saiyan God diverged, there existed no definitive measure to ascertain which form was superior. The reason Goku and Vegeta lagged behind this otherworldly Saiyan was directly tied to their current strength. If they were sufficiently powerful, then Super Saiyan God might not necessarily be inferior to Super Saiyan 4th level, Whis reassured them. However, despite his words, Whis harbored a slight bias. Returning his gaze to the projected image, he imagined Dalit standing before him. Such raw power and form would indeed be fitting for a god of destruction. It must be noted that angels possess a peculiar tendency to indulge in fantasies upon encountering extraordinary beings. Regrettably, Dalit did not belong to their world. Otherwise, he would have been an ideal candidate for the position of the 7th universe's prospective god of destruction. On the battlefield, Dalit, now embodying Super Saiyan 4th level, advanced slowly until he reached a position equal to Beerus, their gazes locking in silence. Examining Dalit from such proximity, Beerus was taken aback, though he maintained his composure. It was his first encounter with a Saiyan in such a form. He had not anticipated that Saiyans could undergo such an unusual transformation. This form bore a resemblance to the Great Ape transformation that was fundamentally distinct. Beerus inquired with a hint of curiosity. The Super Saiyan 4th transformation, unlike the evolutionary paths chosen by Kakarot and Vegeta in this realm, was attained through the meticulous honing of mortal strength to its zenith, resulting in this form. Dalit, with a stern and unyielding expression, articulated the realm he inhabited. While Beerus appeared not to probe further, he was, in reality, awaiting Dalit's own elaboration. Super Saiyan 4th transformation, huh? Your Saiyan naming conventions remain remarkably steadfast. Nevertheless, this Super Saiyan 4th transformation, when compared to your previous states, does indeed possess a modicum of intrigue. However, to aspire to stand alongside a deity such as myself, you are still woefully inadequate. Beerus's gaze scrutinized Dalit closely, passing his judgment. This power, emerging from the mortal realm, has become somewhat terrifying. Even the gods of destruction, particularly those ranked at the lower echelons, may not possess strength that rivals the current Darot. In response to Beerus's judgment, Darot remained unperturbed. For Beerus's words were not mere bluster, but rather a statement of truth. The mere form of a Super Saiyan 4th level with black hair is still insufficient to vanquish the god of destruction, Beerus. Of course, he has yet to unleash his full potential. He is merely at the initial stage of the Super Saiyan 4th level with black hair. With a standard increase of 3,200 times, his combat power has surged to 48 units, which is still far from the 50 units needed to capture Beerus's attention. If an ordinary Super Saiyan 4th level fails to impress you, then what about this? As he spoke, Darot clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. An overwhelming aura emanating from him in relentless waves. Huh. Sensing the surge of energy within Darot, Beerus stared in disbelief. Boom. The golden aura swept across the heavens like a tempest. Within this radiant golden light, Darot underwent yet another transformation. His already formidable presence escalated to a suffocating degree. When the golden light dissipated, though Darot's form remained unchanged, his aura had reached a level capable of shaking the divine. The peak of the Super Saiyan 4th level, with black hair. It can also be regarded as a Super Saiyan that transcends the 4th level. With a standard increase of 5,000 times, Darot's combat power instantaneously soared to 75 units. Such formidable power, infinitely approaching the level of 100 grooves, is sufficient to astonish Beerus. How about it? Destruction God Beerus, can you still confront me in the same manner as before? A smirk danced at the corners of Dalit's mouth, teasingly mocking the astonished Beerus. Realizing his lapse, Beerus's expression immediately returned to one of gravity. Chapter 56, Super Saiyan 4 vs. Destruction God. What an exaggerated aura. It is inconceivable that a mortal could reach such heights. The intensity of this energy is something I have never encountered in my 100 billion years of existence. You have indeed reshaped my perception of mortals. However, to assert that you could defeat me is utterly impossible. To me, you appear rather ordinary." After pondering for a moment, Beerus remarked with a mocking grin, deliberately provoking Dalit to see if this scion from another realm could surprise him even further. "Ordinary, you say? Then prove it to me through action. Is Super Saiyan 4th stage truly as you claim?" With that declaration, Dalit's form flickered, and, in an instant, he surged forward, delivering a powerful upward kick aimed at Beerus's chin. Anticipating the move, Beerus evaded Dalit's assault with a ghostly agility, pivoting to unleash a charged whip kick in retaliation. The sound of a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The indescribable shockwave seemed capable of tearing the very heavens and earth asunder in an instant. Had the previous Super Saiyan 3rd stage Dalit been struck by such a blow, he would undoubtedly have sustained grave injuries. However, the current Dalit finds himself in the state of an omnipotent Super Saiyan 4th stage. His physical strength has experienced a significant enhancement, along with a remarkable leap in speed, power, reflexes, and overall prowess. Bylus's kick was effortlessly caught by Dalit with a single hand. The attack was easily thwarted, and a trace of astonishment appeared upon Bylus's face. In this strike, he held nothing back and launched a full-force assault in his current state. Is it truly possible for Dalit to withstand such an onslaught? This scion proves to be far more formidable than he initially anticipated. His speed and strength seem to lack the overwhelming dominance they once possessed. In a moment of levity, Dalit unleashes a surge of power, propelling Beerus's right leg aside while firmly grasping his shoulders. With sheer force coursing through his arms, he effortlessly hurls Beerus into the sky like a rocket. A resounding cry escapes Dalit as he enters a state of fury, enveloped by a searing golden aura. In the blink of an eye, he accelerates to supersonic speeds, closing in on Beerus with his fist raised. Beerus, tumbling through the air, deftly stabilizes his body and, confronting Dalit's onslaught, is surrounded by a shimmering violet light as the destructive energy of a god surges forth. The atmosphere shifts, becoming eerie and silent. "Destruction, goddess wrath," he proclaims, as his arms spread wide, unleashing countless orbs of violet destructive energy that bombard the surroundings in a perfect 360-degree assault. Realizing the imminent threat posed by this energy, Dalit's heart races as he quickly steadies his body, forming a protective barrier around himself. However, this momentary pause grants Beerus the opportunity to strike. In an instant, Beerus teleports behind him, catching Dalit off guard with a punch that shatters his energy shield, following up with a kick that sends Dalit soaring into the sky. "Damn it," he thinks, acknowledging Beerus as the true god of destruction. His speed surpasses Dalit's expectations. As Dalit continues to be propelled backward, he feels the weight of Beerus's assault and realizes the pressure he faces, despite still treating the fight as a game. Even in his peak Super Saiyan 4th stage form with black hair, he finds himself under significant duress against this opponent. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierces the air. As Dalit contemplates how to counter Beerus's relentless attack, the figure of Beerus materializes right before him. Such a tactic truly took Dalit by surprise. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Dalit forcefully stabilized his body while simultaneously launching an energy projectile. In Beerus's eyes, this energy sphere was inconsequential. With a casual swipe of his hand, he deflected the energy blast. He surged forward once more, reappearing before Dalit, his fist, imbued with overwhelming destructive power, struck forcefully against Dalit's face. A resounding explosion echoed, reverberating through the air, scattering the surrounding mists and causing the very fabric of space to ripple in response. The punch landed squarely on Dalit's face, causing his cheek to contort and his expression to shift dramatically. Such formidable power, even with Dalit's current physical strength, would be an arduous task to withstand. However, despite the heavy blow, Dalit did not stagger. He merely turned his head away. Nanny. The fact that Dalit remained unscathed by his own formidable strike instilled an ominous premonition within Beerus. In the next moment, Dalit's reaction caught him off guard. This tremendous punch was astonishingly repelled by Dalit's sheer strength. One should not underestimate the Saiyans. Not all mortals can be trampled upon by the gods. With a fierce glare directed at Beerus, Dalit's response arrived in a heartbeat. Bang! A powerful punch landed squarely on Beerus's abdomen. The terrifying force instantly penetrated Beerus's body, disturbing his insides and causing the god of destruction's eyes to widen in shock as he spat out bile. Another uppercut struck Beerus's chin, the immense power lifting his head high and leaving his body in disarray. Seizing the momentum, Dalit launched a fierce assault. Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! The relentless barrage of lethal strikes pounded against Beerus's form. Each move carried the weight of a mountain, and Beerus's body endured this tempestuous onslaught like a mere punching bag. Agonizing pain coursed from his muscles to his brain, inciting the wrath of the god of destruction. Dalet's next oncoming punch was caught in Beerus's grasp with a single hand. At this moment, a trickle of purple blood seeped from a wound at the corner of Beerus's eye, staining his lips with a hue of purple as well. His expression contorted into a terrifying grimace, and an intense aura of destruction emanated from his being. Countless years had passed, and he had long lost count of how long it had been since he had endured genuine harm. Dalet posed a true threat to him, forcing him to take this fight with utmost seriousness. To Dalet, Beerus seemed to ascend in battle prowess without any sign of slowing down, traversing through levels in the blink of an eye, surpassing even the 100-fold mark. "You brat, you're getting a bit too audacious. There is a limit to arrogance." With a thunderous roar, Beerus seized the initiative, delivering a heavy punch to Dalet's abdomen, sending him staggering backward. This time, it was his turn to strike back. He too was ignited with fervor, for Dalet's assault was indeed painful, stirring his fighting spirit. Chapter 57, The Resplendence of Beerus. How Super Saiyan 4 Red Hair perceives the agony emanating from his abdomen, Dalet deeply sensed the unparalleled might of the god of destruction, Beerus. This individual is now entirely transformed. Whereas he previously exhibited a certain nonchalance, he is now undeniably earnest, instead of indulging in superfluous chatter. It would be far more commendable for him to demonstrate some truly impressive skills. With a thunderous shout, Dalet swiftly dispensed with any hesitation. His newfound seriousness is indeed commendable. Otherwise, this warm-up battle would have dragged on for far too long. Humph. With a disdainful sneer, Beerus responded to Dalet by plunging wholeheartedly into the offensive. Utilizing both fists and feet, Beerus's counterattack descended upon Dalet like a tempest of hail, terrifying in its ferocity. Every blow he had previously endured was now mercilessly returned to him by Beerus. A fierce purple radiance enveloped his fists, a manifestation of the god of destruction's augmented power. Each punch and kick surged forth like meteors, bombarding Dalet's body from all directions. Every strike contained the potential to shatter stars. In a mere few seconds, Dalet's form endured dozens, if not hundreds, of Beerus's relentless assaults, despite his utmost efforts to defend himself. Even the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4th stage with black hair has its limitations. Beerus's attacks were unyielding, prompting Dalet to consider transforming into his red-haired form at this very moment. The black-haired Super Saiyan 4th stage was merely a test. The red-haired Super Saiyan 4th stage signifies the true commencement of battle. With the aid of his black-haired Super Saiyan 4th stage, Dalet had already approximated Beerus's threshold of power. Years of rigorous training and life-or-death trials, coupled with abundant combat experience, would render him a fool if he could not discern this by now. Your fierce resistance will never prevent your defeat at my hands. If your capabilities end here, then our battle shall conclude. Now let us finish this with this move. With a chilling and piercing aura, Beerus gathered a surge of destructive energy within his palm. This is intended to decisively subdue Dalet, even with the aim of annihilating him. If he can withstand this maneuver, then Dalet would truly warrant the full extent of his power. In Beerus's view, the outcome seemed predetermined. However, in this critical moment, Beerus was taken aback when Dalet resolutely seized his wrist, leaving him momentarily stunned. A terrifying force erupted, rendering Beerus utterly unable to move his arm, completely restricting his actions. "What? You fiend!" Gazing at the somber-faced Dalet before him, Beerus was suddenly engulfed by a foreboding sense of dread. He had once again underestimated his opponent. The arrival of the Saiyan from another world is far from simple. You think you've had your fill of enjoyment. However, the battle is far from over. You wish to defeat me in one fell swoop. But it will not be so easy. I have already witnessed the power of your energy, so stand back. With a thunderous roar, Dalet delivered a powerful kick to the jaw of Beerus. This has occurred several times now, with Dalet seizing the opportunity to strike the same spot. The immense power of that kick caused blood to erupt from Beerus's mouth and nostrils, as his body soared at supersonic speed towards the atmosphere, gritting his teeth. Dalet seized the opportunity without hesitation, decisively mobilizing the energy reservoir of Super Saiyan 4th stage with crimson hair. With a resounding explosion, a blood-red aura blossomed within him, flooding the entire realm with overwhelming energy. Dalet's combat prowess experienced a remarkable enhancement once more. In the initial phase of Super Saiyan 4th stage, his base power surged to a staggering 6,400-fold increase, elevating his combat strength to 96 units, perilously close to breaking the century mark. With this renewed might, Dalet transformed into a deep crimson streak, charging full force towards Beerus. As Beerus was sent flying, he sensed Dalet's energy rapidly closing in, now even more formidable than before, prompting a drastic change in his expression. Stabilizing himself deftly in the atmosphere, Beerus began to concentrate his divine destruction energy. Have you once again altered your form? Is this a transformation even stronger than the last? He remarked, noticing the shift in Dalet's hair color from jet black to blood red, accompanied by a corresponding increase in energy intensity. Dalet's voice resonated as a sound wave, reaching Beerus's ears. I have yet to reach my limit. So you would do well to remain cautious. These words caused Beerus to tense up, his divine energy surging throughout his being, converging in the palm of his hand. Regardless, it is all in vain. You have grown formidable, even managing to fight me to this extent, impressive indeed. Yet, your essence remains unchanged, as a mere mortal. You cannot triumph over a deity such as myself. This battle is over. With a thunderous proclamation, Beerus unleashed the full extent of his destructive power. The purple radiance flickered like restless flames, and the destructive energy sphere in his palm coalesced increasingly, emanating an ever more terrifying might. Such a transformation caused Dalet to furrow his brows. During the progression, he no longer concealed the formidable power of the Super Saiyan 4th stage with crimson hair. Enough of the trivialities. Let us confront this head-on. With a piercing gaze, the terrifying Saiyan energy surged rapidly. Super Saiyan 4th stage, mid-level. Super Saiyan 4th stage, late stage, Super Saiyan 4th stage, pinnacle. Finally, the Super Saiyan 4th stage, boundary breakthrough. His battle power escalated dramatically, multiplying to an astonishing degree, instantly elevating Dalet's combat strength to an impressive 150 units. This power surpasses even that of the god of destruction, Beerus, in its might. A purifying orb of Saiyan energy, infinitely refined, hovers in the palm of Dalet, continually expanding. This maneuver, though lacking in conventional technique, truly represents the pinnacle of energy unleashed by Dalet. Witnessing this, Beerus ceased his hesitation. The fact that a mere human could achieve such heights is beyond my comprehension. Yet, no matter how formidable you may be, you remain immortal, destruction. With a single command, destruction erupted from Beerus's hands. Undeterred, Dalet transformed into a streak of light, propelling himself upward with the Saiyan energy blast in tow. The earth-shattering collision commenced, marking the beginning of a fierce contest between two colossal forces. The terrifying energy expanded immensely during the clash. Such power has reached a level capable of annihilating the universe. The magnitude of the 10th dimension's force is utterly terrifying. Chapter 58, The God-Slaying Fist. Is the outcome already decided? The cataclysmic shockwave spreads forth, with scorching currents of air surging in all directions. This explosive energy far exceeds Beerus's control and surpasses even his wildest imagination. How could this young man possibly harness such colossal energy? This level of power truly makes me, as a deity, feel somewhat inadequate. With bared teeth and a tense expression, Beerus finds himself challenged by Dalet's eruption of strength. The force of this strike surpasses the destructive power possessed by the vast majority of deities. What Dalet previously proclaimed, that a mortal could vanquish a god, was not mere jest. He truly possesses the capability. Having lived for an astonishing 100 billion years, this is the first time he has summoned such a torrent of divine destruction against a mortal. Even more astonishing, this is not his full might. In the next instant, a figure pierced through the energy clash at the center, not only penetrating the sphere of destruction he had conjured, but also advancing towards him at an alarming speed. Beerus sensed something amiss upon closer inspection. He realized it was none other than Dalet. The aura emanating from Dalet now was far more terrifying than before, reaching a level that posed a genuine threat to him. The divine power of destruction had been breached, causing Beerus's heart to tighten. Once more, he condensed the energy of destruction within his palm, the ethereal purple radiance surrounding him. With gritted teeth and a fierce countenance, he thought, even if you have broken the balance and approached me, you have now lost your offensive strength. This all ends here. Maximizing the concentration of destructive energy, an unceasing torrent of power flowed into Beerus's palm. This time, the intensity of the destruction he gathered was even more formidable and terrifying. Sensing this overwhelming might, Dalet clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. The pressure bore down upon him, yet he would not falter. For he had come to this world in pursuit of stronger adversaries, and now this formidable foe stood before him. How could he possibly be defeated so easily? All of his Saiyan energy coalesced upon his right fist, the layers of deep crimson ripples contracting around it. Destroyer, I shall demonstrate through my actions that mortals are not as feeble as you presume. Even a mortal devoid of divine power can transcend the gods. The first deity I aim to surpass is you. With a desperate roar, Dalit surged forth, carrying cataclysmic strength as he approached Beerus. Delivering a full-force punch aimed directly at the divine energy nestled within Beerus's palm. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, as the residual waves reverberated and the space trembled. The devastating punch, powerful enough to slay a god, struck the palm of Beerus, who had concentrated his destructive energy. The overwhelming force erupted in an instant. As the condensed sphere of annihilation was forcefully shattered by Dalit, the might of his fist reverberated through Beerus's palm and spread throughout his entire being. Overwhelmed by this terrifying power, Beerus found himself losing control. Driven by the relentless force of Dalit's punch, both beings surged into the cosmos. Seeing himself overpowered by Dalit's strength, Beerus bared his teeth in fury. After all, he was a god of destruction, the strongest among 12 deities, yet he was shaken by a Saiyan from another world. Even subdued in strength, as they both burst through the atmosphere and into the universe, Beerus's anger ignited. A surge of wrath welled up within him. Silence enveloped the universe. As if all existence had been paused in that moment, Dalit's formidable power could no longer budge Beerus in the slightest. A ghostly purple aura of destruction radiated around Beerus, revealing the true combat prowess of a god of destruction. Dalit's fist was ensnared within Beerus's grasp, and no matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not move him an inch. Simultaneously, Dalit's vision displayed Beerus's current combat power data, which had surged to a staggering 2,000, surpassing his own strength by more than tenfold. Is this the true power of the god of destruction, Beerus? Just as I anticipated. I can now truly sense the full extent of his lethal presence. Dalit's mind tightened, and he exerted all his fury in an attempt to break free from the shackles. Yet he soon realized the futility of his efforts. Beerus's strength far surpassed his own, rendering escape utterly impossible. In this moment, Beerus's demeanor was as cold as ice. His eyes, glowing with a sinister purple light, revealed no trace of emotion. What Dalit beheld was boundless cruelty, coupled with an insatiable desire for destruction. Beerus raised another hand. The power of destruction rapidly coalescing, its overwhelming force instilling fear in Dalit's heart. The intensity of this destructive energy was palpable, lethal, and on an entirely different scale from any prior assault. Destruction. With that proclamation, a sphere of destructive energy was unleashed upon Dalit. The instant it made contact with his body, it consumed him whole. The crackling of lightning reverberated throughout the cosmos, akin to the roar of a ferocious beast. Dalit, ensconced within the core of the destructive energy sphere, was tormented to the point of grotesqueness, his body trembling as he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4th stage, red-haired and on the brink of transcending his limits. In such dire circumstances, even the mightiest of powers could not be unleashed. And the overwhelming strength of the god of destruction exceeded all his expectations. Could this detestable being truly have reached such heights? The 10th dimensional level, this adversary had even attained the apex of that realm. His fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted, Dalit's expression morphed into one of horrific ferocity. As blood vessels bulged ominously beneath the surface of his skin, threatening to burst at any moment. Saiyan energy surged within him, aiding in the resistance against the encroaching force of destruction, yet this merely served as a temporary reprieve, unable to resolve the looming crisis completely. Was he still struggling in his death throes? The tenacious Saiyan. With a sneer, Beerus clasped his hands behind his back, seemingly convinced of the outcome. He refrained from further assaulting Dalit, instead observing the latter's arduous battle against the power of destruction. It appeared that the demise of such a formidable warrior would be a regrettable loss. Thus, Beerus expressed a modicum of respect for Dalit. To be frank, the demise of a warrior like you would indeed be a pity, but alas, you are not of our world, and this realm cannot accommodate your existence. Chapter 59, Super Saiyan 4th Stage, Bloodline Ascendancy. Though it is unfortunate, I must acknowledge your strength. Upon reflecting on your previous grandiloquent proclamations, I concede there is some merit to your assertions. With a mortal frame, you could rival the divine, even triumph over a deity. Your capabilities could indeed allow for such feats. However, regrettably, you face me, a god. Were you up against any other god of destruction, I firmly believe your strength could prevail. These words flowed from Beerus's lips, releasing all emotions that had been pent up within him. Dalit was undeniably a formidable opponent, the strongest he had encountered in billions of years. Yet, despite this, a distinction must be made between their respective strengths. In this battle, he fought with great exhilaration. After the words faded, Beerus slowly shook his head. Despite the lengthy discourse, Dalit had not exerted any further effort to counter his moves. This clearly indicated that Dalit had indeed reached his limit. Once he unveiled his true strength, Dalit's might appeared somewhat fragile. The glimmer of regret in his eyes yearned for an unforeseen turn of events, yet the reality lay starkly before him. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "It seems you have truly reached your limit. I shall swiftly bring an end to your suffering. After all, you are the first opponent in many years who has compelled me to unleash such formidable destructive energy. Among all the adversaries I have encountered, you stand at the pinnacle." As he spoke, Beerus seemed to reminisce about a formidable warrior on the brink of demise. In his perspective, he had extended his utmost respect. It is worth noting that receiving praise from a god of destruction is the highest honor in the universe. Just as he was about to strike again, Beerus's movements abruptly halted. "Your incessant prattle is truly irksome. Who told you that I have reached my limit?" A thunderous roar echoed. Immediately thereafter, a muffled sound reverberated. The Saiyan energy, which had been on the verge of extinguishment under the destructive energy, suddenly erupted, surging forth with renewed vigor within the divine power of destruction. This is not a mere struggle to excavate one's own strength to counteract the destructive divine power. Rather, it is a profound internal rending of that very destructive force. You dare to persist in your resistance? I have already declared it. This is futile. In the face of mutation and the words of Dalit. Beerus grasped his ears in exasperation. The proclamation of victory had already been uttered, and now Dalit retaliated, striking a blow to his pride. It is you. This so-called god of destruction, who is overly presumptuous. What of mortals? What of deities? As long as one possesses sufficient strength, a mortal can indeed surpass a god. Do you truly believe I would succumb so easily? Do not jest. I have yet to unleash my full potential. With a resounding shout, Dalit's aura underwent a transformation. To assist you in making your performance more exquisite, you genuinely took this to heart. Then allow me to reveal to you my true power. The deep crimson aura gradually shifted to a resplendent pink, with the purity of energy experiencing a tremendous enhancement. Sufficient to stand toe-to-toe with Beerus's destructive divinity. Once immobilized by the torment of the destructive power, Dalit now regained control. Such a scene, in Beerus's eyes, was utterly inconceivable. Can you truly undergo another transformation? A foreboding sensation began to stir within Beerus. If that were the case, it would undoubtedly astonish him. Cautiously, he once again channeled the destructive energy, consolidating a surge of destructive force, intending to reinforce the prison of divine power that confined Dalit. And yet, it was too late. Dalit had undergone a metamorphosis within the destructive energy, though he still appeared in the state of a Super Saiyan 4th level breakthrough. His hair and body hair had transitioned from deep crimson to a radiant pink. His aura welcomed a transformative change, and his power was now distinctly different from before. Sublimation. This is the transcendence of the Super Saiyan 4th stage, the crimson-haired, a sublime evolution of the bloodline. The power of the god of destruction can no longer suppress or restrain Dalit. Before arriving in this world, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exhausted their strength to assist him, bestowing upon him their Saiyan energy. The breakthrough occurred precisely at that moment. I had made a pact with those two, vowing not to bring them disgrace upon entering this brand new realm. What of the god of destruction? Do you believe that a deity can arbitrarily dictate the limits of mortals? I do not seek your praise, nor do I require your acknowledgement. I shall demonstrate, in my own way, how a mortal can surpass a god like you. With a thunderous shout, Dalit's energy erupted in full force. Boom! In the vastness of space, a dazzling pink radiance was unleashed, shining as brilliantly as the stars and the ocean. The power of the god of destruction was shattered, and even the formidable god of destruction, Beerus, was forced to retreat from this astonishing surge of energy. Stabilizing himself, Beerus fixed his gaze intently upon the source of this energy. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, as for the first time. The strongest god of destruction felt a sense of crisis. Indeed, the current Dalit possesses the power and capability to pose a threat to him. Damn it, wasn't it the best outcome to be obediently destroyed and dissipate after receiving the god of destruction's commendation? Yet, he stubbornly resisted to the end, unconsciously clenching his fists. Beerus glared with gritted teeth at the center of the radiance. Within this pink glow, a familiar figure appeared, flickering in and out of view. The figure belongs to Dalit. And simultaneously, a profound sense of martial spirit rises within him. This is indeed the first time in my life that I have experienced such a sensation. Whoa. All energy was drawn in, retracted back into the body, and Daluot appeared before Beerus in a completely new form. The color changed again. Are you Scions running a dyeing workshop? With each breakthrough of limits, The color of their hair transforms. Beerus couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Simultaneously, his gaze towards Daluote grew increasingly serious. Daluote paid little heed to his jibe. He raised his hands, observing the energy aura that differed from before. It was thanks to Beerus, the god of destruction's power, that he was able to stabilize his current form completely. The greatest growth achieved under pressure was precisely the reason Daluote ventured into this new world. Super Saiyan 4th level, Bloodline Sublimation. At this moment, his combat power reached 10 times that of Super Saiyan 4th level, with red hair, limit break. His combat power surged from the previous 150, soaring to an astounding 1500. Chapter 60, The Pinnacle Showdown, The Strongest Battle. With his head held high, Daluote gazed coldly at Beerus, his eyes unmistakably radiating a domineering aura. At this moment, even though the gap in combat power was still a staggering 500, Daluote's strength exceeded 1500. The 1500 was merely the beginning, an initial threshold. Moreover, Saiyans possess the ability to grow and transform continuously under pressure. Daluote leveraged this to master his power more perfectly, thus becoming even stronger. He was a Saiyan, and one whose bloodline had evolved to its utmost potential. As long as he continued to battle formidable opponents, he would only grow stronger. Thank you for your patience. God of Destruction Beerus, I heard everything you just said. I apologize for disappointing you. Turning his gaze back to Beerus, the initial teasing glimmer returned to Daluote's expression. It could be said that upon reaching this level of power, he had arrived at a point where he could dominate everything. The continuous flow of Saiyan energy within him was of such purity that it was no less than divine power, perhaps even surpassing it. Humph. Have you begun to overestimate yourself again? You're even more tenacious than I anticipated. Indeed, you are now more worthy of my true efforts. Beerus, baring his teeth, stared at Daluote, his heart racing with excitement. Daluote paid no mind to such words. Instead, he seized the initiative in the conversation, stating, "You are indeed stronger than I imagined. However, even so, your presumption in determining the limits of mortals is even more overconfident than mine. Next, I shall use my fists to shatter your perception of mortals. Let you realize how foolish this notion truly is." As his words fell, Daluote raised his hand, retracting his aura, and struck a unique battle pose. His will was resolute and unyielding. Foolish, are you? You truly are audacious. The first to dare utter such insulting words to me, a god. Saiyan, if you were facing other gods of destruction, perhaps you could indeed suppress them. But I am no ordinary god of destruction. Beerus's lips curled slightly as he assumed his own battle stance. The confrontation between the strongest mortal and the strongest god of destruction was about to commence. The vast, boundless universe served as their arena. The atmosphere was as silent as the cosmic void, devoid of any sound. In the cosmic environment, sound cannot propagate in a simple manner. The exchange between Daluote and Beerus occurred solely through special means. Time passed, each second feeling interminably long. It was unclear how much time had elapsed when both Daluote and Beerus's gazes simultaneously erupted with overwhelming shockwaves. Their auras cascaded down upon each other. The immense pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. The clash of their might distorted the fabric of the universe. Such a collision of pressure and aura would cause even a being of supreme caliber to lose consciousness in an instant if merely brushed by it. In a flash, Daluote was the first to strike, enveloped in a pink energy flow that transformed into a radiant aurora, racing towards Beerus at a speed rivaling light. Faced with Daluote's sudden assault, Beerus did not evade. Instead, he chose to confront it head-on. Clenching his fist, the god of destruction's power surged at his command. Gathering in his right fist, aimed directly at Daluote's face, he unleashed a full-force strike. Daluote, too, responded with his strongest punch. A resounding explosion echoed through the cosmos, a reverberation born from the tremor of space itself. The shockwave generated upon impact caused the universe to sway and roar. Ripples radiated outward, annihilating all matter caught in their path. Nearby asteroids and fragments of meteors shattered under the weight of this terrifying force. Massive celestial bodies quaked incessantly, resulting in catastrophic anomalies across their surfaces. The collision of fists was merely the inception. Daluote launched another offensive, and Beerus responded in kind with his own strike. The melee had commenced, both parties unleashing their full prowess in close combat. Their speed was so rapid that it escaped the naked eye, engaging in thousands of exchanges within mere seconds, and the battle continued unabated. The shockwaves generated from their clashes swept in all directions, cascading relentlessly throughout the cosmos. This extraordinary battle is far more terrifying than the divine clash between the god of Super Saiyans, Goku, and Beerus. However, an equally pressing concern arises, the imminent danger of universal annihilation. Both Beerus, the god of destruction, and the fully unleashed Dalit possess the devastating power to obliterate the entire universe. Should they continue their fierce confrontation unchecked, the cosmos itself would meet its doom. Currently, within the seventh universe, no one possesses the capability to halt the titanic struggle between these two formidable entities. No, there exists one individual, though their identity is exceptionally unique. They will only intervene in the conflict between Beerus and Dalit in the direst of circumstances. Meanwhile, on Earth, in West City, the Z-Fighters are on edge, their hearts racing as they intently observe the battle projected from the Angel's staff. Although the battleground has shifted from Earth to the vastness of space, the overwhelming power emanating from the clash instills profound fear within them. It feels as though a mere brush with the residual energy could shatter them into oblivion, leaving no trace behind. Logically, given the proximity to the battlefield, Earth should have already been reduced to dust by the shockwaves unleashed by these titans. Yet, an invisible protective barrier envelopes the planet, shielding it from the devastating aftermath. For on this very planet resides a being more powerful than both Beerus and Dalit, the Angel, Whis. At present, he is the sole entity in the universe capable of thwarting the cataclysmic confrontation between Beerus and Dalit. However, Whis' expression is grave, his gaze heavy with contemplation, his thoughts seemingly adrift. Perhaps he intends to wait until Beerus has exhausted himself in battle before escorting Dalit to the Grand Priest's sanctuary for an audience. Or perhaps he wishes to witness how Dalit, this scion from another realm, will surpass his limits once more, and whether he can truly fulfill his earlier claim of transcending divinity and defeating Beerus with his mortal form. Chapter 61, Bloodline Ascension, The Pinnacle. Has this battle finally entered its official phase? After a session of warm-ups and playful skirmishes, both sides have summoned their full strength. I can now discern a hint of why my father wishes to meet you, Vis mused silently within. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion shattered his thoughts. Boom. In the vast expanse of outer space, a torrent of blazing energy projectiles cascaded towards Earth like a swarm of meteors. The energy blasts were flawlessly repelled by Whis' barrier, leaving no impact on Earth whatsoever. Otherwise, should even a single one descend upon the planet, it would instantly reduce it to mere dust, scattering it across the cosmos. Could it be that this scion is truly powerful enough to even suppress Lord Beerus? At that moment, the bald boy Krillin could no longer contain his astonishment and exclaimed. Whis' attention was subsequently diverted. Within the projection of his angelic staff, the battle between Dalit and Beerus had reached its climax. Beerus was relentlessly pursued by Dalit, their forms resembling shimmering auroras, swiftly darting through the universe. It seemed necessary to intervene and bring their skirmish to a halt. Whis had made a decision. This battle must come to an end. If these two continue their clash, even if the seventh universe does not face total annihilation, a significant portion of its planets will be rendered into fragments due to their conflict. The seventh universe is already at the bottom. Should the data decline further, it would reach a point of being utterly forsaken. In the vastness of space, the hand-to-hand combat concluded, with neither side able to gain the upper hand, thus transforming the confrontation into a battle of energy. Due to the elevation of energy, Dalit's energy attacks now surpass Beerus' destructive capabilities, making them virtually indiscernible. Consequently, astonishing scenes unfolded. Beerus found himself relentlessly pursued by Dalit. In the pitch-black cosmos, red lights flickered, each energy orb compressed to its utmost limit. The power was formidable, abundant, and equipped with tracking abilities. Even the mighty god of destruction, Beerus, could only temporarily evade the onslaught. The explosions of energy orbs resonated throughout the space, the brilliant crimson light blooming across the universe, while Beerus maneuvered through the flames, his form appearing somewhat disheveled. Purple blood oozed from his wounds, and his attire, representative of his identity as a god of destruction, lay disheveled and tattered due to Dalit's relentless barrage. For the strongest god of destruction, this was the first time he found himself in such a predicament. Anger surged within Beerus' chest. He was enraged. Enough. Do not push your luck, Scion. With a furious roar, Beerus unleashed his full power. The dark purple aura of destruction emanated from his being, an unending stream of divine energy surging forth, its intensity far surpassing that of before. The energy orbs that honed in on him were obliterated mere half a meter away by this newfound potency, dissipating into particles that scattered across the cosmos. Upon sensing this extraordinary power, Dalit was taken aback. He ceased his pursuit and steadied himself in front of Beerus. Before him, Beerus' battle power had more than doubled from what it had been previously. Now, he beheld a formidable battle power of a staggering 5,000. This power is more than double his own. I must concede that your strength surpasses my expectations, Saiyan. You have compelled me to unleash the entirety of my accumulated might over the course of my existence spanning billions of years. You are the first mortal to make me fight with all my strength. Beerus gritted his teeth. And this, indeed, is his complete power, 5,000. Of course, this is limited to his combat prowess in the God of Destruction form. He possesses hidden divine techniques yet to be revealed. These techniques are not suited for him. And coupled with his imperfect mastery of them, they remain unused. The original text alluded to this. After playing long enough, he finally unleashed his full power. A force more terrifying than I had anticipated. However, I am far from finished. As the overwhelming aura of fear radiated from Beerus, Dalit narrowed his eyes slightly. He had previously speculated about the true combat power of the God of Destruction, Beerus. It now appears that his conjecture was correct. Beerus's total battle strength in his God of Destruction form aligns precisely with his assumptions. Such formidable combat prowess is indeed awe-inspiring. Given your tone, do you still possess a hidden card? Don't jest with me. The God of Destruction, Beerus, glared at Dalit with a hint of jest. Jest? Do you believe it necessary? Lord Beerus, you have yet to unleash your full power. How could I possibly reveal mine? With a grin, Dalit proclaimed with fervor. Simultaneously, Dalit's fist clenched tightly. The power of Super Saiyan 4th stage with its transcendent pink aura surged within him. The previous tenfold increase of Super Saiyan 4 with its crimson hair was merely the foundation. Is there truly more to unveil? Even so, you shall never triumph over me. Witnessing Dalit's poised stance, Beerus could not help but feel a tinge of astonishment. Is this Saiyan a monster? Even at this stage, he can still grow stronger. To be honest, this is the first time I have unleashed this power. My mastery of it was not yet refined, but through our battle, I have perfected it. I owe you my gratitude. Without you, I would not have been able to transcend my limits and truly harness it. As he spoke, Dalit's face contorted with ferocity. With each accumulation of energy, the pink luminescent energy surged, veins bulging on his forehead, exuding a terrifying aura akin to a malevolent spirit. The countless rounds of combat had fully unlocked and stabilized the potential within Dalit. A thunderous roar reverberated through the cosmos as Dalit's aura erupted dramatically. The pink energy shot skyward, shining brightly like a sun amidst the vast darkness of the universe. His aura and combat power surged exponentially. Beerus, sensing the shift in power, experienced a momentary change of expression, but soon regained his composure. While Dalit's aura was indeed formidable, it still paled in comparison to his own. With the complete release of energy, Dalit's combat capabilities had doubled since their previous encounter. Super Saiyan 4th stage, Bloodline Ascension, Ultimate Form. A 20-fold enhancement from his normal state. In an instant, Dalit's combat power soared to the level of 3,000. He was mere moments away from reaching the mid-tier of the 10th dimensional realm. Is this all you have? A bit of flair, but unfortunately you have encountered the God of Destruction, me. Beerus declared, judging from the aura alone. While Dalit's presence was indeed formidable, it was still not at a level where he could contend with Beerus. Relieved by this realization, Beerus felt a sense of ease. Chapter 62, Reinforcement, Doubling the Power. So, you imply that I am inferior to you, God of Destruction Beerus? In response to Beerus's assertion, Dalit let out a cold laugh. Indeed, that is precisely the implication. What? Do you disagree? Beerus raised an eyebrow, provocatively stating. The atmosphere became tense once more. With Dalit falling silent while Beerus maintained a smirk, his expression laced with mockery, fixating on Dalit. It seemed he was convinced that Dalit had reached his limit. Hee. A sinister smile crept across Dalit's lips. Though underestimated, he did not feel anger. Beerus, I concede that your current power is indeed impressive, even surpassing mine by a considerable margin. However, do you truly believe this is all I am capable of? What you see before you is merely a fraction of my true limits. Dalit's lips curled in a teasing manner as he toyed with Beerus. At this remark, Beerus's pupils constricted momentarily, a flicker of surprise passing across his features. Though it was fleeting, Dalit caught that brief glimpse of emotional fluctuation in Beerus. Bluster must be grounded in reality. Do you not think your confidence borders on arrogance? Excessive confidence transcends the line into hubris. Beerus clearly did not believe that Dalit possessed any concealed power. Understand, such extraordinary combat prowess would place him on par with the gods of destruction across other universes, if not exceeding them. Only among the 12 gods of destruction could he temporarily contain Dalit's might. Would he truly believe that this young man had yet to reveal his full strength? I never engage in empty bravado. I acknowledge my confidence. But it is firmly rooted in my absolute strength. You label me arrogant, and I concede that point. However, it is undeniable that I have yet to reveal my true capabilities. At least, you have not cornered me to my limits. As Darat spoke, his pink aura surged, enveloped in an additional layer of crimson light. With a sudden surge of crimson brilliance, the fabric of this world trembled. And Darat's aura and combat power escalated to an extraordinary degree. Billis, sensing this transformation, was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Darat was not merely posturing. His words rang true. Did you think I would allow you to amplify your energy unchecked as before? Dream on, aware of the impending danger. Billis cast aside all notions of fairness and launched a preemptive strike, instantly teleporting in front of Darat. All the power of destruction converged into his fist, aimed directly at Darat's chest, delivering a devastating blow. With a thunderous explosion, the cosmos reverberated with terrifying ripples, as a deafening blast radiated outward in all directions. The power of this punch is undeniably terrifying, yet it fails to disrupt Dalat's ascent in strength. In fact, before it could even make contact with Dalat's form, it was halted half a meter away by an imposing wall of terrifying energy. What? The attack was thwarted by this aura. Beerus was astonished, pondering in his heart whether the Saiyan race is indeed a breed of monsters. The distinct transformations yield vastly different levels of combat prowess, and at present, Dalat's strength is undoubtedly on par with his own, perhaps even surpassing it. Is it too late for Beerus to feel fear now? A sinister grin stretched across his face as Dalat's aura surged ferociously. Infuriated by Dalat's audacious and arrogant smile, Beerus's anger intensified before he could take action. The dark red lightning formed by Dalat's aura struck him, forcefully propelling him backwards. Hiss! Beerus, having retreated several meters, gasped in pain. His chest and back bore the brunt of Dalat's energy lightning, leaving a long, dark wound. Purple blood oozed from the injury, and the excruciating pain felt like ants gnawing at his entire body, causing him to grimace in agony, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Beerus, you repeatedly assert that mortals cannot surpass gods. Today, I shall demonstrate my transcendence. Do not hastily declare the limits of our Saiyan kind. A thunderous roar erupted from Dalat's mouth. Accompanying this roar, waves of sound cascaded forth, and the terrifying aura expanded beyond measure, with blood-red lightning engulfing the cosmos and tearing through the fabric of space itself. This scene sent shivers down Beerus's spine, causing him to tremble in fear. What manner of monstrous race are these Saiyans, possessing such a terrifying intensity of aura? A tempest of emotions surged within him, a tumultuous blend of awe and trepidation. It is rather ironic that as a prestigious god of destruction, one of the most powerful beings in the 12 universes, he now finds himself quaking in fear at the eruption of a mere human. This is a disgrace. Double the explosion. With a furious shout, Dalat's momentum instantly stabilized. His energy surged once more. The technique known as explosion was developed by Dalat many years ago, inspired by the King Kai fist, infused with his own insights, allowing for a significant enhancement of his combat prowess. Although its function is akin to that of the King Kai fist, it does not consume potential or life force as a means of forcibly augmenting combat strength, thereby placing even less strain on the body. In the context of the Super Saiyan 4th stage, where his normal combat power has undergone a staggering increase of 200,000 times, he once again unleashed the power of explosion, doubling his combat strength. At this moment, his combat power data soared to an astonishing 6,000. His battle prowess now surpassed that of Beerus, and Dalat emanated an overwhelming aura as he charged directly at Beerus, confronted with the terrifying pressure of Dalat's presence. Beerus felt a tightening in his mind and unleashed the power of a destroyer god to counter the onslaught. Such a situation, such a scenario was entirely unexpected for him. A mere human has truly achieved such heights. Now, he finds himself outmatched in strength by an ordinary being. It is undeniable that he feels a sense of resentment, especially considering that Beerus is such an arrogant entity. How could he possibly retreat gracefully? Stop pretending to be formidable before me. If you possess the ability, come forth. With a thunderous roar, Beerus extended his hands, unleashing the full extent of his destructive power, forcefully pushing back the momentum that Darat had unleashed. However, despite his efforts to resist, he could not completely suppress it. At best, he could merely hold his ground. Chapter 63. The Divine Techniques Beyond the Art of Ultimate Freedom. Let us see who prevails. Beerus. With a fierce cry, Darat took the initiative, his body transforming into a deep crimson aurora, launching directly at Beerus's face. In that moment, his body instinctively sensed danger. Every cell began to engage in self-reflection. As Darrett's surprise assault approached, Beerus's joints autonomously prepared for defense. This is the effect of his integration of the Ultra Instinct into his being. Although his mastery of Ultra Instinct is not profound, it has reached a considerable level. Darlet's fist surged towards his face, only to be caught single-handedly. A resounding explosion akin to a cosmic detonation echoed through the air. The space around them trembled and warped, with shockwaves radiating outward, causing Beerus's arm to tingle from the indescribable force of impact. Seizing the moment, Darlet immersed himself entirely in the battle, executing his punches and kicks with flawless precision. The continuous sounds of detonations reverberated through the cosmos, as if the very fabric of space was on the verge of being shattered. Fiery radiance erupted across the universe. In the face of Darlet's relentless assault, Beerus could only defend himself. Although he had grasped Ultra Instinct, his control was far from perfect. Under the relentless pursuit of Darlet, he found himself thoroughly suppressed. The aftermath of their clashes spread outward with astonishing velocity, devastating all celestial bodies within millions of light-years. The range of their battle continued to expand, shaking the entirety of the seventh universe, which was reeling from the clash of these formidable titans. Even the neighboring sixth universe felt the repercussions of this unleashed energy. On Earth, in West City, although Darlet and Beerus had relocated their battlefield, the released energy was staggering, causing the entire planet to tremble. Had it not been for Whis, who employed his powers to envelop Earth in a protective barrier, the planet and its inhabitants would have been reduced to dust, scattered across the cosmos by the terrifying force of impact. All the Z fighters, along with the ordinary people present, were expressions of fear, including the Saiyan duo, Goku, and Vegeta. They now bore witness to the overwhelming combat prowess of the strongest god of destruction, Beerus, and Darlet's terrifying strength, which rivaled that of a god. It dawned upon them that the notion of Super Saiyan Blue being able to contend with Beerus was mere folly. In that moment, Whis too adopted a serious demeanor, preparing to intervene. Suddenly, the voice of the Grand Minister resonated in Whis's mind once more. "Father, do you have further instructions?" Upon receiving the Grand Minister's telepathic message, Whis furrowed his brow. "There is no need for you to hastily intervene, Whis. Allow the visitor from another world to continue battling Beerus. Once a victor emerges, bring that Scion to the palace of the Omni King to meet me," the Grand Minister's thoughts conveyed, directing Whis accordingly. "Is this truly acceptable?" Whis inquired, perplexed. It is imperative to recognize that this is no trifling matter. Yet, what significance does it hold? One can merely handle the aftermath. Moreover, it has been an age since I witnessed such a formidable contest. The anticipation in the High Priest's voice compelled Whis to relent. "Very well, I understand, Father." With the High Priest's command issued, Whis was left with no alternative but to abandon his intention to intervene, given that his father had decreed that the battle must proceed. What recourse did he have? To defy the High Priest's will, even angels could not dare to do so. In the vastness of the cosmos, the conflict escalated fervently. Under the unparalleled transformation of Super Saiyan Level 4, Dalter unleashed a double power barrage. Even the mighty god of destruction, Beerus, found himself compelled to evade the onslaught. Throughout the encounter, Beerus was relentlessly overwhelmed by Dalter's assault. Although his incomplete Ultra Instinct alleviated some pressure, it was far from perfect, leaving him vulnerable to numerous attacks and firmly at a disadvantage. In this dire predicament, Beerus had no choice but to resort to a divine technique he had not employed in eons. Divine technique, leap. He internally whispered the incantation, whoosh. A resonant sound of spatial distortion echoed. As Dalter relentlessly pursued him, Beerus vanished from sight with a velocity that left Dalter bewildered. "Nanny, how is this possible?" Before Dalter could fully process the astonishment, he was struck heavily at the neck. Beerus's formidable kick sent Dalter hurtling towards a distant planet of demise. The speed was beyond reckoning, not merely a forceful impact but rather a swift spatial leap, akin to a spacecraft navigating the cosmos. Reeling from the blow, Dalter traversed the universe at superluminal speeds, ultimately crashing onto the surface of the unknown death planet. Struggling to prop himself up, he felt crimson trickle from his lips, his expression darkening as he pondered gravely. What had just transpired? Was it an instantaneous burst of speed? Or perhaps a manipulation of spatial dimensions? Even I cannot achieve such feats. This seemed to be an attack facilitated by a power akin to mastery over space, he mused, gritting his teeth as he regained composure. In the original narrative, descriptions of Beerus are scant. It is known only that this being is the most formidable god of destruction, possessing a nascent form of Ultra Instinct. Beyond this, accounts concerning Beerus are lamentably few. Experiencing the might of the supreme god of destruction firsthand, Dalter uncovered some astonishing revelations. It is no wonder he is heralded as the strongest. In addition to his destructive prowess, he wields extraordinary abilities beyond Ultra Instinct. Clenching his fists, Dalter contemplated his strategy. The capabilities Beerus had just demonstrated allowed him to leap through space undetected. Furthermore, after delivering a blow, he executed a hyperspeed maneuver that Dalter's current strength could not withstand. Suddenly, a chilling sense of impending doom enveloped Dalter, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Alarmed, he lifted his gaze. No way. Is this truly happening? Unable to suppress an expletive, he was rendered speechless by what lay before him. A cataclysmic energy sphere, vast as a sun, materialized from nowhere, piercing through the atmosphere of the Death Planet and descending with relentless force. Even at a seemingly slow pace, the sheer terror it embodied was overwhelming. Chapter 64. The Unit of the Abyss, Beerus in Awe. A destructive energy sphere of colossal magnitude, rivaling the sun itself. Should this maneuver be met head-on, it would leave one either lifeless or gravely maimed. With a stirring sense of urgency, Dallet focused his intent, locking onto the presence of Beerus, and without hesitation, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing from his original position. If this confrontation were to persist, within a mere 10 seconds, the Death Star would be utterly engulfed by the destructive energy, fading into oblivion. Following his departure, an immense sphere of destructive energy collided with the surface of the doomed planet. Under the relentless assault of the God of Destruction's energy sphere, the Death Star erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light. It was a spectacle of dazzling beauty, captivating in its splendor. Meanwhile, Beerus, the harbinger of this astounding force, found himself in a distant realm of stars. With a shift of gaze, he suddenly sensed an approaching threat. Looking toward a dark expanse of the universe, a colossal beam of golden energy, roaring like a dragon, hurtled toward him with devastating might. Could he truly evade such an onslaught? This young one possesses remarkable skill. However, the divine technique, leap. In response to the impending attack, Beerus summoned his divine prowess once more. In the instant the golden energy projectile was about to strike him, his form disintegrated. When he reappeared, he found himself at an indeterminate distance away. Specifically, this location coincided with Dallet's hidden refuge. Faced once again, neither party chose to initiate another strike, instead glaring at one another with palpable intensity. The expenditure of energy had been immense. Both bore solemn expressions, their fatigue not overtly visible but certainly evident, with wounds marring their bodies. If this battle continues in its current manner, even if one side emerges victorious, the price of that victory will undoubtedly be exceedingly painful and exorbitant. Truly, one worthy of the title of God of Destruction, the universe's mightiest deity, lives up to their illustrious reputation, possessing abilities I have never heard of nor witnessed. How troublesome indeed. Dallet revealed a sinister grin and taunted, "Humph. Only now do you realize. The moment you chose to reject my proposal and refuse to leave this world. There was no turning back. Now, it is too late for regret." Beerus's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent surging forth, emanating a fierce aura from his very eyes. This is destined to be an unrelenting battle of life and death. The conflict shall only cease when one of the combatants pays the ultimate price. Regret. The arrogant deity merely possesses certain powers that remain beyond my reach. Yet the skills you wield are not infallible. I have stated before that with sufficient strength, even a god can be vanquished. Since I am currently unable to defeat you at this level of power, I shall simply elevate my energy once more. A slight smirk played upon the corners of Daluo's lips as he uttered the very words that Beerus dreaded to hear. This individual can still augment his energy? Does that not imply that he has yet to unleash his full potential? Enough of this nonsensical chatter. With a thunderous roar, Beerus summoned a violet halo with a single hand, the overwhelming energy converging fervently under his will, ultimately solidifying into a tangible form. The crimson-hued sphere of destruction, compressed to its utmost limit, was then hurled with all of Beerus's might towards Dallet. The destructive energy sphere, though not as formidable as the previously enormous sphere of annihilation, still possessed significant power. However, as it approached Darrot at a mere half-meter distance, it was met with an overwhelming aura that enveloped and gradually compressed and deconstructed it. In the blink of an eye, this sphere, which had amassed energy akin to that of Beerus, was extinguished, transforming into a cascade of violet light particles that dispersed throughout the space. Once again, the energy was disassembled, causing Beerus to exhibit a look of astonishment and apprehension. His expression twisted with trepidation. Yet, the escalating energy surrounding Darrot rendered him hesitant to act rashly. The scarlet and pink lights intertwined, gradually allowing the crimson glow to dominate, enveloping the pink aura and continuously intensifying. With a crackling sound, the flow of energy accelerated, unleashing bursts of red lightning, while Darrett's combat power soared as if propelled by a rocket. Fivefold explosive force, he proclaimed as his energy surged once more, exceeding his previous enhancements by more than double. This quintuple explosive force amplified the power of his Super Saiyan 4th stage, the pinnacle of his bloodline, by 5 times, starting from a base of 3,000 units. The fivefold enhancement propelled his combat power beyond the units of Go, advancing from the 10th dimension to the 11th. In the realm of GN units, where 1 GN equals 5,000 Go, his terrifying strength eclipsed that of Beerus by a staggering threefold. As he unleashed the fivefold explosive force, his unrestrained aura radiated outward, with Beerus being the first to bear the brunt of it. Upon sensing the overwhelming aura, Beerus gritted his teeth, his body rigid with fear. This individual's aura had expanded to an extraordinary degree. Had he truly achieved such a level? Beerus was filled with dread. Realizing that Darrot's mere release of energy rendered him immobile, a mere human had indeed reached a divine threshold. With a resounding boom, space trembled as Darrot surged forward with an aura of destruction, a sly smile playing upon his lips. Nanny. Beerus was caught completely unaware by Darrot's sudden appearance, his pupils constricting in terror. This is bad. The divine technique, leap. Sensing the impending danger, Beerus resolved to utilize the divine technique to leap through space. After creating some distance, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings but found no trace of Darrot. Where are you looking, Beerus? Even after such a long leap, I can instantly perceive your presence. Darrot's mocking voice echoed from behind him. At the sound, Beerus stiffened, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, a chill creeping up his spine. As he continued to scan for Darrot's position, he remained oblivious to the fact that Darrot had already teleported behind him. Your speed is woefully inadequate, Beerus, Darrot teased with a smirk. Infuriated, Beerus clenched his jaw and spun around, delivering a powerful strike. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the cosmos, waves of force rippling outward as violet light erupted. When the brilliance faded, Beerus's fist had landed squarely on Darrot's face. In this moment, a surge of joy filled Beerus's heart, yet it was swiftly overshadowed by an overwhelming fear as he realized that his mightiest punch had failed to even budge Darrot's form. Chapter 65, Destruction, Ascending to Infinity. Under the weight of his powerful blow, Beerus wore a grave expression. Why do your punches feel so feeble? They barely register as painful. God of destruction, Beerus. Darrot's lips curled slightly, his eyes flickering with a crimson glint, and an invisible shockwave struck Beerus's chest, sending him reeling backward. Reeling from the brutal impact, Beerus felt a heaviness in his chest and spat out a mouthful of bile, retreating several paces. Despite the excruciating pain, he refused to be completely vanquished, glaring at Darrot with clenched teeth. That expression of yours feels familiar. As a deity, you surely never anticipated my strength could be this formidable, A mocking laughter escaped Darrot's lips as he raised his fist, tightening his grip. His aura surged wildly, rising and falling like the relentless tide. Sensing the impending threat in Darrot's words, Beerus instinctively crossed his arms in defense. Darrot's escalating energy morphed into an intangible assault, unleashing a torrential barrage upon Beerus's form. Bang! Boom! 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 The relentless detonations reverberated, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. In an instant, Beerus's body endured countless lethal strikes. His defenses were shattered, and blood poured from his mouth as his arms flailed helplessly, exposing numerous vulnerabilities. Seizing the advantage, Darrot teleported before Beerus, targeting his most vital areas with a devastating punch. With a resounding bang, the impact rippled through space, its force obliterating countless fragments of meteorites. The shockwave from Darrot's fist pierced Beerus's chest, rendering the world around them seemingly frozen in time. Beerus's energy dissipated, his pupils glazed over, and blood spilled from his lips as he uncontrollably soared backward. You always proclaimed that mortals cannot surpass the divine, and that I cannot defeat you, the god of destruction. Now that I have personally experienced the might of mortals, surely this nonsensical notion must be shattered, Beerus. Observing Beerus's retreat, Darrot wore a confident smile and continued. The most definitive way to determine victory is when one combatant stands elevated above the other. It signifies the outcome is already decided. I must admit, having traversed worlds, I have encountered broader horizons. This struggle against you, God of Destruction Beerus, has proven to be my most arduous battle, a name I shall forever etch in my memory. As Darlot's words concluded, Beerus, who had been hurtling toward the abyss of the universe, suddenly regained his composure. Oh, after enduring such an onslaught, you can still stabilize yourself? The God of Destruction is indeed remarkable. Noticing the tremors coursing through Beerus's body, Darlot couldn't help but remark, if this were to end now, it would be rather anticlimactic. Watching as the divine light of destruction reignited within Beerus, Darlot's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Beerus had not succumbed to unconsciousness, indicating that there was still a battle to be fought, at the very least to pass some time. You wretched mortal, do you truly believe that those pitiful blows could defeat me, Beerus? Do not jest. I am the God of Destruction. With a frenzied roar, Beerus's eyes bulged with fury, his visage twisted in rage, as the overwhelming power of the God of Destruction surged within him. This time, he was truly enraged. The power of the God of Destruction could swell infinitely with the overwhelming desire to annihilate everything within his heart. It can be said that the stronger the yearning for destruction, the mightier the power of the God of Destruction becomes. This formidable power can be deemed limitless, dictated solely by the user's desire for destruction. Severely injured, Beerus harbors a fury potent enough to incinerate everything in its path. At this moment, he appears to be possessed, as an unceasing torrent of divine destruction surges from within him, escalating rapidly. Such might causes the cosmos to tremble, with space erupting in continuous explosions. You assert that the most reliable measure of victory lies in the elevation of one combatant over the other? Humph. While there is truth in that, it cannot be applied universally to our circumstance. Even if you possess immense strength, this time I shall obliterate you to the very last cell. I care not if the energy I unleash plunges me into a prolonged slumber, nor do I mind if the entire universe is annihilated. I shall destroy everything. Unable to accept his impending defeat, Beerus succumbs to a frenzy of rage. That terrifying divine power sweeps forth like a tornado as he raises his hands high, unleashing a boundless torrent of destructive energy at his command. Consumed by wrath, his vision is utterly clouded. Destruction, destruction, destruction. With each of his three roars, the amassed destructive energy intensifies to an awe-inspiring magnitude. Simultaneously, the sphere of destructive energy in his hands expands at an astonishing rate. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. And still, it continues to rise. At this moment, it feels as though everything has come to a standstill. The destructive energy unleashed in this wave surpasses any previous occurrence. Has the fury led to a loss of reason, plunging one into madness? With a disdainful scoff, Darlot perceives the extraordinary surge of destructive divine power emanating from Beerus, sensing a hint of fatal peril. The situation has escalated to an unforeseen extent. Darlot spreads his arms wide, gathering energy, infusing his entire being with power. This marks the first time he releases energy at full strength since reaching this realm. Energy coalesces from his arms into his palms, continuously compressed. Should these two forces collide and erupt, the seventh universe would face annihilation. At this moment, Beerus's final strike has reached its apex, embodying the entirety of his destructive might amassed over billions of years. Not even the mightiest of the other universe's destroyers has ever compelled him to this brink. Even when confronting all the destroyers alone, he has never faltered. Destruction, amplified to infinity, vanished beneath the weight of destruction. Divine technique, absolute destruction. With a thunderous roar, the destructive power within Beerus's palm expands hundreds of times in an instant, its size becoming unfathomable to the naked eye. I shall not be obliterated by you. Unleash gigantic explosive energy. With a fierce bellow, an energy beam, shaped like a dragon's head and measuring a staggering 100 meters in diameter, erupts from the center of Darlot's hands. Chapter 66. Complete Resolution, the Terror of the Angel. Gigantic explosive energy. The tumultuous shockwave of energy roars like a raging dragon, surrounded by countless golden lightning bolts, erupting in a manner that sends shivers down the spine of any who behold it. This marks the first occasion since Darlot's arrival in this realm that he unleashes his most formidable technique. The howling colossal explosion collides with the immense destructive energy sphere forged by Beerus with every ounce of his power. The earth-shattering sound reverberates as if capable of shattering both body and soul. Countless stars instantaneously disintegrate, dissolving into the void. The clash between energy and divine destruction generates shockwaves that sweep in all directions, causing a rapid distortion at the epicenter where the two cataclysmic forces engage. Minute black holes expand relentlessly, voraciously consuming all matter and energy within this world. Impossible. You actually blocked it? With pupils constricting, Beerus's visage contorts into a ghastly grimace, veins bulging as rage compels him to further deplete his divine power. He struggles to comprehend that he stands before a mere mortal. Doubt creeps in. Could this truly be just a Saiyan from another world? The tenacity displayed is astonishing. How could I possibly be defeated by you? I am Beerus, the god of destruction. Gritting his teeth, the blood vessels in Beerus's eyes become increasingly pronounced, swelling as divine energy surges within him. He is beyond concerned about his own physical state. Even if it means sacrificing his very life to obliterate the entire universe, he is resolute. He would not hesitate. Even if the annihilation of the seventh universe meant losing his position as the god of destruction. This time, Beerus cast aside everything, wagering the dignity of a god of destruction to unleash a devastating strike with all his might. With a thunderous roar, the deep violet aura enveloping Beerus surged once more, all concentrated into the sphere of destructive energy. As Beerus exerted his power, the balance was shattered. Dalet's colossal energy burst was overwhelmed by Beerus's destructive energy sphere. Feeling an immense pressure in his hands, Dalet clenched his jaw, acutely aware of the weight bearing down upon him. Even in his ultimate form as a Super Saiyan 4th level, having transcended to an extraordinary state, and utilizing fivefold explosive energy, he found himself unable to subdue Beerus. Thus, he had no choice but to elevate the intensity of his energy once again. Truly, Beerus, the god of destruction, is the most formidable adversary I have ever encountered, and the first to push me to my limits. Even with my fivefold explosive energy, I cannot conquer you. How will you respond to my heightened explosive force? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Dalet's arm muscles swelled significantly. Tenfold explosive energy. Clenching his teeth, Dalet intensified his explosive energy multiplier, raising it from fivefold to tenfold. This is the limit of what his body can endure. With tenfold explosive power, his combat capabilities surged to an unprecedented level. A resounding bang echoed as the immense explosive energy expanded outward, the surrounding arcs of electricity growing increasingly menacing. With the manifestation of this tenfold explosive force, the situation shifted dramatically in an instant. Beerus's absolute destruction was pushed back by Dalet's colossal explosive energy. The pressure intensified instantaneously, leaving Beerus astonished. Nanny, this is impossible. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Beerus exerted every ounce of his strength to prevent Dalet's power from shattering his divine destruction. Yet, the reality was harsh. The explosive energy, akin to a raging dragon's roar, pierced through his sphere of destructive energy, transcending space, and surged directly towards him. Its howling might seemingly poised to consume him whole. At that moment, Beerus felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. Have I succumbed to this Saiyan? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Beerus seemed to comprehend that defeat was inevitable. He could not alter the course of the battle. Just then, an unforeseen event transpired. A mysterious force froze the very fabric of space, instantly dispersing the overwhelming energy that had nearly claimed Beerus's life. What? The mightiest strike has been dissipated. And Deluote was taken aback, unable to fathom the reality before him. This was his most formidable strike, one that even Beerus could not withstand, let alone be instantly obliterated into nothingness. Who has made such a move? Enough. A voice resonated through the battlefield, ethereal and serene. An entity radiating with white light and an aura of mystery materialized in the center of their confrontation. It was he who dispelled Dalet's mightiest blow, simultaneously extinguishing Beerus's destructive power. As the brilliance faded, the identity of this figure was revealed. So it was you all along. I should have anticipated this. With his full force attack effortlessly thwarted, Dalet's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the one who had intercepted his most powerful strike and rescued Beerus was none other than the angel Whis, who had previously been on Earth. Truly, an angel, far surpassing the life essence of a god of destruction. Even now, I remain entirely oblivious to his presence. Dalet should have foreseen Whis' arrival. Yet the sheer magnitude of his abilities left him astounded. In an instant, this individual traversed an unfathomable distance of light years, appearing at this location, while the two of them remained utterly oblivious to any movement. This is an angel. In this world, there exists a being more terrifying and enigmatic than the god of destruction, a life form that truly stands at the pinnacle of existence. Upon a close encounter, he realizes that angels are far more mysterious and formidable than he had ever imagined. The intangible aura they emanate is unfathomable and imperceptible, even with the ability granted to Dalet by the Dragon Balls, which allows him to perceive the combat power of others in a numerical form. He is unable to discern the true strength of Whis. This individual is rather formidable, existing on an entirely different plane than I. According to the original text, Whis is an angel of the 15th dimension. The 15th dimension, which is a unit of infinity, the 10th dimension's crevice, the 11th dimension's ravine, the 12th dimension's positivity, the 13th dimension's vessel, the 14th dimension's extremity, and finally, the 15th dimension, attaining the unit of infinity. How infuriating. Whis, what are you doing here at this moment? I was on the brink of vanquishing this being. I yearned to obliterate this disrespectful human before the god of destruction. The battle was halted by Whis, and Beerus seemed to seize this opportunity as a lifeline, venting the turmoil within his heart. This is merely a matter of salvaging one's pride. Ultimately, it stems from an unwillingness to appear overly foolish. Lord Beerus, the battle has concluded. It is an undeniable truth that this scion from another realm possesses strength far superior to yours. You have been defeated, was stated seriously, turning to face Beerus. No, I have not failed. This battle is not yet over. Whis, stand aside. I shall soon eradicate this interdimensional scion, Beerus declared, gritting his teeth, refusing to concede defeat. Deep down, he understood that had it not been for Whis's timely intervention, he would likely be dead by now. Yet, the arrogance and pride inherent to a god of destruction would not allow him to accept such a loss. Lord Beerus, I do not oppose your desire to confront him, even if the eventual outcome leads to the annihilation of Universe 7. After all, it would merely mean starting anew. However, should you choose to continue this conflict, you would be defying the orders of the Grand Priest, was said with a grave expression. The moment the title of Grand Priest was uttered, Beerus froze in shock. Not only him, but even his adversary, Darot, was momentarily taken aback. The Grand Priest, without a doubt. He is recognized within the Dragon Ball universe as the pinnacle of power, second only to the Omni King, capable of obliterating everything. It was evident that he was aware of everything transpiring here. The Grand Priest? Whis. Does this mean that my battle with this scion has drawn the attention of the Grand Priest? Is he about to speak? Beerus's heart raced with astonishment. It was impossible for such a significant energy fluctuation to go unnoticed by the Grand Priest. Sensing Beerus's inner turmoil, Whis deliberately approached him, whispering in a tone only they could hear. This exchange was keenly observed by Darot, who found himself helpless, standing vigilant in the cosmic expanse. He was uncertain about the situation and what lay ahead. However, with the Grand Priest's involvement, it was clear that the stakes were extraordinarily high. Having arrived in another realm, particularly in such a primary world, the most significant threat to him was undoubtedly the beings above the angels. If an angel were to intervene, no matter how much stronger he became, it would be futile. The disparity in dimensions and combat power transcends mere realms. Darot's ability to perceive combat power data was rendered ineffective against Whis. This also symbolizes that Whis's true power far surpasses his own. Perhaps the 15th dimension is indeed real. Do not even mention the unit of grains of sand in the Ganges. Even the units of the ultimate extremes are not something he can simply perceive. To be frank, such entanglement in traversing worlds is merely Darlot's pursuit of a greater breakthrough. In simpler terms, the pure Super Saiyan 4, even with the current pinnacle of crimson hair and bloodline elevation, remains confined within this tier. For a greater transcendence, only one possibility exists, the 5th stage of Super Saiyan. As for my existence, even the angels cannot disregard the rules to take action against me. Otherwise, they would face the penalty of obliteration. At the very least, I am safe for now, though I remain oblivious to the conversation between the two. Darlot's expression grew grave as he pondered silently. He once had the opportunity to attain the ability to see through minds, but at the time, he did not take it seriously and thus did not wish for such a gift. In retrospect, it appears he was indeed careless. Before his traversal, he should have acquired at least some insights. Since arriving in this world, he has been continually attentive to the existence of the angel Whis. As he was lost in thought, the discussion between Whis and Beerus concluded. Are you saying that the Grand Minister wishes to summon this scion from another world? Beerus exclaimed in disbelief. After hearing Whis' words, he found it increasingly difficult to comprehend. The Grand Minister's personal audience with Darlot indicated that this individual indeed carries significant weight, causing him to feel tense and sweat profusely. Could it be that due to his failure in this task, he might lose his position as a god of destruction? It is worth noting that not just anyone can meet the Grand Minister. Even gods of destruction like them rarely have such an opportunity. In their understanding, the Grand Minister is the supreme deity, second only to none. If his work has displeased the Grand Minister, and he were to be stripped of his title, they would have no means to resist. We will only know the specifics after this scion meets the Grand Minister. After all, it is the command of the Grand Minister. We can only comply, not oppose. Whis continued to counsel Beerus. Strangely, not only was Beerus unable to fathom it, but even he, as the son of the Grand Minister, could not grasp it. How infuriating. Since the Grand Minister has decided to summon this Saiyan, how could I possibly oppose? Whis, I shall accompany you. Though reluctant. Beerus understood he had no choice. He turned his head away, feigning composure. He realized that if he did not attend, he might face the Grand Minister's wrath, jeopardizing his position as a god of destruction. Thus, rather than being passive, he chose to be proactive. Whis could easily discern Beerus's thoughts. He did not refute him, but instead acquiesced. Turning to face Darlot, Whis smiled warmly. As a Scion from another world, you must have overheard part of our previous conversation. Are you willing to accompany us on this journey? Whis spoke with kindness. Throughout, he had perceived that Darlot was not the type to act irrationally, nor was he malevolent. After all, events had not escalated to this point otherwise. Do you think I have a choice? Compared to an existence even more powerful than a god of destruction. Darlot stated candidly. Whis did not respond, but wore his signature smile. It seems that is indeed the case. Your world not only lacks gods of destruction, but also our kind of angels. Angels? Darlot feigned ignorance, questioning. Are they gods of greater power? Whis merely smiled, while Beerus could no longer contain himself. You little brat. Emerging from a corner of a small world, do not presume to comprehend this realm with your pitiful understanding. Do you truly believe you are formidable? Before angels, you are akin to an ant. I must warn you, be cautious. The Grand Minister is not one to be trifled with. He possesses the power to dominate all. With a mere thought, both you and I could be annihilated. Beerus's words held a certain gravity. He was also warning Darlot, fearful of the repercussions. In response, Darlot rolled his eyes dismissively. I know I cannot compare to this angel, nor do I comprehend the Grand Minister. However, I am stronger than you, so it would be wise to refrain from shouting at me. Without the angel, you would have already met your demise. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Beerus was once again incensed. Yet, this was indeed the truth. Chapter 68. The future transformation. There was no need to continue entangling with Beerus, as Darlot treated the existence of this god of destruction with indifference. Having defeated him, Darlot felt satisfied. Now, it was far more important to reach the pinnacle of the true world. Without hesitation, he took a deep breath and released it. The next moment, Darlot voluntarily relinquished his Super Saiyan 4 state and approached Whis. Observing Darlot's every move, Whis chuckled softly. It appears I need not elaborate, having attained this level. You can sense my lack of malice, and the Grand Minister's summons is also devoid of hostility. As he spoke, Whis placed one hand on Darlot's shoulder while the other grasped his angelic staff, which shimmered with light. Beerus instinctively placed his hand on Whis's back. The power of the angels surged forth, instantly leaving Darlot in awe. This power is unlike anything I have ever experienced. It is entirely distinct from divine strength. In comparison to the might of the gods, it is even more terrifying. Is this the power of an angel? Darlot murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in the future timeline of 10 Anks, the near-death Black Goku was rescued by the masked Black Goku and his companion, the Zamas from this timeline, who brought him back to their base for salvation. After recovering from his injuries, Black Goku experienced a remarkable surge in strength, thanks to the Saiyan trait of becoming stronger upon near-death revival. This enhancement was not merely superficial, it resonated deeply within him. Most notably, this newfound power allowed him to grasp the forbidden strength of the Saiyans. What transpired in the past world that left you so severely wounded? Did that fellow, Son Goku, transform into a Super Saiyan god right from the outset, wielding divine power against you? The masked Black Goku inquired with a serious demeanor, arms crossed. This matter is of great significance to him. If that is the case, he must slightly revise his plans. Otherwise, should a more significant mishap occur, it would be too late to react. Upon hearing such an inquiry, Black Goku did not suspect the intentions of the masked Black Goku and promptly responded to the question. No, it is not Sun Wukong. Rather, it is an extraordinarily powerful Saiyan whom he has never encountered before. Black Goku's words caused the masked Black Goku to widen his eyes in astonishment. A Saiyan who has never been seen or heard of before. The masked Black Goku furrowed his brow in contemplation. This was utterly beyond his imagination. In all the history he had come to know, and the past he had personally experienced, aside from Sun Wukong and those Saiyans, no other Saiyans had ever existed. What, then, was the mystery surrounding this enigmatic Saiyan? From whence did he originate? Could it be that his existence had set everything on a course toward the unknown? Indeed, That Saiyan was not only terrifyingly powerful but had effortlessly defeated both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who had wielded the divine power of Super Saiyan God. After I was discovered, I nearly lost my life as well. Recalling that horrific and indelible memory, Black Wukong trembled with rage, his teeth clenched, a fiery fury igniting within him. As a lofty deity, he prided himself on being the unrivaled sovereign of heaven and earth. Yet, astonishingly, he had been so thoroughly vanquished by a completely unfamiliar Saiyan. This vendetta must be avenged. That Saiyan must be annihilated. Anger serves no purpose now. You merely stumbled upon a temporal rift opened by the time ring, allowing you to traverse the past. Clearly, it is no longer feasible to exploit the time ring to return to yesteryears. However, engaging with such formidable adversaries must have imparted significant wisdom upon you, no? Fortunately, you have survived. All we need to do now is remain patient. As the masked figure suggested, Zamasu stepped forward and addressed Black Goku. Upon hearing this, Black Goku could only suppress the fury within, allowing a sinister grin to spread across his face. As Zamasu from the native timeline remarked, he indeed gained much from this experience. Indeed, I have been reborn. Although I lament the missed opportunity to confront that Sun Wukong, as his words echoed, a vibrant crimson aura erupted from Black Goku's being. That eerie, mesmerizing divine power surged forth from him, akin to molten lava, propelled by his will. The cries grew increasingly piercing. As the divine energy within Black Goku underwent a qualitative transformation, its force escalating dramatically as if propelled by a rocket. So this is the essence of power. You have finally mastered the strength of this vessel. Upon witnessing Black Goku in this state, Zamasu's eyes sparkled with madness and exhilaration. The intensity of this divine power has far surpassed him. This was precisely what he had anticipated. The masked Black Goku remained silent, a faint smile emerging beneath the mask. At last, success had been achieved. Mastering the god of Super Saiyan was merely the initial step of a greater journey. Next, it was essential for Black Goku to engage in battles with both Son Goku and Vegeta. Once his combat prowess reached its zenith, the moment of reaping the rewards would arrive. He intended to harness this version of himself, one that shared the body and power of Son Goku, to attain even greater strength. The Human Zero plan in this space-time is destined to fail, a certainty he holds without any unexpected occurrences. Only by becoming stronger does one have the opportunity to realize the true Human Zero plan. After all, the Omni King is the ultimate adversary. With a thunderous roar, divine power surged skyward. The form of Black Goku underwent a transformation. In an instant, his combat prowess experienced a qualitative leap. A magenta aura enveloped him, intertwining with a purplish-red energy. Black Goku's hair stood tall, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan, albeit in a magenta hue. His energy level had multiplied beyond measure compared to before. I have finally fully mastered Son Goku's power. After this near-death revival, my strength has intensified, and the power of the Super Saiyan God is now at my disposal. I can now transform into the Super Saiyan God in a peach-pink form, just like you. A manic smile adorned Black Goku's face as his gaze fell upon the masked Black Goku, who also possessed Son Goku's body. Do you wish to battle me? Hee. It seems the warrior spirit within you has influenced you to be somewhat combative. Upon sensing the immense desire for battle emanating from Black Goku's eyes, the masked Black Goku replied with a smile. Though Black Goku had mastered the power of Son Goku's Super Saiyan God, it was merely a preliminary grasp. Even his control over Son Goku's body was not absolute. He had only attained a portion of it. However, even this fragment was sufficient to render him stronger than the Black Goku before him. Chapter 69. The Clash of Black Gokus, the Majesty of the Grand Minister. Do not speak such words. Are you not the same as me? Since I am this way, so are you. A confident smile radiated from Black Goku's face. This newfound confidence after gaining strength was also derived from his true self. Indeed, but as for the extent of development of Son Goku's body, I far surpass you. After all, I have mastered the power of the Super Saiyan God for quite some time, while you are merely at the beginning, reluctant as it may be. This is the truth. The masked Black Goku chuckled. This arrogance, in truth, vexed Black Goku greatly. Yet he recognized that he was indeed such a being. Both he and the rosy-hued Super Saiyan God stood before one another, with the implication that a significant disparity still existed between them. The masked Black Goku refrained from directly responding, tacitly acknowledging the statement. It was at this juncture that Zamasu approached and suggested, why not engage in a true contest? Let me witness firsthand the extent of the differences between you. As fellow Super Saiyan gods, the more formidable one becomes, the more advantageous it is for the execution of the Human Zero plan. Though he harbored trepidation and skepticism regarding the masked Black Goku, Zamasu remained steadfast in his ultimate objective. There is no alternative. Very well, I shall show you, he declared. With those words, the masked Black Goku awakened the divine realm that had slumbered within him for years. Unlike the fervent surge of divine energy exhibited by Black Goku, his transformation was effortless and fluid, as if he could transition into this state at will, integrating it seamlessly into his being. His hair rose high, adopting a vibrant shade of rose. This effortless metamorphosis into the form of the Super Saiyan God, Rose, truly astonished both Zamasu and Black Goku. The masked Black Goku undeniably possessed a power that surpassed theirs. His mastery over divine energy, both in purity and intensity, far exceeded my own. As well as the degree to which you controlled Goku's body, it was indeed a level of perfection I could not hope to match. Upon witnessing the imposing stature and formidable strength of the masked Black Goku felt an exhilarating sense of yearning. What he desired most was precisely this power. The version of oneself from a different dimension has managed to master the transformation into a Super Saiyan God to such an extent, signifying that he too is capable of doing so, with the presence of the other two versions of you, alongside my immortal self. No one in this world shall be able to thwart us, even if, as you mentioned, they come from the past to impede our progress. They will be powerless to halt our human zero plan. The realization of our ideal paradise is imminent. Zamasu laughed maniacally, observing the two versions of himself, each wielding a power more formidable than the last, potent enough to rival or even transcend that of the destroyers. Who in this world could possibly stand in their way? Even if Goku and Vegeta from the past were to arrive, they would only meet with doom. Praise may be reserved for later. Were you not to engage me in combat? Come, let me witness your Super Saiyan Rose and see how it compares to mine. The masked Black Goku cracked his knuckles, eager for the challenge. Precisely my intention, Black Goku proclaimed with a wicked grin, his aura coalescing into a magenta energy sword, aimed at the masked Black Goku. If you two were to fight, it would be wise to relocate. Engaging in battle here would reduce this place to ruins. Zamasu advised kindly to the other two Black Gokus. Let us ascend to the skies. The masked Black Goku suggested, leaping into the air in an instant. Perfectly agreeable. With a loud shout, Black Goku soared upward, following closely behind. As they departed, the native Zamasu retained a smile, though now tinged with a hint of concern. If the masked Black Goku possessed such immense power already, why had he chosen to come to this timeline? He felt perplexed and wary, always vigilant. He feared that the existence of the masked Black Goku could lead to unforeseen complications. In the primary timeline of the past, beyond the 12 universes, within the highest realm, at the entrance of the Grand Zeno's palace, the Grand Minister stood waiting for the approaching figures. His expression was serene and unmoving until suddenly, three silhouettes flashed before him, accompanied by a peculiar light. Whis, Beerus, and Daroth arrived in this exalted domain. Grand Minister. Upon catching sight of the Grand Minister, Whis and Beerus immediately offered their respectful greetings. Whis remained composed, merely nodding, while Beerus executed a deep 90-degree bow, evidently flustered in the Grand Minister's presence. Daroth, unfazed and unperturbed, understood as a traveler that the Grand Minister would not harm him. Otherwise, there would be no need for such elaborate arrangements to summon him here. The Grand Zeno's palace. In the original narrative's primary temporal realm, this is indeed the highest echelon of spatial domains. Although the Grand Zeno has not been encountered, the Grand Priest undoubtedly holds an esteemed position. Hey, you there, what expression is that? Quickly adopt a respectful demeanor and engage in your studies. Observing Dalet's calm demeanor, Beerus could no longer contain his impatience and shouted, Panic! If Dalet's predicament arises from his relationship with others, it would indeed be unfortunate. TCH. Spare me your impositions. I am neither you nor a deity, thus I have no obligation to pay homage to this supreme being. Dalet retorted with disdain. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball realm, Dalet has resolutely refused to compromise. Even when he was a mere weakling, he held firm. One can only imagine how steadfast he is now. Upon hearing Dalet's words, Beerus felt a pang of irritation, yet found himself powerless. He could only comfort himself internally, hoping that the Grand Minister would not take offense. There is no need to be concerned, Beerus. He is not a being of our world and is entirely ignorant of our rules, so it matters not. Observing this exchange, the Grand Minister, aware of Beerus's excessive fixation on etiquette, casually remarked. With a single statement, the matter was resolved. In truth, it is precisely as such. Dalet understood this clearly. So it mattered little to him whether he offered greetings or not. After all, this was ostensibly his first visit to this world, and he was utterly unfamiliar with it. Since the Grand Minister had chosen not to pursue the matter further, Beerus could only acquiesce with a sweat-drenched nod. Yes, yes, as you command, esteemed Grand Minister. Indeed, the Grand Minister affirmed. He then continued, speaking of which, Beerus, your strength has progressed. I witnessed your previous battle, yet there is still room for improvement. While you have maintained the balance of the seventh universe this time, your actions were rather extreme. Ensure that such behavior does not repeat. Chapter 70. The Grand Minister. Unfathomable what appeared to be words of praise were, in truth, a critique of Beerus's shortcomings. This statement is easily comprehensible to any intelligent individual. Of course, the Grand Priest did not intend to suppress Beerus, nor was it a formal reprimand. Rather, it served as a gentle reminder for Beerus to recognize his missteps. I sincerely apologize, esteemed Grand Priest. I assure you, it shall not happen again. Cold sweat cascaded down Beerus's face, his complexion turning ashen, trembling uncontrollably. It was already a stroke of fortune that he had evaded punishment, as he feared that his impulsive behavior might provoke the Grand Priestess' wrath. While others may remain oblivious, both the God of Destruction and the angels are acutely aware of the Grand Priestess' formidable nature. He is a being capable of appending everything with a mere flicker of displeasure. Just as in the past, when the cosmos comprised 18 universes, 6 of those universes faced condemnation for their chaotic and unproductive ways. Not only were these universes obliterated into oblivion, but all beings within them, including the gods of destruction, were also annihilated, with the exception of the angels, who were not bound by the confines of the universe. As long as you understand, then please escort Beerus back and ensure the proper management of the 7th universe. I have heard whispers that the standards of your 7th universe are declining. The Grand Priest smiled knowingly, then turned his gaze toward Whis, mentioning the name Son Goku. This extraordinary existence has now established a tenuous connection with the Omni King, suggesting that everything is under the dominion of the angels and the High Priest. The evolution of the universe unfolds within the parameters of their foresight. Is this truly the case, Whis? The reason our universe's index remains low is due to that rascal Goku, isn't it? Beerus inquired, taken aback. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, it indeed seems to be a consequence of Goku's actions. When Goku eliminated Frieza, it inadvertently triggered a mutation within Frieza's army. Several minor powers emerged as they vied for resources and territory, leading to internecine conflicts. Ultimately, although some remnants persisted, they constituted less than a fraction of a billion. Particularly, ever since Frieza's demise, the universe has experienced an excessive tranquility, causing life forms to abandon their aspirations for strength, instead opting for a life of comfort, yearning solely for the simplicity of a mundane existence. Whis elaborated on this matter. This also stirred memories deep within Beerus's mind. Indeed, the Frieza force of yesteryears was extraordinarily vast, for under his decree, none dared to interfere with his acts of invasion and destruction. During the period of his slumber, the influence and numbers of the Frieza force had grown to such an extent that they could no longer be merely described in terms of billions or trillions, nearly saturating every corner of the universe. Though these individuals may predominantly possess a mere few hundred points of power, such figures are far from trivial when aggregated in number. They amount to an astronomical sum. Moreover, those with thousands or even tens of thousands of points are innumerable. Ultimately, this circumstance compels life itself to evolve, striving for greater strength and abundance in order to ensure survival. Yet today, many of these entities have either vanished or succumbed to oblivion. Even as individuals like Sun Wukong continue to grow in strength, they can scarcely elevate the average to the levels of the past. If anything, they fall short of it. This impudent fellow, I must return and reprimand him thoroughly. Lord Beerus seethed with frustration, his teeth clenched in anger, though he refrained from expressing it in the presence of the Grand Minister. Ultimately, this matter belongs to the 7th universe, and it is for you to resolve it. He directed towards Whis and Beerus, signaling his intent to dismiss them. Whis replied, Then we shall take our leave, esteemed Grand Minister. Beerus, with a newfound respect, declared, I will ensure proper order is maintained and will not disappoint your expectations. After uttering these words, Beerus hastily positioned himself behind Whis. In an instant, the two transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight, leaving only Darrot, who remained motionless, gazing intently at the Grand Minister. Having observed the exchange between the Grand Minister and Whis, Darrot found himself in deep contemplation. To be honest, he comprehended the Grand Minister's words quite well. However, it felt somewhat contrived to him, as he believed that many events within the Dragon Ball universe had already been predetermined. They either progressed in one direction or veered towards another pivotal moment, unlike his own GT universe, which belonged to an entirely separate narrative realm. The primary timeline exhibited an extraordinary resemblance among its worlds. In his previous life, Darrot had speculated on the ultimate intentions of the Grand Minister and the angels. The original text offered no clarity, nor did it furnish any information, merely hinting at monumental events to come without revealing their nature. Noticing Darrot's intense gaze, the Grand Minister turned to him and said, "First and foremost, welcome to our world, esteemed being from another dimension." His demeanor was remarkably cordial. Yet, this amiable approach only deepened Darrot's perplexity, as if the Grand Minister harbored some ulterior motive, with Darrot playing a pivotal role in this enigmatic scheme. "You are indeed the highest being in this realm, are you not?" Darrot articulated his thoughts candidly. "I must admit, you are the most formidable presence I have encountered. And while my own strength may surpass even that of the god of destruction, Beerus, I find myself feeling no more significant than an insect in your presence." Without evasion, Darrot expressed his sentiments in a single breath. There is no need for such self-deprecation. You, Darrot, are indeed remarkably powerful, at least within our temporal realm. Finding a being who could rival you would be akin to scaling the heavens, the Grand Minister responded. Upon hearing this, Darrot was taken aback. He realized that since arriving in this world, he had yet to introduce himself or reveal his name. How could this divine official possibly know his name? What does this imply? Did he already know he would come here from the very beginning? Or was it that, even while still in the GT dimensional realm, the High Priest of this primary dimension had already been keeping an eye on him? It is difficult to fathom, hard to believe. Sensing the astonishment within Dalit, the High Priest offered a mysterious smile. "You must be quite curious as to how I know your name, am I right? In truth, it is not so remarkable. Although I am not the supreme ruler of the world, I govern this realm. With my abilities, I can trace your origins and uncover your past." Upon hearing these words, Dalit took a deep breath. This fellow is indeed quite terrifying. Chapter 71. Labeling, the Grand Priest's intent? Are you implying that I have no secrets before you? Gazing at the Grand Priest, Dalit's expression remained indifferent as he spoke. No secrets. This is undeniably tangible, after all. They are even aware of his name and the origin of his existence. However, one cannot help but wonder to what extent the High Priest can discern the truth. If he were to uncover the identity of the traveler, it would pose a significant danger. Transitioning from other parallel universes to this primary timeline is not unprecedented. In the latter stages of the original narrative, the Z-Warriors of the Time Patrol have been traversing various realms. Yet, should a genuine visitor from another world emerge, the implications would be entirely different. For this realm, such an individual would represent a unique anomaly. Nonetheless, I merely possess knowledge of Dalit's origin and his name. Despite the absence of intersection points among parallel timelines, each version of myself across these realms remains interconnected. However, the evolutionary world where Dalit resides is still incomplete. Thus my existence is not manifested there, the High Priest articulated. This seems to be an attempt to enlighten Dalit. Since my world lacks your presence, how is it that you possess such knowledge? Having identified the flaw in the discourse, Dalit pressed further. Upon hearing this, the High Priest offered a subtle smile. Your world, though incomplete, indeed exists. Even in the absence of my being, I can glean ample information through you, for each individual bears an indelible mark of their world. One that cannot be entirely erased. World imprint. Dalit exclaimed in surprise, inquiring once more, "Are you suggesting that wherever I go, I am branded with a label?" The High Priest nodded, refraining from further elaboration. He recognized Dalit's intelligence. With merely a hint, he could grasp profound meanings. Regaining his composure, Dalit continued to gaze at the High Priest with vigilance, daring not to lower his guard. Then, as an entity of supreme existence in this realm, "Why do you wish to meet me? According to your assertions, I have traversed the barriers of worlds and should be considered an unstable factor for you to eliminate." Upon saying this, Dalit narrowed his eyes, the seriousness of his demeanor unmistakable. As the conversation reached a pivotal juncture, the High Priest maintained his smile. "Indeed. I am profoundly curious about your existence, which is one of the reasons for summoning you. Logically, an incomplete world should not give rise to a formidable being such as yourself. Yet, you have managed to break free from the confines of your world and trace your origins to this realm. Is that so? In your view, my world should not produce strong individuals?" The High Priest's words were somewhat unflattering. However, reflecting on the original GT timeline, it indeed fell short. Even the later arcs, such as the Evil Dragon Saga, did not reach the heights of the Super Saiyan God form. The narrative had already reached its conclusion. Moreover, if Dalit had not intervened and altered that GT timeline, it is likely that Goku and Vegeta would struggle to reach even the lower echelons of power. It was precisely his involvement that significantly elevated the power levels in that timeline. This is not a matter of underestimating, but rather an acknowledgement that among countless divergent worlds, few possess individuals of your caliber. Even if they do exist, they are alarmingly scarce. The High Priest's response was direct and resolute. This elucidates a point. A divergent world remains a divergent world, no matter how advanced or perfected it may become. If you regard my world with disdain, then why summon me at all? Is it merely because I am somewhat extraordinary, having shattered the constraints of this world? Dalit fixed his gaze upon the High Priest, his voice devoid of warmth, utterly impassive. You have misapprehended one crucial aspect, Dalit. You have not broken the chains of this world. Rather, you have merely attained a level of power that fortuitously led you to this realm. This is precisely the reason for your summoning. Although there exists no intersection between the two worlds, the alternative future that you inhabit is indeed a product of this world's past, altered into a new future. Thus, you have the opportunity to enter this complete world and have indirectly gained its acknowledgement, being spared from annihilation as a perceived threat. Now that I have encountered you and gathered sufficient understanding, you need not worry. I harbor no intention of banishing you. My purpose in bringing you here is solely to assign you a designation, ensuring your longevity in this realm and your eventual integration into this complete world. As he spoke, the High Priest narrowed his eyes and raised his hand, summoning a pale orb of light that floated into existence. This situation sent a shiver down Dalit's spine, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. The High Priest's intention was undoubtedly to grant him an identity token, transforming him from a mere shadow into a recognized entity. Sensing Dalit's caution, the High Priest spoke once more. As a novice traversing the realms of time and space, there are myriad aspects you may still not comprehend. Within this orb of information lies a wealth of knowledge about this entire world, which you may choose to absorb at your leisure later. As the High Priest, my assistance can extend only to this point. With that, the white orb in the High Priest's hand swiftly connected with Dalit, leaving him no opportunity to react or resist. This is the gap. The High Priest aims to achieve what he desires, yet he is powerless to impede it. With his strength, he is utterly incapable of discerning such tactics, let alone resisting them. A sense of shock envelopes him, leaving Dalit in a state of helplessness. A sensation that fills him with unease. Upon receiving the data transmitted by the luminous sphere, Dalit finally breathes a sigh of relief. However, doubt lingers in his heart as he queries, I am curious. Why do you wish to assist me? By your own admission, my existence is trivial to you. Or is there something you desire from me? The gravity of Dalit's words brings a smile to the High Priest's face. I merely anticipate the direction in which this world's future will unfold with your arrival. A slight alteration may herald monumental transformation. Consider it an experiment. Moreover, your existence is acknowledged by the world itself, even if I do not arrange things for you. The world will inadvertently assign you a label. For me, this is simply a matter of doing a favor. Is that so? Dalit inquires, his expression grave and filled with suspicion. The High Priest's intentions undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives, and he cannot accept this statement at face value. Yet, he finds himself unable to voice his doubts, for he lacks the standing to do so. At least, in his current state, he is woefully inadequate. Chapter 72, Varied Reactions. Elevating levels. Dalit need only understand that all my actions are choices made for the better evolution of the world. As for other motivations, perhaps I am genuinely curious to see to what extent Dalit can grow. The High Priest's response causes Dalit to take a deep breath. Indeed, it aligns with his expectations. In the realm of Dragon Balls, it may seem that the Omni King reigns supreme, but in truth, the High Priest is the genuine sovereign. One could assert that the Omni King is the core of this world, embodying the consciousness of the universe. However, the High Priest exists beyond the confines of this world. Within the realm, he must adhere to the will of the Omni King. Whatever the Omni King wishes to pursue, he can only assist or guide, but never replace. Consequently, the Omni King appears childlike, innocent, and pure, as he perceives the world solely in terms of amusement or lack thereof, creation or annihilation. This indeed signifies the rules of the world. Prosperity leads to continued development, while lack thereof results in complete destruction. I truly have no words to express how you perceive me, muttered Dalit absent-mindedly. The Grand Priest smiled, skillfully diverting the conversation. So, Dalit-san, if there is anything you wish to express or inquire about, feel free to ask me. Shortly, I shall escort you back to Earth in the 7th universe. At this point, Dalit harbored numerous queries. Yet, these uncertainties remained unvoiced, for many of his inner confusions could only be unraveled through personal speculation and experience, ultimately leading him to the truth. As his thoughts swirled, a sudden insight flickered in Dalit's mind, prompting him to ask, "Now that I have been branded with this world's label, is it still possible for me to return to my former world? Or perhaps, could you guide me back to my realm? There are matters I must attend to. In the GT timeline, Sun Wukong and Vegeta made sacrifices for me. If it is possible, I genuinely wish to bring them along. Such a scenario would certainly render this world far more intriguing." Upon hearing this, the Grand Priest was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Dalit to seek such an answer. He raised his hand and thoughtfully stroked his chin, gazing into Dalit's earnest eyes before replying with a smile, "Regarding this matter, I shall delegate authority to Whis. Should you wish to return to your previous timeline, he will assist you. However, any excessively peculiar actions on your part will not be permitted. Even I cannot defy the will of this world." "For example?" Dalit inquired, eager to ascertain the limits of this world. Seemingly reading Dalit's thoughts, the Grand Priest continued, "Dalit-san should be well aware that while some actions are permissible, others are not. The distinction between what is possible and impossible will only be discerned through experience." With their exchange concluded, Dalit refrained from further speech, and the Grand Priest followed suit. "Then, I shall send you back to Earth in the 7th universe. I have already conveyed the necessary details to Whis, who will arrange everything accordingly. Furthermore, Dalit-san, should you require anything, you may seek out Whis to contact me." After a prolonged gaze, the Grand Priest finally spoke these words. Without waiting for Dalit's response or any action from him, the Grand Priest waved his hand, enveloping Dalit's form in an intangible force, leaving him once again astounded. Main timeline. Earth. Whis and Beerus had long since returned. The universe, having suffered devastation from previous battles, has now found tranquility under Whis's power, as if nothing had ever transpired. The Z-Fighters were filled with trepidation, for the suddenness of the events had rendered the current situation exceedingly difficult to accept. Fortunately, after Whis' explanations, this enmity was brought to a close. The matter concerning the Dalit had become an inescapable fate. The only one left unsatisfied was Beerus. For the 7th universe fell under his dominion, and now, a being even more formidable than he had emerged, how could he accept such a reality? Furthermore, Beerus harbored immense anger towards Goku. Since his awakening, he had largely disregarded the matters of cosmic significance, but with the Grand Minister's mention of the situation, all blame fell upon Goku, compelling him to reprimand him. Goku felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, as he believed that had he not acted to defeat Frieza, it might very well have been their demise. Such were the circumstances. At this moment, the atmosphere was palpably tense. It was then that Whis, sensing something, lifted his gaze towards an empty space, and as that peculiar power materialized, a smile graced his face. "It has arrived," he murmured softly. This statement has captivated everyone's attention, for the presence of Dalit is overwhelmingly formidable and terrifying. The mere allowance of his existence in this world introduces an unpredictable element. Only the heavens can fathom the true nature of Dalit. The Z-Fighters can only perceive the newcomer as a malevolent force, particularly since Dalit has been permitted to reside in the 7th universe, which unequivocally indicates that he will inevitably make his presence felt on Earth. This is indeed a superbomb. Who knows how the future will unfold? Overall, there is a lack of understanding. However, there is one individual who remains indifferent and, in fact, feels quite exhilarated. This individual is undoubtedly the Sun Wukong of this temporal realm. His combative nature, which has veered towards a semblance of irresponsibility, finds itself invigorated by the presence of an exceptionally formidable ally. How exhilarating it is for him. Previously convinced that he had reached the pinnacle of his capabilities, he now realizes that, in the presence of Dalit, he is but a mere wisp of nothingness. This also signifies that he will have ample opportunities and time to seek counsel from his counterpart in the future. As for Dalit, he remains unaware that specific news has already reached this side. Once again, returning to the West City on Earth, within the private estate of the Universal Capsule, he encounters the warriors of this temporal world. It is a peculiar blend of familiarity and strangeness, particularly due to the gazes directed at him, which render him quite uneasy. A silent atmosphere begins to permeate the space. No one speaks, and no one moves. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, merely observe in silence, until Whis, acting as an intermediary, approaches Dalit's side. Though it is rather abrupt, he extends a warm welcome to Dalit, acknowledging him as a member of our 7th universe. This utterance shatters the heavy atmosphere. Yet, despite this, silence persists. It is Beerus, however, who cannot suppress a huff, hands on his hips, muttering, "Humph. I cannot fathom what the Grand Minister is thinking, permitting someone from another world to linger in my seventh universe." His words provoke cold sweat among those present. Fearing a potential conflict due to mutual discontent, Dalit, however, remains indifferent to Beerus's remarks, for he has already triumphed over him. "That cannot be said, Lord Beerus. You must understand that with Dalit's addition, the average power level of our seventh universe has surpassed that of several others in one fell swoop," Whis interjects, his voice resonating once more. Upon hearing this, Beerus is rendered speechless, caught between anger and astonishment. Chapter 73, Traversing Worlds. Sunbei joins the journey. "Are you jesting with me? Whis, are you implying that this fellow's arrival is, in fact, beneficial to our universe?" Although he internally resents the notion, he cannot deny that if this were true, it might not be so bad after all. Beerus casts a sidelong glance at Dalit, then at Whis. "Indeed, it is true, Lord Beerus," Whis confirms with a nod. He then turns his gaze back to Dalit. "The Grand Minister has informed me of all pertinent matters. So what are your intentions going forward, Dalit? Will you choose to remain on Earth?" According to Dalit's previous world, it seems he has always lived on Earth. Whis seeks Dalit's opinion, eager to understand his thoughts and decisions. After all, having been granted permission to reside in this world, Dalit is a free individual, unbound by constraints. This is advantageous for him, yet Whis, as an angel, remains quite concerned. As the overseeing angel of the seventh universe, he must ascertain Dalit's purpose and what he intends to undertake in the future. Numerous latent factors require the oversight of this angel. The Grand Minister's allowance of Dalit's presence ultimately places all responsibilities squarely on Whis's shoulders. Upon hearing Whis's inquiry, Dalit is momentarily taken aback. The Grand Minister knows his name and the existence of his world. He had assumed that such knowledge was the extent of it. Whis's assertion that he has always lived on Earth in his previous world confirms that the Grand Minister and his celestial entourage are thoroughly aware of his movements. "Before we delve into this matter, you should understand what I desire most at this moment," Dalit states, fixing his gaze on Whis. This is also the first statement made upon returning. Other matters may be temporarily set aside, but this particular issue must be clarified first. It is essential to make an attempt to ascertain its feasibility. This revelation left everyone outside of Whis utterly astounded. Even Beerus was unaware of what Darlot intended to do. Yet Whis knew. All eyes turned towards Whis, as it was widely believed that Darlot's actions were far from trivial. "Hey, Whis, what is going on? Are you concealing something from me?" Beerus could not help but inquire, for as the god of destruction, he detested being kept in the dark about any matter. "Please do not be alarmed, Lord Beerus. It is not of great consequence. The Grand Priest has merely granted me permission to escort Darlot back to his realm to attend to certain matters." Whis's response left Beerus and the others present in a state of shock. To traverse worlds, Whis possessed the ability to accomplish such a feat. What does this mean? Everyone knows, at least they cannot accomplish it. Upon hearing this, Beerus felt a heavy weight in his heart, realizing in that moment that Darit's existence was indeed extraordinary. Sufficient for the Grand Priest to make such a decision. The thought of traversing worlds so casually was something previously unthinkable. Darot remained silent, patiently awaiting Whis's response, entirely disregarding the gazes cast upon him by others, until Whis spoke again, offering him an answer. "Since you are so eager, Darot, I can take you back to that temporal world right now. However, the timeline will reflect 1 month after your departure." He added with a hint of curiosity about Darit's world, particularly concerning Goku and Vegeta from that realm. His words carried profound meaning, and his final reminder caused Goku and Vegeta from this primary timeline to take notice. The versions of themselves from that world, they had inadvertently caught snippets of conversations about them during their battle with Darot. Initially, they hadn't paid much attention, but now it warranted their contemplation. Goku, ever bold, stepped forward to express his thoughts. "Well, Whis, could Vegeta and I also join? To visit another world and meet our other selves?" It was only Goku who would dare speak such a thought. Vegeta, taken aback by his words, felt a sudden surge of excitement. It seemed plausible, especially since the Grand Priest had not explicitly prohibited them from visiting other worlds. Whis feigned contemplation for a moment before responding. He neither rejected nor fully accepted the idea, merely directing his gaze towards Darot, allowing him the authority to decide. "If you wish to go, then go. It is not against the rules, and in my world, no one would object, as long as you can prevent them from erasing my world," Darot coolly replied. Bringing Goku and Vegeta from this primary world back to the GT timeline was certainly feasible. In other words, if they could not bring the GT versions of Goku and Vegeta to this primary timeline, then taking their counterparts back to meet them would fulfill a cherished desire. All right. Thank you, Goku exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. At that moment, it felt as if he had truly become friends with Darot. Beside him, Vegeta could only mutter, "What a fool." Since that is the case, let us proceed together. Will you join us, Lord Beerus? Which shifted the conversation towards Beerus. Upon hearing this, the proud Beerus turned his head away, feigning disdain, yet honestly remarked, "Since you've suggested it, let us go and see. It will be my first experience traversing worlds. I am genuinely curious whether my existence is absent in that realm or if I am merely in slumber." As he spoke, Beerus moved closer, his actions surprisingly earnest. Darot could not help but comment sarcastically. This statement incited Beerus's displeasure, causing him to grind his teeth in frustration, if you put it that way. Even if I have no desire to go, I must see for myself. The atmosphere, charged with tension, threatened to escalate once more, but Whis intervened. "Now, everyone, gather around me. Although it is somewhat taxing for me to transport 4 individuals at once, I can certainly manage it. Not 4 individuals, but 3 mortals and 1 deity." Beerus corrected the flaw in Whis's statement. "Indeed, Lord Beerus is a deity," Whis replied, bemused. "Is that it? Are we leaving just like this?" The others felt a sudden shift in the situation. Initially, Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and future Trunks had all intended to accompany him, not to mention Bulma, who also felt a stir of interest, but Whis's comment about the difficulty of transporting 4 individuals compelled them to keep their desires to themselves. Chapter 74. Returning to the GT universe. Such a vast world in the GT universe, it has been a month since Darlot shattered the barriers of the worlds, leading to the simultaneous departure of Goku and Vegeta. A month may seem neither long nor short for the development of the world. It is a fleeting moment for the majority of beings. Yet, for certain individuals, it has been an excruciating month, particularly for the Kaioshin Jebbet, the old Kaioshin, and the Cosmic Raccoon father and son. Of course, this also includes the Z fighters on Earth. After a month's time, there has still been no news regarding Darlot, Goku, or Vegeta. This can be deemed a misfortune, an ominous sign. For them, if they had indeed succeeded, there would have been at least some form of communication or news relayed back. As for Dallo, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, they would certainly contemplate this possibility. Despite utilizing every conceivable method, they should possess some extraordinary means to convey messages home. The absence of any communication leaves us with but 3 possibilities. Firstly, Dallo, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta may have become ensnared and perished in an unknown realm during their traversal. Secondly, they might have successfully traversed but ultimately met their demise in another world. Thirdly, they could have successfully crossed over and are presently residing in another dimension, yet are incapable of transmitting messages back due to the limitations of their individual powers, let alone returning across worlds. In the realm of the Kais, Jebbet and the Old Kai, along with the Cosmic Raccoon father and son, carried on with their daily lives. Although they harbored concerns and often pondered the fates of Dallo and his companions, over time, they grew accustomed to the uncertainty. After all, even in the absence of Dallo, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, life must continue, and the world must persist in its development. At this juncture, the Old Kai, idly fishing, while Jebbet and the Cosmic Raccoon duo prepared their lunch, was abruptly interrupted. An enigmatic and unfathomable force emanated from beyond the fabric of space, prompting an immediate reaction from both the Old Kai and Jebbet. The 2 deities turned their gazes towards a nearby clearing, their expressions tense and serious. Suddenly, the fabric of space began to tremble, giving rise to a swirling vortex of time and space, through which a group of beings emerged, descending into their world, entities from another realm. This is the initial impression of the old Kaioshin and Jebbet. Fortunately, upon encountering Dallet, Son Goku, and Vegeta, their expressions brightened considerably. Although they had yet to meet the Angel Whis and the God of Destruction Beerus, it mattered little to them. Perhaps they were merely new acquaintances. Is this your realm? It appears as though we have arrived in the Kaioshin realm. Beerus, with his arms crossed, began to survey his surroundings the moment he landed, simultaneously noticing the old Kaioshin and Jebbet. He was exceedingly familiar with the old Kaioshin, while Jebbet was a stranger to him, after all. Following the Majin Buu saga in the main timeline, Jebbet had utilized the power of the dragon to revert back to East Kaioshin Shin and Jebbet. Indeed, Lord Beerus, this is the Kaioshin realm of this timeline, if we were to gauge it according to the time of our own timeline. This should represent several years into a divergent future. Am I not mistaken? Dalit explained. With that, the focus returned to Dalit. However, before Dalit could speak, Son Goku, unable to restrain himself, stepped forward. Wow. The old kaioshin and the kaioshin of this world. Wait. The kaioshin shouldn't he have reverted back to their original forms with the dragon's aid? His perplexing words prompted Whis to interject. Precisely, this is an alternate timeline. Not the authentic future of our own timeline. Humph. Kakarot, I suggest you refrain from such exaggerated reactions. Otherwise, you appear rather foolish, like a rustic. Vegeta remarked coolly, casting a disapproving glance at Son Goku. Oh, come on. Son Goku retorted, looking somewhat dejected. The chatter continued unabated, while the old Kaioshin and Jebbet exchanged bewildered glances. Not to mention the cosmic raccoon duo, who were equally perplexed. Ultimately, it was the old Kaioshin who broke the silence. From your conversation. It seems that you are not our Goku and Vegeta. So does that mean Dalit is not either? Upon posing this question, both the old Kaioshin and Jebbet heightened their vigilance. For if they were indeed not the same, it would imply that the scenario Dalit had previously described had indeed occurred. As they were on the verge of traversing worlds, the existence of others from different realms was also in motion. If they succeeded, so too would others. Do not worry. Old Kaioshin, I am Dalit of this timeline. It is merely that they are not. Dalit's words dispelled the awkward tension. He continued, I have successfully crossed the barrier between worlds and arrived in a different timeline. And they are indeed from that timeline. Hee. Although we are not from the same realm. The old Kaioshin remains quite similar to our own. The only difference seems to be that he has not perished because of me. Son Goku chuckled, his familiar exuberance fully on display. This remark left the old Kai feeling exceedingly awkward. What do you mean I did not perish because of you? Are you implying that in another realm, I met my demise due to you? The old Kai was drenched in sweat. Indeed, it appears that during Goku's battle with Cell, he fell, and subsequently, with the resurrection of Majin Buu, you sacrificed your own life for Goku, resulting in your demise. With a sly grin, was teased. The conversation drifted further and further from its original topic. The situation had descended into utter chaos. The old Kai and Jebbet exchanged bewildered glances, although they were perplexed. They were not foolish. As the highest-ranking Kais of this realm, they could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Whis. Who are you? The old Kai inquired, striving to compose himself. Upon hearing this, Whis smiled and replied, I am an angel. A being from another dimension tasked with assisting the god of destruction in maintaining the balance of the universe. Naturally, my presence is absent in your world. It appears incomplete, with only a singular universe existing. God of destruction? Incomplete? A universe? Only one. The old Kai and Jebbet were thoroughly confounded. They were entirely ignorant of these matters. Observing their confusion, Whis wasted no time. He raised his angelic scepter and harnessed his divine power to conjure a stream of information, which he seamlessly imparted into the minds of the old Kai and Jebbet. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon them. Thus, they realized the vastness of the world. Chapter 75, Sun Bei, who had long since traversed worlds and departed after receiving the stream of information from Whis. The old Kai and Jebbet finally grasped the enormity of the universe and the multitude of unknowns that lay before them. Dalit had indeed set an unprecedented example for this world, thereby disrupting the original equilibrium. This outcome will undoubtedly lead to a more complete world. Although it may not develop in the same manner as the primary realm, at the very least, the system will be more robust, even if the universe remains singular. After a lively exchange, under the hospitality of the old Kai and the god of time, the group drew closer, fostering a deeper connection between the two worlds. Despite Beerus's indifference, this marked his inaugural visit to another realm since his birth. Eventually, the conversation shifted to the figures of Son Goku and Vegeta from this space-time continuum. The events that transpired a month prior were recounted by the old Kai and the god of time. Are you suggesting that after I shattered the world barrier and departed, Kakarot and Vegeta were subsequently consumed by the temporal black hole, leaving this world? Darlot found this hard to believe. According to his understanding, such an occurrence should have been impossible. Yet, it transpired. Logically, the immense energy should have been sufficient for only his departure. What force propelled the exit of Goku and Vegeta? No one could elucidate this, and silence enveloped the gathering. After all, it was an unexpected turn of events. Ultimately, it was Whis who broke the silence to offer an explanation. Perhaps, following Darlot's breach of the barrier, the world, in its restoration, also altered its rules. Consequently, Goku and Vegeta from this space-time continuum must have crossed that threshold, leading to their forced ejection. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Whis, for he was indeed the only angel capable of comprehending such matters. So, where would Kakarot and Vegeta go after being expelled from this world? Darlot, momentarily adrift, inquired once more. With so many realms within the Dragon Ball universe and parallel dimensions, how could one possibly account for them? This aspect certainly requires thorough investigation. My words cannot provide an answer. Only the Grand Minister might possess the knowledge, Whis remarked, lifting his gaze to the heavens. Such a performance speaks volumes. The situation has transcended the control of this celestial being. At this very moment, amidst the myriad parallel universes of the Dragon Ball realm, within one such dimension, Son Goku from the GT timeline has fallen out of a temporal vortex into a dark world. He finds himself in a state of unconsciousness, drifting aimlessly through the cosmos. Were it not for his ability, akin to that of Dalot, to harness the power of the Dragon Shenron for survival in the universe, he would likely have perished upon arrival. His emergence is an anomaly, yet it has been acknowledged by the laws of this world. Unbeknownst to him, he has stirred this realm, although it has not attracted the attention of the formidable entities that inhabit it. Of course, apart from the omnipotent Grand Priest present in this dimension, this era is not the age of Dragon Ball Super, but rather a time long before that. In fact, during this period, Majin Buu had yet to break free from his seal and re-emerge into the world, drifting through the vast cosmos. With the passage of time a mere blur, GT Goku gradually awakened from his unconscious state. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself amidst an expansive void of space, devoid of any trace of the Kaioshin realm. What has transpired? He murmured to himself, as memories of the moments before his unconsciousness flooded back. Alongside Dallo and Vegeta, he had endeavored to shatter the barriers of existence, coming perilously close to success. To aid Dallo in traversing to other worlds, he and Vegeta had channeled the entirety of their Super Saiyan 4th level energy into Dallo. Thus, Dallo had departed their world, venturing into the unknown. Initially, all seemed to have stabilized. However, just as he prepared to use instant transmission to take Vegeta to Namek, the very world beneath them suddenly collapsed, plunging both Goku and Vegeta into an abyss of darkness. In that void, weakened and vulnerable, he was drawn into a fissure, resulting in his current predicament. The perilous experience sent shivers down GT Goku's spine. Fortunately, he had already acquired the ability to survive in the vacuum of space, or else the outcome would have been dire. Gathering his thoughts, GT Goku felt a surge of exhilaration. It appeared that not only had Dallo successfully traversed worlds, but he too had achieved the same, arriving in a different realm. Could it be that I have also successfully entered another world? He pondered, uncertain if Dallo and Vegeta were present in this realm as well. With his strength not yet fully restored, GT Goku raised his hand, placing his index and middle fingers together on his forehead, expanding his senses to perceive the vast energies of the universe. Here, it remains uncertain whether he has ventured into his own world, or perhaps he has traversed a wormhole through time and space, arriving in a realm entirely unknown to him. The occurrence was startling and bizarre. Suddenly, GT Goku opened his eyes wide, sensing a malevolent aura he had not felt in many years. And it belonged to a familiar foe. Wait, this aura, could it be Cell? A look of astonishment crossed GT Goku's face as he was utterly taken aback. The long-dead Cell had inexplicably resurfaced in this world, a presence he had not sensed for an eternity. Moreover, he could also detect the auras of Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, Krillin, as well as Yamcha, Tien, and Piccolo. All their energies were present, along with Cell's. Was it possible that he had traversed worlds and returned to a bygone era? GT Goku was filled with disbelief, yet exhilaration surged within him. If he had indeed returned to the past, it would present a tremendous opportunity. Perhaps he could seize this chance to surpass Goku once and for all. However, he had overly simplified his thoughts. For it was inevitable that another version of himself existed in this world, and this timeline might not even include Goku. He recognized that the source of the energies was Earth, where a fierce battle was unfolding, denoting an intense confrontation. Why was his energy absent? Was it possible that in this timeline, he had perished? Furthermore, it was odd that Goku's aura was also absent, as he should have been the one to vanquish Cell. Confusion was certainly warranted, given his past experiences. Without hesitation, GT Goku executed an instant transmission, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 76, Goku Meets Goku, a chaotic encounter in a distant corner of the North Galaxy. GT Goku had effortlessly traversed to Earth in this timeline within the blink of an eye. positioned at the edge of the battlefield. He observed the unfolding events with his own eyes. Indeed, as he had surmised, his companions were engaged in a fierce struggle against Cell. Yet, he was not present, and there was no trace of his energy in the cosmos. After a meticulous scan, he confirmed the existence of his aura in the afterlife, which confirmed that his counterpart in this timeline had perished. Recalling his memories, he recognized that the current situation was entirely different. He was certain that the strength of everyone present was significantly inferior to what he had previously known. Most importantly, Goku was absent. What was happening? Was this world not the past he recognized, but rather a true parallel universe's past? Goku gleaned some information through the ongoing battle and the absence of his counterpart. Notably, while the allies in this timeline were weaker than their former selves, the Cell of this world possessed even more terrifying power. During this period, according to his recollections, even the Lightning Shinran's power seemed rather mediocre. However, Son Goku's perception was not mistaken. This version of Lightning Shinran was nearly twice as formidable as the one he had previously known. With heightened awareness, Son Goku utilized his perceptive abilities to forcibly lock onto North Kai and the version of himself that had perished in this realm. Ultimately, he was unaware that the GT timeline to which he belonged was, in fact, a parallel universe. According to the canonical narrative, the alterations in this parallel world were relatively minor, whereas the GT timeline represented significant changes. In the underworld, situated within the middle of Snake Way, Son Goku and North Kai suddenly became aware of an indescribable sensation. Yet, despite their best efforts to comprehend it, they could not fathom that another Son Goku from a different parallel universe was perceiving their existence. To them, this feeling of being observed was oddly familiar and strangely unsettling. Abruptly, North Kai and the Son Goku of this realm discerned the source of the sensation. Initially, they were unperturbed, but upon investigation, both were left utterly bewildered. Goku? There's another Goku? What is going on? You'd better explain this to me immediately. North Kai exclaimed in shock upon discovering another Son Goku on Earth, turning to the deceased version beside him. In that moment, Son Goku had no inkling of what was transpiring. At this moment, he was utterly astonished, his face a mask of bewilderment, mouth agape, struggling to articulate the shock that surged within him. Impossible. This individual cannot be me, yet how could his aura mirror mine so precisely? Who on earth could he be? Sun Wukong found himself momentarily disoriented, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Behind them, the hapless Geargregly and Baburus, dragged into this bewildering scenario, were equally perplexed. Still in a state of confusion, Sun Wukong pondered the identity of this doppelganger on Earth, when suddenly, the North King detected something amiss. He discerned that the Sun Wukong on Earth, in terms of both strength and presence, far surpassed the one standing beside him. This unexpected figure, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, seemed indeed to be a reflection of his own essence. Moreover, upon closer examination of his aura, the North King's expression grew grave, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, revealing the extent of his anxiety. The overwhelming sense of pressure was unparalleled, almost unfathomable. Is it truly me? How could this be? Sun Wukong felt a sense of confusion. As per the North King's instruction, he attuned himself to this aura, only to be utterly flabbergasted the next moment. His complexion drained of color, as if his very soul had fled. How could such a presence possibly exist? Such an eerie, profound aura, was this truly something a mere mortal could possess? Cold sweat dripped from Sun Wukong's forehead, his face a portrait of astonishment. The aura that enveloped him was light years away, seemingly impossible to exist in his perception. Wukong, how could this doppelganger exude such terrifying energy? This presence was undeniably the most formidable and overwhelming he had encountered in his billions of years of existence. Even the Lord of the Kais, or the God of Destruction, paled in comparison to the overwhelming might of the Northern Kai. Wukong wore an expression of utter bewilderment, pondering the terms kaioshin and God of Destruction, which left him with a myriad of questions. The sudden influx of colossal information left him utterly confounded. This profoundly broadened his horizons and refreshed his understanding and worldview. Wukong, I hope that the individual who bears an uncanny resemblance to you will refrain from causing harm to the inhabitants of Earth. Should he harbor intentions of destruction, it is likely that not even you could halt them. That creature, Cell, would be as insignificant as an ant before him. The North Kai trembled as he spoke. According to his knowledge, the terrifying aura emanating from this Son Goku was reminiscent of that which he had only previously sensed from the God of Destruction, Beerus. As for the Earth, GT Son Goku, after a moment of perception, also became aware of another self in the underworld observing him alongside the North Kai. He lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his features, his eyes fixed on the distance as if he could see beyond, communicating telepathically with them. Lord Kai, and my counterpart in this world, it seems you have already discovered my presence. I understand that you are quite astonished, but there is no need for fear. I am Son Goku from an alternate parallel universe. To put it in terms you can comprehend, I hail from 20 years hence, he chuckled, scratching his head. This statement left both the king of the Northern Realm and Sun Wukong, who were situated in the underworld, utterly astonished and filled with trepidation. The sudden influx of immense information overwhelmed their minds, leaving them somewhat disoriented. Are you the Wukong from another world? No. You are the Sun Wukong from a parallel universe 20 years into the future? This is utterly chaotic. Wasn't that Trunks also from 20 years hence? You two hail from 20 years later? Upon hearing the other party express their identity first, coupled with the respectful address, it became evident that this Sun Wukong was, like the one beside him, at least not a malevolent being. However, his thoughts were in complete disarray. Two individuals arriving from 20 years in the future? Entirely disparate futures? The version of me from 20 years later? Wait a moment, if that is the case, then what does Trunks signify? The Sun Wukong of this timeline found himself perplexed. If it were indeed his future self, then what of Trunks' future? Chapter 77. The Might of the Past and the Might of the Future. Explaining this is indeed quite troublesome. If only Vegeta and Dallo from my world were here. They could elucidate it in one breath. How should I put it? Trunks is undeniably from 20 years in the future, but I too am from 20 years ahead. Albeit a different temporal realm. Yes. For the time being, consider me as hailing from the future world altered by Trunks. Explaining such a convoluted matter is, for GT Sun Wukong, a considerable mental strain. Yet, it must be said, his assertion holds merit. From the future altered by Trunks? If that is the case, does this world remain unscathed by Cell's devastation? The Sun Wukong of this world immediately connected to the most critical point at hand. Meanwhile, the North Kai pondered an even graver issue, stating, if that is so, then what of your arrival? Has something indescribably significant transpired in the altered future? Upon hearing the inquiry, GT Sun Wukong could only respond vaguely, saying, indeed, many events will unfold in the future. However, all threats will be eradicated. My arrival has startled you, and we shall discuss the specifics later, although there are some discrepancies between this past world and my own. Since I have arrived in this realm, I shall lend my assistance to eliminate this cell. With that, GT Sun Wukong fell silent. This has left the Sun Wukong of this world and the North King utterly disoriented. What is the true nature of this Sun Wukong from a parallel universe? They have no inkling. The only certainty is that this version of Sun Wukong, 20 years into the future, possesses an astonishing strength that is utterly intimidating. For now, this does not seem to be a dire situation. Wukong, let us observe the developments, remarked North Kai to the Sun Wukong of this world. The latter nodded in agreement. After all, Son Gohan is currently locked in a confrontation with Cell, at an absolute disadvantage. With the presence of his future self, Cell no longer poses a threat. On Earth, the battle rages on, intensifying as it nears its climactic confrontation. Super Saiyan 2nd grade Son Gohan faces the resurrected Lightning Cell. Both unleash their Kamehameha waves in a fierce clash. Regrettably, Super Saiyan 2nd grade Gohan no longer wields the power that initially overwhelmed Cell, and instead, he finds himself being suppressed by Lightning Cell. The prolonged resistance is merely a result of Lightning Cell toying with Gohan, as well as mocking the Z fighters of this era. He believes that having attained the super-perfect form, he is invincible in this world, unmatched by any existence. The situation devolves into a stalemate, with Lightning Cell's terrifying combat prowess instilling fear. Super Saiyan 2 Gohan has reached his limits. The disparity in strength is overwhelming, completely dominating everyone present. Lightning Cell treats this as a game, dismissing his opponents. At this juncture, Gohan faces utter defeat. His arrogance not only cost his father his life but also resulted in the future Trunks being pierced through the chest by Cell's energy beam. He was mistaken. The resurrected Cell has ascended to a fearsome level of power. Presently, Lightning Cell is significantly stronger than he was before. As the tide turns, Gohan is relentlessly pushed back by Cell's Kamehameha wave, with Lightning Cell's momentum escalating, suppressing Gohan's energy. The earth trembles under the weight of their cataclysmic energies, as if heralding the end of the world. Gohan, surrendering does not befit you. Even in different realms, you are my son. Do you truly believe you cannot protect this world in my absence? I once told you that even at the final moment, one must not give up. The voice of GT Sun Wukong suddenly resonated across the battlefield, jolting everyone's senses. Simultaneously, GT Sun Wukong descended from the sky, standing behind Son Gohan. "Father!" Gohan exclaimed, astonished by GT Sun Wukong's sudden appearance at his side. Hadn't his father just perished? How could he possibly return to assist him? Gohan stood there, utterly bewildered. The first to feel the shock was Cell. Staring at Sun Wukong's reappearance, he momentarily froze before breaking into a bloodthirsty grin. Though he believed Sun Wukong should have been obliterated in the explosion, the chance to mock him once again was too enticing to resist. "Humph. So, you're not dead after all, Sun Wukong. Even if you two combine forces, you will not be my match. I have transcended the ultimate life form. Allow me to send you both on your way." With a thunderous roar, Lightning Cell unleashed his Kamehameha wave at full power. While he did not fear Sun Wukong, he took precautions against unforeseen circumstances, intending to obliterate both Gohan and GT Sun Wukong in a single blow. Little did he know that the GT Sun Wukong before him possessed power that far surpassed his own by thousands, if not tens of thousands of times. The sudden appearance of Sun Wukong ignited a flicker of hope in everyone. "Krillin, Wukong, is it really you? Piccolo, old Sun is alive. Vegeta, Kakarot. That guy? Tien, Wukong, thank goodness. Yamcha, Wukong." Amidst the cheers, Sun Wukong's reappearance invigorated them. However, at that moment, Gohan reached a critical point. Under the full force of Cell's energy release, he could no longer endure. The Kamehameha wave was completely consumed, hurtling towards him. Facing this world-shattering Kamehameha wave, GT Sun Wukong felt no trepidation. A slight smirk played on his lips. Reflecting upon the past, he mused that it was once this very force that had brought him despair, yet to the future, such power is but insignificant. GT Sun Wukong remarked to himself. Raising his hand, the energy capable of obliterating half the solar system came to an abrupt halt under the oppressive aura of GT Sun Wukong. The invisible pressure stifled the attack, compressing it into a colossal energy sphere. Chapter 78. The Power of Overwhelming Force. Despair approaches. "Nanny, this is impossible." Witnessing the unimaginable, Cell erupted in disbelief. He was not alone. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Under the might of GT Sun Wukong, even Lightning Cell's full-on assault was effortlessly repelled. Ultimately, before the eyes of all, GT Sun Wukong flicked his fingers, causing the terrifying energy sphere to rapidly shrink and disperse into a myriad of particles scattered throughout space. At this moment, Lightning Cell was utterly bewildered. His Kamehameha wave, which he had unleashed with all his might, was not only easily deflected but also effortlessly extinguished. The Z fighters were equally astonished. "Gohan, look at your father before you." Gohan had yet to realize that the Sun Wukong standing before him, though indeed his father, was not the one from his own timeline. In his Super Saiyan 2 form, he directly reverted to his normal state due to the overwhelming energy dispersion. "Gohan, there are things I will explain later. Leave Cell to me. You should rest," GT Sun Wukong said calmly, a smile gracing his lips. In Gohan's eyes, GT Sun Wukong's figure loomed larger than life, akin to the vast cosmos, while he felt like mere dust among the stars. Though still bewildered, Gohan nodded obediently, recognizing his father's newfound strength. Receiving an answer, GT Sun Wukong smiled gently. In an instant, he teleported right before Lightning Cell. His sudden movement compelled Cell to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Faced with this familiar figure, and sensing an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, Lightning Cell was left in shock. He had fought Sun Wukong before and was well aware of his capabilities. Yet, the power radiating from the Sun Wukong before him was terrifyingly immense, to the point where merely standing in front of him felt suffocating. Could it be that you gained even greater strength after the explosion? No, impossible. You cannot be Sun Wukong. Who are you? Your aura cannot be this fearsome. Lightning Shara discerned that the GT Goku before him was not the Sun Goku of this realm. The disparity was so immense that even the phrase difference between heaven and earth could not adequately encapsulate it. Does it truly matter whether I am Son Goku? Shara, you shall be vanquished by my hand and perish at my will. It is a pity that each incarnation of you across the multiverse is so wicked and brutal. GT Goku cracked his knuckles, wearing an expression that suggested he was eager to toy with Shara. This was indeed an opponent that had once driven him to the brink of despair. Upon hearing those words, the Lightning Cell clenched his teeth in fury. Humph! You claim you can kill me? Spare me your nonsensical prattle. You pretentious fool. The only one who shall perish is you. I am the ultimate life form. With a furious roar, Lightning Cell surged forward with all his might, launching the first strike with a clenched fist aimed directly at GT Son Goku's face. This was his all-out strike, intended to catch GT Son Goku off guard. However, his fist, mere centimeters away from GT Son Goku, was effortlessly halted by a single finger. This, however, was the full-force assault of Lightning Cell, a strike delivered with unexpected swiftness. To have it halted by merely a single finger? This is inconceivable. Who on earth are you? Despair once again welled up within Lightning Cell. This fear, which had previously arisen during his battle with the formidable Super Saiyan Son Gohan, has inexplicably resurfaced. It emanates from this Saiyan, Son Goku, whom he should have vanquished. Once, you were indeed a formidable adversary, yet now, in light of my current prowess, in terms of strength, speed, and reflexes, you fall woefully short. Even without transforming, you are far from being my match. Hee hee hee. The corners of GT Son Goku's mouth curled slightly, revealing a smile as he jested. This pretense caught him off guard, yet he suddenly found this sensation rather pleasing. An unexpected delight. No wonder, previously, both Dalit and Vegeta had favored such an approach. What are you talking about? It was evident that Shara did not grasp the meaning behind GT Goku's words. You need not concern yourself. I am merely speaking to myself. GT Goku remarked with a tone of disdain in response to Shara's shock and disbelief. This left Sharu in a state of heightened terror as he inhaled sharply. Merely a single finger was sufficient to withstand the full force of Sharu's electrifying assault, instilling a profound sense of dread and trepidation in everyone present. Is this Son Wukong truly the one they perceive him to be? His strength is indeed somewhat terrifying. Without even transforming into a Super Saiyan, he effortlessly dominates and toys with the formidable Cell, leaving one in disbelief. Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha all feel a profound fear emanating from their very souls. Cell, in his lightning form, cannot accept this reality. After painstakingly being reborn and gaining such dreadful power, he finds himself crushed by the suddenly emerging GT Son Wukong. No. How could I possibly lose to you? I refuse to accept this truth. I absolutely refuse to accept this truth. I have evolved into the ultimate life form. I have surpassed my perfect form, standing at the pinnacle of this world. With gritted teeth, Cell's eyes blaze with fury. Consumed by rage, he leaps into the sky, unleashing a highly destructive spiral energy beam from his fingertip, hurtling towards GT Son Wukong. This is precisely the unique technique created by Piccolo, the special beam cannon. It can be said to possess the utmost destructive power. A top-tier move capable of challenging even the strongest adversaries. The special beam cannon, you say? I too fell to this very technique at the hands of my brother Raditz long ago. However, given your current strength, such trivial antics hold no power over me. In the face of the lightning-fast special beam cannon unleashed by Cell, Son Goku remained undaunted, effortlessly raising a hand to counter it. With a mere slap, he sent this cataclysmic attack soaring into the heavens, destined for the cosmos. This seemingly casual strike, executed in an instant, enveloped everyone present in a chilling, profound sensation that crept from their feet to the very marrow of their bones. How terrifying! This is simply unimaginable. Can there truly exist such formidable beings in this world? Fear spreads incessantly, driving Lightning Cell to madness. He grits his teeth, his cells pulsating wildly due to his rage. He then assumes a stance to unleash his ultimate move. Chapter 79. The End of Cell. I am future Goku. I refuse to believe it. I simply cannot accept that you can withstand my Kamehameha wave that transcends limits. Perish, along with the earth, turning into cosmic dust. Kamehameha wave. Under Lightning Cell's desperate strike, a massive deep blue energy beam surged forth from his palm, racing towards GT Goku. Is this all there is? GT Goku couldn't help but reflect. Once, Cell's formidable power had commanded his admiration. Now he was no more than an ant, easily crushed by a mere finger. Frankly speaking, having endured all this, he yearned for change, yet Cell remained a stubborn embodiment of pure evil. Without that inherent wickedness, he would not be as he is now. Regrettably, the possibility of redeeming Cell was merely a fanciful notion. Cell, today marks your demise. The sins you have committed can only be atoned for in the depths of hell. Enlightened, GT Goku raised his hand, unleashing a beam of golden energy from his palm. The energy of the Kamehameha wave was instantly penetrated by a far more terrifying force, striking Cell high in the sky. Surpassing the limits of measure, it reached levels beyond comprehension. Lightning Cell's body was engulfed in an instant, swiftly disintegrated, suffering excruciating pain that pierced his very being. Cell, amidst wretched cries, was incessantly consumed, leaving not a single cell behind. His core was reduced to nothingness by the overwhelming energy. In that moment, the most powerful android, Cell, met his end at the hands of GT Goku, altering the original narrative and disrupting the trajectory of this parallel world. Had GT Goku not arrived, perhaps the future of this world would have unfolded with Cell at its helm, for he was indeed formidable. At the very least, all the Z fighters would have perished at the hands of this monster, and the Earth would have been annihilated by Cell, rendered valueless and reduced to smoke. All fell silent. The terror of Cell lingered in the minds and hearts of all. At this moment, the suddenness of victory left everyone in disbelief, particularly in this space-time. Vegeta's emotions surged violently. Unwilling to accept, he clenched his fists and confronted Goku. What on earth is happening? Kakarot, how has your power grown so immense? Have you truly broken through to a new realm? Vegeta questioned in disbelief. Upon uttering these words, GT Goku did not dwell excessively on them. Instead, it prompted Gohan, standing behind him, to raise his head attentively and gaze at his father. He too yearned to comprehend the situation. After all, just moments ago, his father had not appeared so fearsome. Furthermore, it was widely accepted that his father should indeed be deceased. Explaining this conundrum was quite the intricate affair. However, when compared to the Vegeta from my own timeline, the one in this realm shares a similar temperament. GT Goku chuckled as the words left his lips. Both Vegeta and Gohan furrowed their brows, heightening their vigilance. They were not foolish. They understood the implications of his statement all too well. The figure before us is not the Sun Wukong of their world, but rather one hailing from another realm, much like Trunks. However, there are indeed some distinctions. At that moment, Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin swiftly approached, with Tien dragging the lifeless body of Trunks, who had been pierced through the chest. Son, what on earth have you been through? Just now, your power surpassed Cell's without even transforming, Piccolo inquired, as they had arrived too late to hear GT Goku's earlier remark. Goku, what is the meaning of this? If you possess such immense power from the very beginning, why put on such a charade? Krillin questioned. Yamcha chimed in, indeed, had we known you had the strength to vanquish Cell, we need not have worried so much. Could it be that you intended to cultivate Gohan's potential? Goku, you are becoming increasingly enigmatic, Tien remarked. Their words, however, seemed rather foolish as they remained oblivious to the strange atmosphere. It was only when Vegeta glared fiercely that they comprehended the situation. You fools. This Kakarot is not the Kakarot we know. He hails from another parallel universe. The revelation stunned everyone, shifting their perspectives simultaneously. Since the incident with Trunks, they had gained some indirect understanding of the concept of time and space. Although it merely pertained to the past and future, it made them aware of the existence of other dimensions beyond their own. An air of silence enveloped the scene, with all eyes turning towards GT Goku. In such circumstances, GT Goku understood that if he failed to clarify his situation, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Thus, he began to speak. Vegeta is correct. I am Goku from the future, specifically from 20 years ahead. You may find it perplexing, for isn't the future of 20 years hence the domain of Trunks? I must confess, I too struggled to comprehend this reality in the past, yet certain experiences have profoundly broadened my perspective. You may consider me as hailing from a future that has been altered by Trunks. Although there remains considerable divergence, it is not entirely inaccurate. With these words, GT Goku smiled, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar companions before him. The group was left in a state of confusion, but they grasped the general essence of what had been conveyed. Meanwhile, in the realm of the god of destruction within Universe 7, was continued to sip his afternoon tea, engaging in conversation with the prophetic fish. This is an occurrence that unfolds daily, and even after decades of such existence, weariness has yet to set in. As an angel, Whis remains steadfast in the realm of destruction, undeterred by the slumber of the destroyer, save for circumstances where unforeseen events threaten the very fabric of the universe. The prophetic fish, too, is a remarkable entity, dwelling solely within the realm of destruction and venturing nowhere else. At this moment, as Whis indulges in tea and pastries, he suddenly seems to sense something amiss, his expression subtly shifting. This slight alteration did not escape the keen eye of the prophetic fish. Has something transpired, Whis? It is a rare sight to witness such a demeanor from you after all these years. Upon hearing this, Whis's expression rapidly reverted to its usual composure. Ho ho ho. It appears our universe has a most unexpected visitor. Chapter 80. The arrival of Vegeta from the great temporal space, an unexpected visitor? Whis. Could it be that another entity has traversed time and space to enter our universe? The prophetic fish inquired, puzzled. Not long ago, Whis had mentioned an event occurring in the lower realms. At that time, it had not garnered much attention. For as long as no significant changes were made and the power level was not excessively outlandish, it was customary to turn a blind eye. However, on that occasion, Whis had not displayed such a demeanor. This suffices to illustrate that the previous occasion and the current one are markedly different. Indeed, the presence arriving this time is far from ordinary. Vis squinted his eyes and remarked with a smile. In the next moment, he harnessed the power of an angel to perceive the lower realm, simultaneously seeking out some extraordinary information. As an angel, he possessed an extraordinary strength, and his abilities were beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Upon hearing Vis's words, the prophetic fish was taken aback. It is essential to note that such a statement emanated from Vis, underscoring the profound significance of this extraordinary occurrence. In this realm of time and space, a monumental transformation has occurred due to the arrival of Sun Wukong. The emergence of anomalies has altered the natural course of the world, steering it towards an enigmatic evolution. At this very moment, within the myriad of parallel universes, lies a divergent branch of another parallel world. Amidst a desolate wasteland, suddenly, ripples of distortion ripple through the fabric of space, as a black vortex materializes, expelling a figure enveloped in a terrifying aura, yet in a state of unconsciousness. The consciousness of the world perceives this event instantaneously, but refrains from forcefully ejecting him from its domain, tacitly accepting his presence. Time flows steadily, drop by drop. After an indeterminate period, the slumbering figure gradually opens his eyes, only to behold a landscape ravaged to near desolation. Where am I? What is happening? A voice filled with confusion escapes his lips. He surveys his surroundings in bewilderment, only to find that apart from the remnants of debris, there exists no other signs of life. An eerie silence prevails. He is none other than Vegeta, having traversed from the GT universe to this realm. Reflecting on the events preceding his unconsciousness, Vegeta instinctively comprehends the gravity of the situation. He has crossed into another world. The scene before him is undoubtedly not one that would manifest in his own universe. It seems that both he and Kakarot, alongside Darlot, have arrived in a world beyond their own. Yet, where exactly is this place? And where are Kakarot and Darlot? GT Vegeta regains his composure, thoughtfully murmuring to himself. Soon after, he encounters some familiar symbols and writings. The excitement brewing within him is inextricably intertwined with a sense of perplexity. If he is not mistaken, this is Earth. No, wait. This is a different Earth, a world transformed only after enduring absolute devastation. GT Vegeta gazes around, then slowly takes a step forward. In that fleeting moment, his energy perception radiates like an invisible wave, surpassing the speed of light. The next second, he detects a presence several dozen miles to the southwest. Just as a sudden explosion reverberates in the air, Vegeta's gaze is irresistibly drawn towards it. It seems to be a fortuitous coincidence. The corners of his mouth twitch slightly, revealing an expression of intrigue. He focuses his energy perception, carefully sensing the circumstances surrounding the site of the explosion. The moment he became aware, Vegeta was taken aback. Within his senses, two very familiar presences emerged. Gohan and Trunks. No, that cannot be right. How could their energy be so feeble? Furrowing his brow, GT Vegeta felt a sense of incredulity. Upon arriving in this new world, sensing his son's energy should have been a cause for celebration. Yet, the sheer weakness left him bewildered. Although Gohan's energy was slightly stronger, it was still disappointing. Could it be that I have not truly traversed time and space, but remain in the same world? Perhaps, time has simply passed, and Earth has undergone some transformation? No, that is utterly impossible. Even if they were under attack and their lives were in peril, their strength should not be this diminished, Vegeta continued to mutter to himself. Despite having often berated his son Trunks and Gohan for their inadequacies, they were still leagues stronger than these two feeble energies. A heavy sense of doubt filled his heart. And in an instant, GT Vegeta's rage propelled him into the sky, heading towards the site of the explosion on the battlefield. Whether he had successfully traveled through time or remained in his original world, he was determined to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a golden aura surged forth, accompanied by the attacks of two humans trailing behind. These two individuals are none other than the Z-Fighters, well known to all. They are Android 17 and Android 18. The master of the golden aura is none other than Sun Wukong. One of his arms has been severed, and in his embrace lies a comatose young man with violet hair, who is none other than Trunks. However, at this juncture, Trunks is merely 16 years of age, incapable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, rendering him a mere liability in this fierce battle. In a valiant effort to safeguard him, Sun Wukong utilizes his remaining hand to shield Trunks, striving to preserve the young man's life. This space-time realm is one of the vast dimensions devastated by androids in a future world. How infuriating. Even with all my might to accelerate. Can I not shake them off? Gritting his teeth, future Gohan finds himself at a loss, powerless to act. The sole thing he can do is safeguard the unconscious Junior in his arms, in his eyes. This represents the last flicker of hope for annihilating the androids in this world. It is not a lack of confidence that plagues him, but rather the absence of one of his arms. Despite his continuous progress and strength, he still falls short against the limitless energy of the androids. He requires Trunks. For the strength of one alone is always fragile. Only through collaboration can they hope to vanquish the androids. How much longer do you intend to flee, Gohan? Do you genuinely believe you can evade the pursuit of me in Android 18? Android 17 cackles like a demon, relentlessly trailing future Gohan. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashes a barrage of energy blasts, incessantly assaulting Gohan. Release that boy you carry. Perhaps, after discarding him, you might run a tad faster. Android 18 taunts, her words dripping with malice. To Gohan, their remarks resonate like the cruel mockery of demons. Yet, he finds himself utterly powerless. Chapter 81, GT Vegeta, Intelligence always online. The energy blast rained down like a torrential storm, saturating the entire area. Despite his utmost efforts to evade, Gohan is struck by a formidable energy blast to his back. In an instant, he loses his balance, unable to continue soaring, and plummets heavily to the ground, clutching the unconscious Trunks. Androids 17 and 18 descend from the sky, scrutinizing the battered Gohan as if he were a mere toy. Their disdain palpable. 17. Android 18. Shall it be you who delivers the final blow, or shall I? The toy has become tiresome. 18. Once we kill him, we will have no toy left. However, you are correct, 17. This time, let us strike together. Last time, our carelessness allowed him to linger. This time, we shall ensure his absolute demise. The two androids, as ruthless as demons, bear no resemblance to the benevolent forms of their counterparts in the primary time world. Injured and weary, Gohan hears their exchange, gritting his teeth and trembling as he rises. Even in this dire state, he shields the unconscious Trunks behind him. At this moment, he is utterly spent, his energy depleted to the point where maintaining his Super Saiyan form is an arduous struggle. Nevertheless, his resolve remains unshaken. He must protect Trunks at all costs. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not allow you to act with impunity. With a thunderous roar, Gohan's energy surges. At this juncture, he is igniting his very life force to amplify his power. The air crackles with intensity, a tempestuous aura sweeping across the surroundings like a storm from the heavens. This is the most formidable attack, forged after he has burned through his own life and potential. If even this move proves ineffective, he must quietly accept his fate of death, upon sensing the terrifying intensity of Son Gohan's energy. Android 17 and Android 18 wore cruel and disdainful smiles. Although the detected energy levels were formidable, they did not pose a threat to them. Both 17 and 18 raised their hands simultaneously, energy coalescing in their palms. They intended to utterly erase Son Gohan from existence. The energies from both sides reached their zenith, poised for an explosive release. Even if they exerted every ounce of their strength, risking their very lives, this was the extent of their capabilities. Son Gohan, you are of no use now, declared 17 in a cold voice. Continuing this futile resistance will only excite us further and make it more entertaining, taunted 18 cruelly. Their words once again provoked Son Gohan. However, before he could fully unleash his power and expend everything in an offensive, a long-forgotten yet familiar voice interrupted the moment. Stop, Gohan. With your current state, you are no match for them. The voice was filled with authority and an overwhelming presence. An unexpected turn of events caused everyone's gaze to shift skyward. The figure that came into view was one they all recognized, invoking dread within them. This is impossible. That individual was already identified by Android 17. Who could this be? Exclaimed Android 18. Vegeta. How could he still be alive after I killed him? Android 18 also recognized him, shouting in disbelief. Memories flooded their minds. The powerful warriors on this planet had perished at their hands years ago, including the mightiest, Vegeta. But if Vegeta had indeed died, then who was the one in the sky? Not only were the two androids stunned, but even this timeline's Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It wasn't until Vegeta slowly descended from the heavens and stood before him that the future Son Gohan came to a realization. It is truly Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta? But you were supposed to be dead. How can this be? Gohan's mind raced in confusion. Logically, with the Dragon Balls on Earth gone, there was no reason for resurrection. How could someone who had died suddenly come back to life? Upon hearing Son Gohan's words from this timeline, GT Vegeta discerned the era of this world, particularly noting the unconscious Trunks. He began to piece things together. Memories surged forth, reminding him of the Cell incident that transpired nearly 2 decades ago. I see, it appears I have indeed arrived in another parallel timeline, one similar to the future Trunks world. At least, during this time period, the time machine has yet to be constructed, and this world has been devastated due to the actions of these 2 androids. GT Vegeta had grasped the situation and understood his current location. It was evident that he was indeed the Prince of Science, now a king. His intelligence was ever present. To confirm his thoughts, GT Vegeta couldn't resist asking, Gohan, in your world's past, Kakarot died due to heart disease, correct? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan was momentarily bewildered. Nodding in affirmation, yes, Uncle Vegeta, you already knew this? Suddenly, the implications of Vegeta's words struck him. Wait, does that mean you were from another timeline, Uncle Vegeta? Hearing Son Gohan's response only solidified GT Vegeta's conviction. He had undeniably entered the known parallel world, just before future Trunks traveled through time. It seems my assumptions were correct. I understand now. You should take Trunks somewhere safe to rest. Leave them to me. Once this matter is resolved, we will have a proper discussion. With his back to Son Gohan, GT Vegeta's expression was stern, his gaze fixed on the 2 androids before him. These 2 individuals had previously inflicted upon him harrowing memories from a bygone era. Now, an opportunity has arisen to redeem himself. However, the fact that he intends to confront them seems rather disproportionate, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Upon hearing that Vegeta planned to tackle androids 17 and 18 alone, Gohan was left utterly astonished once more. This is no jest. Chapter 82. Overwhelming Power. A swift defeat of android 17. Uncle Vegeta, let me accompany you, Gohan implored urgently. These 2 are the very ones who have slain you before. Even if you were the Vegeta from an alternate timeline, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to contend with them alone. After all, they possess boundless energy. The emergence of such an opportunity was rare. It was the final chance. Should it be missed, it would truly be gone forever. In stark contrast, GT Vegeta regarded this with disdain, for to him, androids 17 and 18 were hardly formidable at all. The era he hailed from had long transcended the age of the androids. It was no longer their dominion, even with the recent emergence of Super 17. The original androids 17 and 18 were lamentably weak. Consider the events of a decade ago, or even further back to the Cell Saga. He had long possessed the power to effortlessly vanquish them. Do you think I require your assistance, Gohan? Not only would you be of no help, but your presence would only serve to hinder me. At this moment, your sole responsibility is to look after Trunks. GT Vegeta's haughty demeanor left Gohan gasping in astonishment. Particularly the last remark struck him profoundly. In your eyes, they are terrifying. In mine, they are utterly insignificant. On the opposite side, androids 17 and 18 appeared to have caught wind of an absurd jest, bursting into malicious laughter. Ha! Did you hear that, 18? This Vegeta believes he can take us on alone. And he speaks so brazenly. Has he forgotten how he perished at our hands all those years ago? Android 17 could not contain his derisive laughter as he addressed his sister, 18. To him, this resurrected version of Vegeta was merely deluding himself. They were, after all, invincible androids. Yet, he completely failed to comprehend that they were facing the extraordinary Vegeta from the GT timeline. TCH, perhaps too much time has passed, and he has grown blindly overconfident. It's essential that he feels the despair once more, so he understands just how terrifying we truly are. 18. More scornful than her brother, placed her hands on her hips and stepped forward, ready to teach GT Vegeta a proper lesson. Such posturing inevitably led GT Vegeta to reminisce about the android 18 from his own timeline. While their personalities and tempers may bear striking similarities, and their tones of speech echo one another, it must be acknowledged that this 18 pales in comparison to the other. One is steeped in malevolence, committing unspeakable acts, while the other, though once cold-hearted in her youth, has since transformed into the archetype of a devoted wife and mother through her years with Krillin, having given birth to a daughter. Indeed, individuals from 2 separate worlds cannot be entirely alike. Were it not for this first-hand encounter, I might have forgotten that these words originated from GT Vegeta, a realization that also dawned upon androids 17 and 18, sensing the peculiar nature of the Vegeta before them. Though the meaning of his words eluded them, they could not overlook his excessive arrogance. With arms crossed defiantly, 17 emanated an aura of menace directed at GT Vegeta. I know not how you have survived, nor do I comprehend your utterances. In any case, since you have resurfaced, Prepare yourself for our next confrontation. Android 18 narrowed her eyes, her malicious gaze unmistakable. Humph. Words are futile. The more you prattle, the more irksome you become. If you possess such confidence in your ability to vanquish me, allow me to witness the extent of your prowess. With a dismissive retort, an overwhelming energy surged forth from GT Vegeta, akin to a tempest. A terrifying storm of power enveloped the surroundings, causing 17 and 18 to feel an oppressive weight descend upon them, rendering them unable to maintain their footing, forcing them to kneel. The nearest to GT Vegeta, Gohan, was equally astonished, his eyes betraying a stark terror. The aura is profoundly potent, and even before transforming into a Super Saiyan, it emanates an overwhelming terror. The enhancement surpasses mere thousands of times. Humph. Can they not endure such a trivial extent? How dare they boast of such feeble combat prowess in my presence? Truly courting their demise. With a cold scoff, GT Vegeta harbored an even greater disdain for these two androids. This is merely a fraction of his battle prowess, and it remains in a state of normalcy. This is inconceivable. You cannot be Vegeta? Who are you? Why is the energy index so elevated that it eludes detection? The energy detector within cannot gauge the intensity of GT Vegeta's power, leaving number 17 in a state of alarm. Since emerging from the stasis chamber, over a decade has elapsed, and they have roamed the Earth without a rival, long since considering themselves invincible. Such an occurrence was entirely beyond their imagination. No, it is impossible. It must be a fabrication. Surely, there must be a malfunction with the machine. On the 18th, she too was filled with trepidation. Her energy detector was equally incapable of measuring the intensity of Vegeta's energy. The sudden emergence of GT Vegeta, powerful beyond their capacity to resist, instilled a sense of despair and fear. This is an emotional turmoil they have never experienced before. Refusing to accept reality, they unanimously believe that the detectors within them have malfunctioned. Little do they realize that their kneeling before the atmospheric pressure serves as the most evident proof of their disparity and strength. The ever-decisive GT Vegeta, with no hesitation, instantly materializes before Android 17. Energy gathers within his palm, erupting in an explosive release. A thunderous roar resounds as the earth trembles, an overwhelming terror unleashed. The golden energy surges forth, and before 17 has the chance to react, his body is entirely engulfed by this vast power. The sound of the explosion reverberates. Billowing clouds of smoke envelop the battlefield, and debris soars through the air. Android 17 is utterly obliterated. Such an occurrence transpired with astonishing suddenness, leaving both Sun Wukong and Android 18 momentarily bewildered. 17? How could this be? Who on earth are you? Android 18 was profoundly struck by an overwhelming sense of terror. Her pupils dilated in a frantic contraction as waves of fear surged within her, rendering her momentarily incapable of confronting this fiend who bore an uncanny resemblance to Vegeta. In an instant, he had mercilessly taken the life of her brother, 17. Is this truly the Vegeta that she once vanquished? Chapter 83, The Stunning Onslaught of Gohan. Humph. Indeed, a boastful fool, unable to withstand even a single strike. Disdainful words escaped the lips of GT Vegeta, his formidable aura radiating with a chilling intensity. In the terrified gaze of Android 18, GT Vegeta turned, his steely eyes fixating upon her. He has never shown mercy to his adversaries, even though this woman, in his own timeline, was a virtuous individual who had united with Krillin and bore him a child. The android in this realm is anything but benevolent. No. A surge of terror erupted within her as Android 18 struggled to suppress her fear. The death of Android 17 should have incited her to recklessly confront GT Vegeta. Yet now, she found herself utterly devoid of courage. In a fleeting moment, she seized an opportunity and soared into the sky, yearning to flee this perilous vicinity and devise a new strategy. However, GT Vegeta would not permit her escape. No matter how far she fled, Vegeta could effortlessly track her down. Flee? Do you truly believe you can escape? Androids, one can only lament how utterly pathetic you are in this timeline. Targeting the form of 18, GT Vegeta raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying beam of golden energy from his palm. The force contained in this strike has surpassed the unit of Jing, reaching the unit of Gai. With a mere gesture, GT Vegeta can unleash an overwhelming power. Even though GT Vegeta is still nursing injuries and his strength has not yet fully recovered, the terrifying golden energy beam hurtles towards Android 18, who is paralyzed in fear, leaving her no chance to react before it mercilessly consumes her body. With a resounding explosion, the sky erupts in a dazzling display of light to an unknowing observer. It might appear beautiful, In truth, the more exquisite the spectacle, the more horrifying it becomes. Like Android 17, Android 18 falls victim to GT Vegeta's absolute might. Vanquished in an instant. This scene once again left Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, in a state of astonishment. The androids 17 and 18, who had plunged him into a relentless struggle for years, were effortlessly vanquished. An overwhelming sense of disbelief and fear gripped his heart, leading him to question whether he was ensnared in a dream. After all, it was none other than Vegeta who had fallen to the hands of Android 18, that had delivered the fatal blow to the androids. At a loss for words to articulate his emotions, Gohan found himself frozen in place, unsure of how to confront Vegeta. Meanwhile, the tremendous shockwave from the explosion jolted the unconscious Trunks back to awareness. As Trunks regained consciousness, he instinctively called out Gohan's name. Upon hearing this call, Gohan snapped back to reality and turned to his side. Trunks, I'm so relieved to see you're all right. It's a relief that you've awakened. The sight of Trunks recovering without significant injury brought a wave of relief to Gohan's heart. He regarded his brother as if he were his own flesh and blood, the last two warriors who depended on each other in this world. Otherwise, how could he have chosen to sacrifice himself rather than allow anything to happen to Trunks? Gohan, what transpired just now? What about the androids? I only remember being knocked unconscious. Upon seeing that Gohan was unscathed, Trunks suddenly recalled something, his nerves tightening as he sprang to his feet. The memories from before his unconsciousness terrified him. The might of the androids exceeded his wildest imagination. From now on, we need not live in fear, nor dwell in the terrifying shadow of the androids. Trunks, androids 17 and 18 have been vanquished, Gohan quickly reassured him, sensing Trunks' anxiety. Simultaneously, he gazed towards a figure in the distance, unsure of how to continue. Both androids 17 and 18 are dead? Wait, Gohan, did you truly manage to defeat them? Upon hearing this news, Trunks was initially stunned, only to be engulfed by a wave of profound joy. In this world, burdened by the devastation wrought by artificial beings, humanity had reached a breaking point. With the absence of these constructs, peace seemed to have returned to the realm. Moreover, his brother Gohan had ascended to the role of savior. Although he harbored the desire to contribute, he recognized that his abilities were woefully inadequate. He could not even flee from the lethal threats posed by androids 17 and 18. There existed another who could confront them, a person whose identity was conveyed through words. Yet Gohan hesitated to elaborate further, as he remained uncertain. Upon hearing this revelation, Trunks experienced a moment of astonishment before following Gohan's gaze. When he discerned the figure in the distance, strikingly reminiscent of the person depicted in the photograph adorning his wall, he was momentarily speechless. This individual, though unfamiliar, possesses an uncanny familiarity. It seems he has sensed the circumstances unfolding on the other side. GT Vegeta is poised to turn and utter a few words when, suddenly, another concealed presence emerges within his perception. After dispatching the two androids, the ordeal is far from over. Memories surge forth, revealing to Vegeta that the true menace of this world has materialized. His gaze shifts to the ruins nearby. How much longer do you intend to hide? Do you believe that by concealing your aura, I would be oblivious to your presence? It would be wise not to compel me to unearth you. Vegeta's cold words resonate through the air. In the next moment, a humanoid figure resembling a green-skinned insect emerges from the edge of the ruins, under his scrutiny. Vegeta is taken aback by how easily he has detected this presence. The green-skinned creature steps forth from the debris, and it is none other than Cell from this temporal realm, albeit in his first form. Had GT Vegeta not intervened, this Cell would have traversed through time to return to the past, thus creating alternate timelines. As I anticipated, Cell, you are indeed quite feeble at this moment. Forced to lurk in the shadows, siphoning the energy of ordinary people to augment your own. Such is your current state, Vegeta remarks with a slight smirk, a hint of mockery gracing his features. Years ago, he had endured a humiliating defeat at the hands of this scoundrel, and now, with the opportunity for retribution before him, he would not let it slip away. Chapter 84. The Ant, Cell, Vegeta's scorn confronted by the presence that should not still exist. Cell bears a serious expression, ever vigilant in the face of provocation. Though he now possesses the power to eliminate androids 17 and 18, he is acutely aware that this meager strength pales in comparison to the extraordinary Vegeta before him. The ability to dispatch 17 and 18 only underscores Vegeta's superiority. Only through evolution can he aspire to compete with such prowess. This is the contemplation of Cell, who remains utterly oblivious to the extent of his own foolishness. The power of GT Vegeta far surpasses anything he could possibly conceive. Even if he were to transform into his perfect form, he would still be no match for even a single finger of GT Vegeta. Shouldn't it be the case that you are truly Vegeta? In my database, you should have been killed by Android 18 long ago, and the Dragon Balls on Earth have vanished due to Piccolo's demise. So, how on earth have you come back to life? Cell inquired with grave seriousness, as if he were negotiating with GT Vegeta. He desperately sought clarity on the situation, yet he remained blissfully unaware of his utter unworthiness to engage in dialogue with GT Vegeta. In response to Cell's query, GT Vegeta offered no answer, merely displaying a charmingly sinister smile, exuding an air of aloofness and commanding presence. Cell, acutely aware of GT Vegeta's disdain, furrowed his brow in frustration, veins bulging on his forehead. Humph. Although I am unaware of the reasons behind your sudden resurrection, you certainly do not regard me with the seriousness I deserve. A glimmer of trepidation flickered in his eyes, yet it was overshadowed by a deeper sense of resentment and cunning. His plans were on the brink of fruition. With the prospect of absorbing the powers of both Androids 17 and 18, but the emergence of this Vegeta had thwarted his ambitions, leading to an unavoidable failure. He thus forfeited the chance to attain his perfect form. He loathed Vegeta's intrusion and cursed himself for not acting sooner. Otherwise, the current predicament would not have unfolded as it had. His tone was audacious, yet his heart quaked with fear. This is the form of Cell before he has fully evolved. Lacking sufficient power, he is merely a repugnant insect. Ha ha ha. Cell, is this truly your first form? Though I have never encountered this shape before, it utterly disgusts me. An ugly, loathsome bug, if I am not mistaken. You were just attempting to ambush androids 17 and 18 from behind, hoping to absorb them and evolve into your complete form, were you not? Alas, my sudden appearance has completely derailed your plans. Gazing at the grotesque creature before him, GT Vegeta finally spoke, a hint of a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Once, it was due to his interference that Cell ascended to his complete form, and he had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of this very foe. Such a scenario would not repeat itself. Even if Cell were to attain greater power, he would still be far from Vegeta's equal. And how do you know this? And you recognize me? Impossible. I should not have appeared before you yet. Hearing information that should only be known to him, Cell was taken aback. In this world, the only one aware of his existence was Dr. Gero, who had long since perished, and no one knew of Cell's creation. Yet, this Vegeta exuded an inexplicable aura, as if he could see through Cell entirely. Does it matter how I came by this knowledge? A dying man need not know so much. Oh, I almost forgot. In a certain sense, you are not even human, but rather a despicable insect hidden from the light. Vegeta taunted Cell, eagerly preparing to deliver a beating the likes of which Cell had never before experienced. The battle seemed poised to erupt at any moment. At this juncture, Gohan could no longer contain his curiosity and stepped forward to inquire, Uncle Vegeta, what is happening? Who is this guy? His energy feels so malevolent, and it rivals that of my father, Piccolo, and everyone else. Responding to the inquiry, GT Vegeta momentarily slowed his pace, realizing there was no escape for Cell anyway. This individual is the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. To be precise, androids 17 and 18 were fabricated by Drive Gero to serve as Cell's sustenance. Once he absorbs them, he will evolve, increasing his strength by 100-fold, perhaps even 1,000-fold. Briefly introducing this to Gohan, Vegeta maintained his mocking demeanor. Hearing this explanation, Gohan was struck with horror. He could scarcely fathom that such a malevolent android lay hidden on Earth. Meanwhile, Trunks cautiously approached, although he had not yet confirmed his suspicions. Gohan's address had led him to suspect that this might indeed be his father. Having been killed by Android 18 while still very young, he had never had the chance to meet his father. This is precisely why the future Trunks from the original timeline displayed such fervent emotion upon encountering the past Vegeta. Enough of this superfluous dialogue. Once I have dealt with him, I shall apprise you all. Now, it is time to eliminate this troublesome matter. Without casting another glance at Gohan, the GT Vegeta's eyes brimmed with a murderous intent, as if he were poised to strike at any moment. Such circumstances instilled an inexplicable sense of panic within Cell. Yet, he endeavored to maintain an appearance of composure. He was certainly not akin to the imbeciles known as Androids 17 and 18, but this was merely his own opinion. Do you truly believe you can extinguish my existence? Humph. Vegeta, while I am oblivious to the reasons behind your resurrection and the myriad secrets you have uncovered, I implore you not to conflate me with those two fools. Androids 17 and 18 were merely vessels for my transformation into perfection. I am on the verge of becoming the ultimate life form. Even if I have not yet achieved complete mastery, I am far from the fragile being you envision. With a thunderous roar, Cell unleashed his fury, intending to strike first. A relentless surge of golden energy erupted from his being, while the cells within him pulsated wildly, enveloped in a spectral aura that emitted mournful wails. The malevolent aura, brimming with resentment and negativity, caused a flicker of concern to cross Vegeta's brow. This cell has undoubtedly consumed numerous Earthlings to elevate his power to such heights today. Chapter 85. Ultimate Kill. Answer but ants. How is it? Vegeta, this is my strength. Are you not astounded? I am not to be compared with androids 17 and 18. After his burst of rage, Cell exudes an overwhelming confidence. One can discern from his demeanor and actions that he is pleased with his readiness to strike at any moment. He believes that, despite Vegeta's might, it was merely a momentary surprise. Otherwise, androids 17 and 18 would not have been so easily dispatched. Illusions may be plentiful, but reality is harsh. Had Cell realized his impending doom, he would undoubtedly be filled with regret, for his power is truly feeble in comparison to GT Vegeta. Huh, is that so? How laughable. Mere ants. To me, you are no different from androids 17 and 18. GT Vegeta could not help but scoff. Such words and actions only served to provoke Cell further, igniting his fury as he gritted his teeth. His prideful strength was belittled to such a degree. Pretentious fool. Even without androids 17 and 18, I will still evolve after devouring you. Then there will be your son Trunks, and that Gohan over there. Once I consume the three of you, the energy will fulfill my evolution, and I shall attain my perfect form. With a furious roar, Cell could not restrain himself and launched an attack. His legs shattered the ground as he spread his wings, accelerating towards Vegeta. Such speed caused Gohan and Trunks, nearby, to feel their hearts stop, their pupils constricting. Cell's velocity was incomprehensibly swift, rendering him almost invisible. Indeed, he was on an entirely different level than androids 17 and 18. Just as they worried for GT Vegeta, he remained unfazed. To others, Cell's speed seemed so rapid that it left no afterimage, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Yet to him, it resembled the crawl of a snail. Crack. With a sound, Cell's assault was effortlessly thwarted by GT Vegeta with a single hand. As he seized Cell's wrist, the latter was taken aback, a ghostly expression gracing his face. Nanny, this is impossible. Unable to believe his attack was blocked, Cell prepared to struggle, but tragedy struck in the next instant. Vegeta was no ordinary opponent. He indulged no one. At the moment Cell exerted force, Vegeta forcibly amplified his strength, causing his arm to explode with terrifying power, ripping Cell's wrist apart and discarding it like refuse. In agony, Cell emitted a series of pitiful wails. Such brutality rendered GT Vegeta a figure of terror. Green blood splattered across the ground, soaking it. The excruciating pain made Cell howl to the heavens, his eyes filled with blood vessels, trembling back several steps. At that moment, his gaze towards Vegeta shifted once more. Now laced with disbelief, his eyes seemed to ask, is this being a monster? A mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly oblivious to its own insignificance. Even in your perfect form, to me, you are merely trash. Vegeta sneered, then beckoned Cell with a finger, taunting, if you doubt my words. Feel free to test me again. After all, you possess Piccolo's cells and can regenerate. So, what tricks do you have left? Hurry, or you may find yourself out of opportunities. With that, GT Vegeta's expression brimmed with a bloodthirsty aura. Humph, you are aware of this? Then you should also know that I possess your cells, and I am familiar with your techniques. With a cold gaze, Cell's severed arm regrew as his internal power surged. Hiki, no matter the extent of my injuries, I can always regenerate. In contrast, you will only accumulate more wounds in the forthcoming battle. Even if your power surpasses mine, as long as you cannot kill me in one fell swoop. The outcome is inevitable. It is you who will perish, Vegeta. Cell appeared to remain deluded, believing victory was assured. You are quite the talker. With that, GT Vegeta erupted with terrifying speed, instantly appearing before Cell. The opportunity one granted you is wasted by your own negligence. The sudden appearance of GT Vegeta caused Cell's heart to tighten, his pupils dilating. Before he could regain his composure, an onslaught of ferocious attacks descended upon him like a tempest. Endless strikes distorted Cell's body in an instant. Purple blood erupted from his wounds as Vegeta's merciless barrage left Cell utterly bewildered. His consciousness dwindled to a mere flicker. Even if you can regenerate, in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in combat power, immortality is futile. Perish, Cell. In a thunderous cry, GT Vegeta delivered a devastating blow to Cell's abdomen. Boom! Under the force of the heavy punch, Cell spat acid, losing control of his body. His mind blank. Power transcends this. Cell's body was completely penetrated, the terrifying force ripping through space, hurtling into the cosmos, striking fear into all. In the next moment, GT Vegeta hurled Cell skyward with a powerful throw, his aura soaring. Severely injured, Cell was reduced to a state of near death, his body rocketing into the sky like a missile. It is over. With a cruel whisper, GT Vegeta raised his hand, gathering energy once more in his palm. With this strike, the threat was irrevocably extinguished. Henceforth, this world would be devoid of any adversaries. Big Bang attack. A thunderous roar erupted from GT Vegeta. In an instant, an immense golden energy sphere surged forth from his palm, fluctuating in size as it tore through the fabric of space, sweeping everything in its path until it collided with Cell. The terrifying energy, upon impact, surged exponentially, enveloping Cell's form entirely. Boom! The explosion of energy erupted, a blinding white light blossomed, and the shockwaves radiated outward in all directions. Flames engulfed the surroundings, and amidst such overwhelming power, Cell's presence vanished entirely, as if he had never existed. He was dead, and it was an unequivocal demise. In this instance, the core remains undamaged, allowing for a revival once more. Chapter 86, the GT Space-Time Realm, Return to Earth. In this temporal realm, under the formidable dominance of GT Vegeta, the crisis posed by the androids has been thoroughly resolved. It can be said that this has completely transformed this dimension, steering the future of this world into an uncertain direction. In summary, it signifies change for this realm, and for GT Vegeta, it will be an unprecedented experience. GT Vegeta is destined to remain in this world for a considerable duration until one day, he reunites with GT Goku and Dallo, returning to the GT universe. The GT temporal world has been altered by Dallo. At this moment, upon realizing that Goku and Vegeta from this world have departed alongside him, a deep sense of anxiety has taken root within him. Ultimately, he never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. GT Goku and GT Vegeta have ventured into other realms, complicating the search for them. After all, the parallel worlds within the Dragon Ball universe are endless, making the task of locating them akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The only viable course of action is to return to the primary temporal realm and consult the all-knowing, all-powerful Grand Priest, based on his understanding and Whis' counsel. There is no one else who can traverse such expansive domains. With an answer forming in his mind, Dallo is poised to act immediately. But he is momentarily halted by the words of the old Kai and Jebet. Having returned, it would indeed be somewhat inappropriate to leave without bidding farewell to his companions on Earth. Moreover, Goku and Vegeta from this world have been traversing realms for a month due to his actions, necessitating an explanation to their families. A trip back to Earth is therefore imperative. For Whis, Beerus, Goku, and Vegeta from the primary temporal realm, the Earth of this dimension is filled with intrigue. After all, it is their first time venturing into other parallel worlds. It is truly exciting, according to the old Kai. The companions in this world seem not to differ much from those in their own. Goku from the primary temporal realm is eager and has long anticipated this moment. Vegeta, standing nearby, remains silent. Beneath his cold exterior, his thoughts are inscrutable. Perhaps he is looking forward to meeting the family in this world. Or perhaps he is dismissive of the notion. After all, Vegeta is not Goku. His thoughts are far more mature, particularly given the stark differences between him and Goku in the primary realm. As for Earth, they can visit later. Whis, I wish to ascertain whether this world possesses a god of destruction with the same vigor as Beerus, whose focus is not solely on Earth but also on other matters. As a god of destruction from another parallel universe, it is essential to confirm this aspect. If such a being truly does not exist, then this world is indeed peculiar. In his understanding, regardless of the parallel universe, the existence of a kaioshin implies the presence of a god of destruction. Otherwise, it would not be a parallel world. Even if the latter is perished, proof must be established. Whis nodded. Since Lord Beerus wishes to investigate, let us proceed, though it is wise not to harbor excessive expectations. Before our arrival, I received communication from the Grand Priest indicating that this world belongs to a future trajectory quite distinct from our own, and indeed, it appears our presence is absent. Whis is aware but cannot assert it definitively. For Beerus to know, he must witness it himself. I understand, yet even so, I must see it for myself. Beerus seems to grasp the essence of the matter, moving closer to Whis and placing a hand on his shoulder. Without needing to say more, he is eager to confirm his suspicions. Others can only observe Whis' actions. Very well. I shall escort Lord Beerus to explore the cosmic vistas of this world. We shall reconvene on Earth shortly. Whis articulates, and in the next moment, he raises his staff and strikes the ground. In an instant, radiant light envelopes both of them, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent beam as they depart the Kaioshin realm. As Beerus and Whis leave, Dallo remains unfazed. Though it may seem a fruitless endeavor, Dallo refrains from voicing any objections. If they wish to appreciate the beauty of this world, so be it. Indeed, Dallo surmises that even if Beerus had not taken this initiative, Whis would likely have exerted considerable effort to gather information about their world. Let us proceed. We must complete all tasks at hand without delay. I cannot afford to waste any more time here, nor can you, especially given the crises unfolding in your realm concerning that dark figure. Time is of the essence. With a turn, Dallo articulates his thoughts and vanishes from the Kaioshin realm using instant transmission, leaving Goku and Vegeta from the primary realm momentarily stunned. Dallo's words have reminded them of the pressing issue concerning future Trunks, as their excitement about traversing worlds momentarily overshadowed that matter. He is correct. Time is indeed limited. Kakarot, once we reach Earth in this world, we must return swiftly, Vegeta states to Goku, who is still dazed. After a few seconds of silence, Goku finally snaps back to reality. Huh? Yes. Let us go. Grab my hand, Vegeta. He extends his hand toward Vegeta, preparing to utilize instant transmission to traverse the space. The posture and demands left Vegeta feeling quite flustered. However, without the ability to instant transmission, he found himself unable to reach the Earth of this realm. In his predicament, he could only extend his hand and grasp Goku's shoulder. In the GT timeline, the return of Darlot, alongside the appearances of Goku and Vegeta from the primary timeline, provided a comprehensive explanation for the events that had transpired a month earlier. For the Z Fighters, it was only now that they could fully affirm and validate the evolution of the situation. Unbeknownst to them, Darlot, Goku, and Vegeta had successfully transcended the boundaries of their worlds and ventured into others. Moreover, Darlot had returned with Goku and Vegeta from those alternate realms. In summary, this was the situation. For the time being, there was no need to worry about their safety, at least in terms of their formidable strength. They were not easily threatened by ordinary beings. With his explanations concluded, Darlot's words had made a significant impact on their companions in this world. Particularly, while Darlot's circumstances had become clear, the fates of Goku and Vegeta remained uncertain. All they could do was continue their training to grow stronger, awaiting the return of Goku and Vegeta, or perhaps hoping that Darlot would locate them and bring them back together. Chapter 87. The power of GT Piccolo and the dragons. Might it seems that we are powerless in this situation and must accept it as it is, spoke Piccolo from the GT timeline, serving as their strategist. It was a matter of resignation. Even if solutions existed, they lacked the necessary strength. Such as fate. The trials of my father and Uncle Vegeta. Darlot has succeeded, and I firmly believe that one day, my father and Uncle Vegeta will return, exclaimed Gohan from the GT timeline. This serves as both a source of self-comfort and a testament to my trust in my father. Throughout history, our planet has encountered numerous crises, many of which were not resolved by my father. Nevertheless, he has always had the courage to confront challenges head-on, striving to be a pioneer. Moreover, even if my father may not quite reach the heights of Uncle Dalit, he certainly does not fall far behind. This is also the source of his conviction. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, the protagonist of the primary timeline, gazed at this sun from an alternate dimension with deep reflection. That you are not the Gohan of my timeline, your maturity brings me solace. In a sense, I am also your father, and I share the belief that my counterpart in this world will return safely. Thank you for your affirmation, father from another dimension. The GT version of Gohan held no resistance towards Sun Wukong from the primary timeline. On the contrary, he felt elated to meet a father from another world. Humph. How dull. I had expected to meet my counterpart in this world, but it seems I have come away empty-handed. The Vegeta of the primary timeline was not as subtle as Sun Wukong. His demeanor was quite straightforward. To be candid, he simply struggled to express his emotions. Faced with Trunks, the son of this world, he maintained an indifferent facade, driven more by pride than genuine disregard. Others were not surprised by this behavior. For the Z fighters of the GT timeline, it was merely a revelation that even the Vegeta from another dimension exhibited similar traits. Since explanations had been given, it was now up to Gohan and Trunks to relay the news to their mother. Dalit, let's return to the main point, he interjected. The Z fighters were concerned. And it was equally essential for the wives of GT Sun Wukong and GT Vegeta, Chi-Chi and Bulma, to be informed of the current situation. Fear not, Uncle Dalit. I will convey the message to Mom, Gohan nodded, turning to Trunks. As for my mother, there is no need for concern. You know she has been delving into the knowledge of parallel worlds, Trunks responded. Dalit nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. At this moment, they awaited the arrival of Beerus and Whis. It was inevitable that they would return to the primary timeline, for not only did they seek the Grand Minister, but the growth limits of this GT timeline had become insufficient for Dalit. Only by remaining in the primary timeline could there be hope for another breakthrough, specifically, the barrier of Super Saiyan Level 5. Although he had yet to fully comprehend it, Dalit had sensed a glimmer of this potential. It was during the climactic moment of a confrontation with Beerus that he realized this. The ultimate evolution of the Super Saiyan 4th level's pink-haired bloodline was certainly not the apex of the Saiyan race. Hence, the existence of Super Saiyan Level 5 was inevitable. The only uncertainty remained whether the Super Saiyan 5 would manifest as a white-haired monkey, a question that only he could answer. After all, the known Super Saiyan Level 5 did not exist within the canonical storyline. It was merely a creation of fanfiction. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Dalit, may we step aside for a moment? GT Piccolo suddenly approached and spoke up. His request surprised Dalit, yet he nodded in agreement. The two moved to the rear of the temple. After a brief exchange, Dalit understood Piccolo's thoughts and intentions, and he replied, while I cannot affirm this at present, the world beyond our own is vast, and many experiences await us. As for the dangers, I can only say they far exceed our imaginations. I know you wish to venture forth, but the time is not yet right for you. As for me, Kakarot, and Vegeta, we have already brushed against the barrier. Upon hearing Dalit's response, Piccolo chuckled sheepishly. I knew it would come to this. However, knowing that another version of myself has become friends with everyone brings me peace. To think I once feared my existence in another world, considering I was once Piccolo Daimao. His words elicited an involuntary laugh from Dalit. So, you were never truly an evil being from the start. I believe that one day, you too will reach that level. At the very least, you are far more powerful than your counterpart from that world. Moreover, I can sense that the version of you from that world has yet to master the dragon power. Dalit candidly expressed his anticipation for Piccolo to fully cultivate this unique power. In this altered GT timeline, Piccolo was not the same weakling he was in the original narrative. His strength was second only to Dalit, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. Furthermore, with the mastery of the extraordinary dragon power, Piccolo could unleash formidable energy that rivaled that of the gods. If the Sun Wukong and Vegeta of the primary timeline did not transform into Super Saiyan gods, they would hardly stand against him. The dragon power. Ultimately, this was merely a suggestion that Dalit had casually offered to Piccolo, inspired by memories of certain fanfiction plots, encouraging Piccolo to take on the challenge. Initially, there was little hope, yet this fellow Goku truly cultivated an extraordinary and formidable power, ultimately dubbed the Dragon Force. After all, the inhabitants of planet Namek are esteemed as the descendants of the Dragon Clan, and their ultimate strength naturally manifests as the Dragon Force. It appears I am rather fortunate. To my surprise, my counterpart from another realm is even weaker than I am. Though I harbor a tinge of disappointment in myself, GT Goku takes pride in his identity. For he has always believed himself to be the true embodiment of his being, the most complete version of himself. Previously unaware, the revelation of this outcome brings him joy. He has not faltered nor has he diminished in prowess. In fact, he has taken a significant step ahead of his otherworldly self. The exchange continued briefly, until a sudden wave reverberated through the sky, capturing the attention of Dallo and GT Goku. Undoubtedly, it was the arrival of Beerus and Whis. Having roamed this universe for quite some time, they had evidently conducted a thorough investigation of this world. There was no realm of destruction nor any angels in sight. Chapter 88. Whis' surprise. Returned to the main timeline. Beerus and Whis descended upon this world, surveying the earth of this dimension. For Beerus, the experience was one of disappointment and regret. However, there was no remedy. This world was what it was, with the universe existing as but one. Whis, on the other hand, felt no such dismay, as he, being an angel, had witnessed far too much. He had observed the evolutionary processes of countless worlds, and within his memory there had been many variations that evolved into the world as it stands now. With the arrival of Beerus and Whis, the Z-warriors of this realm gained a deeper understanding of other worlds. After all, they were unaware of the existence of gods of destruction and angels, particularly Goku. After Dallow's elaboration, grasped the terrifying nature of these deities, feeling a profound sense of incredulity. It can only be said that he has yet to reach such a realm, thus unable to comprehend it. "Oh, it seems, Mr. Goku, that you have cultivated an extraordinary power," Whis remarked, noticing the uniqueness of GT Goku with astonishment. This remark captured everyone's attention. Piccolo, the unique warrior from the primary timeline, alongside Goku and Vegeta, was taken aback. It is essential to note that their version of Piccolo had long since fallen from grace. The inhabitants of the GT timeline possessed a certain understanding of their Piccolo. And it was Gohan from GT who spoke up, suggesting, could it be that this extraordinary power is the Dragon Force cultivated by Uncle Piccolo? Goku and Vegeta from the primary timeline exchanged astonished glances, pondering the implications of this Dragon Force. Indeed, it seemed almost unbelievable. As far as my knowledge extends, among the countless parallel timelines, it is rare to encounter a Namekian who has mastered the Dragon Force. Yet here it was, manifested at such an impressive level. Whis expressed his astonishment at this revelation. His words caught Beerus off guard, prompting him to inquire, "Whis, what exactly is this Dragon Force? Is it truly formidable?" After posing this question, Beerus scrutinized the Piccolo of this timeline. While he acknowledged a certain prowess, it appeared to him as merely adequate, if not for Whis' mention. He would have failed to recognize just how powerful this Piccolo truly was. Goku from the primary timeline, after a thorough assessment, was left speechless. His companion, Vegeta, was equally astonished. Indeed, Piccolo's strength reached a level where, without transforming into Super Saiyans, victory would be a formidable challenge. Their understanding was correct, yet not entirely complete. For if Piccolo were to unleash the Dragon Force, his combat prowess would surpass even that of a non-transformed Duralot. The Dragon Force belongs to the Dragon God, Salam. Ever since the disappearance of Dragon God Salam, this power has not graced the world again. However, after billions of years, I never anticipated encountering it once more. Whis succinctly elaborated. This revelation left everyone utterly astonished. A being that had not been encountered in billions of years, Dragon God Salama? Those present had heard whispers of this entity, yet none truly understood its nature. Even Dalit felt a flicker of curiosity. For this was another extraordinary existence within the realm of Dragon Ball that had yet to reveal itself. All the gathered data and information assured that Dragon God Salama's might was on par with that of the Grand Minister. Otherwise, it would be impossible to forge the Super Dragon Balls. Simultaneously, Dalit was profoundly surprised. For the dragon power he had casually mentioned indeed resonated with what had been chronicled in the novels, leaving even Whis astounded. GT Piccolo himself never anticipated that the strength he had cultivated would be so phenomenal. As a descendant of Dragon God Salama, how could he be ignorant of this being's identity? A thorough exchange ensued, and time slipped by unnoticed. An hour had passed before anyone realized it. For Son Goku and Vegeta, who hailed from the primary timeline, this brief sojourn in the GT world had come to a close. The consensus among all was that Dalit must venture into another realm. After all, even if they trusted Vegeta and Son Goku of this timeline, they could not remain idle. At the very least, Dalit possessed the ability to effect change. The moment of parting was inevitable, yet this farewell would span an entire world. Everyone felt a pang of reluctance, but the prospect of returning at any time went unvoiced. As Dalit, Son Goku, Vegeta, God of Destruction Beerus, Angel Whis, and Dalit vanished from sight, swallowed by the vortex of time and space, the scene faded into memory. The Temple of the Deities has plunged into a momentary silence. Suddenly, the atmosphere has transformed. Returning to the main timeline of Dragon Ball Super, their reappearance signifies that for this world, they have merely been absent for 2 hours. Although it may seem like a brief interval, it nonetheless feels like an eternity. During this period, the remaining Z warriors had already gathered, with no one absent. After all, given the significant events that transpired on Earth, none could be deemed ignorant. So, what are Daluot's plans moving forward? Upon returning, Whis promptly sought clarification from Daluot regarding future matters. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Daluot. After all, this individual could now be considered a part of their 7th universe. Without further ado, Whis remarked that the first course of action upon returning to this world was to seek out the Grand Minister once more. As I wish to ascertain the whereabouts of Kakarot and Vegeta from my universe, Daluot spoke. This matter is imperative to address, even if one cannot attend. It is essential to comprehend the situation thoroughly. What? You intend to meet the Grand Priest right now? Have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe that the Grand Priest is someone you can approach at will? Not to mention the nature of this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Beerus was taken aback. He was aware that Deluote would seek the Grand Priest for clarification, yet he did not anticipate Deluote's boldness. In Beerus's mind, the Grand Priest, being a deity of the highest order, had already shown immense benevolence by allowing him to remain in this realm. The notion that one could simply request an audience was preposterous. Furthermore, Beerus understood that while the Grand Priest may appear affable, excessive interaction would not yield any advantages. Rather, it could plunge him, and indeed the entire universe, into an irretrievable abyss. After a moment of contemplation, Whis did not refuse and nodded in agreement. This answer left Beerus in a state of urgency. Hey, Whis, are you truly intending to take him along? Beerus exclaimed, his expression one of distress. Previously, the Grand Priest had already hinted at certain matters. However, before addressing those, let us first resolve another issue. I wonder if Darlot could wait for a moment? Whis interjected, shifting the topic. Upon hearing this, Darlot nodded slightly and refrained from further speech. He understood well what Whis referred to as the other issue. Chapter 89, Vegeta. The intellectual support and the Grand Priest's permission due to Whis's words. All attention reverted to future Trunks. Originally, he was the most pressing concern. Previously, he had been temporarily set aside due to Darlot's circumstances. Now that Darlot's issue was resolved and the matter of traversing worlds had been settled, it was time to address the current predicament. The existence from the future, although akin to Darlot, could not remain in this temporal realm according to the cosmic laws of this universe. Particularly, without the Grand Priest's consent, and with the Grand Priest keenly observing the situation, any favoritism would be tantamount to courting disaster. It is well known among deities that the sudden arrival of an entity not belonging to this world would result in utter chaos in the fabric of time and space, disrupting the rightful trajectory of history and leading the world into an entirely unknown future. No one could intervene, not even if Goku and Vegeta pleaded on his behalf. Indeed, this dilemma must be resolved. With a deep sigh, Beerus adopted a serious demeanor. He then addressed future Trunks, stating, "Your time to remain in this temporal realm has reached its end. As I mentioned earlier, it is time for you to return whence you came or face destruction." With his hands clasped behind his back, Beerus gazed directly at future Trunks, presenting him with a choice. Either face annihilation or return to his own world. In truth, what was presented as a choice was merely an expulsion. This is a desperate measure, to be honest. If it weren't for the connection to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Trunks would have been obliterated the moment he arrived from the future. Time travel, returning from the future to the past, is a grave offense. Upon hearing Lord Beerus' words, Trunks from the future felt utterly despondent, his spirits plummeting to their lowest. The future world had been entirely devastated due to the actions of the Dark Beings. Even he had only narrowly escaped their clutches by sheer luck. Memories of his mother's dying wish flooded his mind. He must return to the past to find Uncle Goku and Father Vegeta. Only they could save this crumbling world. Remembering his mother, Trunks summoned his courage and resolved himself. "I apologize, Lord Beerus, but even if it leads to my destruction, I cannot comply. I must return to the past to seek assistance from my father and Uncle Goku. If I can resolve the crisis in the future, I promise to return and never come back. Please, grant me the chance to change the future." Trunks bowed deeply to Lord Beerus, hoping for permission. Unbeknownst to him, he had beseeched the wrong entity. For while the power of a god of destruction is vast, it does not extend to such matters. At that moment, Beerus' expression darkened considerably. For all eyes were upon him. Caught between his relationships with them and the responsibilities he must uphold as a god of destruction, he found himself in a quandary. Beerus had his own burdens. He had no room for choice. "Lord Beerus, since Trunks has only just returned from the future, why not let him rest a while? We assure you he will not alter anything here, nor will he affect this world," Goku suggested, unable to restrain himself. His ulterior motives, however, were transparent to Beerus' keen perception. "You wish for him to linger here, hoping to accompany him back to the future to help resolve the crisis. Do you? Do you truly believe me to be a fool?" Beerus squinted, exposing Goku's hidden intentions with a single remark. Caught out, Goku chuckled awkwardly, his thoughts clearly written on his face. "Just as I suspected. Goku, do not presume that our camaraderie grants you license to act recklessly. My decision to spare this boy from immediate destruction upon his arrival was already a significant act of leniency. Do you think I would allow you to venture into the future with him, altering both our worlds? Moreover, the Grand Minister is aware of the situation here. Do you think I could act out of favoritism?" Beerus chastised Goku, causing him to step back repeatedly. The atmosphere grew tense once more regarding Trunks' fate. Whis remained silent in the middle of the fray, saying nothing. "Humph. If beings not belonging to this world are to be destroyed upon arrival, then what of him? Vegeta interjected, pointing at Darlot, demanding a reasonable explanation from Beerus. If Trunks cannot remain in this world, then why is Darlot allowed to stay? Just because the Grand Minister permits it? Darlot, who had been silently observing the unfolding drama, smiled graciously as the attention turned toward him. His gaze met Beerus, whose expression soured further. Vegeta, you dare bring up Darlot? Beerus seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration. This was truly a sensitive subject for him. No one knew how tumultuous his thoughts were at that moment. If only he could obliterate that irritating fellow, he would have done so long ago. Were it not for Darlot's overwhelming strength that even a god of destruction could not contend with. Darlot had obtained the Grand Minister's permission to remain in this world, effectively making him a part of Universe 7. Thanks to Darlot, the average strength of the universe had surged, surpassing several others, which bolstered Beerus' confidence among the other gods of destruction. Seeing the situation deteriorate, was stepped forward to mediate. Lord Beerus, Goku, Vegeta, there is still room for de-escalation. Please, let us not act too impulsively. Just moments ago, the Grand Minister provided me with clear instructions regarding Trunks from the future. He has granted permission for Trunks to stay here temporarily. His words alleviated the tense atmosphere, leaving Goku, Vegeta, and Beerus astonished. The Grand Minister had indeed consented to Trunks' temporary stay in this world. This indicated that he had been aware of the situation all along. Chapter 90. The Solution. Returning to the Grand Zeno's palace. Hey, Whis, what is going on? The Grand Minister has permitted this? Beerus fidgeted restlessly. What on earth is going on? It seems that all the villains are acting through him, while they are merely the good ones. It is he who prevents others from remaining, rather than the other way around. Truly absurd. The sense of injustice within Beerus erupted, almost bringing him to tears. Lord Beerus, the Grand Priest has just conveyed a message to me. In truth, the appearance of Darlot was an unforeseen occurrence. The world permitted Darlot's existence, which is why the Grand Priest acknowledged him. Whis began to elucidate, adding, however, that Trunks has not received the world's endorsement. His temporary stay in this realm is merely a loophole he exploited before the world could react. Should he choose not to depart once the world realizes, he will inevitably be compelled to return. With that, Whis clarified the situation. Beerus found himself at a loss for words. If the Grand Priest had permitted it, what could he possibly say? He is but a minor destroyer god. Meanwhile, upon learning that Trunks could stay, as sanctioned by the Grand Priest, Son Goku let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "Phew, what a false alarm. I thought the Grand Priest would not allow Trunks to linger in this world. And it startled me. If that is the case, we can assist Trunks, and we can also venture into the future to confront that dark figure." As he spoke, Son Goku focused his fighting spirit on the Dark Goku. Previously, he had gathered from everyone's accounts that the Dark Goku had arrived in this world while he was in a coma. Missing the opportunity to see him was a pity, thus his anticipation grew even stronger. Do not hold too high an expectation for that dark figure. His power is not particularly formidable. I have already witnessed his strength while you were unconscious. Moreover, that fellow was severely wounded by Darlot. And even if he returns to the future world, he will still have to recover.